Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1, Midoriya Izuku, the hero. All men are not created equal. I learned that a long time ago. At a playground, a toddler with green and black unkempt hair was trembling with tears in his eyes. Behind him was a boy with chestnut hair. He was crying and curled up in a ball. "You're being mean to him, Kaken," the boy said, still trembling as he got into a fighting pose. "If you don't stop hurting him, I'll never forgive you." In front of him were 3 boys. One had ash blonde hair, another was chubby, and the last one had long brown hair. The boys simply smirked as they prepared to gang up on the green-haired boy. "You really want to try and be a hero?" the ash blonde said with a smirk as he punched his fist into his palm, generating an explosion. Meanwhile, the 2 kids behind him did extraordinary things as well. The chubby one spawned wings and flew up with the long-haired one extending his fingers to completely abnormal lengths, as if you could ever be one without a quirk, Deku. Later, Izuku was lying down on the ground, beaten up and bruised, looking up into the sky with the boy he was trying to defend earlier looking down at him, tears in his violet eyes. "Are you okay?" Izuku only nodded. 10 years later, that same boy, Midoriya Izuku, was tapping his pencil anxiously as he listened to Urabuchi-sensei droning on and on about the Meiji period. History wasn't Izuku's favorite subject. At least, not ancient history. The era of quirks was far more Izuku's speed. Specifically, when All Might first appeared. All Might, the symbol of peace. Whenever he arrived, the villain was captured and nobody was hurt. He'd always appear with the widest grin on his face, his booming laughter echoing through the air no matter what kind of danger he plunged into. Whether it was rescuing people, stopping criminals, or just getting a kitten out of a tree, no job was too large or too small for All Might. Ivilders dreaded his name while the innocent knew that everything was going to be all right when they saw his smile. A goofy grin spread across Izuku's lips as he sketched a crude drawing of All Might's face into his notebook. He couldn't help it. Thinking about his idol always puts him in a great mood. "Man, I wish I could see that video of him taking out those bank robbers earlier today. I can't believe it happened just a few blocks from here." The bell rang and Izuku began packing his notebooks into his bag. Not only that, All Might actually teamed up with Ingenium for that. "It'll be the first time I've ever seen him be partnered with a speed quirk user. I can see how Ingenium stacks up against All Might in that depart dash." "Hey, Deku." Izuku winced, turning around to see his childhood friend Bakugo Katsuki sauntering towards him with a fierce scowl on his face. "Your mumbling bullshit is getting on my nerves. I could hear it all the way from my desk." Sorry, Kaken," Izuku apologized while bowing his head. He had that problem ever since he was a kid and people have complained about it before. "I'm working on it and what the hell are you doing obsessing over the speed of All Might and Ingen whatever?" Bakugo asked with a sneer of contempt. Izuku could hear his classmates mutter to themselves. Geez, here they go again. I know Bakugo has an awesome quirk, but he's way too pig-headed. Hey, better he be in but to Midoriya than to us." "Heh, true that. At least I've got a quirk." Honestly, Midoriya's just sad. Izuku's heart sank as the chorus of insults and pity began. I just want to gather information and dream on, Deku." Bakugo poked Izuku on the forehead hard enough to knock him to the floor. "You're scrawny little but couldn't even hope to catch up to them. Have you seen yourself in 𝐻𝐲𝐻𝐿? It's a disgrace you're even competing against me, let alone all these other losers." I was just. Izuku's gaze drifted to the ground. Everything Bakugo said was true. His physical condition was lacking. It was sad, really. Clinging to his dream like this. One would think he would devote his mind and body to training, like one of those comic characters of old. But that was fiction. This was reality. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance, "So stop muttering or shouting that bullshit. You're distracting an elite like me from getting what I deserve." With that, Bakugo sauntered away to meet up with Kohei and Masashi. Most of Izuku's classmates muttered or chuckled with one another but left Izuku alone. Except for one. "Hey, Midoriya-sen, are you okay?" a soft voice asked him from behind. Izuku turned his head around to face the speaker. She was named Milia Takamaki, one of the few girls who didn't appear to think of him in any negative light, and the only girl at the school who even bothered to talk to him. Because of that, she was the only girl he knew he could talk to somewhat comfortably. She was very cute too, having shoulder-length light ocean blue hair tied in a ponytail by a purple ribbon and deep purple eyes along with thick long black eyelashes. Over her eyes was a set of huge circular glasses, which made boys and girls alike view her as a cute Meganeko glasses girl. Her figure was slim and petite and she had a bust size that made most of the girls jealous. "I'm fine, Takamaki-sen," Izuku replied, picking himself up off the ground and biting back the stinging tears building at the corners of his eyes. "Midoriya, don't let what Bakugo said get to you," Milia said, offering him his bag. "I'm sure when given the chance, you'll become a great hero like All Might." Thanks, Takamaki-san." He took hold of his bag before the two left the classroom. "She's right. It doesn't matter what Kaken says. There's a chance. There's always a chance. There has to be a chance for someone like me to be a hero." Once school ended, Izuku hung his head as he walked home through the streets of Musutafu, a sigh escaping his lips as Bakugo's words ran through his mind. "Takamaki's right, I can't let what Kaken says get to me," Izuku thought to himself with a shake of his head. "So what if I'm not athletic? Some heroes rely a lot on their tools. Snipe relies more on his marksmanship than on how fast he can run or how hard he can punch. Yeah. If I just study enough, I can find a path best suited for me." And Izuku stopped and stared at his reflection in a puddle on the sidewalk. "Oh, why am I doing this to myself?" Izuku had been told all his life that his dream was unrealistic, impossible even. That without a quirk he could not be a hero. He didn't want to believe it. He couldn't believe it. I still won't believe it. But still, he needed to train if he wanted to have a hope of making it through UA's physical tests. But that was 6 months away. What can he do to prove to himself that his dream wasn't impossible? "I need to get into UA first," Izuku sighed for what felt like the 100th time. "Kaken will probably throw a fit when he finds out. Look, it's All Might." Izuku froze at the announcement. Without warning, Izuku ran ahead. Several other people had done the same, most of them hoping to catch a glimpse of the symbol of peace. There he is," Izuku pointed out. Jumping through the air was indeed All Might. He wore his classic blue and red spandex, his cape billowing in the air behind him. Under his arm, there was some overly large and slightly deformed man, most likely due to his quirk, beaten unconscious. The boisterous laughter of the number one hero echoed through the air. Izuku was grinning like a kid in a candy store, his glittering green eyes hiding no small amount of his admiration. "So cool. I actually got to see him. He looks even cooler in person. Careful now. You'll drool at this rate," someone next to him, a girl based on the voice, pointed out with a small chuckle, glancing at Izuku from the side. "You're a fan of his, aren't you?" "Of course. All Might is amazing in every sense of the word," Izuku declared without hesitation, still looking to the sky to watch as the hero continued to jump from building to building, his figure slowly shrinking in the distance. "Ever since I was little, I've always wanted to be a hero just like, Izuku's grin finally began to disappear, his shoulders and pupils falling as he spoke. Harsh reality quickly evaporated what was left of his energetic stupor. "Is something wrong?" Izuku looked at the girl who was talking to him, and immediately froze up. She was a young woman with cyan eyes and very long, flaming red hair, not to mention a voluptuous figure, which included BRSs that a lot of girls would kill to have. She also wore the standard uniform. Izuku's face began to turn the same shade of red as the girl's hair. "I'm fine. Sorry, gotta go. Bye." Izuku then ran off. The redhead continued to watch him with interest. "I was talking to a girl that wasn't Takamaki. I was talking to a girl that wasn't Takamaki. I was talking to a girl that wasn't Takamaki. I was talking to a girl that wasn't Takamaki. I was talking to a girl that wasn't Takamaki." Those 9 words ran through his mind for the next half hour as he paced back and forth on a bridge near his apartment. Eventually, he calmed down. Sighing, Izuku looked up into the sky as the sun began to set. After seeing All Might, he lost track of time. Takamaki-san is the only person I know who believes in me, but without a quirk, Izuku sat on a bench. All I want is to be a hero. So why? Why is the world so cruel to me? Excuse me. A voice spoke up. Izuku broke out of his slump and looked to the side, seeing a raven-haired girl wearing a white, double-breasted blazer with a high collar and a gold trim that reached halfway down her thighs, its sleeves elbow-length and cut off by wide pale blue cuffs, a large pink bow at her neck, a dark blue long-sleeved shirt with matching dress breathes, white gloves, and white boots. Izuku, recognizing the uniform as Seiyai Academy's, an all-girl hero school, blushed slightly upon seeing her. Why's? He asked. I'm talking to a girl again. I'm talking to a girl again. I'm sorry, but I overheard you saying you wanted to be a hero, correct? She asked. Why yeah. That's all I want. Izuku answered, wondering what she wanted. Well, my name's Amono Yuma, and I think I can help. Izuku blinked a few times, not sure if he heard that right. Hey. I know how you can be a hero, the girl clarified. You just have to do me a few favors is all. Can we meet at Wookiees after school tomorrow? Just who is this girl? And why do I have a bad feeling about this? Sure, he hesitantly agreed. What's the favor? Go on a date with me. What? Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. At that, the girl turned around and left. Izuku, for his part, was still in shock that he somehow got a date and a chance to fulfill his dream. In a daze, he went home. Midoriya Izuku of Class C3. Within a small club building at UA's more open school grounds, there was one room that had a very gothic atmosphere. There were some couches surrounding a small table that held a chess set in the middle and a desk table sitting at the end of the room. Sitting at the desk was the redhead Izuku had met earlier, looking through a folder that contained a profile on him. That's right, a blonde boy with blue eyes said, standing in front of her. I got all the info I could. It probably helps I'm in a neighboring class. Says here his quirkless, she said, closing the folder and setting it down. There isn't anyone at the school who doesn't know. His classmates, Bakugo Katsuki in particular, bully and belittle him because of that, the only exception being Takamaki-san. And Bakugo used to be his friend from what I heard. The girl, for a brief moment, looked angry before calming down. Even if he's quirkless, I can feel that there's something oddly special about him. I just can't put my finger on it. You mean he has a sacred gear? A petite girl sitting on a couch, eating ice cream, asked. Possibly, the redhead answered, folding her arms, for now we should keep a close eye on him. We don't want to miss our opportunity. The next day after school, Izuku went to the Kiyashi Ward shopping mall as Yuma asked him to. He was still a little uneasy about this. A girl from a private all-girls hero school suddenly shows up saying she can help him become a hero. Something about that just didn't sit right with him. He wanted to tell his mother about it, but she probably would have focused more on the part that a pretty girl just asked him out without warning. As the afternoon weighed on, Izuku waited near the front entrance. She's sure taking her time, he noted. Maybe this was a scam after all. I probably should have told Mom and called the police about it, he began. I mean, assuming she even does show up, this will be my first date, but I barely even know her. And we aren't going anywhere fancy like a 5-star restaurant or something. Maybe I should have changed out of my school uniform. Oh man, what is Amono-san going to wear? Does she think this is more of a casual thing? Or is she going to show up in a dress? As Izuku began one of his muttering sessions, he'd unknowingly begun pacing around a lamppost. Wait. What if we are going to a fancy restaurant? Does that mean I'm underdressed? Did Amono-san set up a reservation or something? Should I have gotten her flowers? Why does dating have to be so complicated? Bonk OW. Izuku cried out in pain, rubbing his forehead with a wince. He was so caught up in his thoughts and panic that he didn't realize that he was walking towards the lamppost until it was too late, and now he was paying the price. He just hoped that no one had seen him panicking and hurting himself like an idiot. Excuse me, sir. Are you okay? Why am I not surprised? Still rubbing his temples, Izuku saw a young woman wearing a vampire-style outfit. Why, I'm fine, Izuku answered, a slight blush adorned on his face. The woman smiled before she handed him a flyer. Take this for good luck. At that, she promptly left. Here. Izuku looked over the flyer. There was a strange pentagram, the words "Make your wish come true" at the top. Okay. Weird. Midoriya-kun. Sorry for being late. Were you waiting long? Came Yuma's voice. Izuku, hearing her, looked over and saw Yuma wearing purple dress shoes, jeans, and a pink shirt. Izuku blushed at how she looked in her clothes, putting the flyer he'd received in his pocket. "It's fine." Good, she said as she wrapped her arm around his, so, shall we go? Izuku screamed internally due to feeling Yuma's breast pressed up against his arm. He nodded as his face turned red, and the two headed out. Throughout the whole afternoon, Izuku and Yuma spent time around the mall, trying on clothes, listening to CDs, and just having a good time. Soon they were at a cafe sharing a meal. As they each took a sip from their respective drinks, Izuku thought, so far this hasn't been that bad. I haven't fainted at least. But still, I wonder why she's doing this. And how will this help me become a hero? As the day was coming to a close, the two were walking through a nearby park close together. Yuma smiled as she took Izuku's hand into hers, making the boy sweat as his face turned red for the umpteenth time that day. She's holding my hand. A girl is holding my hand. A girl is holding my hand. They stopped before the park fountain, and Yuma said, I had a wonderful time today, Midoriya-kun. I did too, Aomono-san. Izuku muttered. Just one thing left to do before we make you a hero. She then promptly let go of his hand and stood in front of Izuku, kneeling down. This will be the last favor. Izuku began to sweat even more now. Please tell me she doesn't want a kiss. I've barely handled the hand-holding. What is it? Smiling, she leaned into him and whispered into his ear, would you die for me? What? Izuku began to back away. I'm not sure I heard that right, he muttered nervously. Yuma's smile then turned into a wicked grin, her violet eyes darkening. I want you to die for me. A pair of large, black bird-like wings jutted out from her back. Izuku, in shock, staggered back. Wings? Where did those come from? Are they her quirk? They make her look like a demon. I will admit, I had fun today, she said in a more mature, sinister voice. Considering how young and naive you were, things could have been far worse. But unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. She held out her hand as a red light began to glow from her palm, forming a spear. Time to die. Amono-san. Wait. Izuku pleaded, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Shink. A jolt ran through Izuku's brain as he felt a burning sensation rush through his gut. Looking down, a spear of light stuck through his torso. Blood spilled out of his wound, his shirt was stained red. You must be having a good time handling that rod like that. Are you into rods? Is that it? She smiled. Maybe I should pull it out for you. She gripped her spear and swiftly tore it out from his body, causing Izuku to scream out from the pain. I'm sorry, she lied as the spear of light disappeared. But the fact is you posed far too great a risk to us. If you want someone to blame, then blame him. He's the reason you have the sacred gear. What is she talking about? Izuku thought as he fell to the ground. My name is Rainier, boy. Remember that in hell. Oh, and thanks again for the date. It was fun. She laughed before flying off. Tears began to stream down Izuku's face. Am I gonna die here? Why? Why has the world been so cruel? With the little strength he had, he lifted his now bloody hand. Mom. Dad. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. He then noticed the blood on his hand. Red. Same as that girl's hair. Why am I thinking of her now? Unknown to him, the flyer he'd received earlier began to glow. I just wish I was given a chance to become a hero, Suddenly, the flyer flew out of his pocket and became a large, red magic circle. From it emerged the red-headed girl. She gasped in shock upon seeing Izuku. "Oh no!" She raced to him, looking over his wound. "Looks like the work of a fallen angel. I can't believe I let one slip into my territory." She then smiled. "Don't worry," she said in a reassuring way as she fiddled with a red chess piece in her hand. "I won't let you die. From now on, you'll live for my sake. Ria's Gremory, the devil morning is here. Morning is here. Morning is here. Morning is " Izuku groaned as he reached out from under his bed to turn off his all-night alarm clock. He groaned some more before sitting straight up in bed, causing his blanket to fall off. "Ooh, what a nightmare," Izuku groaned as he felt his head. He then looked down at his torso and lifted up his undershirt, seeing there was no hole in his abdomen, but why did it feel so real? He got out of bed, still feeling drowsy. After getting dressed, Izuku went into the living room, where his mom sat on the couch watching the morning news. "There you are," she said. "Did you know how worried I was last night? You never answered your phone. I thought one of those zealot murderers got you." Izuku blinked a few times in surprise. I'm sorry, Mom. When I got home you were already asleep and my phone was dead." "That's weird. My phone was dead yesterday, but I don't remember coming home at all." "The next time you plan to stay out so late at least tell me in advance," Inko deadpanned. "Your breakfast is on the table." "Okay." After breakfast, Izuku went to school like normal, but for some odd reason, the sunlight just sapped him of energy. So tired, he groaned at his desk. The school bell would ring soon, and everyone was clamoring to their seats. Izuku's mind was still going over the dream he had. Why did it feel so real? He began to wonder if he was under the effects of someone's quirk when the teacher arrived. "All right, nice to see everyone present for once," he said. "Today's lecture will cover the constellations. Pay attention because we'll have a test about this Saturday. Maybe this will help clear my head." Izuku thought as he prepared his school notebook. It didn't. While the lectures and projects for his classes did help clear his head a little, by lunch Izuku had more questions than answers. And it didn't help that he felt tired every time he stepped outside into the sunlight. He was currently eating by himself under the shade of a tree, enjoying the lunch his mom prepared. That definitely wasn't a dream, he concluded. But does that mean Amono-san really did kill me? If so, then how am I still alive? How was she able to create that light spear? Did her quirk allow her to control light? And what's a sacred gear? And what did she mean by him? And whose voice did I hear after I blacked out? When school ended, Izuku had more questions than answers. It didn't help he felt tired all day. Why is the sun making me feel so weird? He asked himself as he walked home. By the time Izuku made it back to his neighborhood, it had already turned dark with the sun setting in the distance. Strangely, he actually felt rejuvenated. And despite it being so dark, he could see clearly, better than during the day even. Not only that, he could clearly hear people's conversations even if they were a block away. "What is happening to me?" he asked himself. It wasn't obvious till now, but ever since this morning, Izuku felt his body was different somehow. Questions were spinning in his head, about to be unleashed as a mumble storm, when Izuku stopped in his tracks, a cold feeling running down his spine. Am I being followed? Izuku slowly turned around behind him. From where the sun was setting, he could see a shapely figure walking forward toward him. It was a man, middle-aged too. He was dressed in a pale grey trench coat over a white dress shirt with a matching ascot, black breeches and shoes, a pair of black gloves, and a black fedora. "Well, how unfortunate," he said. "Me, bumping into something like you in a place like this." Hesitantly, Izuku took a couple of steps back, instinct telling him that he should run. "Who is this guy?" Trying to run, the man asked as he drew closer. "Tell me, boy, where's your MSTR?" Izuku turned around and ran as fast as he could, not daring to look back. He ran for what felt like hours before he finally stopped. Taking in his surroundings, Izuku saw he was at a small park near his apartment. "I think I lost him," he breathed. "Think again." Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin, screaming as he turned around. The man had somehow followed him. The reason why? He had two large, blackbird-like wings. Those wings. They're like 𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐻. Does that mean they are related? As the man floated up in the air, he looked around, as if searching for something. No sign of your friends or MSTR, and no magic circles being deployed. He then looked to Izuku again, this time with a sadistic grin. Therefore I will assume you are a stray. Stray. MSTR. What is he talking about? Blue light emitted from the palm of his hand, soon forming a spear. That means killing you won't be a problem. Izuku, realizing what was going to happen, tried to run shink. Only to collapse to the ground, a spear of light stuck through his torso. It burns, he gagged painfully. He tried to grab it, but his hands were burned by it. Light is a deadly poison to your kind, the man said. Sorry for giving you so much pain. Looks like I missed the vital organs. The spear of light disappeared and reformed in the man's hand. I won't miss this time. Boom. Gaha, the man gasped from the impact of an explosion hitting his back, causing him to drop his spear, and part of his coat burned to a crisp. The weapon instantly shattered and vanished as it hit the ground. Pardon me, but could you not touch that kid? A third voice asked. 𝐻𝐸𝐴, the man glared at his attacker behind him. I know you, you're the Duke's daughter, right? That's right, the mystery person said, stepping into a streetlight. 𝐸𝐴's Gremory, at your service. How do you do, fallen angel-san? She introduced, performing a bow. Ah, 𝐸𝐴's Gremory. Izuku groaned, looking behind him. He recognized her as the US student he met the other day. Don't tell me that this kid is your property, the man demanded. He is, 𝐸𝐴 smiled like a fox as she folded her arms, and I won't hold back if you kill him. Very well. I'll apologize today, the man released his wings and took off into the air. But I advise you not to let your servant loose again. There are others like me who would prefer to hunt him down. Thanks for the advice, but this city is under my protection, 𝐸𝐴 warned. If any of your friends interfere, don't blame me if you get turned to ashes for it. I'll keep that in mind. My name is 𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐻. Till next time, Gremory Princess. He shouted, flying off into the night air. Izuku was barely able to register what had just happened with the burning hole in his torso. The man was a fallen angel. Did that mean Yuma was a fallen angel too? And how did this 𝐸𝐴's person drive him off? What was happening? He couldn't think anymore as he fell on his face and darkness enveloped his vision. Morning is here. Morning is here. The sound of Izuku's alarm violated his ears. Snorting in irritation, he rubbed his eyes as his sight adjusted to the morning sun. He slowly sat up and slammed his alarm shut. Here. I'm still alive. Izuku muttered to himself groggily. I thought that guy with the black wings was trying to kill me, then that red-haired girl saved my life. He gave out a tired yawn. I guess it really was just a bad dream. He flipped the sheets off his body, only to look down to realize something very, very wrong. Here. I'm naked. Then he noticed something else. His head twitched like a clock as he slowly turned his head. Next to him in his bed was 𝐸𝐴's, sleeping soundly in the nd. His mind was a blur, unable to comprehend what was happening. There, lying in his bed, was a appealing girl from Yuhai. How the hell did that manage to even happen? Izuku whispered, BLD slowly dripping from his nose and Junior standing in attention. There's a naked girl next to me. Oh my god, what do I dash? A sudden, sharp pain exploded in his head like a bullet had just bolted through, causing him to clutch his eyes and temple. Unfortunately, this caused the girl to stir from her sleep. She ummed softly as her eyes fluttered open. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she sat up and faced Izuku in all her naked glory. Oh, good morning Izuku-kun. Go, good morning, Izuku nodded shyly. And, 𝐻𝐸𝐴 smiled, what is it? 𝐼𝐺𝐿𝐼𝐵, he whispered, unable to finish. That's fine, she smiled slyly, cupping her mounds. In fact, you can look at them all you like. Here. Izuku gasped, BLD running from his nose. He shook his head and wiped the BLD from his nose. What? What's going on? How did we get here? How did you fight off that guy with the wings? And how do you know my name? One question at a time, Rias laughed. That man was a fallen angel, and he is our natural enemy. And I brought you here through a magic circle. Here. Magic? 𝐒𝐿 said in disbelief. He blushed as Rias gently cupped his face and caressed his cheek. That's right, Rias purred. You see, I'm a devil and also your MSTR. A pleasure to meet you, my Doria 𝐒𝐿. And please, call me Rias-san for now. Rias-san. You're a devil. 𝐒𝐿 blinked, trying his best not to gaze too much at the older girl's hourglass figure. You mean fire and brimstone, horns and pitchforks kind of devil? Oh, no. Nothing like that, love, Rias laughed, waving it off. She sat on the edge of the bed next to him and rested her hand against her knee. While humans tend to look at us that way, devils are hardly anything like that. Right, 𝐒𝐿 ped his head. Ria's smile turned mischievous as an idea formed in her head. Scooting closer, she looped her arms over his and rested her head on his own. Rias-san. 𝐒𝐿 blushed brighter. What are you dash? Well, if you want to get to know your companion, start by sitting side down with them side by side, Rias elaborated. That's dating now, you know. I bet from here on out you'll never make the boorish mistake of sitting across from your date, will you? She emphasized her point by squeezing her perky NPL against his arm. 𝐒𝐿's eyes grew large as his face became bright red, sweating intensely. His breathing intensified. Rias just continued teasing him, stroking her fingers over his bare chest like a brush on paper. Then, she leaned her lips close to his ear and blew a gentle breeze. Shuddering, 𝐒𝐿 backed up to the other side of his bed. Rias couldn't help but giggle, looking at his embarrassed face. It's really fun to tease him like this. As she looked around his room, Rias noted all the All Might merchandise he had. I knew you were a hero fanboy, especially All Might, but this is a bit much. Somehow 𝐒𝐿's blush turned redder. I greatly admire him. Then, to his abject horror, he could hear footsteps approaching his door with his mother's voice coming closer. 𝐒𝐿. Don't tell me you're oversleeping. If I have to drag you out of bed, I will. 𝐒𝐿 began to panic as he jumped from his bed. CRP. It's Mom. How am I gonna explain this? Oh God, 𝐒𝐿. The same pain from before rocketed through him. And, like before, the pain lasted only for a short moment before it subsided just as quickly. Why does that keep happening? That's normal for devils, Rias explained, not looking the least bit worried that 𝐒𝐿's mother was about to walk in on them. Just thinking of God, let alone praying to him, is enough to give you a headache. Never mind. We have to get decent. No, I have to get decent, and I need you to hide before Mom sees you. At least put on a shirt. 𝐒𝐿 shouted, trying to reach over his bed to find something to cover his legs. Unfortunately, he didn't get far enough as 𝐭𝐻 had already opened the door. 𝐒𝐿, breakfast is almost ready. So get out of bed. She lost track of her words upon seeing the crimson-haired girl in her son's bed in her birthday suit. Not only that, 𝐒𝐿 was above her with both of his hands on either side of her head, also but naked. 𝐭𝐻's face was the definition of shock. Her eyes bulged and her mouth opened so wide you could lay eggs in it. 𝐒𝐿 didn't fare any better. He couldn't do anything else but smile nervously at the sight of his mother with sweat pouring from his face. Rias, on the other hand, was the only one who didn't look remotely disturbed as she gave a winning smile. You must be 𝐒𝐿-kun's mother. Good morning. I'm Rias Gremory. Hello, Rias-chan, 𝐭𝐻 could only say. Slowly edging away from the door, she said, I'll let you carry on while I finish breakfast. She slowly closed the door. 𝐒𝐿 just stared and uttered, Oh dear God, please let me fly away. He then winced as he felt another headache. Rias simply giggled before she stood up. She soon began to get dressed, her clothes neatly placed in the corner of the room. How's your stomach? She asked. 𝐒𝐿 then remembered he was stabbed last night. How did I teleported us back to your room and stayed with you to heal your injury, she replied as she put on a skirt. It works best when we're in the ND, so I used you as a hug pillow. 𝐒𝐿 went lava red once again, his head steaming. A haughty, almost lustful smirk appeared on Ria's face, and I must say, I never expected someone of your age to be so mighty. Izuku's nose began to bleed as his whole head turned a darker shade of red. And don't worry, we're still versions. Why are you doing this? Because teasing you is so much fun. The walk to his school was far longer than usual. Izuku's face was one of complete and total embarrassment throughout the way. As he got closer to his school, more students saw who he was with. The boys were glaring daggers at him, their faces twisted in looks of envy. The girls were whispering at each other with looks of either confusion and wonder or total suspicion. The cause of all this? How about the fact that Rias was walking next to him with her arm looped around his? She was so close he could smell her strawberry perfume. It was so intoxicating. Rias-san. Izuku began, just barely able to form that sentence. Do you have to stand so close to me? Izuku asked, hesitant. After what happened last night, I didn't want to take the chance. Rias smiled at him, not minding the looks. Besides, most guys would kill to be where you are now. Yeah, I can see that. Izuku muttered nervously, looking at the murderous glares from most of the male half of the crowd. Rias couldn't help but look at his face in amusement. It was in such a deep crimson that it could easily be matched with her crimson hair. You haven't been this close to a girl before, have you? And not recently, Izuku admitted shyly. Or other than my mom, and sometimes Takamaki-san, I can't say I have much experience with girls. I tend to freeze up whenever any girl gets close to me, let alone a pretty one. Oh dear, Rias said cheerfully, so you think I'm pretty? Don't a lot of people do? Izuku stuttered. He was still red in the face and Rias was loving every second of it. Well, your mother seemed to think so. She's a rather sweet woman, Rias replied. Izuku didn't give a response as his face became somewhat uncertain. Instead, his mind wandered back to how breakfast went. Izuku, I'm so happy. You finally brought a friend over. And it's a girl. 𝐿 cried as she hugged her son, squeezing him tight, tears of happiness flying from her eyes like fountains. I can't believe this is happening. My baby boy brought over a girl to visit. And a very cute one too. Oh Izuku, I'm so happy for you. You're growing up so fast. Mom. Please. Izuku pleaded, trying to escape from the smoothing of his mother. Not in front of Rias-san. Oh, you, 𝐿 smiled, letting go of her son and wiping away her tears. Don't be so shy. It's natural for boys your age to do this and that with a girl like her. Me and Hisoshi didn't do it until we were in high school, but you get my drift. She giggled as her face became flushed. It was fun to have him underneath me in the sack, Mom. Izuku groaned, his face red. I don't need to know how you had me. So, Rias-chan was it? 𝐿 asked, turning to the other woman at the table. Sorry for being like that. It's been so long since my son brought anyone home and I got a little emotional. Please, don't mind me. It's fine, Mrs. Midoriya, Rias assured, having enjoyed the emotional woman's show. Oh, there's no need to be so formal, dear. You can call me 𝐿 if you want, 𝐿 insisted. Pardon me for asking, but are you a US student? Yes, Rias confirmed. I'm currently a first year in the General Studies course. And I must say, I didn't expect you to look so young. I thought you were his older sister for a moment. Oh my! 𝐿 giggled daintily. Most of the people on my side of the family do appear young even in adulthood. The only thing negative about it is that it's rather tough to get jobs or need to show ID to get certain things. She sighed and cleared her throat behind her fist. So Rias-chan, how did you and my son meet? I was walking home from school about a week ago when I met him watching some heroes stop some purse snatchers, Rias explained, not missing a beat. He was taking notes about the heroes, and when I approached him he looked like he was about to have a heart attack. When he finally calmed down we talked for a bit and he told me about how he wanted to become a great hero like All Might. We stayed a little later than we thought yesterday, so we went home together. Izuku blinked at how quickly Rias answered. He had to admit that it was a nice save. He wasn't sure how he would explain the events of yesterday to his mother. But how did Rias know about him wanting to become a hero? So that's the case, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded. Just promise that you'll keep my son safe. I'll do what I can, 𝐒𝐭𝐴-san, Rhys promised her. With a groan, Izuku said, thanks for stopping Mom from making a fuss about, why no? He was somewhat thankful that Rhys had altered his mother's memories of seeing them naked, but he wasn't sure he liked that she did it. Rhys giggled at that as they arrived at Izuku's school, where the stares intensified, and gossip had already erupted from them. OMG! Who is that with Midoriya-kun? No way! Is that a 𝐂𝐻 student? Are they dating? Really? Are they dating? Why? Would a 𝐂𝐻 student date a quirkless kid like him? But they do look pretty cute together. Like an Ituto, Wanisama kind of couple. Where? So cute. DMNU, Midoriya. Gah. As if things weren't bad enough for me here, Izuku groaned. Hey, don't be so negative. They are right about one thing, Rhys grinned at him with a glint in her eyes. Her teeth, he noticed, looked rather sharp. Though he couldn't help but feel enchanted by her smile. Maybe it was just part of her charm. We do look pretty cute together. Izuku looked away in shyness. Please stop teasing me, Izuku stammered. You're too cute, she said playfully, poking him on the cheek. Anyway, I have to head over to you now. I'll send someone to pick you up later. Okay, Izuku nodded. Where should I wait? Just wait in your class. See you later. She gave a ladylike wave and a wink before turning around to her class, making sure to put an extra swing in her steps. Izuku naturally stared as she left, her backside hypnotic. He realized what he was doing and quickly shook himself out of it. Turning around, he saw a bunch of male students glaring at him. This won't end well. Izuku leaned over his chair trying to ignore the stares from the rest of his classmates. It didn't seem to be working as he was practically in the center of the room. It had been like that all day. Even Bakugo was glaring daggers, wondering how the hell Izuku got a pretty girl from 𝐂𝐻 to accompany him to school. This is gonna stay with me for a long time, isn't it? Izuku muttered from under his breath. Classes had ended a little while ago, and he was currently waiting for whoever Rhys had sent to pick him up. Midoriya-san. The quiet voice of Milia spoke up. Izuku turned his head to her. Yeah. What is it, Takamaki-san? Izuku asked, feeling a little relaxed with the pleasant face in front of him. Is it true? Milia asked, did you really arrive at school with Gremory-senpai today? Izuku blinked a couple of times. You know her? You could say that, Milia replied. Let's say we're in similar social circles. Izuku nodded. Yeah, she did come with me. Oh. That's interesting, Milia replied. You know, I don't think Gremory-senpai has ever been seen dating anyone for a long time. If she has her eyes set on you, she must find you very special. Really? Izuku muttered. What's so special about me? Your unwavering kindness, for one, but whatever the case is I think she might have made the right choice in picking you, Milia smiled, pressing the rim on her glasses, her face adorned with a light blush. Izuku felt a chill go up his spine from the way Milia looked at him. When was it that girls started getting so weird, he thought to himself, looking away nervously while blushing. Bakugo scowled at the two, having a hard time believing that Deku was so oblivious to Milia's crush on him. Idiots, he growled. Izuku's waiting seemed to finally come to an end when the door opened, causing all the girls in the room to flush with heavy breathing and dreamy sighs, and some of the boys to all sulk and mumble in envy. Izuku didn't have to look to see the cause of the commotion, but he did anyway. It was a boy the same age as him, Kiba Yuto of Class B. He had short blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in the uniform for boys that appeared to be neatly pressed, and brown loafers. Izuku had heard that Yuto was considered by many to be Aldera Junior High's Prince Charming. For good reason too, as plenty of girls seemed to flock around him pretty much all the time. He was the epitome of a perfect gentleman, though was also seen as the bane of many boys for attracting such pretty girls, evident by the sight of a few boys scowling at him in contempt. Yuto hadn't even managed to move from the doorway before he got mobbed by a group of girls. Being the gentleman he was, He accommodated the girls for a short time before politely excusing himself and walking over to Izuku's desk. "Hi," Yuto smiled, "Midoriya-kun." Yeah," Izuku replied. "Ria-san asked me to come get you," Yuto told him. "Would you mind following me?" Sure." Izuku nodded, standing up with his bag. "Ria-san, does he mean that red-headed girl?" one girl said. "Then what happened this morning was real." "That you student sent Kiba-kun for him," a second girl blinked. "Why?" "No clue." "Is it me, or do they look like a yaoi pairing?" a third girl squealed. "Kia. Akiba x Midoriya pairing. That's so hot." "What the thing hell?" Bakugo grumbled, not sure how to process what was happening before him. The school's pretty boy took Deku away to see some hot chick, with all the girls in class squeeing over the two like they were leads in a boys' love manga. "Can we please go now?" Izuku asked, starting to get very uncomfortable. Yeah, we're leaving now," Yuto laughed in a good-natured way as they both left for the hallway. "I'm sure you have plenty of questions to ask." "Yeah, I do," Izuku nodded. The two remained silent for the rest of the trip. The trip in itself took longer than Izuku thought and in a familiar direction. "Are we heading to UA?" "To one of the more public buildings, yes," Yuto answered. While most of UA's campus was not open to the public, there were some areas made for public use, like the clubs hosted by the General Studies student body. Izuku started to get nervous. This wasn't how he expected his first trip to UA to be like. He began to sweat a little when they eventually reached the destination, a two-story building that looked like it was straight out of a horror movie. There was a sign above the front door that read Occult Research Club. "Occult Research? Ria-san will explain everything." "Come on." Yuto opened the door and held it open for Izuku. "We mustn't keep her waiting," Yuto urged him. Izuku nodded and followed Yuto inside. The inside, unlike the outside, was rather nice. Old Gothic-style furniture and marble floors gave it a rather nice touch. If only there was better lighting, as the inside still looked like a horror movie set. "And here we are," Yuto said, opening the last door in the hall. Izuku stepped inside and looked around the room. Looking around, he could see that several sofas and tables were set up together orderly. There was even a pentagram in a corner, and a few paintings hanging on the wall. Sitting on one of the sofas was a young girl, likely a year younger than Izuku at least, quietly munching on a pastry. She was a short, petite girl with white hair and hazel eyes. At the front, her hair had two long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back had a short bob cut. She also wore a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. "Koneko-chan," Yuto said, grabbing the shorter girl's attention, "I'm sure you already know about Midoriya-kun." Koneko turned her eyes to Izuku and studied him silently. Hello." Izuku greeted quietly. Koneko simply gave a curt nod before going back to eating her sweets. "You'll get used to it," Yuto told him. "Koneko doesn't really get along with new people much till she knows them better." "I'll take your word for it," Izuku nodded, glancing aside. "Is there anyone else?" "No, not yet. Right now, the club hasn't been finalized yet," Yuto answered. "Once we start attending we'll need at least 2 more people in order to officially form the ORC." Izuku blinked a few times at what Yuto said. "Wait, you're applying for UA too?" "Only for the general studies. I'm not interested in being a hero." Izuku nodded, glancing aside. He had heard that not everyone who went to UA applied for the heroics department, but he never met anyone like that till now. He blinked as he turned to another room that was scented off, the sound of rushing water coming from it. "Wait, is that a shower that I hear?" "That would be Ria-san," Yuto told him. "She's a stickler for cleanliness." So she had a shower installed in the clubroom. That's not even Hess yet. Eventually, the sound of a shower turning off was heard. A minute later, Ria stepped out of the room. "Oh good, you're here." She stepped out dressed in her uniform and combed her hair, the scent of the body wash still fresh on her. "Glad you could make it, Izuku-kun." Yeah sure." Izuku blushed at the nickname Ria's gave him. "I'm sure you would like some answers now, correct?" Izuku nodded. Rias then sat down at the desk. I'll be blunt then. Remember when I told you that I was a devil? Yeah, well, so is everyone else here, and that includes you. With a snap of her fingers, jet black wings stretched out from the backs of her, Yuto, and Koneko, which didn't seem to shred their clothing from the way they shot out. Izuku felt something pulse in his back before the very same wings jumped out from behind him as well, much to his disturbance. Here. What? Izuku gasped, looking at the black objects sticking out from him. This is real. I'm not dreaming. I assure you, my Doria-kun, this is very real, said Yuto. It's a lot to take in, believe me. I'll continue, Rias said, folding her arms. The reality is that not just devils, but angels, fallen angels, and other supernatural beings exist. Some are benevolent, and others are not. In terms of us devils, we make pacts with humans to obtain power, while fallen angels use humans as tools to destroy us. Moreover, God has commanded the angels to destroy both us and the fallen angels. We've been in a three-way standoff for a long time now. Izuku blinked a few more times. You're right, Kiba-kun. This is a lot to take in. Angels. Fallen angels. Devils. They were all real. And now he was a devil too. What did this all mean? How did he get roped all into this? Questions went through Izuku's head as he sat on one of the sofas in the ORC room. What does this have to do with me? Remember the night you were killed? Izuku's response was a mix of shock and terror. Your Data Monoyuma was really a fallen angel called Reina. I'm still not sure how or why, but lately several fallen angels have been gathering in this city. Reina was likely ordered to kill you because of your sacred gear. If I had known what kind of danger you were in, we would have intervened the moment you met her. Sacred gear. Oh yeah. I remember Reina mentioned that. What is it? Sacred gears, or God's artifacts as some call them, are items with powerful abilities bestowed upon certain humans, Rias answered. Think of them as like very special quirks. In fact, many powerful and influential humans throughout history had sacred gears. You've likely heard of a few of them. King Arthur Pendragon, Joan of Arc, Hercules, Beowulf, Sinbad the Sailor, Guan Yu, and those are just a handful of them. Those are all legendary heroes from various stories all over the world, Izuku realized. Right on the money, Rias smiled again. You see, every religion, every pantheon that has ever been mentioned is or was real. Stories throughout each legend have at least a few heroes who have a sacred gear. But only humans or those with human ancestry are born with sacred gears. As such, devils, angels, and fallen angels often have to turn to humans who have these powers. Izuku then looked to where the hole should be in his stomach. Is that why you turned me into a devil? Yes, Rias nodded. When I met you the other day, I saw something interesting in you, so I decided to keep a close eye. Do you remember this? From a drawer, she pulled out a very familiar flyer. Izuku recognized it right away. Wait, that's the flyer that one girl gave me. Right, said Rias. As I said, a devil needs a signed contract to use a human's power. To forge an agreement with that human, a devil must complete their wishes, and then they gain something else of equal price in return. However, humans who draw pentagrams these days are almost non-existent, so we use things like this flyer to create contracts. Izuku nodded. He was still having trouble taking this all in. On one hand, he was now a devil. On the other hand, he would probably be dead if it wasn't for Rias. So, I'm a devil now, and also your servant. Right. Rias smiled. High-class devils like me need a peerage, or a team of servants, to rise up in the ranks of the devils. The more interesting the servants, the more that devil is recognized. Izuku nodded. But wait, that guy last night thought I was a stray. What does that mean? Exactly what it sounds like, Rias answered. A stray devil is a devil with no MSTR, either because their MSTR died or the stray killed them to obtain freedom. Considering she turned me into a devil without my say in it, I can see one reason why. Izuku thought to himself. Have you heard about some of the murders going on in Musutafu? Yeah, the news said that religious fanatics were the cause, Izuku said, still feeling on edge. And they're not entirely wrong, Rias confirmed. Some of those murders are caused by stray devils, wantonly devouring any human unfortunate enough to wander in their parlor. But that's only a few of the murders. Most are caused by fallen angels, stray priests, and demon slayers. They kill humans who come into contact with us, believing them to be tainted. They are especially dangerous to us because their powers are supported by the prayer of God. This city has been put under my protection, and it's my job to keep any more tragedies from happening. So then, you're like Musutafu's secret warriors? Izuku asked. For the most part, Yuto nodded. Wow, Izuku looked down at the floor and shuffled his feet. He honestly didn't know what to think anymore. I need to get some air. I need time to process this. Understandable, Rias nodded. You can go on ahead. Thank you. With a bow, Izuku stood up and went to the door to walk out. He had forgotten about the wings on his back, causing them to get caught in the doorway. Izuku pulled hard against the door, groaning as he struggled to break free. Sorry about that, Rias said quickly. She snapped her fingers, making Izuku's wings vanish. The momentum caused him to fall flat on his face with a thud. Izuku twitched slightly before slowly getting back up and walking away, grumbling. He seems to have taken it better than expected, Yuto said. It did look like he felt conflicted though, Kaneko spoke. Perhaps, but I did that to save him, Rias said. I'm sure he'll be ready after he's had some time to think. Izuku stepped out of the building, NSNG the bruise on his head. He wasn't sure what to think. He had been turned into a devil, a demon of sorts. What did it mean for his humanity? His life? Was he going to have to give up on his dream? The sunlight draining him right as he stepped outside certainly didn't help. I don't even know what to think, he groaned. Looking around, he spotted a bench not far from the ORC building and decided to sit down. Sacred gear. I don't even know what I have, but it's apparently powerful enough that a fallen angel tried to kill me because of it. Does that mean it's as powerful as All Might's quirk, or even greater? Wouldn't that mean other heroes are really using sacred gears instead of quirks? If so, then if I can master my sacred gear I can be a hero. But what would Kaken think about it? I think he would be rather envious. Gah! Izuku looked up and saw Rias standing nearby, a slight look of amusement on her face. How long have you been there? Long enough, she replied. Was that one of your famous mumble sessions? Yeah. How did you dash? Yuto-kun told me about them. Rias then sat down next to him. I take it you're still unsure. I am, Izuku answered. Don't get me wrong, I am grateful to you for saving me, but I didn't ask to become a devil. Yes, I know. Sorry, Rias sighed. Listen, you're probably thinking that becoming a devil means you'll have to give up your humanity, right? Isn't that what people usually say? Izuku said. In my opinion, humanity is an ideal and not a state of being, she continued. There are humans that act more twisted and evil than any devil, such as certain villains like Toxic Chainsaw. Such humans are so twisted that even most devils want nothing to do with them. Just because you're a devil doesn't quite mean you stop being human or stop acting like one. So basically, the only thing that sets me apart from other humans is the wings on my back and aversion to light. Izuku questioned. You'll get used to sunlight eventually. Devils also don't normally have quirks, and there are several cultural differences, Rias said. But other than that, devils aren't all that different from humans. It's one of the reasons why contracts between both races are so simple. Each side has something they want, whether it's sinful or not. Izuku muttered, thinking about her words. Rias-san, he began. Even though I'm a devil now, do you think I can be a hero? Rias smiled, and said, yes. I believe you have what it takes to be a hero. It took a moment for her words to sink in, but when they did Izuku began sobbing. But these were tears of joy. Rias reached over and hugged him, placing his head in her ample bosom as he wept. The next day after school, Rias and Izuku met at a small park to begin his training. The U entrance exam was 4.5 months away, and Izuku needed to both learn about his sacred ge's abilities and bulk up. Currently, Izuku, in a mint green tracksuit, was doing laps around a park near his apartment. What was slowing him down was a large tire with a rope tied around it and connected to his waist, with Rias sitting on that tire, wearing the standard gym uniform. The combined weight was making him work harder, making him sweat out like a fountain, water droplets forming into a dark stained path in the dirt as he went. "Hey, don't slack off," Rias said, her arms folded. "If you slow down I'll add 10 more laps." "Sorry," Izuku breathed tiredly, "gonna try harder." "You'd better," Rias answered back. "In the world of devils, strength is absolute. The stronger you are, the easier it is to rise up in ranks. I can't have any of my servants getting weak, so a training regiment is to be done every day. This is also in preparation for the 𝐂𝐲 entrance exam, so get moving." Hi, Izuku groaned. Not long after he finished jogging, Rias immediately had him doing push-ups. That in itself wouldn't have been too much of a problem despite his muscles being already sore, but the pressure was added on with having to do 100 of them, and Rias was sitting on top of his back. She wasn't heavy of course, but having someone sit on top of you while you were doing push-ups just made things harder. 64, remind me again. 65, why you're. 66, on my back. Izuku asked, his voice wheezing in the midst of his push-ups. "You need to increase your stamina a lot more than it already is," Rias said to him plainly. "Power means nothing if you can't handle it. Your abilities will be more powerful if your basic physical stamina becomes stronger. And if your body is unfit, then your magic and demonic power could wear it down." Stamina. 69, fit body. 70, got it. 71. If you're talking while doing push-ups, it must mean that you've improved, Rias said, a sly look appearing on her face. "Shall I add another 100? "No." Izuku quickly shouted. "Then come on. Go faster." "Alright." 75. She's enjoying this a little too much. By the time Izuku had gotten to 100, his muscles were pulsing and aching, and he could do nothing but lay flat on his face in exhaustion. He gave a silent groan, wishing he could just crawl back into bed again. "Good job," said Rias. "You managed to finish within the time allowed. I'm impressed." She took out a water bottle from her bag and handed it to Izuku. "Thank you." Izuku greedily took the bottle and began to chug the liquid. As he finished half of the bottle, Rias said, "Now we can start learning more about your sacred gear." Izuku put away the half-finished bottle. "So, what should I do to use it?" "First we need to figure out what it is." Rias then grabbed hold of his left hand, causing the younger boy to blush. "From what I can tell it seems to be within your left hand. Try focusing your feelings into your hand." Okay." Izuku closed his eyes, doing what he was told. Suddenly, an armored bracer emerged from his hand. It was red with yellow accents and a green jewel on top of the palm area. "Holy whoa! I did it! But what is it?" Rias took a good, long look over Izuku's sacred gear. I'm not sure. It may be in a dormant state at the moment." Suddenly, it disappeared. What happened?" Rias sighed. "It looks like you still have some way to go," she then smirked. "But if you can keep training, I'm sure you'll be able to get it up and keep it up for a long time." This caused Izuku's face to once again turn lava red. "WHYD did you say it like that?" "Because you're too easy." A week into his new life as a devil, Izuku was jogging by himself at the park. Rias, Yuto, and Koneko were busy fulfilling contracts. Izuku was rather surprised by how simple and straightforward working as a devil was. He had to send out pamphlets that served as tools to summon a devil the previous night. According to Rias, in the devil world, it was essential to rise through the ranks and gain recognition. There were 3 ways of doing that. Military accomplishments were the fastest way but were very difficult because they were often dangerous. The 3 factions were also at a ceasefire, so that would also make things difficult. Making contracts with humans was the most common way, but it was also tedious and had the longest route. The 3rd and final way was through a rating game, but Rias said she would go into a deeper explanation of that later. After spending the day handing out flyers to people, the night came and it was time to answer the clients. A common thing most devils had was the ability to teleport through magic circles. They would have to use these portals to reach clients quickly. But since his demonic power was still incredibly low, Izuku couldn't simply teleport to the clients and thus was forced to ride a bike to them. Between his schoolwork and his training, Izuku was only able to do a couple of jobs, but one of them ended rather disturbingly. The image of the muscle man Miltan in a very revealing magical girl cosplay still haunted him. At least now he was able to summon his sacred gear more easily, but he and Rias still didn't know what it was yet. Rias had said that part of the reason she went to this meeting was to look for any information about it. Izuku wanted to learn more about his sacred gear, but for now, he focused on his training. As he neared Dagobah Municipal Beach Park, he noticed a couple of girls hauling away some old microwaves. The first was rather petite with a slender build and is a little shorter than Izuku. Her hair is short, only around chin length, and is dark purple in color with an asymmetrical fringe, and two lighter streaks shaped like sound waves on either side of her head. But her most prominent features are the flexible, plug-like earphone jacks hanging from each of her earlobes at the end of two thin cords. She was wearing a dark purple tank top and black sweatpants with white sneakers. The other girl had a rather mature figure, being slightly taller than Rias, with long black hair tied into a spiky ponytail with a single bang hanging on the right side of her face. They also seemed to be about the same age as Izuku. Her attire was similar to the first girl's, only she had a light red tank top that revealed a bit of her sports bra and short jeans that stopped just above her knees. The girl with the earlobes seemed to be in pain. "Don't give up yet, Kyoka. We're almost done for the day," the taller girl encouraged. "I can't keep up." Suddenly, the earlobe girl, Kyoka, tripped on something and began to fall. She screamed, closing her eyes, but nothing broke her fall. "You okay?" Opening her eyes, Kyoka saw that Izuku had caught the microwave, which helped stop her fall. Yeah. Thanks." Izuku and Kyoka put down the microwave next to a trash bin, which had several other microwaves, an old refrigerator, and a couple of bags of scrap next to it. What are you guys doing?" Izuku asked them. "Just cleaning up the beach," the other girl answered. "That beach?" Izuku pointed at the giant piles of trash that littered the beach. "I've heard that because of the ocean currents, things dumped into the water wash up here. People use that so they can illegally dump their trash. Why are you cleaning it?" "Well, we're trying to clean it up as a workout. We're applying to 𝐻𝐸 in a few months." Izuku's eyes widened in surprise when the other girl said this. A friend recommended it, saying it would also help give back to the community, which is what heroes from before the rise of quirks did. "You're applying to 𝐻𝐸 too," he said. "Yep," Kyoka breathed. "But I might die before then." "You lasted this long, so you'll be fine," said the well-endowed girl. "Anyway, I'm Yorozu Momo." She gestured to Kyoka, who was still breathing. "And this is Gyro Kyoka." Kyoka simply waved as she drank the water. "And you are?" "Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku." Izuku stuttered, causing the two girls to laugh a little. He then blinked as realization dawned on him. "I think I know you too. Weren't you saved from a sludge villain by All Might a few months ago?" Momo gave a nervous laugh. "Yeah. It hasn't been easy these last few months, and not just because of the training." Izuku then looked back at the trash-covered beach, wondering why he or Rias didn't think of it. "You've been trying to clean up the beach by the 𝐻𝐸 exams. How long have you been at it?" "Around 5 months now," Momo answered. "We started in May." "Oh wow. That sounds nearly impossible." "I said the same thing," Kyoka grunted. "We can get it done in time," said Momo. "If we keep moving forward, we'll both be in 𝐻𝐸 before we know it." Izuku smiled at them. They were just as serious about getting into 𝐻𝐸 as him. "I'm sure you two can do it. We all will if we work hard," Izuku said, clenching his fist. "I need to get going. Good luck." Izuku then continued on his jog. "Maybe I'll stop by and help sometimes." "Please Dio." Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at Kyoka's plea. As he continued on his jog, his mind wandered back to the girls, wondering who their friend was. Izuku then tripped. "Oh great." Izuku closed his eyes as he took a nose dive, expecting to hit the hard ground, only to not. Opening his eyes, 𝐒𝐿 gasped when he realized he was floating in the air, a brown-haired girl next to him. "Are you okay?" the girl asked in a sweet voice as 𝐒𝐿 started struggling in midair. 𝐒𝐿 steadied himself as the girl set him back on the ground. She was more or less the same height as him, with her hair styled in a bob cut with 2 bangs going along the side of her face on each side. She had brown eyes and a permablush on her face. But her most distinguishing feature was the animal paw-like pads on her fingers. She was wearing a pink t-shirt and black shorts and white loafers. Thanks for that," 𝐒𝐿 stuttered. "It's no problem," she said nicely. "I'm sorry for using my quirk on you without asking, but it was kinda my fault you fell like that." "Hey." Looking back, 𝐒𝐿 saw that what he tripped on was a light pink 1,000-gram dumbbell. "You doing training here?" "Yeah. Trying to prep for the U entrance exam." 𝐒𝐿 blinked a few times. "You're the 3rd girl today I've met who's training for UA." "Really?" "Yeah. There are these 2 girls trying to clean up Dagobah Beach for their training." The girl blinked a few times. "That sounds impossible." "I said the same thing." The 2 had a quick chuckle. "Oh, I'm Uraraka, by the way. Uraraka 𝐒𝐭𝐼. I'm Midoriya 𝐒𝐿." The 2 chatted for a bit, 𝐒𝐭𝐼 explaining that she's practicing lifting heavy objects for as long as she can so she won't get sick, demonstrating with her putting away her equipment by floating them into her bag. 𝐒𝐿 immediately noted that her quirk can easily be used in rescue operations with how it can lift both injured people but also debris, both surprising and impressing the brunette. Eventually, 𝐒𝐼 needed to leave. "See you later," she said before heading off. "He sure was cute," she thought to herself as she left. 𝐒𝐿 was about to continue his jog when he realized something. "I just talked to 3 different girls like it was nothing." A little while later, 𝐒𝐿 was hanging onto a low branch, doing pull-ups. 96, 97, 98, 99, 1 wow. "Hey." 𝐒𝐿 looked toward the source, and saw a girl on the ground, having tripped. It was a girl of medium height, but instead of hair, she had green, thorn-covered vines. The vines were of manageable length, just above her waist, though she had a light blue scarf with a floral border covering her head. Her attire consisted of a long-sleeved, ankle-length green dress along with a turquoise shawl and light green boots. In front of her was an open suitcase, bits of clothes spewed about, along with a silver cross necklace. "Ow," she groaned. "Why did I trip like that?" 𝐒𝐿, without hesitation, ran over to her, offering his hand. "Hey, you okay?" "Yes, thank you," she said as she took 𝐒�l's hand. Now that she was standing up, 𝐒𝐿 saw that she was a little taller than him. She gave a slight bow before turning to her scattered belongings, sighing. "I can help pick this up," 𝐒𝐿 offered. "Oh, thank you." It didn't take long for them to pick up the discarded clothing. But the silver cross gave 𝐒𝐿 some trouble. Looking at it alone gave him chills. When he tried to touch it, his hand felt like it was on fire. Even when he picked it up by the chain, his hand felt like it was over a hot stove. 𝐒𝐿 did his best to ignore the pain, giving the cross back to the girl. "Thank you very much, sir," she said, taking the cross from 𝐒𝐿. "It wasn't any problem," 𝐒𝐿 replied. "My hand's numb." "Are you traveling?" "Not exactly," she put the necklace away in her bag. "I'm trying to find the church in this city, and got lost." "Church? Does she mean the old church near the Coruscant ward? Isn't it abandoned?" "I think I know where the church is. Would you like me to take you?" The girl's eyes widened in surprise before she smiled. "Really? Oh, thank you. This must be an act of God's divine grace," she said, making a sign of the cross with her hand. A sharp pain rocketed through 𝐒�l's head, causing him to GG. "Ah. What's wrong?" "And nothing," 𝐒�l said, the pain now gone. "Just a little migraine. There's nothing wrong with me. Let's go." With that, 𝐒�l led the way, with the confused girl not far behind. But before they could get far, the sound of a young boy crying caught their attention. Without hesitating, the girl ran over to him. "Hey. Are you okay?" she asked. The boy only kept crying. A large cut on his knee was the case of the boy's distress. It's okay. She placed her hands over the boy's knee. 2 small, silver rings with a light green gem appeared on her middle fingers. A light green glow then appeared over the boy's knee. Izuku's arm suddenly began to ache. Izuku's and the boy's eyes widened as the cut disappeared along with the glow. "There, all better," said the girl. She was right. The boy's knee was completely healed. "Oh, wow. Thanks, Wani-chan." As the boy ran off, waving goodbye and thanking her while doing so, Izuku asked, "Was that a quirk?" "Oh, no," she replied. "It's a miraculous power to heal granted to me by God." Izuku realized that only one other thing that light could have been, a sacred gear. She has a sacred gear, too. Is that why my hand ached like that? He looked at his left hand, which held his sacred gear. She's able to both freely summon it and use its power. Right now I can only summon mine for about 10 minutes, and even then I still don't know what it can do. Clenching his fist, Izuku and the girl continued on their way to the church. After about 20 minutes of walking, the two reached the edge of the Coruscant ward, the church in plain view atop a hill. "Ah! This is it. I'm so glad," the girl exclaimed. Izuku, however, had a harsh chill running throughout his body. "My body won't stop shaking. It must be because of how close I am to the church. Well, I should be going now." "No, wait," she gripped hold of Izuku's arm. "Let me repay you for your help. Do you want to stay for tea?" I can't." Izuku did his best to stop his body from shaking. "I need to get home soon, or my mom will get worried." He wasn't exactly lying. "We never properly introduced each other, did we? My name's Midoriya Izuku." "I'm Shiozaki Ibara," she bowed. "It was a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya-san. I hope to see you again soon." Once he got back to the club room, Rias inquired as to why he was late. Once Izuku explained what happened, she wasn't exactly pleased. "You cannot go near a church ever again." Izuku hung his head low, muttering sorry as Rias lectured him. "To devils like us, the church is enemy territory. Simply stepping into one would cause major problems for both angels and devils. It wouldn't be surprising if you were stabbed by a spear of light if you got too close." Izuku notably flinched at that. "And never get near anyone who has any sort of relationship with the church. Especially priests and exorcists." "I'm sorry," Izuku muttered for the 10th time. "You should be. Priests and exorcists are our mortal enemies, and it's likely at least one was near that church. They've been blessed by God, so they have the power to destroy us. A devil hit by a divine holy power like that will be destroyed, with no hope of returning. This is something very important. Do you understand?" "I'm sorry, Rias-san." Rias simply sighed. "I'm just glad you're safe. Just promise you'll be more careful from now on." "Yes, I promise, Rias-san." The next day after school, Izuku spent most of the day training with Rias, though for some reason Rias seemed slightly off. Izuku wanted to ask why, but lugging around 2 tires with her sitting on them made that difficult. After training had finished, Rias asked him to hand out flyers for the day and report back to the club room, not giving Izuku a chance to ask. As he placed the last few flyers in the mailboxes of an apartment complex, Izuku went over what happened to him over the past week in his head. "I'm still having a hard time believing it. Just last week, I was a normal quirkless kid who dreamed of being a hero. Then I met someone who said they could help me achieve my dream, only for them to reveal they're a fallen angel and kill me. Then I was revived as a devil by Rias-san, which also makes me her servant. And the reason I was killed is because I have a sacred gear that I had no idea about. But now that I have a chance, I'm working hard for the devils to become a hero despite having absolutely no power at all. It's almost like nothing's changed." Once he finished passing out the flyers, Izuku got on his bike and rode toward Uehai. "Weirdly, I'm starting to enjoy all this. Rias-san is appealing, Koneko-chan is kinda cute if a little cold, and Kiba-kun is nice. It's nice to have friends again." Speaking of Rias-san, why was she acting so off today? It didn't take very long for Izuku to reach the club building at UA's campus. "I'm back," Izuku called as he entered the clubroom. "Ah, welcome back, Midoriya-kun." Yuto greeted, just moments away from stepping into the teleportation pentagram. You finished passing out the flyers? Riaz asked, looking over a small stack of papers at her desk. Yes. Good work. She handed Izuku a map. Sorry for dropping this on you, but can you do this summon tonight? Normally Koneko-chan handles this, but she's currently swamped at the moment. Sure. The sun had fully set over the horizon as Izuku rode his bike through the streets. The streets were very empty, as was the case in most suburban areas during the night. Following the map Riaz had given him, Izuku arrived at a relatively simple home. Hopping off his bike, Izuku walked up to the door and rang the bell. Hello, I'm a devil of the Gremory clan. Izuku called the house. I'm here because of a summon. There was no answer. He furrowed his eyebrows as he reached for the door. His heart suddenly clenched. Something's not right, he whispered, almost fearfully. It was the same feeling he had when he showed Ibara to the church. Izuku slowly opened the door, the creaking sound echoing in the dark. He didn't even bother to remove his sneakers as he slowly crept inside, looking around the room. The house was dark, very dark, the only source of light coming from the living room. But he had a better time looking through it, a lot better than when he was human. He was somewhat thankful for that. That didn't keep him from stepping into something wet and sticky. What the? Izuku gasped. He raised his foot and wiped his fingers on the soles. Already, he could smell the scent of the liquid. His eyes widened as he realized what it was. It was BLD, fresh BLD. And it was all over the room, leading to a male body nailed to the wall. At least, Izuku presumed it was a man. It's hard to tell things like gender when their skin was peeled off. Their organs and BLD seeped out of the large dissection hole in their torso, and their arms and legs were pinned to the wall by large nails, legs together and arms as far apart as possible. A crucifixion. Izuku nearly vomited at the sight. Written above their heads in red was a message: divine punishment for shitty sinners who have given up on humanity. Holy SHD. Izuku muttered in shock. That was when someone else in the room said, punish the wicked. Words to live by. Yes, wise words to heed from a holy man. Turning around, Izuku saw someone sitting on the couch. He had short white hair, red eyes, and was dressed in the coat and outfit of a priest. However, Izuku could tell there was nothing about this man that was holy at all, due to the wicked smile on his face and the bloody knife he was holding in his left hand. Freed Selzen, monster hunter, executioner, and exorcist, at your service, he introduced himself as he stood up and bowed, before dancing like a nutcase. And you are the scared little devil PP this priest is going to exorcise next. A priest? Izuku gasped. Yep. I'm from a certain exorcism organization you may have heard of. Then you did all this. What did he do to have this happen to him? He was asking for it, justified Freed. Making a contract with a devil like you is proof that he's done being human. End of the line, sinner. He laughed. So I had to give him an extreme makeover. Which I'm gonna do to you. Freed suddenly jumped into Izuku's face with a leer. He didn't realize that the mad priest was so up close until just another second later, and quickly jumped back. What? From the looks of things you're fresh meat. Freed liked his lips, creeping Izuku out. Well, there's no need to tell me your name. You're just going to die soon anyway. You killed him just because he was talking to devils. Izuku demanded. Well, duh. Do I have to spell it out for you? Making contracts with devils is a sin after all. Devils use the dark desires of humanity to gain power. Humans who make pacts with devils are some lower than dirt. You get it? No. Well, I guess that makes you some too, Freed lectured, still grinning. If you're a servant of God, why would you kill another human so easily? Izuku shouted, angry. Who? Freed wondered out loud like a child. The F is this? Is this puny devil trying to lecture me? I already told you why. What? Do you need a crash course for this SHT? He walked over to the head of the victim and kicked it. Fine, I'll say it again. Devils feed on human longing. The humans who give you substance can't be considered human anymore. To that end, I kill them in order to save them from becoming tainted even further. He kicked the head into the wall, causing it to splatter and cause more gore. That's kindness. Amen. Kindness. That's not kindness, that's pure evil. Izuku growled, clenching his fist, summoning his sacred gear subconsciously. Hey! Fried wondered, looking at Izuku. Ha, ha ha ha. Oh, that's rich. A devil telling me, a priest, what's evil? Ha ha. Are you mad? You mad, bro? You mad? He liked the BLD from his knife. Ah, whatever, Fried sighed, pulling out a silver pistol. It won't matter once I turn you into Swiss cheese. Totally awesome, isn't it? Fried laughed maniacally as he fired his gun. Izuku raced to the side to avoid the light bullets before he stopped at the wall. Fried then threw his knife, the blade embedding itself into Izuku's leg. Izuku screamed at the pain, which caused Fried to laugh even more. The nutty priest then aimed his gun. Bang! 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 The bullets fired from the gun hit Izuku in his stomach. Izuku gasped in pain as the shock from the blast echoed through his body. Ahaha! You like that? Fried laughed, walking over to Izuku and kicking him down. Fried then sloppily removed the knife from Izuku's leg. Then in an increasingly dickish maneuver, Fried smashed his foot onto the gunshot wounds. Izuku yelled painfully from the impact, feeling the pain rip through his body. Fried only laughed even more as he grinded his heel. Tell me, do you bleed? You will. Fried grinned, pointing the gun at Izuku. A blur of motion suddenly pushed Fried off of Izuku. Gah, damn it. Fried groaned, rubbing his head as he stood up. SHT, Ibara. Why'd you go and do that? Izuku recognized the name. Ibara, he groaned, setting up and holding his injuries. Looking over, he saw a familiar head of thorns standing in front of him with her arms out like a shield. Shiozaki-san. Please, stop this. Ibara pleaded, why are you doing this to my Midoriya-san? Hey, you know this guy. Fried blinked, picking his ear. Isn't it obvious? He's a devil after all. Heh. Ibara muttered, slowly looking back at Izuku, my Midoriya-san is a devil. Izuku, still clutching his wound, simply lowered his head in shame. I didn't mean to deceive you. Fried only laughed crazily. Ha ha ha. Oh man, how hysterical. Is this forbidden love between a devil and a sister? Seriously? Are you serious? His face turned deadly serious in an instant. That's right. This guy is the shittiest of shitty devils. Really, you didn't know? Well, that's fine. He's about to end up like that SHT stain there. Ibara looked at where Fried was pointing. Her eyes widened as tears welled up, looking on at the skinned body nailed to the wall. What? This isn't, she stammered in horrified shock, collapsing to the floor, her hands covering her mouth. Oh, that's right. This is the first time you've seen a corpse, here. Fried grinned. In that case, take a good look. This is the fate of any human seduced by a devil. You son of a, Izuku snarled, trying to force himself to his feet. That's the way it is. Devils and humans can never coexist. And the church ho-ho. Don't even get me started. Not to mention we're all heretics that God himself abandoned, like the fallen angels. And this effer here is part of the job description. Fried snapped his fingers impatiently. Come on, hurry up with the trap. Ibara only stood up and stood between Fried and Izuku. Hey! Hey, 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 hey. What the F? Fried asked, looking unamused. Father, please let him go, Ibara begged. To aimlessly kill people who have been led astray by devils, that's just wrong. What the F? You too, you shitty maiden. Fried demanded, grabbing her by the collar of her dress, did you already forget? All devils are full of SHT. He's not buddy-buddy with you. There may be good devils as well. Ibara cried, I used to think all devils were evil, but after meeting my Midoriya-san, I've learned that there are good devils too. Shut up. The next thing that happened caused Izuku's BLD to boil. The butt backhanded Ibara in the face. BSTD. Izuku shouted, his vision turning red. He didn't get far as his wounds forced him back down. Damn it. Unbeknown to Izuku, the green jewel on his sacred gear began to glow green. Fried pinned Ibara down by the throat as he reached down and tore open her dress, leaving only her BR left. Even if the boss told me not to kill you, there could still be something you can do to calm me down, Fried smirked, squeezing Ibara's BRSS. The poor girl flinched and gasped from the squeezing. What do you think? You're still a virgin, so how about I turn you from a maiden to a broken woman? Dragon shot. Ay. Fried looked back just in time to see Izuku building a green ball of energy from his hand. The shot fired and hit Fried in the chest, knocking him through the wall and away from Ibara. Izuku breathed heavily as the gem in his sacred gear stopped glowing. I'm finally starting to figure this thing out, he said, tiredly. Ibara quickly got up and ran over to Izuku. You're hurt, she said softly, looking at his wounds. Pains, an old friend, Izuku joked, wincing in pain. Oh, Ibara slowly crawled up to him. Hold still. She held her hands carefully over his wounds, not even touching them. Her hands suddenly glowed as a bright green aura surrounded them and washed over the wound. Relief came over his face as he could feel his injuries and the BLD fade away. Holy woe! I'm feeling better now, Izuku blinked, slapping where he was hit just to be sure. Thanks. You're welcome, Ibara nodded slowly, smiling shyly. It's the least I can do for helping me yesterday. Izuku then noticed the large bruise on Ibara's cheek, where Fried had struck her. You're hurt. It's fine, she said. And you were worse. The two had a quick laugh. The moment was suddenly ruined by a noise coming from the wall. Izuku and Ibara turned, watching Fried crawl out of the hole made from Izuku's dragon shot. Oh, right. I still gotta kill you, he huffed. Ibara stood up and got in front of Izuku. I won't let you hurt him, she said. Oh yeah. And what are you gonna do about I? Ibara clasped her hands together over her chest. Without warning, her vines shot out and rushed toward Fried, ensnaring him. The F. Father Fried 𝐶𝐬𝐿. Your sins are unforgivable. God will make you pay for the evils you've done, she said. Shiozaki Ibara, quirk, vines. She can control and stretch out her hair vines, as well as detach them at will. Izuku had a look of shock and amazement on his face. He'd figured Ibara's quirk had something to do with her vine hair, but he didn't know she could make them grow or control them so easily. Fried only laughed. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, kid. A shimmering sword of light suddenly emerged from the vines. Fried then cut himself free. Ibara and Izuku's eyes widened in shock as Fried aimed the blade at them. Surprise! Bet you didn't know I had a real-life lightsaber, here. Ibara was about to trap Fried with her vines again but stopped when Izuku stood up and got in front of her. Midoriya-san. Oh. You wanna go first, do ya? Fine by me. Fried hunched to the ground, his tongue hanging out of his sadistic smile. I was planning to use you to beat the world record for holiest corpse. But it looks like I'll be going for the record for finest mincemeat instead. Mind if we crash the party then? Izuku's eyes widened at the voice. Looking around, he turned and found Koneko, Yuto, and Rias just stepping out of a magic circle. Koneko looked at the bloody sight with distance, while Yuto seemed to cast a hateful glare at Fried. Rias, however, looked worried, especially after seeing Ibara right behind him. Izuku-san. Rias asked, walking up to him, what happened? I came here for the summon, but I found the customer dead. All thanks to that fruitcake over there, Izuku explained, pointing at Fried. I see. Rias nodded, her expression saddened. She rested her head against his, wrapping her arms around his neck. Thank goodness you're okay. Senpai. Izuku blushed. Oh, it's a family of devils, here. Fried laughed, hunching down with his tongue hanging. Cool. This is super cool. I'm gonna totally score with this. And aren't you a pretty one? Can I F you up, too? Yuto's sweat dropped. For a priest, that's quite a mouth you have. Doesn't matter, though, he said in an uncharacteristically cold tone. Sorry for being so vulgar. How about I make it up to you by chopping that pretty boy head off? Fried blazed across the room with his sword swinging. Eyes narrowed, Yuto bent his legs before he suddenly blurred out of sight. He disappeared. Ibara gasped. Yuto reappeared before Freed, this time armed with a sword cloaked in darkness. The two blades clashed against each other as both young men tried to overpower the other. Attacking just like that out of the blue, Yuto mocked, "You have no class." "Ha! I'm supposed to give SHTS about that. Especially from some shitty devils." Freed laughed. Freed quickly caught on to his blade flickering, losing power, so he took the smart route and jumped back from Yuto's oncoming slash. The double F. "Sorry, but this sword is special," Yuto told him, gripping the hilt with two hands. "It can devour the light. Kiba Yuto, sacred gear, sword BRTH. He can create any demonic sword he can imagine and imbue them with special properties." "Heh, a sacred gear user. Should have guessed," Freed sighed. "Kiba-kun has a sacred gear, too." Izuku gasped. A swift pain suddenly hit him in his leg. "Try not to move too much, Midoriya-san," said Ibara. "Your legs still hurt." "Hurt?" Rias repeated. "Yeah. Freed stabbed me with his knife and then shot me, but Shiozaki-san healed me." Slowly, Rias turned toward the vulgar priest. "Is that right?" "Yep." Freed giggled. "Truth is, I was planning to carve up every inch of his body after I filled him with holes, but then that shitty maiden decided to get in the way." Boom. "Hey." Freed looked to the side, finding a gigantic hole in the wall just centimeters from his head, a trail of destructing leading all the way to the street. The source of the blast was Ria's hand, her whole body glowed a dark red. "I will not forgive anyone who harms my servants, especially not some vulgar stray priest such as you," Rias growled, her voice both calm yet dripping with rage at the same time. Both Izuku and Ibara trembled at the display. "Ria-san is scary." Freed, however, seemed unfazed. "Woo-ee. That was really something. Good thing I know when to fold 'em." Freed said, pulling something out of his robes. "I'm getting the F out of Dodge before they arrive to reinforce the ambush." "They?" Rias questioned. "Oh yeah. There are totally 2 other fallen angels at least and lots of priests coming this way," Freed said. Freed smashed something against the ground, blinding the youths with an intense light that erupted in front of him. "Arg!" Izuku rubbed his eyes, trying to get rid of the spots coloring his vision before it returned to normal. Freed was gone. A flashbang. "Bucho, the fallen angels are coming," Koneko suddenly spoke, sensing a foreboding presence. "TCH." Rias frowned, turning around to prepare another portal. "We need to leave." "Rias-san, wait." Izuku alerted, gesturing toward Ibara, "We should take her with us." "I'm sorry, Izuku-kun," Rias apologized, looking over her shoulder. "My portals can only transport whoever I have in my peerage. She won't survive the magic." "But, isn't there another way?" "I'm sorry, but there isn't. Not if I take her on my bike." "But she's aligned with the church," Yuto said. "By default, she's our enemy." "It didn't stop her from healing me. I'm not going to abandon her for petty reasons like that," Izuku frowned. Izuku then took Ibara's hand and ran toward the front entrance. "I'll meet you guys at the club room." "I hope you know what you're doing," Rias prayed as she, Koneko, and Yuto vanished into the portal. News of the murder had already spread. The police arrived at the house not long after Izuku and Ibara left. There was no one else remaining at the house save for the corpse. It was chopped up so badly that it would be very difficult to identify. Then there was the message written in BLD. To them, it appeared to be another religious fanatic. It also seemed that the murderer managed to flee before anything else happened. He was still out there. Izuku had already contacted his mom, telling her that he may be late coming home. He promised her that he was safe and unharmed and that he had just met up with Rias and that he would be staying with her until the heat died down. He was in the clubroom sitting on one of the couches, busy cleaning out the BLD from the soles of his sneakers with bleach. Ibara was in the shower room, washing the sweat and BLD from her body as best as she could. Izuku didn't blame her for what she had gone through. "It was very foolish of you to bring her here," Rias said, handing Izuku a bucket of water. "Why?" Just because she's with the church? Izuku asked, taking the bucket and using it to wash the bleach from his sneakers. You said that those who are on the side of God are dangerous to us. Is that why you're being resistant? It's more complicated than that, Ria sighed. That girl is a heretic. That means she's in league with the fallen angels. She's a heretic. Izuku repeated, confused. There are several reasons for why those who were once faithful turn rogue. As they have nowhere else to turn, they usually ally with the fallen angels for protection, Rias explained, sitting next to him. There is probably some reason for why that girl is with the fallen angels. Oh, Izuku sighed, looking down. Look, I sympathize with you. I do, Rias said sternly. But we can't get involved with the affairs of fallen angels. If we do, it will cause an unwanted incident. The best I can do is give her a place to rest for the night. After that, she's on her own. I understand. Izuku and Rias turned and saw Ibara stepping out of the shower room, a towel wrapped around her vines and wearing the spare clothes Rias had provided her. Next to her was a tray table, her torn clothing folded neatly on it. Thank you for allowing me to use the shower, Ibara bowed. It was gracious of you. Shiozaki-san, I need to know, Izuku began, why were you with that psycho? Father Zen. Ibara questioned. Yeah, that's what I want to know. You don't seem like the type to hang around bloodthirsty psychopaths, Izuku replied. I didn't have any other choice, Ibara admitted, looking sad. 3 weeks ago I was excommunicated from my original church after I healed a devil out of my own free will. I don't have anywhere else to turn to. You healed a devil without question. Rias blinked, looking rather surprised. Why? He was injured very badly, and I couldn't just turn away someone in need. Ibara answered. As I was healing him, I was caught by the local priest. After that, I was deemed a witch and cast out. But there's more to it, isn't there? Izuku asked. Your healing abilities are a sacred gear, right? Why yes, Ibara nodded, sitting down on the sofa across from Izuku. It's called Twilight Healing. See, I used to live in a small village near Yokohama. My parents ran a flower shop, and we'd go to church all the time. I even had dreams of being a hero one day. But when I was 8, I found an injured puppy near the church. I prayed as hard as I could for it to get better. That was when I discovered my healing abilities when the puppy recovered instantly. Soon after, the church regarded me as a saint and I was given the title of Holy Maiden. Ever since I used my powers to heal the sick and the elderly. Many people lived longer lives thanks to my healing and I'm grateful to the Lord for giving me this power. Her face suddenly took on a somber look. But because of my status and sacred gear, I was guarded heavily and treated well, and was seen as a higher being. No children would play with me, my parents were hardly allowed to see me, and I became lonely. After healing that devil, my Holy Maiden title was revoked and I was called a witch by those who once worshipped me. My parents did everything they could so I could leave that place. So you came to Musutafu to start over, Izuku said, frowning sadly. He couldn't help but feel very sorry for the girl. I see, Rias nodded slowly. I'm sorry to hear that. The door opened and Yuto and Koneko stepped in. I managed to finish the search as soon as the police arrived. It seems that the fallen angels have retreated for now, Yuto announced. I see, Rias nodded. I guess that eases our troubles for the moment. Nothing more was said that night. The next day was a Sunday, and so there was no school. Izuku took the time to show Ibara around the city as he contemplated what to do next. Ibara looked around the city with awe and wonder, almost like a child. It was then that Izuku realized that Ibara likely never stepped out of her hometown in a long time. This is so great. Ibara smiled. She looked around the street and noticed a colorful building. Hey, what's that? Just an arcade that recently opened, Izuku answered. Wanna have a look? Yeah. Izuku took Ibara to the arcade, entering through the sliding doors. Passing by the vending machines and going through a small hall, the two were greeted with the sight of a multitude of kids their age playing just as many games all over the place, including 1v1 fighting consoles, dance-off platforms, and shooting stations. There was even an area for air hockey and foosball and the like for those who prefer a more interactive experience. All in all, it appeared to be a fairly high-standard arcade. Oh, wow! The two played several games, including a dance game where Izuku lost. They soon came upon an aisle that housed a multitude of crane games. Look at all the plushes they have! Ibara exclaimed, gesturing wildly at the multitude of plush-filled machines. Do you want one? Izuku asked. Yes, she said before a curious expression made its way onto her face. But I heard that it's impossible to win at these games. I believe you can win these sorts of games. All it takes is practice, a bit of skill, and luck. Which one do you want? Izuku asked. I'm not sure. All of these animals are so cute, especially the green sheep with freckles and those adorable red booties on its feet. It kinda reminds me of you for some reason, Ibara confessed while pointing at said plush, which Izuku had to admit that it bore a striking resemblance to him. Izuku looked at the way the sheep was placed. I think I can manage this, it's sticking up a little, so it shouldn't be an issue to get it. With a confident smile, the young man put a coin in the crane game and proceeded to grab the stuffed animal in question. As he predicted, it wasn't really difficult thanks to it sticking out, and after successfully managing to obtain the prize in question, he proceeded to give it to Ibara, who let out an excited gasp as soon as it was in her arms. Oh my god! Midoriya-san, thank you. You didn't have to do this. The vine-haired girl exclaimed, hugging the precious sheep tightly. I know, but I wanted to, said Izuku, doing his best to ignore his slight headache. Later, the two made their way to the park where they first met. The two were having a conversation, mainly Ibara asking exactly why Izuku became a devil. Izuku answered that he was killed by a fallen angel named Reiner. The mention of Reiner made Ibara flinch, but Izuku didn't notice. For when they were about to leave, come on Kyoka, this is for your own good. Get off me, Momo. Looking to the left, they looked with curiosity as they saw a girl with strange earlobes doing push-ups, with another girl sitting on her. Izuku recognized them right away. Yororozu-san. Gyro-san. Oh, hello Midoriya-san. Momo greeted with a smile and wave. What are you doing? Izuku asked. Just helping Kyoka get a little extra training in for the day. We finished our training at the beach earlier, but Kyoka wanted to train a little more. I was doing fine until you sat on me. Momo only giggled at her friend's protest. She then noticed Ibara standing behind Izuku. Who's this? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Shiozaki Ibara, she said with a polite bow. Momo smiled. I'm Yorozu Momo, and this is Gyro Kyoka, she said as she stood up. Oh, thank God, Kyoka said as a literal weight was lifted off her. She then noticed Ibara next to Izuku and blinked. Oh, what's this? Kyoka gave a small smirk that resembled a cat smile, her eyes ogling Ibara as she stood up. So you've already got a girlfriend? It's not like that. Izuku quickly denied, blushing brightly. I'm JJ just showing her around T-Town. Sure. We'll go with that, Kyoka laughed. Hey, I thought I recognized that curly hair. A familiar female voice cut in. Izuku, Momo, Kyoka, and Ibara looked behind them to see Uraraka Okiko. Running up to them. Oh, Uraraka-san, said Izuku. You know her? Ibara asked. Okiko then noticed the three girls with Izuku. Who are they? I'm Yorozu Momo, a pleasure to meet you. Gyro Kyoka, she then gestured to Ibara. That is Midoriya's girlfriend. Girlfriend? Okiko stared blankly at Izuku and Ibara, both of whom were blushing. It's not like that. Izuku stuttered. We're just friends. I'm just showing her around town is all. Girlfriend? You already said that, Izuku muttered. I'm Shiozaki Ibara, the vine-haired girl introduced. I recently arrived in this city, and Midoriya-san was kind enough to show me around. Oh, why did I feel so jealous? Okiko asked herself. It's nice to meet you. All of you. I'm Uraraka Okiko. A little while later, the girls were happily chatting among themselves, Izuku watching from a bench with a smile. They sure are getting along well, he thought to himself in relief. 𝐭𝐼𝐲 acting like a broken record for a minute really startled him. I wonder why she acted like that. Looking around, Izuku noticed someone standing on the edge of the building some feet behind them, their long sand-colored trench coat fluttering in the wind. It was hard to tell due to the distance, but it looked like the man had wavy short dark brown hair. He was quite tall and had a slim physique. Under the trench coat was a black vest over a striped dress shirt that is light blue in hue. He also had beige breeches, dark brown shoes, and what looked like bandages wrapped around his arms. Here. Who's that? hm. The girls turned their eyes to where Izuku was looking. What's that guy doing? Kyoka asked. All of their eyes widened in horror as a realization came to them. Oh no! Don't tell me. The man, with a calm and content face, leaped off the building. He jumped. Ibara cried in shock. Without thinking, Momo and Izuku ran to where the man was going to land. Taking off most of her clothes, Momo produced a large foam bed from her body. Midoriya-san. Right. Izuku grabbed hold of one end of the bed while Momo took hold the other. Shiozaki-san. Without hesitating, Ibara used her vines to raise the two up. The man landed on the bed as they planned, but he soon bounced off it and fell to the ground. Oh no! Ibara exclaimed, running to where the man landed, Kyoka and 𝐭𝐼𝐲 close behind. Izuku and Momo, once she put her shirt back on, leaped down to the man. Is he okay? Kyoka asked. He looks fine, said Izuku, about to check for a pulse. When the man's eyes shot open. What? Slowly, the man sat up. Sir, are you okay? 𝐭𝐼𝐲 asked. I made it, he muttered. Damn it. Hey, the 5 teens all exclaimed. Tell me, are you the ones who interrupted my free fall? He asked as he got up. Interrupted? Kyoka asked. Then, were you really? You don't get it. I was trying to kill myself. Suicide? Of course. He said in a manner far too cheerful for someone who just attempted suicide. And everything was going so great, but then you 5 showed up and ruined everything. Izuku could only stare at the man in confusion. Is he scolding us for saving him? But it's not entirely your fault, the man continued. My goal is to commit a perfectly clean suicide without being a burden to anyone. And I did trouble you, as such the fault lies with me. Is there any way for me to make it up to you? Growl. Momo and Kyoka blushed, now realizing how hungry they were. Sorry, the other teens could only chuckle. Are you hungry? The man asked, a blank look on his face. Momo smiled sheepishly. Well, after training all day, along with using my quirk like that, I could use a meal. I think we all could use one, said Kyoka. Growl. As if to prove her point, the second, much louder stomach growl came from the man. How odd. I'm also hungry, he said with the same blank look. But I'm afraid I lost my wallet during the fall. Here. How does that work? Uraraka asked. There you are, you suicidal maniac. Everyone turned to the top of the building, seeing a tall and slim young man with dirty blonde hair that ended in a long ponytail and wearing glasses. His attire consists of a beige vest over a black long-sleeve dress shirt, a red ribbon tied into a bow around the collar, beige breeches, and plain brown shoes. In his hand was a green notebook. Oh hey! The guy the teens saved spoke up. You found me. Nice work, Kunikida-kun. The other man, now identified as Kunikida, yelled back. Nice work. Who caused all this work, you suicidal maniac? I had it with you constantly disrupting my schedules with your shenanigans. Hey, I have an idea, the man said in his cheery voice, ignoring Kunikida's rant. Kunikida-kun's a colleague of mine from work, so how about we have him treat you to a meal? Hey, are you listening to me? So, what are your names? The 5 teens all introduced themselves, which seems to be happening a lot lately. Very good. What do you want to eat? The man asked them. Well, I know this noodle cart nearby, said 𝐭𝐼𝐲. It's both cheap and really good. All right, then let's have Kunikida-kun treat you to 30 large bowls. Don't be so generous with my money, 𝐷𝐼. 𝐷𝐼. Ибара parroted. Yep, that's my name, the man, now it as 𝐷𝐼 said. It's a pleasure to meet you, my new friends. I'm 𝐷𝐼 Osamu. You are such an idiot, 𝐷𝐼. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 hissed a vein on his head. He was looking through his notebook, which the teens now saw had the word ideal on it. They were all sitting at a picnic table, enjoying several bowls of ramen. What kind of person goes, wow, what a appealing park, and jumps off the tallest building he could find in the middle of a job? Now we're late. I'll have to revise our whole schedule, 𝐷𝐼, as he finished slurping up his ramen, said, You're obsessed with your schedules and that notebook, 𝐭𝐚𝐲-kun. This is not some day planner. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 yelled, slamming his notebook onto the table. This is an ideal. A guide to my life. And nowhere in this notebook does it say my partner should be a suicidal maniac. You mean 𝐷𝐼-san has tried to kill himself before? Ibara asked. Be quiet. And nowhere in my projected expenses does it say treat some snot-nosed kids to 1,000,000 bowls of ramen. Sorry, said Momo, who had finished her 5th bowl. Thank you for the food. At least you're showing gratitude after eating on my dime. If you don't mind me asking, what's this job you're doing? Izuku asked. We're detectives, 𝐷𝐼 answered. Detectives? Yeah, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 confirmed. But we handle more than missing pets or cheating spouses. We're from the Armed Detective Agency. Izuku's eyes immediately shot up. He had heard of the ADA from the hero forums online. While they weren't pro-heroes and based in Yokohama, the ADA was composed of highly capable fighters with scarily powerful quirks and was famous for helping take down incredibly dangerous villains by locating their hideouts and learning their identities. He had heard that the director had a quirk that allowed anyone under his care to have control over their quirk without harm. While not combative, it has huge advantages. Based on the looks of the other teens, they too had heard of the ADA and some of its accomplishments. Kyoka, however, looked somewhat skeptical. It soon became clear why. Incredible, 𝐷𝐼 suddenly stood up, his eyes shining as he looked at the tree branches above them. Those branches look sturdy enough to hold a person's weight. Don't even think about hanging yourself in this park, 𝐷𝐼, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 said without batting an eye. I'm not. I'm thinking of tree yoga. Tree what now? You haven't heard. It's a type of yoga done in trees. It's perfect for releasing stress and relieving muscle cramps. Whoa, that would be perfect for me. It would. Quick, write it down. And 𝐭𝐚𝐲 did so. But after about 2 seconds, with a sly smile, 𝐷𝐼 said, I'm messing with you. The pen 𝐭𝐚𝐲 was using snapped. He slams his notebook into the table again before strangling 𝐷𝐼, shaking him silly. First my ungrateful partner leaps off a building. But does it end there? No. Then I have to pay the bill for a bunch of kids who stuffed themselves. My schedule for today was perfect. But now I'll have to start over from square one. The teens all sweat dropped as 𝐭𝐚𝐲 continued his rant while shaking 𝐷𝐼, who seemed unfazed. Are these weirdos really from the Armed Detective Agency? Kyoka asked. Izuku then spoke up. So about this job, what? 𝐭𝐚𝐲 screamed. Sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Of course, your jobs are classified. Relax kid, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 let 𝐷𝐼 go and sat back down. Today's job doesn't involve any secrecy. We're investigating the religious murders that have been happening lately. Both Ibara and Izuku's eyes widened upon hearing this. Oh yeah. I've heard about them, said Okiko. Wasn't there a murder last night? We already investigated that crime scene. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 opened his notebook, turning to the page about the previous night's murder. The body was pinned to the wall upside down and skinned. There was no sign of forced entry, but there were signs of a struggle after the victim was killed, with footprints left behind by multiple people, which suggests one or more people stumbled upon the murder before the police arrived. Other than that, there isn't much evidence. Kyoka looked to be on the verge of throwing up. Thanks for that image. Ibara-chan. Izuku-kun. Is something wrong? You two are awfully quiet, said 𝐷𝐼. The two teens were brought back to reality by 𝐷𝐼's question. Why yeah. We're fine. Izuku stuttered. We're just a bit shocked that a priest would do such a thing is all, said Ibara. We never mentioned a priest being involved, said Dazai, a small smirk on his face. Ibara mentally slapped herself. We need to be going now, said Izuku, and he and Ibara got up. Goodbye, not so fast. Before they could leave, Kunikida grabbed Izuku by the collar of his shirt and Ibara by her vines, which caused the girl to whimper as her face erupted into a blush. You two know something, don't you? I like your sneakers, Izuku-kun, said Dazai. They are BLD red. And the soles look an awful lot like some of the footprints at the crime scene. Izuku began to sweat buckets. Akako, Momo, and Kyoka could only watch in shock as their two friends were being questioned. Finally, Izuku spoke. Kinda, he said. We'll talk if you let us go. Kunikida dropped his grip on the two. All right then, tell us what you two know. Izuku explained everything they needed to know. About how he was supposed to deliver something for the murder victim, only to find him dead, and his fight with Freed Selzen. He also explained how Ibara wasn't aware of Freed's true nature until she saw the corpse herself. He left out anything involving Rias, devils, fallen angels, and the like. A rogue priest with a FTSH for dismembering people, said Dazai. You don't hear that every day. But back to you, Ibara. You said you used to work for him. Yes, said Ibara. I didn't have any other choice. I was excommunicated from my church a few weeks ago and I had nowhere to go, so I came here. He and the others told me these were simple exorcisms. I had no idea they would kill people. How long has this group been in the city? Dazai asked. I'm not sure. I only just came to Musutafu a couple of days ago. But I think I overheard one of them mention they've been here for about a month. That lines up. Kunikida was looking in his notebook. The first reported murder was on August 18th, a little over a month ago. Momo then asked, Shiozaki-san, what do you plan to do now? I'm not sure, said Ibara. I want to leave them, but I'm afraid they'll come after me. Then let's make a deal. Ibara and the other teens looked to Dazai. If you agree to work with us, we'll arrange witness protection for you. How does that sound? Before Ibara could answer, a black feather fell to the ground. Kunikida noticed the feather and picked it up to examine it. That's strange, he remarked. I thought crows weren't native to this area. Suddenly, a large blast of light erupted behind Kunikida and exploded. He screamed out before he crashed into a tree and was knocked out cold. Kunikida-san. Ibara gasped. Quickly, more black feathers rained around them. It was becoming clear that they were not from birds. My, how ominous, said Dazai, smiling with a small smile. What's going on? Akako asked as she and the other girls huddled near Izuku. Oh, it's you. Not only are you still alive, but you're also a devil now. How awful. Still, you've done well looking after Ibara up till now, a new voice spoke up. Izuku felt a chill down his spine as he recognized the voice. From the way Ibara reacted, so did she. The group turned around as Reiner gracefully descended from the sky. Reiner, Sama, Ibara whispered. Not her. Momo gasped. What a lovely young lady, said Dazai. The fallen angel glared at Momo for a moment before her gaze turned to Ibara. Ibara, I'm afraid your vacation is over, Reiner said, her smile sickeningly sweet. It's time to come back. You know it's useless to run. Don't even try it. Begone, Ibara frowned. I want no part in the evil you and the other angels are up to. You're killing people, all because they made pacts with devils. I know for a fact that God would not allow that to happen. I can't trust you. Don't give me trouble. You know as well as I do that your sacred gear is very important to us. Don't you know how long it took for me to find you? Please make this easy on yourself. She already said she doesn't want to be with you. Izuku growled, standing in front of Ibara and the other girls protectively. Oh, trying to be a hero now. Reiner cooed, her face flushed. I still remember our date that day. That sure was fun, here. Especially the part where I killed you. But looks like I didn't do a good enough job. With a malicious smile, Reinai conjured a spear of light in her hand. "Shall I kill you again?" Now, no need to flirt," said 𝐒𝐻𝐼. "Just tell us what you want." "It has nothing to do with some low-life human like you," Reinai hissed. "All I want is Ibara and her twilight healing." "Not gonna happen." Izuku summoned his sacred gear, to the shock of Okiko, Momo, Kyoka, and especially Reina. "Whoa! Midoriya, what is that?" Kyoka asked. "I'll explain later." Reina, after recovering from her shock, began to laugh. "That's your sacred gear. Ha ha. When I heard you had a powerful sacred gear, I killed you because I thought you posed a threat. Looks like they made a mistake. That's a garden variety sacred gear called Twice Critical. It doubles its wielder's power for a set amount of time, but even with that thing, you're no real threat. Truly fitting for such a shitty low-class devil." Izuku looked at the bracer on his hand. "Is that what it does? Then what was that dragon shot in? This is not the time to overthink." "You kids should run," said 𝐒𝐻𝐼. "I'll handle her." "Wait, are you Sir Shink?" Izuku gagged, a yellow spear of light piercing through his torso. Midoriya, the four girls all gasped. How weak. That didn't even constitute as stress relief. Looking up, the group saw a tall and buxom woman with long, navy blue hair and brown eyes. Her outfit consisted of a violet, trench coat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. The trench coat top was open at her BRSTS, giving all a good view of her cleavage. Around her neck was a golden necklace. Just like Reina, she too was being supported by a pair of black wings, marking her as a fallen angel. You couldn't even repel a spear of light that weak. Like I thought, a low-class devil. "No, lower than that," said Reina. "Hang on, Midoriya-san." Ibara began to heal Izuku's wound, with both 𝐒𝐻𝐼 and Reina taking an interest. "How interesting. Twilight healing. I would love to get my hands on that sacred gear." "Oh, Ibara," Reina called. "If you don't come with me, then we'll have no choice but to kill your friends." "Hey! Don't we get a say in this?" Kyoka yelled. A yellow light spear stabbing the ground next to her was her answer. "Be quiet." "Thank you, Kalawana." Reina returned her attention to Ibara. "Well." Once Ibara finished healing Izuku, she stood up. "All right. I'll go with you." "Hey." Midoriya-kun, Ibara smiled. "I had fun today. Thank you for being my friend." "Wait, Shiozaki-san." Izuku called out as Ibara walked toward Reina. "Good girl," Reina said with a sweet smile. "After tonight's ritual, all your worries will be over for good." "Ritual? What's she planning?" "Shiozaki, wait." Two red and silver magic circles appeared underneath the fallen angels as they both vanished inside. "Goodbye." Ibara smiled sadly as she vanished into the portal. "Stop!" Izuku yelled as he ran to the vanishing portal. But it was too late. The portals vanished before he could reach them, leaving behind the sheep Izuku had won for Ibara earlier. Izuku began to cry. "How can I be a hero if I can't protect my friends?" A hand gently patted his shoulder. It was 𝐒𝐻𝐼. "You need to stay calm," he said as Izuku's sacred gear disappeared. "They could still be in the city. We'll find them." Izuku nodded. "We'll need help." Izuku ran back to the ORC room as fast as he could. The clock was against him and he didn't know what plans those fallen angels had for Ibara, but it was anything but good. He needed help. The police and heroes probably won't believe him, which only meant, how many times do I have to repeat myself? No means no. I told you we can't help that girl any more than we already have. Not the answer he was hoping for, but he had a feeling that she was going to say that. But at this point, he didn't really have much of a choice. Something had to be done. But it seemed asking for help was much more difficult than he had anticipated. "Ria-san, please." Reinai also mentioned something about a ritual. Izuku pressed on. What could she have meant by that? Ritual? It may be a ritual to take Shiozaki's twilight healing. If that were to happen, then Shiozaki won't survive, Ria said. Izuku's eyes widened. realizing that Ibara's life was at stake for sure. Still, I can't permit you to go after them. If you're killed by a fallen angel or even a priest for that matter, it means the end of your existence. There is no way you can come back from that. Game over. But, can we just leave her like that? A small magic circle then appeared next to Ria's ear before she could answer, making some kind of sound. From the way her eyes slowly rose, it appeared to be urgent. As soon as the circle disappeared, she reached around her chair to grab her waistcoat. Sorry, but something just came up. I need to head out for a little bit. But we haven't finished. Izuku said. Rias quickly silenced him by pressing her finger on his lips. There's one other thing I need to tell you, she said, her voice moving into lecture mode. High-class devils such as myself have a finite amount of servants to allow into their peerage. We refer to them as evil pieces. Evil pieces, like in chess? Izuku asked, his words mumbling against her finger. Rias smiled at his intuitiveness. Exactly, she said, removing her finger. As the leader, my rank is king. Yuto is my knight, and Koneko, my rook. You, Izuku, are my pawn. Wait, so I'm just cannon fodder? Izuku frowned. All chess pieces have a unique skill and the pawn is no different, Rias countered, slipping on her coat. You have an ability all other pieces do not, promotion. What does that mean? Izuku asked, unfamiliar with the chess term. It means that if you enter an area that the king considers to be enemy territory, such as a church, you can promote yourself to a stronger piece other than king, giving you a temporary power boost, she explained, putting an extra emphasis on the word church, which Izuku caught on to. Promoting to rook will grant you a stronger defense and monstrous strength, knight gives you greater speed, bishop enhances magical powers, and queen combines all three attributes. However, queen is a double-edged sword that takes a huge toll on those who haven't increased their stamina. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I guess, Izuku nodded. He blinked as he remembered what she said. But wait, you only mentioned knight, rook, and pawn. You don't have any other pieces in your group. Rias flinched, almost looking guilty. I have one other piece, but that is a story for another time. Just remember that a devil's greatest strength depends on their longing. She stepped onto the room's magic circle, causing it to light up red. Yuto, you're in charge while I'm out. Hi. Yuto nodded as the first year teleported out of the room. Looking to his side, he turned to see Izuku as he was walking out of the room. You're still gonna try and find Shiozaki-chan. Even if you do, that fallen angel isn't alone. You could be walking into a trap. An innocent girl is going to die. I'm not the type of person to simply stand idly by when someone's in danger. Don't try and stop me, Kiba-kun, Izuku said sternly, turning back to look at him. Who said I was? Yuto smiled. I'm coming with you. You're what? Izuku gasped. Listen, you're my nakama now. I'd be setting a bad example if I didn't lend you a hand. And Ria-san did say that you can promote yourself if you're in enemy territory. She considers a church to be just that. That's her way of saying to go on ahead. Yuto told him, patting him on the shoulder. Ah, Izuku said. They must be at the church in the Korosanto ward. Are you really coming though? We both are, right, Koneko-chan? Someone has to keep you out of trouble, Koneko said before Izuku's gaze reached her. Izuku slowly smiled. Then we'd better head on out. Can't keep the others waiting. Others? Izuku led Yuto and Koneko to the park, where Okako, Momo, Kyoka, and the two ADA employees were waiting. Kunikida had an ice pack on his head, given to him by Momo. Kunikida-san, how are you feeling? Izuku asked. Like I was dealing with every one of Dazai's suicide attempts all at once, he groaned. Is this the help Dazai talked about? Kunikida looked over the two devils, clearly not impressed. Tuju Koneko, Ria's senpai rook. Yuto gave a polite bow. Kiba Yuto, knight of Ria's Gremory. A pleasure to meet you all. Oh, a knight. How chivalrous, said Dazai. I'll ask one more time. Izuku looked at the three girls and two adults. Are you sure you want to come? Look, kid, we were going to investigate that church eventually, Kunikida answered, getting up. "Now that we know it's the murderer's hideout, it's our job to take them down." Izuku nodded before turning to Okiko, Momo, and Kyoka. "And what about you three?" Kyoka and Okiko looked the most hesitant, but Momo quickly spoke up. "I'm not a big fan of the church or fallen angels," she said, a small hint of rage in her eyes. "And I can't let them hurt someone innocent. I'll go, no matter what you all say." Kyoka sighed. "Then I guess I'm going. Have to keep you out of trouble, YA no." She winked at Momo. All eyes then turned to Okiko, who had yet to answer. "I'll go," she gulped. "But I'm not sure how much I can help." "You don't have to go if you don't want to, Uraraka-san," Izuku said. "And I can think of several ways your quirk can be useful. It lets you control gravity, right?" Izuku guessed. Okiko blinked a couple of times. "Not exactly, I just need to touch something with all the pads on my fingers, and I can remove gravity's effect on them." There are limits, but that can be very helpful," said Dazai. From the tone, it was almost like he was experienced with gravity manipulators. "We're wasting time," Kunikida suddenly interjected. "Whether you're coming or not, we need to hurry up and get going, before it's too late." The sky had already gone dark by the time they arrived. The team of Izuku, Okiko, Yuto, Kyoka, Momo, Dazai, and Kunikida stood across the street from where the only church in the city was. It gave off a very foreboding atmosphere, especially during the night, which made it look even more creepy. It was making Izuku feel rather restless. Whether it was due to his devil physiology or simply because it was just that creepy, he wasn't sure. From the way most of the others reacted, it was likely the latter. "What a cheery atmosphere," Dazai whispered. "Think it's haunted?" "Yeah, right. From this presence alone, there is definitely fallen angel activity going on," Yuto announced. "And from the look of things, a group of rogue exorcists has also set up camp here, too." "How so?" Izuku asked. "See those decapitated statues?" Momo pointed. The others looked over to where she was pointing. There were ruined statues in that direction. Rogue exorcists who have been abandoned by God destroy holy areas and commit acts of blasphemy for pleasure. If we cut through the entrance, we should be able to get to the sanctuary in one go. That's most likely where they are keeping Shiozaki-san. But it's possible the enemy will be waiting, Dazai finished. And getting through the church won't be a cakewalk, Yuto added. That means we only have one chance. Are you ready? Izuku took a deep breath. I am. Izuku replied, what about you guys? Kyoka and Okiko were both shaking. Will be fine, Kyoka stuttered. Yeah. Just still, trying to process all this is all, try to relax, said Kunikida. Once we get inside, we can't afford to make any mistakes. Thanks again for coming, Kiba-san, said Izuku. Hey, you and I are buddies, right? Of course, I'll help, Yuto smiled. In a 180 turn, his expression turned to one of anger. And besides, priests aren't my favorite things in the world. In fact, you can say I hate them. Hate them? Izuku blinked. He had never seen Yuto put on such an intense expression before. He was always wearing a refreshing smile wherever he went. And Momo seemed just as angry with the fallen angels. Just what happened to them to make them hate priests and fallen angels like that? Questions for later, Koneko interrupted. Yeah, Izuku nodded slowly, summoning his sacred gear. It's go time. Kunikida announced. Right. Everyone nodded. The group quickly rushed through the broken gates and made their way up the steps. We better hurry. By now it's likely they already know we're here. Yuto said. They reached the large doors that led to the inside of the church. I got this. Kyoka strode to the front, attaching her earphone jacks to it. Suddenly the large metal doors began to vibrate, shaking apart within seconds. Impressive, said Dazai. So cool, said Izuku, stars in his eyes. Thanks, Kyoka blushed. Gyro Kyoka, quirk, earphone jack. She can use her plugs to amplify her heartbeat to deafeningly explosive levels. She can also hear really faint sounds. Koneko then stepped up and, without much effort, moved what was left of the heavy metal door aside. Wow, she's stronger than she looks, 𝐭𝐼𝐲 commented. No kidding, Izuku nodded. Ria-san wasn't kidding about the monstrous strength thing. The group entered the church and stepped inside the sanctuary. There was an altar and pews, which was what any church had. It looked like an ordinary sanctuary. The candle lights and the interior lamps lit the sanctuary. And something wasn't right here. The statue of Jesus on the cross had his head destroyed. What a creepy sight. Who would want to desecrate such a sacred area? My, no wonder people stop going to church these days, 𝐷𝐼 quipped, looking around. Don't let your guard down, Yuto warned, taking out a long sword. Someone is here. Over there, Koneko confirmed, pointing at a pillar. Someone stepped out from behind the pillar and walked in front of the altar, standing before the group. Yo, we meet again, devils, Fried greeted, clapping sarcastically, glad you could make it. Oh, and you brought friends. Fun. Kunikida drew out a gun. Is this the priest you told us about? That's him, Izuku scowled. Here's the deal. I pride myself on the fact that I never had to fight any devil more than once. Not a single devil has escaped from me. I used to have a 100% perfect kill count before you came along. If there's one thing I hate, it's being mocked by maggot devils in the house of God. Fried pulled out a sword and a gun from his back, spinning them both in his hands. You kids made my murder so hard. I'm gonna kill you, and stick my sword inside of you until I make so many murder holes. Do you even hear yourself? Izuku grimaced, Kyoka gagging behind him. I must say, aside from the vulgarity, I love what you've done with the place. Said 𝐷𝐼, a cheery smile on his face. Ha ha ha, you like. Courtesy of every fallen angel and stray priest that comes through those doors. What else have you done? 𝐷𝐼 asked. I take it there's more wreckage than what we can see here. Why yes. The altar has a trapdoor leading to a VIP worship center with an equally important party going on downstairs. We're in the process of Fried's brain then caught up to his mouth. You tricked me. With that, Fried leaped at 𝐷𝐼. The teens all moved away while 𝐷𝐼, along with Kunikida, instantly rolled away from each other, perfectly in sync. Fried's downward move speared the ground where they had been, the blade sinking into the floor. Yuto took the chance to rush forward for a quick slash. Fried was forced to defend himself as both young men clashed blades at one another, sparks flying out from each furious blow. They were both evenly matched and they weren't backing down. You're not half bad. Sneered Fried as he drew his silver gun and aimed it at Yuto's head. Makes me wanna blow your brains out. Ka-boom. Yuto tilted his head just as the gun fired, the silver bullet only cutting a few strands of his hair. He quickly backflipped to dodge another shot, leaping backward and landing on his laughed manically as he continued shooting silver bullet rounds at the knight as he was literally running in circles. One of the bullets managed to graze Yuto on the cheek, but he didn't stop running, even deflecting several bullets from hitting him. But Fried's bullet of bullets quickly ended when Kunikida used his gun to disarm Fried. Oh, damn it. If your opponent doesn't pay attention to their surroundings, then they lose what little advantage they have, said Kunikida. Midoriya, you and the others go on ahead. We'll handle this guy, Kiba said. Save the nun, Koneko added. I'll help them keep the priest busy. 𝐷𝐼, you and the others save the girl. Right. 𝐷𝐼 said as he and the others made their way to the altar. Hey! Come back here. No one said you could leave. Fried shouted, sessed off that the shitty devil got past him. You'll have to deal with us, first. Kunikida tore out a page from his notebook. Sacred Gear, Lone Poet. Flashbang. The notebook page was engulfed by a light green light, transforming into a flashbang. Kunikida threw the flashbang to Fried before it exploded, filling the entire sanctuary with blinding light. Kunikida Doppo, Sacred Gear, Lone Poet. He can create anything he needs by using the pages of his notebook, so long as it's no bigger than the notebook and he understands its basic form and function. Izuku, 𝐷𝐼, Momo, Kyoka, and 𝐭𝐼𝐲 made it into the stairwell beneath the altar when the flashbang went off. Kunikida-san has a sacred gear too? Izuku asked, having overheard. Yep. Called Lone Poet, 𝐷𝐼 led the way down the stairs. That's crazy, said 𝐭𝐼𝐲. Do you have one of those sacred gear things too, 𝐒𝐻𝐼-san? Of course, he smirked, doing some kind of pose. And it's perfect for stopping this ritual. There was a door at the bottom of the stairway, but 𝐒𝐻𝐼 didn't even bother to look at it before kicking it down, blasting it off the hinges. He and the teens strode through the dust and found themselves in a chamber where a small army of masked priests had suddenly stood up with their swords drawn. At the very end of the room was Reina standing before a large cross, where Ибара was chained up, both in very thin dresses and magic circles over their chests. Midoriya-san. Everyone, Ибара hummed softly, looking up slowly. You're here, what do you know? Reina smiled, looking over her shoulder to peer at Izuku and the others. You actually came after all. Izuku glared at the fallen angel. Let Shiozaki-san go. How sweet, but I can't do that, Reina said, condescendingly. The ritual is almost complete. Ibara's body glowed in bright green light, and she screamed in agonizing pain. A small orb slowly appears on her chest. No. Don't you dare. Izuku snarled, firing a dragon shot at Reina's back. The shot never had a chance to reach as one of the priests quickly deflected it with his sword. You will not interfere, the priest shouted, lunging for the kill. I will have your head, devil. Another shouted as more of them Zerg rushed them. You kids distract them. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 jumped into the air and over the priests. Distract. How? 𝐭𝐽𝐾 didn't get her answer as a priest pounced on her. She instinctively used her earphone jacks to grab hold of the priest's arms and fling him onto his back. Here. Momo, using her quirk, made 2 swords, one for 𝐭𝐽𝐾 and another for 𝐒𝐽𝐾, who graciously took them. Izuku, with some concentration, activated his sacred gi's main power. Boost. Yes. With his strength now doubled, Izuku punched the nearest priest, sending them flying into the wall with enough force to indent it. 𝐒𝐽𝐾, avoiding the attacks from the priests, used her quirk to make some of them float up to the ceiling. 𝐭𝐽𝐾 used hers to stab 2 priests in the head, earning a cry of pain before they collapse. Yes. Yes. Reina exclaimed as the orb fully pulled itself out of Ibara's chest and began to approach Reina's waiting hands. It's almost here. Twilight healing is now mine. Sorry, but I can't let you have that. What the? She gasped as 𝐒𝐻𝐼 patted her back. Immediately, Reina felt the magic circle on her chest disappear. With its destination gone, the orb froze in midair. No! 𝐒𝐻𝐼 slammed his leg against her face, sending the angel flying across the room and out of the doorway, crashing loudly. You blinked. 𝐒𝐻𝐼-san. Izuku called out as he, Momo, 𝐒𝐽𝐾, and 𝐭𝐽𝐾 ran up to him. Is Shiozaki-san okay? She won't be if we don't return that orb. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 placed his hand on the cross. It lost all its color and the chain snapped, freeing Ibara. Izuku caught her, and he could already tell that she didn't have much time. Her face was pale and her eyes looked dull. Momo grabbed the orb and handed it to Izuku. If we put this thing back inside of her, she should be fine, she said. Then she blinked and blushed. Maybe I should rephrase that. No time, Izuku said, doing his best not to blush. He pressed the orb back into Ibara's chest. A bright glow covered the room as the sacred gear returned to Ibara's body, lasting only for a moment before dimming. As soon as the glow vanished, Ibara coughed and breathed loudly, her cheeks and eyes returning to life. Midoriya-san, Ibara smiled slowly. We're gonna get you out of here, Izuku smiled back. Ibara then hugged him tightly. You came for me, Ibara whispered, tears welling in her eyes. You came. Of course I did, Izuku replied, hugging her back. 𝐒𝐻𝐼. How did you free Shiozaki? And how'd you stop the ritual? 𝐭𝐽𝐾 asked. With my sacred gear, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 answered. No longer human. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 Osamu, sacred gear, no longer human. It allows him to negate any magic with a simple touch, including other sacred gears. Ra! You filthy vermin. You ruined everything. One of the priests recovered quickly and tried to strike 𝐒𝐻𝐼 in the back. However, the sword of light instantly shattered upon connecting with 𝐒𝐻𝐼. With a disappointed sigh, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 swiftly punched the priest in the face, sending him flying into several other priests. Looking around the room, He saw all the other priests quickly recovering and glaring murderously at them, looking none too pleased that the ritual was prematurely interrupted. Midoriya! Ибара squeaked, clinging to him fearfully. Midoriya, there's an exit over there. You and the others take Shiozaki and go, Dazai ordered. I'll buy you some time. Wait, can you handle them all by yourself? Okuko asked. Don't worry about me, just go. Izuku nodded. Be careful. Izuku took Ibara's hand and ran for the door, the other girls not far behind. Back at the sanctuary, Yuto, Koneko, and Kunikida were still fighting long and hard against Freed. The so-called holy man was grinning like a psycho as he swung his sword and fired a second gun he had hidden in his robes. Yuto didn't look like he was tiring anytime soon despite the running around he did. Kunikida had run out of bullets several times, needing pages from his precious notebook to keep up. Freed rapidly fired at Kunikida, but Koneko quickly jumped in front of him and used herself as a shield as much as she could due to her height anyway. It seemed to work as all the bullets were stopped from targeting Yuto and hit her instead, but rather than turn her into bloody Swiss cheese, the bullets were crushed against her body, a few even tearing up her outfit. Freed seemed to realize that shooting wasn't going anywhere. Guns won't work on me, Koneko said boredly. Well, Freed smirked, his gun smoking. You're tough for a puny little girl, aren't you? Koneko looked down at her chest. Little, Koneko suddenly began throwing anything and everything at Freed, who laughed madly and either dodged what was thrown or cut it in half. I take it she's sensitive about her figure. Kunikida asked Yuto. She's a little touchy on the subject, Yuto confirmed. Kunikida then began to scribble in his notebook. Never, under any circumstances, intentional or not, make fun of a woman's BRSTS, no matter their age, he said to himself as he wrote it down. So, I have €1 million question for you, Freed asked Yuto once Koneko ran out of things to throw. Why's your new buddy trying to save that shitty maiden? Midoriya-kun. He's just like that, I guess, Yuto replied. He leaped at Freed, their blades clashing several times before leaping away. Says he wants to be a hero. Hero? Ha! Like that thing Devil SHT Stain can be a hero. Kunikida aiming his gun was enough for Freed to jump back several meters. You devils like tricks, right? Wanna see mine? He threw a smoke bomb to the ground. Yuto, Koneko, and Kunikida's visions were obstructed by the smoke. Once it subsided, Freed was gone. Got away again. Yuto frowned. He won't have anywhere to hide, Kunikida said, writing in his notebook. I'll give his description to the police. We need to check up on Midoriya-senpai and the others. You two head down the altar, Kunikida ordered. I'll head outside and check for any other exits. At the back of the church, a hidden door flew into the air before falling to the ground. Izuku walked out into the open, the girls close behind. We should be fine out here for now, Momo said. How are you feeling? Izuku asked. A bit better, Ibara answered, slightly out of breath. It really hurt to have my sacred gear taken out like that. It's gonna be fine. I won't let anyone get to you, Izuku promised. Ibara smiled sadly, only my parents ever stood up for me like that before, not even when I was being banished from my village. Actually, I don't remember the last time anyone was talking to me like a friend. You never had any friends? Okuko asked. No, Ibara shook her head. If we get out of this, would it be all right for us to be friends? Each of them smiled. Of course, we will, said Momo. Emchim, Okuko nodded. DMN straight, Kyoka affirmed. Right, Izuku grinned, and we will get out of this. I promise. Ibara beamed brightly at their words, tears of happiness forming in her eyes. How sentimental, they all froze at the dreadfully familiar voice. Everyone instinctively surrounded Ibara like a shield as they all looked around the area outside the ruined church for the fallen angel, taking in every nook, cranny, and sound. Momo created a long pole as she put up her guard. Kyoka's earphone jacks twitched as she tried to track Rainair through sound. Okuko had her fists clenched tight. Izuku was preparing for a dragon shot, ready to fire the second he saw the fallen. Ibara looked around as her friends continued trying to find the enemy. She too was feeling a bit scared that none of them knew where she went. With the element of surprise in Reiner's control, there was no telling where she could strike. There was a small light coming out of the corner of her eye. It was faint, but it was enough for her to take notice. Looking up at the perch above them, she noticed the light slowly growing brighter. And then it happened. The flash shot from the perch and blasted straight toward Izuku. "Izuku!" Ibara shouted as she pushed Izuku. He stumbled and turned only to watch in horror as Ibara took the shot in his place. Time seemed to slow down as the beam of light pierced through Ibara's chest. His eyes widened as BLD burst out of the wound and the girl collapsed to the ground. "Ibara!" "Oh, too bad," Reiner said, condescendingly. With the element of surprise gone, she descended from her perch and glided to the ground. She smiled cruelly as she watched. Izuku was cradling Ibara as the BLD rushed out of her wound deeply. She was breathing hard as she desperately clung to what little breath she had left. "That's a good look for someone as pathetic as you," she said. "I had considered going after the traitor, but you just PSS me off more. So sad about Ibara, but if I can't have the twilight healing then there's no way I'm letting anyone else take it from me." Momo growled, "Why you?" A bolt of lightning shot out of Momo's hand, coming dangerously close to striking Reiner had she not taken to the air. "Hold on, Ibara. Just hold on. Stay with me." Izuku desperately screamed. "Izuku-sen," Ibara gasped softly, tears in her eyes. "Try not to talk," Okako said, kneeling next to her. "Just use twilight healing and heal yourself." Kyoka asked, trying her best not to lose consciousness from the sight. I can't. She was too weak and losing BLD. She was fading fast. "Then just save your strength," Momo said, kneeling and creating a medkit. "We'll save you." "Save her. Ha!" Reiner laughed, a spear of light in hand. "How pathetic. You can't save her once you're all dead." Bang! Bang! Reiner screamed as 2 bullets knocked the light spear out of her hand. "Kids! You all right?" Izuku turned to see Kunikida running toward them. "Kunikida-san. Ibara's hurt." Kunikida ran toward Ibara's side, nearly gagging at the sight of the gaping hole in her chest. "This is bad," he silently cursed himself for not getting here sooner. "We need to stabilize her. But one of us needs to deal with that fallen angel." Izuku, glaring at Reiner, stood up. "I'll do it." "What, you can't?" Okako said. "She'll kill you." "Maybe, but it'll give you guys time to get away and help Ibara." Saying nothing else, Izuku began walking towards Reiner. "Be careful, kid. And good luck," said Kunikida. The fallen angel had moved a few meters back, clenching her hand in pain. "Damn it, freed. You couldn't deal with 3 Fing devils and their Fing friends." She then noticed that Izuku was walking toward her. "Oh, what's this? Does the little devil boy want to play?" Without hesitating, Reiner created another spear and threw it at Izuku. "Promotion, Rook." Immediately, Izuku felt a twinge in his chest as the evil piece responded to his command. He felt his body grow denser. The spear of light bounced off of Izuku's body, shattering in the process. Though it did leave a pretty bad gash on Izuku's side. "So you're a pawn," Reiner hissed. "I may be a pawn," Izuku growled, his sacred gear glowing green. "But that won't stop me from beating you." "Boost." Reiner smirked. "Please, don't get yourself worked up. There's nothing a shitty low-class devil like you that can dash boost." Reiner's smirk disappeared, her eyes widening. Izuku's entire body began to glow green. "I don't care what you say. Boost. I'm not going to let you hurt me, Ibara, or anyone else ever again." Dragon Force. Both Izuku and his sacred gear changed. The bracer transformed into a clawed gauntlet with 2 golden spikes. Red scales now covered Izuku's right arm, the sides of his face, and his back, where 2 leathery wings emerged alongside his devil wings, giving him a more draconic look. Reiner began to tremble. "That's impossible. His sacred gear shouldn't be capable of any of this. It's just a twice critical." Terrified, Reina tried to flee, but Izuku, with far more speed than a rook should have, caught up to her. Grabbing her by the leg, he threw her into the ground. Reina gagged as Izuku landed near her. As she tried to stand, she saw Izuku approaching her. No. Stay back. Don't touch me. Izuku reared his fist back as it glowed with green energy, and then rammed it straight through her stomach. Dragon! Smash! A burst of energy exploded around them as his fist made contact. Gwa! Reina coughed loudly from the blow. Her body bucked and arched into an awkward angle as she was sent flying. She crashed through the side of the church, landing in the sanctuary. Izuku followed her into the sanctuary, finding Reina on the floor, out cold. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He won. Hey, Midoriya. Over here. Izuku turned around at the sound of the voice, finding Yuto, Koneko, and Dazai casually sitting on a few smashed pews. Guys. You okay? No biggie, Koneko shrugged, stuffing herself with a pack of gummies she had brought with her. Those priests were such disappointments, Dazai huffed. Couldn't one of them have used a real gun? By the way, I like your new look, Izuku-kun. Very hero-y. Izuku checked himself over, now noticing the large leathery wings and scales. Holy whoa, you're right. Guess I didn't notice until now. You're unbelievable, Koneko deadpanned. Nice job beating that fallen angel, Midoriya-kun. Yuto smiled, holding his sword over his shoulder. It sure was impressive. You guys saw that. Why didn't you come help? Bucho told us not to get involved, Yuto answered. Because I believed in you. Izuku spun around quickly at the sound of Ria's voice. Sure enough, there she was smiling rather proudly at him. Senpai. I knew you could do it on your own, Ria smiled, walking over to him and rubbing his hair, as expected of my cute junior. You definitely pulled your weight. Hi. Izuku nodded slowly, blushing softly. Oh, your sacred gear. Izuku looked at his newly changed sacred gear. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Both it and I just changed. Red Dragon, Rias muttered. That explains a lot. Then Izuku remembered, Ibara. Izuku ran over to where he left Ibara and the others. But he didn't get very far as they soon walked into the sanctuary through the hole Izuku made, Shiozaki in Kunikida's arms, her eyes dull and lifeless. Izuku, she gasped for breath. I'm sorry, we did all we could, Kunikida said. Even if we get her to the nearest hospital, I doubt she'll be able to survive. Momo covered her mouth, Kyoka doing the same. Okako was on the verge of tears. Izuku went wide-eyed. No. I won't let you die. You saved me, so I'll save you. He looked desperately at Rias. Is there a way to save her? There is, Rias nodded quickly. She held up a small red piece in her fingers. Do you know what this is? That's a bishop piece, Izuku recognized. This is my last one, too, Rias said. Ibara, for saving my servant I will reward you with a second life. However, you will be reborn as a devil and will have to work under me for all eternity, and you can no longer serve God. Do you accept? Ibara looked up at her and nodded weakly. I want to stay with. Izuku, Rias smiled. Sir, set her down gently and back away. I need room to perform this ritual. Kunikida nodded before slowly lowering Ibara down on the ground gently and stepping away. Rias knelt down and placed the bishop piece just below her BRSTS. A magic circle glowed underneath Ibara in a crimson color as the bishop piece also glowed just as brightly. Rias stood up and began the ritual. I, Rias Gremory, command by my name to thee, Shiozaki Ibara. To allow thy soul to descend to this earth again, to become my servant. As your new MSTR, I grant you a new life. At Ria's command, the magic circle flashed brightly as the bishop piece sank into her body. The magic circle vanished once the ritual was complete. Ibara's eyes slowly blinked as she felt that the pain in her chest was no more. She sat up and removed the wrapping around her chest. There was no hole. It was all solid again. The power to bring the near-dead back to a healthy state, Dazai whispered in intrigue. Looks like Yosano has some competition. Izuku-san. Ibara smiled, leaping up and grabbing the dragon boy in a hug. Izuku happily returned the hug tightly as a small tear of joy rolled down his cheek. "Ibara," he whispered, "glad to have you back." "Awesome," Kyoko whispered. "Does that only work when someone's about to die?" "No," Rias answered. "It's mostly done when both participants are healthy and alive." "That's good to know," Momo whispered. "I wonder if—" She shook her head, deciding to ask for that later. "You." The heartwarming moment was interrupted by Reinai stomping forward, lights swirling in her hands, looking absolutely livid. "You just had to turn Ibara into a devil, didn't you? How the F can I be beaten by a shitty twice critical?" "Izuku doesn't have a twice critical." Reinai visibly flinched at what Dazai said. "What?" "He's right," Rias confirmed. "I understand your confusion since you first saw it in its dormant state, but what Izuku has is the boosted gear, a mid-tier Longinus. It doubles his power every 10 seconds, allowing him to transcend both God and Satan at will." Izuku, flabbergasted, stared at his boosted gear. As did Reinai. You mean this child is the Red Dragon Emperor?" She took several steps back. That won't matter. You haven't won in the slightest. I still have my comrades to dash." "Your comrades are dead," Rias interrupted coolly. Reinai's face paled. "What?" Rias reached into her skirt pocket and pulled out 2 black feathers. "Recognize these? I'm sure you've seen these feathers from somewhere before." Reinai began to tremble. After you and your friend attacked Izuku and Ibara, I got word that a rogue squad of fallen angels was planning to attack this city, so I went and had a chat with your colleagues 𝐻𝐻𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿. But then they had the nerve to ridicule my precious servant. Red and black energy enveloped the 2 feathers, vaporizing them. She killed them." Izuku gasped. Ria-san is the heir of the Duke-level Gremory clan, which are famous for treating their servants as family, and she's no exception to that, Yuto explained. She's hailed as a genius among other young devils for her talent and power of destruction, a magical power handed down only to the members of her family. It can obliterate and erase anything it touches and can cause objects to decay. It's how she earned the nickname the Crimson-Haired Princess of Ruin. What scary names! Izuku, Momo, Ibara, Okiko, and Kyoko all thought. Rias then glared at Reinai. "Now, what to do about you?" The fallen angel began to shake and tremble in fear. "I could just simply purge you here and now, but I get the feeling that would be too light." Rias looked at Izuku and Ibara. "Of all of us, she's done the worst to you too. It's only fair that you choose what happens to her now." I don't want anyone else hurt because of me." Ibara squeaked. Could you please let her go?" Rias then glanced at Izuku for his answer. "Believe me, I want Reinai to pay for what she did, but if she did this without the other fallen angels' knowledge like you said, then I think it would be best to let them decide what to do with her." Rias smiled. "Congratulations, Reinai. You're free to go, assuming the other fallen ever want to see you again." Reinai looked surprised, hopeful, and terrified by what was happening and what would happen to her. When Rias made no further moves, she crawled backward and spread her damaged wings. The female fallen flapped her wings and flew off as fast as she could. "And there she goes," Dazai commented. "I was really hoping she would be brave enough to commit a double suicide." "I think you need a psychiatrist." Izuku and the other teens all sweat dropped. "Unless it's a woman, he'll just scare them off," Kunikida muttered, putting away a flip phone. "You kids better leave, too. I just called the police. They'll be here in a few minutes." Rias nodded, creating a magic circle next to her. "Izuku, Ibara, Koneko, Yuto, let's go." "Wait, what about us?" Kyoko asked. "Don't worry, I'll take you kids somewhere safe," said Dazai. The 3 girls nodded. "See you tomorrow," Okiko said to Izuku. "Yeah." The next morning, Izuku was in the occult research club room with Rias drinking a cup of tea with her. Everyone else had yet to arrive. "So how's your injury?" she asked him. "Great. Shiozaki-san really outdid herself," Izuku told her. "Right. Ibara's power to heal devils, fallen angels, and perhaps other races is very valuable, so it's easy to see why the fallen angels were after it, Rias nodded, crossing her legs. So, I've been wondering, Izuku began twiddling his thumbs. There are 8 pawn pieces on a chessboard, right? Does that mean I'll be expecting more pawns just like me? No. You're my only one, Rias told him. Here. Izuku blinked. Rias took a sip of her drink before setting it down. The amount of evil pieces used to turn someone into a devil depends on that person's overall potential. A devil's worth is whether or not they can utilize their powers efficiently. When I revived you, I had 1 knight, 1 rook, 1 bishop, a queen, and 8 pawns. Since you used up all 8 of my pawn pieces to recruit, I wouldn't have been able to revive you. All of them? Izuku gasped. I'm worth 8 pawns. That's right, but I didn't understand why until last night, Rias smiled. She leaned in and stroked his cheek gently, his face instantly reacting as it turned red. I had intended to use my queen piece, but I decided to take the gamble and use my pawns. Now that we know you have the boosted gear, that means you can become the ultimate pawn, a hero that's never been seen before. Her smile widened at the blush on his face. The crimson-haired princess of Ruin and the red dragon emperor. Make a good match, here. I'll be rooting for you, got it? Alright, Izuku nodded slowly. Rias smiled before she kissed him on the forehead, senpai. Izuku gasped, his face turning into a bright shade of red from the unexpected display of affection. Rias removed her lips from his forehead and stuck out her tongue playfully. That's a good luck charm. The 𝐒𝐻 entrance exam is a little over 5 months away, so train hard. Oh, and call me Bucho from now on. I can't show too much affection or else our new member will be jealous fufu, she giggled as she turned her gaze at the door. Izuku followed her gaze and found a familiar crown of thorns standing there. Shiozaki-san. Izuku saw the newly turned devil's face was red as she fidgeted with her fingers nervously. It's obvious that Rias Bucho is appealing. So of course, Izuku-san would be in love with her. No. I can't be thinking of such things. Oh Lord, please forgive my sinful heart. Ibara prayed before feeling a throbbing pain in her head. Izuku chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. I know how that is, it happened to me once too. How are you adapting? It will take time for me to get used to becoming a devil and I'm sad that I can't pray to God anymore. But I don't have any regrets. Ibara smiled with a pink tint on her cheeks. Glad to hear that, Izuku said to her. Ibara-chan will be applying for the 𝐒𝐻 entrance exam too, so she'll be training with us for the next few months, Rias explained. Oh, okay, Izuku replied. Guess we'll be training together then, Shiozaki-san. Why you can just call me Ibara if that's all right. Ibara told him, smiling. Sure, Izuku smiled. I was calling you by your name last night, after all. Now ain't this cute? Looking at the door, Izuku saw Kyoka, Momo, and Okiko standing there. Oh, you guys made it, Izuku said. Thanks for inviting us, said Okiko. She then looked over to Rias. We never really introduced ourselves. I'm Uraraka Okiko. I'm Yorozu Momo. Gyro Kyoka. I'm Rias Gremory, she said as the 3 girls sat down. I take it you're here to check on Ibara. Yeah. We wanted to see if she and Midoriya were okay, Kyoka told her. And before you ask, we promise not to tell anyone about you guys being devils. Not like they'd believe us, Rias giggled. That's good to know. Since Izuku entrusted you to help last night, I think I can trust you as well. Rias-san, Momo hesitantly looked up. Can I ask you something? In private? Sure, Rias replied. You can ask after the party is over. Party! A door to an adjacent room then opened, where Yuto wheeled in a trolley holding a cake and various other sweets, with Koneko close behind. A little cake to welcome our new member, he then noticed the 3 girls on the sofa. And guests, it seems. By the way, where's Dazai-san and Kunikida-san? Okiko asked. They went back to Yokohama earlier today, Rias answered. Though Kunikida did leave a note with the Ada's number if we ever need their help. But enough about that. Rias took a glass of soda and held it over her head. Let's welcome our newest member to the Occult Research Club. Kampai! Kampai, the others cheered. As the party continued, Rias suddenly felt a presence watching from out of the window. Turning around, she saw a very exotic bird gazing directly at her. She swallowed hard, recognizing the bird quickly. She stared at the bird until Izuku snapped her out. "Bucho! What's wrong?" "Oh, Izuku, it's..." She turned back to the window where the bird was, only to find the bird was gone. "It's nothing, Izuku," she told him with a smile on her face, though the sudden turmoil in her heart spoke otherwise. Reina flew as far and as fast as she could. She tried returning to the underworld but found that Mitult beat her there. Turns out the brat was a spy sent by Azazel to keep tabs on her and the others. She realized that if she went back to Grigory, she'd be considered a traitor. Hell, she probably already had a bounty on her head by now. Not that surprising, as she both directly disobeyed Azazel's orders and made sure the devils brought the Red Dragon Emperor to their side. By the time she arrived in Yokohama, a couple of days had passed since her humiliating defeat. She could never face 𝐭𝐽𝐫 ever again after her massive scroop. The warmonger would surely use her for cannon fodder or target practice if she did. She was on her own, just like before. Finding an alleyway to rest, Reina sat down and put away her wings. "Red Dragon Emperor," she hissed. "Gremory Princess. I swear, I will make you all pay, even if it's the last thing I do." "My, what have we here?" Instinctively, Reina created a spear of light and aimed it at the voice's source. "Who's there? Show yourself." Very well, stepping out of the shadows was a man in his early 40s. He was fairly tall and had a slender physique. His eyes seem red and have a strange pattern on their pupils. His medium black hair was swept back, leaving only 2 bangs to the front on each side. He was wearing a dark-colored open shirt with a loose black tie under a white coat, white breeches, and black shoes. "Who are you?" Reina demanded. "Just a back alley doctor," he said with a reassuring smile. "I happened to see you land and thought I could help." "Help? I don't need your help." Reina snapped. "If you're planning to RP me, then forget it. Sorry to disappoint, but I prefer girls under 12. Reina's eye began to twitch. "That's it. I've had a couple of really bad days, and I think I'll take out my frustrations on you." The doctor simply smiled and said, "Why don't you try?" Reina suddenly began shaking uncontrollably. "What? What?" She dropped the spear, which shattered upon hitting the ground. Reina fell to the ground next, frozen in fear. "My body won't listen. This murderous intent, it's suffocating. It rivals 𝐭𝐽𝐫's. Who are you?" "As I said, a back alley doctor." "Well, at least that's what I used to be." He began to walk closer to her. "Now I have a new job, and I'm willing to hire you, Reina." The irises in Reina's fear-stricken eyes shrunk. How news travels fast, especially if you have informants in the underworld. He was now standing directly over her. "It would be such a waste for someone of your talents to be sent to prison, so I'm here to make you a deal. Work for me, or I hand you over to Azazel in body bags." "Well." Reina could only nod her head, not having any other choice. "Excellent." The killing intent subsided. "Welcome to the Port Mafia." He leant out his hand, which Reina took. A few days had passed since the fight against Reina, and Ibarra was adjusting well to her new life as a devil. Like Izuku, she was tasked with handing out pamphlets and flyers, and she managed to get her first contact. Unlike Izuku, due to being a bishop, Ibarra was well adapted in magical ability next to Rias. But Izuku didn't mind. He was just happy he was finally able to use his boosted gear. Izuku did tell his mother about his newly developed power, to which she spent the whole day hugging her son and crying tears of joy, much to Ria's amusement. Then there was the case of Ibarra's living arrangements. Izuku knew that given her new circumstances she would need somewhere to stay. But he wasn't expecting to see stacks of boxes in front of his apartment, with both Rias and Ibarra standing right next to them. Rather than answering what the boxes were for, which she said she would do later, Rias only told him to bring them inside. Fortunately for them, or rather unfortunately for Izuku, the matriarch of the Midoriya household was home. "Let me get this straight," Inko said slowly, making sure that she had heard it right the first time. "You want Ibarra-chan to board in with us?" The woman in question was sitting at the dining room table apart from Izuku, Rias, and Ibara, still trying to wrap her head around what was just said. It was one of the last things a mother expected to hear. A pretty girl staying with her teenage son was one of the many things a boy his age would dream of happening to them. Even Izuku was looking flabbergasted at Ria's request. A lovely-looking young girl suddenly staying with them. Something was telling her that a lot more was going to follow very soon. "I know it's inconvenient, but please hear me out," Ria said, playing spokeswoman. "Ibara comes from a small village and she doesn't have any known relatives. After she arrived in the city, Izuku was the first and only one who helped her and showed her around, so she mostly feels at ease when she is around him. It would only make sense to be around someone who makes you feel at ease, don't you think so?" "Well, that is true," 𝐭𝐽 nodded, rubbing her chin. "And I can say for a fact that Izuku wouldn't even dream of doing anything shameful to a girl. Still, this is a lot for me to think about." "In that case," Rias continued, moving in for argument number 2, "what would you say if Ibara became your adopted daughter?" "Adopted?" 𝐭𝐽 blinked. "What do you mean?" "Ibara trusts Izuku greatly so," Rias explained. "While it is true that his main problems lie in his social awkwardness, he is also straightforward and confronts any problem without hesitation. I, as well as Ibara, were both charmed by that quality of his." "That's right." Ibara pipped up timidly. "Izuku-san risked his life for mine without care for his own safety." "Is that right?" 𝐭𝐽 hummed. "It certainly sounds like Izuku. But still, then let me offer you this," Rias replied, laying down her trump card. "We can use the time Ibara lives here as bridal training." The room stayed silent only for a short while as Ria's words sank in. 𝐻𝐻. 𝐭𝐽 exclaimed, eyes widening. "Bridal training?" Izuku, 𝐭𝐽, and Ibara all gasped, the two teens blushing brightly. "Think of it this way. If Izuku interacts with Ibara as much as possible, it could make him grow out of his social anxiety shell," Rias reasoned. "And it would give him an easier time to interact with girls his age." "Those are some very convincing arguments," 𝐭𝐽 responded, calming down from her shock. "Now that I think about it, with Hisoshi working so much now, it would be nice to have some extra company." And on that note, she trailed off as she looked at Ibara. "I wouldn't mind if she bore me grandchildren." Izuku and Ibara both stared at 𝐭𝐽 with wide eyes as her words sank in. Rias simply couldn't help but giggle at 𝐭𝐽's statement. Izuku exclaimed, his head steaming. "Please don't joke like that." "Who said I was joking?" Then she smiled brightly. "At any rate, I look forward to you staying with us, Ibara-chan. Please take care of my son." Well, Ibara bowed shyly. "I may be inexperienced, but I'll be under your care from now on, Izuku-san's Kasama. I hope we get along." Rias smiled as she watched 𝐭𝐽 rub Ibara's head, gushing about how cute and adorable she was as Izuku was face-palming over his mother's antics. Turning to the side, her smile dropped as a weary look appeared in her eyes. "A bride? Yeah." The very next day, Izuku and Ibara left home and made their way to school. As expected from what happened the last time, the various boys and girls who were among the crowd to school were staring both oddly and enviously with a hint of suspicion at Izuku and Ibara. Once again, Izuku was walking to school with a very attractive beauty. Izuku did his best to ignore the stares, settling for the company Ibara gave him. "How?" Ibara whispered nervously, twisting the handle of her school bag with both hands. "My first day at a school in years. I'm really nervous about this. What was school like back in your old village?" Izuku asked her. "I don't remember much, just a single small elementary school," Ibara told him. "But after my twilight healing was discovered, I was made to stop going to school altogether and given a private tutor. They told me that the Holy Maiden was far too prestigious to learn menial lessons." Izuku could hear some hint of loneliness in her voice as she said it. Izuku cringed sadly. Ibara really did feel lonely after becoming a Holy Maiden. She was adored and admired, but never loved for the person she was. The fact that she was quickly kicked to the curb after healing a devil only further reinforced the point of how the people there were selfish and ignored the needs of a girl still in her adolescence. "Don't worry. We'll be in neighboring classes along with Kibakuin," so we'll be there for you. Thank you, Izuku-san. Ibara smiled, a light blush on her face. Later on in the day, Izuku and Ibara were in the occult research club room lounging around with Rias, Yuto, Koneko, Momo, Kyoka, and Okiko. Even without anything to do, Ibara enjoyed the company. It was warm and welcoming. Quite unlike the loneliness she felt back in her home village. Izuku was sitting on one of the sofas with Ibara right beside him, enjoying the mochi Okiko had brought. Kyoka and Momo were sitting on the couch across from them, enjoying the mochi also. Koneko had gotten hold of the bag and had already eaten half of it, much to Okiko's dismay. Yuto was sitting in a chair nearby, reading a book. Rias sat at her desk, fulfilling paperwork. Each of them chatted among themselves, having fun. At least, that was the case until Ibara explained where she'll be staying. "Oh, you're living together now, eh?" Kyoka asked, a sly smile on her face. "So, when can we expect a wedding?" 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐽-san. Izuku stuttered, his whole head glowing red from embarrassment. Ibara, though equally as embarrassed, silently liked the idea. Okiko nearly choked, either from trying not to laugh or from a small amount of jealousy she felt. Maybe both. "Kyoka, please show some respect," Momo hissed. Kyoka playfully stuck out her tongue and winked in response. Deciding to change the subject, Rias spoke up. "So, Yorozu-san, how's your training coming along?" "Great," Momo answered. "We're almost done, with plenty of time left until the recommendation tests, so you better keep your end of the deal." "Of course," Rias said with a smile, "assuming you finish in time." Not long after Momo, Kyoka, and Okiko left. Once they were gone, Ibara spoke up. "Ah, Bucho. What was that deal Yorozu-san talked about?" Rias sighed. "A pretty bold and unexpected request. She wants to become a devil." "What?" Izuku and Ibara gasped. Yuto simply chuckled. "Well, that's unexpected to say the very least." Koneko simply munched on the mochi. "Why would she want that?" Izuku asked. "She didn't say, but we made a deal. If she can finish cleaning Dagobah Beach at least a month before the recommendations tests, then I'll make her a devil," Rias then smiled. "But enough about that, here's why we're really here." Rias got up from her desk and pointed at Izuku and Ibara. "It's time we got you two familiars." "Familiars?" Izuku asked. "What are they?" Ibara asked. "Familiars are very essential in devil society. Think of them as sidekicks. They can back you up with various tasks and can assist in battle." Rias snapped her fingers. In a puff of smoke, a small cartoony bat with dark red fur appeared next to her. "This is my familiar, Mocha. You actually already met her, Izuku-an." "I did." Right as Izuku said that, Mocha changed into a young woman wearing a vampire-style outfit. Izuku recognized her right away. "You're that girl who gave me the flyer. And it was a lucky thing you kept the flyer." Rias nodded as Mocha turned back into a bat. "This is Shiro, his mine," Koneko said, showing a small white kitten in her arms. "Oh, he's cute." Ibara cooed at the total adorableness of Koneko's familiar, leaning forward to scratch the feline on the ears. The little cat gave a small purr, enjoying the scratches. "And this is mine." Izuku looked over at Yuto, showing a small bird on his forearm. "So Ibara-san and I are going to get familiars now?" Izuku asked, admiring the bird. "Well, about that," Rias was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. "Oh, we have visitors." The doors opened. The young devil stood up as the door opened, and stepping into the room was a group led by a girl the same age as Rias. She was slender and a little shorter than Rias. She had short, bob-cut-styled hair being held together by a single clip. Her eyes were strangely pinkish and were behind a set of red glasses with oval frames that gave her a cute and professional look. Next to her was a slender woman with split bangs, long black hair that freely fell to her knees, and blue rectangular glasses behind heterochromatic eyes, the left being violet and the other one brown. The rest of the teens behind them consisted of 5 girls and 1 boy, some wearing UA uniforms. "Sorry to interrupt," the bob-cut greeted the group with a small smile. "Who are they?" Ibara whispered. They are mostly UA students currently running for positions in the student council, Yuto answered, having overheard. The one in front is Shitori Sona and the other one next to her is Shinra Tsubaki. Rias then smiled at Sona. Good to see you again, Sona, Rias greeted. What can I do for you? Nothing, I just wanted to congratulate you on increasing the number of your servants, Sona replied. She then smiled slyly. It took you long enough. Wait, how does she know? Izuku asked. Because her real name is Sona Citri, Yuto told them. And just like Bucho, she's a high-class devil and next in line to lead the House of Citri. Here. So then, other students at UA are devils just like us. Izuku blinked. It's pretty surprising you haven't told the newbie about us, Bucho, the sole male of the Citri group said. He was somewhat average-looking with grey eyes and shaggy-like brown hair. He wasn't wearing a school uniform. But if you can't trust him with inside info, then I guess he isn't worth much. It's considered bad form for devils from other households to interfere with one another, Soji, Sona reprimanded him, causing Soji to look at her in surprise. It isn't all that surprising that Rias hasn't told him anything about us yet. And that's the point of this visit anyway. Sona then turned to the others. This is Soji Genshiro, my second and newest pawn, Sona introduced, smiling. This is my Doria Izuku, my new pawn. And this is my second bishop, Shiozaki Ibara, Rias smiled, gesturing. At the two of them. I'm pleased to you, Ibara bowed, I hope we'll get along. Sure. I'm all for it. Let's be great friends. Soji greeted back with a friendly tone as he shook her hand. Izuku was slightly unsettled by Soji's forwardness. He simply let it slide as he introduced himself next. Pleased to meet you, Soji-kun. I'm looking forward to working with another pawn, Izuku smiled, extending his hand. Soji, on the other hand, snorted as he coolly smirked at Izuku. Yeah, sure, he scoffed arrogantly. Dude, you might be nice and all, but you're nowhere on my level. I took up 4 pawns on my own. The braggart continued after a breath for dramatic effect. Maybe someday you'll be able to meet me on equal footing and we'll see who's the better servant. My Doria took up 8 pieces. It's always better to get your facts straight before you make a complete fool of yourself, Sona quickly spoke. Soji's eyes widened at Izuku's evil piece worth. What? 8 pieces? This guy. How did he manage that? My apologies for my pawn's naivety, Sona told them. He's young and eager, but he still has a lot to learn and needs to appreciate the finer points of civility. Wire, Soji frowned apologetically as he rubbed the back of his head. Sorry about that. It's okay, Izuku said. That reminds me, you're planning on getting your 2 recruits familiars soon, right? Sona asked Rias. Yes, what of it? Rias asked. Then it looks like we've got ourselves a deadlock, Sona frowned worriedly. I planned on getting Soji a familiar for him around the same time. And only one of us can enter the forest of familiars. In that case, Rias smiled, how about a friendly little contest to sort this whole thing out? A contest? Sona repeated, looking surprised. Whoever wins earns the right to find a familiar first, Rias challenged. Does that sound fair? Sona arched an eyebrow. Surely you aren't talking about a rating game. Rias chuckled humorously. Oh, no. We'd never get permission to do something like that. Sona gave a relaxed smile. You have a point about that. Besides, this isn't the time to call attention to yourself, now is it? Rias suddenly frowned as her eyes flashed slightly. Don't go there. Izuku looked at Rias worriedly at the sudden unpleasant look on her face. His worries were eased somewhat as she gave a smile. I know, let's settle this the old-fashioned high school way with sports. Oh. Sounds interesting. I'm game, Sona smiled back. From the way the presidents were looking at each other, sparks seemed to fly between them. Yuto-kun, Izuku whispered. Is this going to be okay? Don't worry so much, Yuto answered with a smile. Bucho and Sona-senpai are childhood friends and they've been competing with each other since they were in diapers. They always challenge each other when they get the chance. Healthy competition. If you say so, Izuku nodded. The sun was shining brightly the very next day, a perfect day for a tennis match. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 and a few of the other girls from the student council were cheering on Sona as they stood on one end of the caged tennis court, while Izuku, Ibara, and Yuto rooted for 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳 as they stood on the other end. The two girls had rackets at the sides and were dressed in white sleeveless shirts with miniskirts that gave a small peep show as the wind blew in the air, not that they seemed to mind as they focused on the match at hand. Izuku sat on the front bleachers close to the match when his phone rang. He'd received a text from Okako. "Uraraka, hey. We're in the clubroom. Where are you guys?" Izuku chuckled nervously, realizing he and Ibara forgot to tell them about the tennis match. "Midoriya, we're at a tennis club in town. Bucho is having a match with a friend." "Gyro, whoa. Seriously? Right now?" Kyoka suddenly jumped in. Followed by Momo. "Yoirozu, can we come watch?" "Sona, I'm in it to win it," 𝐼𝐻𝐼 said to her friend, dribbling the tennis ball. "So don't expect me to go easy. I wouldn't have it any other way. May the best devil win." Sona smirked, the flames of challenge in her eyes. Izuku's sweat dropped as he sent a reply. "Midoriya, sure, I'll send the address. But you might want to hurry." 𝐼𝐻𝐼 served up the ball into the air and struck it forward. Quickly, Sona received the ball and returned it. The two young women batted the ball intensely, defending their sides and trying to get it over the other court. With how they were moving, their skirts were getting dragged in the air, flashing their bright white panties. "Holy whoa, those two are into it," Izuku said, watching the game play out. "They're bouncing that ball like crazy." Yuto nodded in agreement. "I've never seen Bucho get so into a contest like this before," he said. "Is it just me, or is this starting to get a bit out of hand?" Koneko questioned rhetorically. "I think you may be right," said Ibara. Back on the court, Sona smiled confidently as she twirled the ball in her hand. "This game is starting to get repetitive, so how about we make things interesting?" She threw the ball up into the air as she reared back her racket, the tool glowing in dim blue energy. "Eat this. Citri spin attack." She slammed the ball against the racket and the now glowing orb zoomed across the stage. "Oh really? Can you handle the Gremory counterstrike?" 𝐼𝐻𝐼 dared. She reared back her racket as the ball approached her. To her surprise, the ball suddenly changed trajectory before she could make a counter, causing her to miss completely. Whoa. 1 point to Sona-san. A brown-haired girl with twin pigtails and green eyes, Nomura Ruruko, Sona's other pawn, serving as the referee announced. "No way. She's using magic." Izuku gasped. "Haha. SCK on that, Midoriya." 𝐒𝐻𝐲 laughed, waving a flag with the words Student Council written on it. Izuku's sweat dropped upon seeing the display. "I thought only a few were US students, let alone running the Student Council. Didn't they agree not to use magic?" Ibara asked. "I don't think that's gonna stop them," Koneko sighed. "So much for rules, here." Yuto shrugged, shaking his head. "Well, Sona, you can cheat all you want to, but in the end, it won't make a bit of a difference," 𝐼𝐻𝐼 smirked. "You want a magic show? I've got a few tricks myself," she boasted with a dramatic pose. "Do your worst, 𝐼𝐻𝐼. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Bring it on." Sona shot back, pointing her racket in an equally dramatic stance. And so, the high-octane tennis battle between Gremory and Citri raged on throughout the afternoon, until... "It's too bad. With the rackets destroyed we had no choice but to end it there," 𝐼𝐻𝐼 frowned, looking at the broken racket in her hand. She sighed as she carelessly dropped it. "But you won, didn't you?" Ibara asked, tilting her head. Nearby, Momo, Okako, and Kyoka were being given the play-by-back of the match by Izuku. Kyoka especially seemed disappointed, though Momo suspected she was disappointed to not see 𝐼𝐻𝐼 in a tennis outfit. After the match, the Occult Research Club returned to the clubroom to plan out what to do next. The sun had already set and the candles lit up the room. "I may have won, but only technically. But I guess I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth now, can I? We'll head out for the Forest of Families tomorrow." "So, what is the Forest of Families?" Izuku asked. "The Forest of Families is where new devils can find a familiar for themselves," 𝐼𝐻𝐼 told him. The main problem is that it only appears during the night of the full moon and only one devil peerage can go there at a time. That's what the contest was about. The next day, Rias conjured one of her magic circles, and the club room was filled with gentle white light rather than the usual warm red. All devils present filed through, leaving the human world behind. The group of young devils found themselves in a dark forest. The sky was reflective of the underworld's bizarre night 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐶L, being a bluish purple than the black of the human world. As a result, their surroundings were more of a purple shadow than anything else, though it didn't matter to them as devils possessed above-normal night vision. At some unspoken signal, Rias, 𝐭𝐴, and 𝐒𝐵 summoned their familiars. The familiars in question nodded to their summoners before scampering off to who knew where. Where are they going? Ibarra asked. It's tradition, Rias explained as Mocha simply flew up to the branch above them, where she slept upside down. While they spend their time with us in the human world, when we return for any time it's expected to let them have time off, so to speak. This is their home after all. 𝐒𝐵's hawk flew off, while 𝐭𝐴's white kitten climbed up a tree and disappeared from sight. This place sure is spooky, Izuku commented. It kinda looked like the setting of a horror movie. Ahoy there! An obnoxiously eager voice called from above and behind. The group turned to find a man standing like an overeager Cub Scout on a mission, in a hero pose, up on one of the lower branches of the trees. Welcome to the familiar forest. It's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Zatuji, Rias inclined her head. You have my thanks for accommodating us tonight. No thanks are necessary. The familiar Mr. leaped down to land in front of them. Thankfully for his sake, he was speaking at a volume that didn't grate any of their ears. Now, how many familiars are we looking for tonight? 2 for my new servants. The man nodded in understanding. I see. Well then, can I interest you in an adolescent dragon? The man blurred, and was suddenly next to Izuku, behaving as if the pawn was a potential familiar. Good fighting potential, with a Longinus gear included in the package. Physical condition and performance may be currently pitiful, but with enough time and practice can exceed in all areas. Any takers? Here. Izuku and the others stared blankly at the familiar Mr., somewhat alarmed that he was being described so well as unnerved about apparently being offered like an art piece at an auction. To his dismay, Ibarra raised her hand. I'm not a dragon. What gave you that idea? Izuku muttered. His right, Rias said, glaring at Ibarra as she lowered her hand. Izukuan is already one of my precious servants, and he may have a dragon-type sacred gear, but he's no dragon. Really? I could have sworn, Zatuji shrugged as he looked Izuku over. Oh well. Now then, what types of familiars are you looking for? A strong type? A fast type? Or a poison type? I feel like I've seen this somewhere before, Izuku said to himself. I'm not sure. What would you recommend? Zatuji smiled at Izuku's question, taking out a catalogue from his bag. Flipping through the pages, he stopped and pointed at a drawing of a dragon that took up the whole page. The drawing radiated great ferocity. This is what I would recommend. One of the Dragon Kings. Chaos Karma Dragon, Tiamat. She's a legendary dragon, and also the only female among the Dragon Kings. Even now, there hasn't been a devil who has caught her yet. That would be obvious, since she's said to be as strong as the 4 Satans. Izuku flinched upon hearing Tiamat's name. For some reason, the name alone filled him with dread. No thanks, I'm good. Then how about a Hydra? As Zatuji explained all the abilities of a Hydra in great detail, particularly how it could easily kill its Mr., Izuku could only watch in silence. Am I ever like this? I just want a familiar that's cute is all, Ibarra said, but Zatuji didn't seem to hear. For about half an hour, which felt like several years, Zatuji led the group through the dimly lit forest, talking about a wide variety of familiars that could easily kill their Mr. Nothing eventful happened, except for a strange slime that attacked. But the worst it did was dissolve the girls' clothes, to their embarrassment and the boys' shock. Yuto, the gentleman he was, looked away the second the slime was dealt with, while Izuku blushed and covered his face, doing his best to ignore the fact he saw the bare breastes of Rias again, Ibarra, and 𝐭𝐴. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 seemed unfazed by the slime's attack, stating he's seen this sort of thing several times before. He received a punch to the gut from a vengeful 𝐭𝐚𝐲 for not warning them. Once the girls acquired new clothing and 𝐂𝐬𝐽 recovered, the group continued. Eventually, they happened upon a large grass-filled clearing. There, resting on a fallen tree, was a tiny reptilian dragon the size of a kitten. Blue scales, white spikes along its spine, and a triangular head. "It's so cute." Ибара beamed. "That is a sprite dragon," said 𝐂𝐬𝐽. "Sprite dragon?" Izuku repeated. "Yeah, a sprite dragon. A baby if I had to guess. Just like its name, it's a dragon that uses blue lightning. If you are going to catch it, now is the time. You would not be able to catch it once it matures. It won't be as strong as a Dragon King, but it's placed in the top-tier normal class for dragons." "Well, Izuku-an, what do you think?" Rias asked. Izuku lowers his head in thought. The fact it was a baby meant that it won't kill him right away. Then he noticed that Ibara was eyeing the little drake. Smiling, Izuku said, "I think we should let Ibara catch it." Ibara looked generally surprised, then smiled. She looked to Rias with pleading eyes. Rias smiled. "Very well," she nodded. Slowly, Ibara approached the little drake. The sprite dragon woke upon hearing Ibara's approach, but it didn't flee. Rather, it looked at her with curiosity. Hello," she said hesitantly. "Can you understand me?" The little drake nodded before jumping onto her shoulder. "Does this mean you want to be my familiar?" It answered by rubbing its head against hers. "Now that ain't something you see every day," 𝐂𝐬𝐽 quipped. "In the name of Ishiozaki Aibara, I order you. Why you shall become my familiar and respond to my contract." At the entrance of the forest, Ibara had opened a green magic circle, the sprite dragon sitting in the middle, the contract ceremony between Ibara and the familiar taking place. Of course, since Ibara is a beginner, Rias was supporting her. But it seemed like the ceremony was progressing very well. Normally the sprite dragon is a dragon who won't pledge to a devil, but it seems that girl has a very pure heart. Something like this has never happened before, but it seems like the contract ceremony will finish safely. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 said. "Well, she was a holy maiden before becoming a devil, so that might have something to do with it," Yuto noted. The light from the magic circle starts to gradually lose its light. Because the contract was finished, the baby dragon flew to Ibara and started to play with her. "Ahaha! That tickles, Raikou." Izuku blinked. "Raikou?" Ibara blushed. "Yes. He is a dragon who uses Reiko, and I also used part of your name, Izuku-san. Is that okay?" "It's all right," Izuku replied, walking up to them. "It's nice to meet you." Raikou's body started to glow blue. Buzz. Shock. Aga, ggggg. Izuku, black and smoking from the electric attack, collapsed to the ground, to Ibara's shock. "What happened?" he asked. "I forgot to mention, but male sprite dragons hate males from other races," 𝐂𝐬𝐽 said, also burnt black. Behind him, Yuto was also charred black, doing his best to put on a refreshing smile. "What a naughty boy, Fufu," Rias giggled. "I'm afraid that time has run out for today," 𝐂𝐬𝐽 shook off the black. "Apologies for not being able to acquire you a familiar as well." "It's okay," Izuku muttered, getting up. "I can wait." "Are you sure?" Rias asked. "I kinda like the idea of you having a Dragon King as a familiar. Bucho, please, just don't." 2,000 kilometers away in the human world, a lone figure scanned the damaged building she was in. All around her, glass cases were either broken or melted, their contents missing. A couple of cases were still intact, but the items within were missing too. The only things that were left were simple decor and a silver coffin that was chained and bolted to the floor. How in the world did this happen, she said to herself. There was no sign of any forced entry, and Zelma, she stopped, taking a moment to mourn the loss of the sanctum's MSTR. She walked over to one of the broken cases, noting a small amount of liquid inside. She then noticed something, a single, small strand of black hair. She smiled. Not much of a lead, but it is one. Taking the hair in hand, she walked over to one of the few intact pieces on the entire floor, a world map. Making several gestures with her hands, she created a magic circle with fiery energy. She placed the hair in the circle. Sparks from the circle rained down all over the map, but they all mostly disappeared. Except for one that landed on Japan. Looks like I'm going home. It's now early November. About 2 months have passed since Izuku and Ibara became devils. Both have been training hard for the UA entrance exam, which is now a little over 3 months away. Come on, Aizuku-kun, you can do it. Rias cheered from behind him. Izuku nervously gulped as he looked down from the top of the building he was on. Rias had gone and asked permission for them to use one of UA's training fields for the day. The building he was on wasn't the tallest, only about 10 stories, but that didn't mean he wasn't nervous. Hell, up until about a week ago, he wouldn't dare look down from the patio of his apartment. Now, Rias was about to make him jump off a taller building to practice with his Dragon Force ability. He already was able to maintain that state for a few hours, now he just needed to learn how to fly with the wings it granted him. So, she had him practice by jumping off some trees at the club building. While he now has better control over his wings, he's still having trouble flying with them. Which is why they came here. Having already summoned his boosted gear and activated Dragon Force, Izuku felt dizzy at seeing the empty cars on the ground, which resembled toys from his current perspective. Is this really necessary? It's how I learned. Rias calmly walked towards the building's edge, unfolding her wings. Just follow me. She practically floated off the building, hovering in the air a couple of meters from the edge. Izuku watched in slight awe at how graceful Rias was in the air. Though, his awe soon turned into embarrassment, his head burning up when the wind fluttered her skirt up, revealing her black lace panties for just the briefest moment. Rias, not at all embarrassed, smiled at him. Your turn. Izuku shook off his embarrassment, suddenly remembering what he was about to do. Don't worry. I'll catch you if you fall, she reassured. Izuku had the distinct feeling that she wasn't being that honest with him about that. No time like the present, Izuku. He gulped and slowly walked towards the edge. A million thoughts were whirling through his head at once. Oh man, I'm going to have to do this again eventually. And when did the wind get this strong? It was a massive drop, all right. The familiar feeling of vertigo set in and the ground got further and further away. Looking back up at Rias, Izuku saw that she was still smiling, no doubt expecting him to jump off the edge at any moment. If I mess up here and Rias can't catch me in time. The image of him becoming chunky salsa on the pavement flashed before his eyes. What was he thinking? This was too much. He couldn't do this. Just relax, brat. And have faith. Izuku nearly shrieked upon hearing the voice. Who was that? Izuku didn't get his answer. Instead, the words "have faith" echoed in his head. Those words reminded him that heroes could be scared like anyone else, but they still kept going. Izuku took a deep breath and spread his wings. Once he did, he felt his confidence returning with every passing second. This is just the first step of many. Besides, Kaken did once tell me to jump off a building. Might as well listen to him for once. Izuku glanced at the miniature city below before gazing up at the skyline, gilded by the setting sun. His wings twitched in anticipation. Just have faith. Izuku leaped into the open air. He allowed his body to flip as his feet left the platform. For a second, time seemed to slow and the world went silent. For a brief moment, Izuku didn't feel like he was plummeting to the ground. He was rising. Then reality set in and Izuku began to fall. Well, not falling, more like gliding. When he began to flap his wings, he rose somewhat in the air and sped up. He pulled up, rocketing upwards a second later, sailing past several glass-covered floors. He began to circle Rias, uncaring of the wind now. Rias watched in a mix of pride and amusement. The grin spreading across Izuku's face could rival All Might's in her opinion. Izuku himself felt so happy with the wind nipping at his face, the crisp, cool air seeping into his lungs, and the sun shining brightly in the distance. It all just felt natural. Woo-hoo! He cried out. Rias giggled, following after her servant in his glee. Reaching out, Rias took hold of his hand. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 shrieked when she did so, but relaxed when he realized it was 𝐕. The two smiled at each other, uncaring of the world, as they continued to fly over the faux city. After what felt like hours, they steered themselves back toward the rooftop where they started. 𝐕 landed first, gracefully doing so without much effort. 𝐒𝐬𝐽's landing wasn't as graceful. When his feet hit the floor, he collapsed, landing face-first on the floor. "Oh," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 groaned, taking calming breaths. "I need to work on my landings. But that sure was amazing, you okay?" 𝐕 asked, helping him up. "Why?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 took her hand and shakily got to his feet, the adrenaline running its course. "That was... wow," 𝐕 giggled. "It's always an experience, your first time." His brain was too busy replaying the stunt he just pulled for him to comprehend what 𝐕 said. It was electrifying and terrifying, horrible and wonderful all at the same time. It was so tempting to run back up and do it all over again. Being able to fly was simply so amazing. As it grew dark, the two left for home. The goofy smile on 𝐒𝐬𝐽's face never left as he walked home. It was only when he entered the apartment that it gave way to a giant blush, finally realizing how long he and 𝐕 were holding hands when they flew. That night, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 and 𝐈𝐴RA were having dinner with 𝐭𝐽, listening to the news as they enjoyed katsudon, 𝐒𝐬𝐽's favorite, to celebrate what he did earlier today. As they continued to eat, 𝐈𝐴RA's and 𝐒𝐬𝐽's phones began ringing. "What is it?" 𝐭𝐽 asked. "It's some of our friends," 𝐈𝐴RA answered. "Gyro, yo. We're done." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 gaped at what �KYOKA had sent. "Midoriya, really? Already? Bucho, there's no way." That was 𝐕's. "Yoirozu, yes. Come see for yourself. Uraraka, come to the beach tomorrow." "I'm in." Okiko suddenly jumped into the conversation. 𝐈𝐴RA then added, "Shiozaki, that sounds like a wonderful idea." Gyro, "Yeah, laughing face. We can even have a beach party." Midoriya, "That actually sounds pretty fun, I'm okay with that." Bucho, "I wouldn't mind." Koneko, "I'll sit this one out." Koneko never liked water for some reason. Yorozu, "Just remember your promise, 𝐕. Bucho, "I'll have to see the beach with my own eyes first before that." Momo. Gyro, "Well, good night everyone. See you tomorrow." Midoriya, "Yeah. Good night guys. See you all tomorrow." Ending the conversation, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 and 𝐈𝐴RA put away their phones, continuing dinner. "So what was it about?" 𝐭𝐽 asked. "Oh, that was Yorozu-san and Gyro-san," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 answered. "They finished their training, and we're heading for the beach to help celebrate. Be careful, and don't forget to text me when you get there," 𝐭𝐽 told her son and 𝐈𝐴RA as they were about to leave the apartment. It was unusually warm today, making it perfect to go to the beach. "We will," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 responded as he held a duffel bag that had his clothes and some sunscreen. He was wearing a light yellow t-shirt and dark green swim trunks. "Besides, we're just going to the beach with some friends, there's no need to worry." "I know," 𝐭𝐽 said quietly, smiling a bit. "I'm just so happy that you made some friends." Happy couldn't even begin to describe how she was feeling about 𝐒𝐬𝐽 becoming more social and getting more friends. "𝐈𝐴RA-chan, be sure to take care of him." "I will, 𝐭𝐽 Oba-san," 𝐈𝐴RA said, wearing a white one-piece swimsuit with semi-vertical green stripes. 𝐭𝐽 giggled a bit. She couldn't be happier with how things were going for her son now. Ever since he discovered his quirk, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 has been working hard both physically and academically. And the fact that he was meeting new people. She only ever met 𝐕 but was glad that 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had met Yuto, Koneko, �KYOKA, Momo, and Okiko. She was happy he was making new friends. Mostly girls as well. If she didn't know better, she would have thought 𝐒𝐽 was building her 𝐻. "Have fun you too. I'll be sure to have dinner done when you come back." 𝐭𝐽 waved goodbye as 𝐒𝐽 and 𝐈𝐴RA left out the door. When they arrived at the beach, they saw that it was completely clean. Not a single trace of garbage anywhere. "Oh wow," 𝐒𝐽 gasped. "It looks so pretty." 𝐈𝐴RA said as she looked through the beach. "They did a good job," 𝐒𝐽 noted. "I'll say." Looking behind them, 𝐈𝐴RA and 𝐒𝐽 saw Okiko, wearing a bright pink bikini and a short blue wrap. 𝐒𝐽 blushed upon seeing Okiko, getting a jealous glare from 𝐈𝐴RA. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 giggled at Izuku's reaction. Are we the only ones here? Why yeah. 𝐈𝐴RA looks like it. Izuku stuttered. The three began to settle on the white sand, placing down towels and putting on sunscreen. Once they had finished, 𝐈𝐴RA and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 began to chat while Izuku sat down, waiting for their friends to show up. The distinct sound of rock music meant they didn't have to wait long. Sorry, we're late. Momo couldn't find a good swimsuit. 𝐾𝐽𝐾 called out, wearing a yellow bikini with a black choker. She was carrying a radio, playing American rock music. Behind her was Momo, dragging a cooler and wearing a red string bikini with black highlights, which highlighted her rather mature body. Once again, Izuku blushed upon seeing them. It's fine, he stuttered, trying his best to ignore Momo's smooth, hourglass figure. It didn't help that her breasts were nearly the same size as Ria's, if not a little bigger. You guys did an amazing job. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 beamed, either oblivious or uncaring of Izuku's plight. I barely recognized this place. Thanks, but Momo did most of it, 𝐾𝐽𝐾 said. I just helped. You did plenty, 𝐾𝐽𝐾, Momo said. So, where's Ria-san? She and Kiba-san said they would be late, 𝐈𝐴RA answered. They should be here soon. Right on cue. Hey, guys. The friendly voice of Yuto called. He was wearing a white t-shirt and dark blue swim trunks. Kiba-kun, hello, Izuku greeted. Nice of you to make it, pretty boy, said 𝐾𝐽𝐾. Where's Ria-san? Momo asked. Yuto looked around awkwardly before giving Izuku a concerned look. She's coming. Just brace yourself. What do you mean? Izuku asked, confused by Yuto's statement. Sorry for being late. Izuku and the girls heard the familiar voice of Ria's and turned, where Izuku and 𝐾𝐽𝐾 went lava red. Heading towards them was Ria's, wearing a very revealing swimsuit. Both pieces were hot pink with darker highlights. She also had a small bag over her right shoulder and wore sunglasses. WWWO. 𝐾𝐽𝐾 muttered as her head turned dark red while steam escaped out of Izuku's ears. Ria's, upon seeing Izuku and 𝐾𝐽𝐾's reactions, smirked and struck a bit of a pose. Like what you see, she said, causing Izuku to release steam through his whole body and 𝐾𝐽𝐾 to have a small stream of BLD come out of her nose. Bucho! Stop! 𝐈𝐴RA yelled, placing her hands over Izuku's eyes. Ria's giggled at 𝐈𝐴RA's protectiveness. Oh, 𝐈𝐴RA. I was just teasing. Izuku's reactions are so cute that I can't help myself. Ria's looked throughout the beach, seeing nothing but clean sand and crystal blue water. You two really did it. Yuto looked impressed too. Wow, you and Yorozu-san seriously did all this. Yeah, it wasn't easy, at all, 𝐾𝐽𝐾 said, remembering the experience entirely. Honestly, she couldn't recall a single day where they weren't sore and or aching from head to toe. I can tell, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 poked 𝐾𝐽𝐾 in the arm. You and Yorozu-san don't look like it, but you're both buffed. Momo smiled proudly, thanks. So, does that mean? Ria's nodded. We'll do the reincarnation later. Right now, let's enjoy the beach. Hi! And so the group spent part of the day having fun at the beach. They didn't swim much though since the water was a little too cold. By the time afternoon rolled around, the group was picking up their things. Ria's had brought her evil pieces, so there was no reason to delay the reincarnation in Momo's eyes. She was a little excited about becoming a devil, to 𝐈𝐴RA, Izuku, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼's surprise. Now then, before we can begin, mind explaining your quirk? Ria's asked. Why yes, a Russian matryoshka doll that had some resemblance to her grew out of Momo's hand. My quirk is creation. I can use my lipids to create any non-living thing I can imagine, so long as I know its molecular and chemical makeup. But I also have another quirk. Her hand was soon surrounded by sparks of electricity. I can generate and control lightning. 𝐒𝐿𝐼, with wide eyes, gasped. Wow! So cool! Izuku gasped. Ria's nodded. I can tell that you're very powerful, even if you exaggerated a few details. Momo and 𝐾𝐽𝐾 notably flinched. Reaching into her bag, Ria's pulled out a red chest piece. I say you're most suited as a queen. She handed the piece to Momo, who graciously accepted it. Momo was then enveloped by a bright crimson glow. Once it died down, 2 devil wings appeared from her back. Whoa! They look good on you, Momo, 𝐭𝐽𝐾 stated. Momo seemed almost transfixed on her wings, to the point she didn't notice 𝐭𝐽𝐾's compliment. She snapped out of it when Rias spoke up. What about you, 𝐭𝐽𝐾-chan? Interested in becoming a devil? I think I'll pass for now, 𝐭𝐽𝐾 replied. I'll let you guys know if I change my mind. Very well, Rias nodded. The redhead then looked to Okako. What about you, Uraraka-san? Interested in becoming my servant? I'll think about it. Okako replied, not really sure how else to answer. All right, then let's head over to the club room, Momo-chan. We'll discuss the full details about your abilities there. Yes, Bucho. Later that night, Rias received an urgent message from one of the rulers of the underworld, reporting that a stray devil had found refuge somewhere in her territory. She had called up everyone in her group to take care of the task at once. The group of young devils teleported in front of an abandoned manor on the outskirts of town. It was old, really old. Mold was covering the walls, windows were shattered, and paint was peeling off. Clearly, it hadn't been taken care of for years, and it was the perfect place for a stray devil to call home. This particular stray devil had been hiding out for several weeks and lured unsuspecting humans to feast on. Aizu, Ibara, Momo, since this is your first time stray devil hunting, I need the 3 of you to observe carefully, Rias instructed as they entered the manor. Watch how your senpai deals with the stray devil. We don't know how much power it's gained over this time, so extra caution is needed. Right. Lead the way, Izuku nodded. Ibara, who only had the time to learn a couple of defensive spells, stuck close to Izuku. Rias nodded before she looked at her rook. Koneko, if you would be so kind. The small girl nodded mutely before stepping forward to the building and opening the door. Well, it'd be more accurate to say she knocked the door down with one punch. As the Gremory group moved inside, Momo spoke up. Stray devils are devils who've gone rogue, correct? Momo asked, sticking close to Rias, being the most recent and inexperienced. How come? Devils, like everyone else, are all different, Rias explained, the group walking through a large living room with various broken furniture and equipment scattered about. Therefore their reasons for turning rogue vary. Regardless, devils still do need to survive as humans do, and should they go drunk with power they often turn to humans for sustenance. This is bad for us in 2 ways, senseless loss of life and risking exposure to the supernatural. Koneko, who was walking in front, suddenly came to a stop as something came into her nostrils. She sniffed the air quickly and narrowed her eyes. It's here. At Koneko's words, everyone tensed and began smelling the strong scent of BLD mixing into the air that was already filled with the stench of the rotting manor. They were also alerted by the presence of something very iniquitous waiting for them. Large footsteps thundered in the room. A soft, yet deranged voice then spoke up. I can smell something disgusting. But I can also smell something delicious. Is it sweet? Or is it sour? Stray devil Visa, Rias declared, hands on her hips, you have abandoned your MSTR, allowed your powers to corrupt you, and committed atrocities in the human world. These crimes cannot be overlooked. By order of the Duke of Gremory, surrender or be destroyed. Visa laughed and continued to do so as something landed next to the group with a thunk. It was the body of a young woman, or at least what was left of it. Only the head and upper torso remained, everything from the elbows down was gone. What the? Momo gagged, placing a hand over her mouth to keep herself from throwing up. Ibara and Izuku fared somewhat better, after witnessing Fried's handiwork, though they too were still having a hard time not throwing up. My, purred Visa as she stepped into view. The upper body of a woman moved towards them from the shadows. Topless, the she-devil was floating well above them, her lower body still hidden in the darkness. In her hands were 2 spears, fresh BLD dripping from them. You sure do talk big, little girl. How about I dye this room BLD red just like your hair? Why is she naked? Izuku, Ibara, and Momo all thought, Ibara covering Izuku's eyes as they collectively blushed. And that's when she showed the rest of her body from the darkness, and it was nowhere near as appealing. From her hips downwards, she had the body of a lion, with the front legs ending in claw-like hands and a snake-like tail. Her upper body was the epitome of beauty and lust, but she was clearly a hideous monster. Momo, Ibara, and Izuku bulged their eyes at the horrific sight. This woman was truly twisted, both inside and out. Yuto, who took note of their faces, chuckled lightly. This is what happens to a devil whenever they go out of control. Their bodies and minds get twisted and ugly. Twisted is right, Izuku muttered, no longer blushing at the fact Visa was naked. Relax, this should be easy, Rias reassured him. Yuto. It was both an acknowledgement and an order simultaneously. With a nod, Yuto blurred out of existence. Momo gaped in shock. What? Where did he dash? Yuto reappeared in midair and, with two blades in his hands, dashed through Visa. The she-devil's arms were cut off with ease, and BLD spewed out violently, causing her to scream and thrash both in pain and outrage. His fast, Momo said. Momo, do you remember that explanation about evil pieces I told you about earlier? Rias asked. Momo nodded. Yes. As your knight, Kiba-san has unparalleled speed. Combine that with his mastery over bladed weapons and he becomes a skilled warrior, most capable in delivering precise, surgical strikes. Correct. As Rias said this, the two forelegs of Visa's beast half were neatly cut at the knees as Kiba reappeared before her, silver longsword clenched in his right hand. Visa stumbled before rearing up on her hind legs. She tottered unsteadily before rushing forward to stomp on him. Before she could, Koneko rushed forward. Lifting both hands above her as if to ward off the blow, the little girl easily halted Visa's advance. In contrast, Koneko is a rook. Her traits include both high defensive capability and absolute strength. Because of that, she can shrug off the greatest of blows and then return them with equal force. Koneko then pushed upwards, forcing the beast further back. Fly! She then jumped up and delivered an earth-shattering punch to the beastly stomach of the stray's lower half. With a bang, Visa was sent flying back into a wall, causing dust to start falling from the ceiling. Shiozaki-san is your bishop, who has enhanced magical abilities, Momo continued. Midoriya-san is your pawn, who can promote himself to any other piece except for king when in enemy territory. And last but not least there's you, my queen, Rias said. As queen, you are the strongest out of all the evil pieces and have the traits of the rook, knight, and bishop all combined. Rias then stepped aside. Would any of you care to have a shot? The three newest members all looked to Visa, who seemed to be on the verge of throwing up. I'm not sure I have it in me, Ibara admitted. Me either, said Izuku. Rias then looked at Momo. The queen sighed. I'll give it a shot. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a bolt of lightning to strike down on Visa. The stray devil screeched in pain as the lightning scorched her body and burnt her flesh. Momo suddenly blushed for some reason. Is everything okay, Yorozu-san? Izuku asked. I'm fine, Momo lied, not wanting to admit that she liked hearing Visa's screams. She didn't understand why, but it turned her on. Rias walked over to the stray devil and stood before her, seeing the burns, cuts, and bruises covering her body. Any last words? Visa slowly looked up at Rias with a glare. Just, get it over with. Ria's eyes turned red as red and black mist engulfed her hands, ashes to ashes. She shot out a stream of pure destruction, engulfing the stray devil on the spot. The blast quickly vanished, and all that remained of Visa was a trench of black soot. And dust to dust. The limbs that Yuto hacked early also disappeared, melting away into icky black goo. Wow, so this is how devils do business, Ibara whispered in awe. Izuku couldn't help but nod in agreement. The things devils had to deal with to keep things from going out of control were nothing to scoff at. That's all for tonight. Good work everyone, Rias smiled, clapping her hands together. You may all go home for the evening. Hi, Bucho, everyone answered. A magic circle appeared underneath the group before teleporting all of them out of the room and disappearing. The next day, Okako asked Izuku to help her study for the written portion of the UA entrance exam. Thanks again for coming, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 said as she led Izuku through the neighborhood she lived in. But did you have to come with Shiozaki-chan? Ibara, who was walking right behind Izuku, replied, I need some help with the written portion as well. Besides, I don't like the idea of Izuku-san spending time with another girl alone. She mentally added. Soon they arrived at a rather modest apartment building, seemingly smaller than the apartments where Izuku and Ibara lived. This is where you live? Izuku asked, rather surprised. Yeah. The landlord is a friend of my dad's and he lets me stay here, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 said as they reached her apartment. It's really cheap, so I don't have to worry too much about rent. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 placed a key into her door's lock and turned. Hey. Is something wrong, Uraraka-san? Izuku asked. It's not locked. They suddenly felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end, sensing something was off. What's this weird feeling? Ibara silently said as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 opened the door. 𝐒𝐿𝐼. Kia. Eek. Ga. The three clung to each other as soon as they heard the shouts and saw what appeared to be a couple of crazy individuals rushing over to them from within the apartment. A moment later, the unexpected newcomers stopped right in front of them, and as soon as the three of them calmed down, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 immediately noticed how familiar the pair looked. Recognizing the duo, she immediately gasped in pleasant surprise. Mom. Dad. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 exclaimed. What are you doing here? We came to check up on you, her mother answered. But what about work? Did you come on the bullet train? When? How? I can't believe you're here. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 ran and hugged her parents, who happily returned it. These are your parents, Uraraka-san? Ibara asked. Yep. Did you guys really come all the way here just to check up on me? Well, but I have my own reasons. The three teens looked into the apartment at the source of the new voice. It was a young woman, dressed in a light blue hariri with white snowflakes and red-orange hakama over a light blue and white tsuki. She's also wearing a long, white scarf with a light blue snowflake pattern around her neck. Her dark green eyes contrasted with her light pink hair, which was tied in a long ponytail, reaching down to below her waist, an orange ribbon keeping it in place. On her back was what looked like a katana, its silver guard shaped like a snowflake and its sheath was a dark blue. She looks familiar, Izuku noted. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 recognized her right away, her face beaming with excitement as her smile widened. Mizuo-nichan, with the excitement of a little girl on Christmas morning, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 ran up and hugged the woman. Aha! You've gotten so big, Charco. Mizu happily returned the hug. I almost didn't recognize you. Excuse me, but Uraraka-san, who is this? Ibara asked. This is my old babysitter, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 said, letting go of the older girl. Mizu gave a light bow to the two devils. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Mizushima Akari, formerly the pro-hero Ryuto. Izuku gasped, finally recognizing her. I've heard about you. The Kaika hero, Ryuto. You were the youngest pro-hero to start their agency in history at 19, second only to Hawks. Mizu giggled. Yeah, I was. But then, certain things happen. Mizu grew somewhat nervous. But enough about me, who are your new friends? Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm Shiozaki Ibara. A pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is ours, dear, Mrs. Uraraka said. Mizu smiled. You guys sure are friendly for devils, she said. Hey! Ibara, Izuku, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 exclaimed. How does she know? Guess you were right, Mizu. Mr. Uraraka gave a hearty laugh after seeing their reactions. Here. They know. I gotta admit, Charco, when I heard you made friends with the Gremory princess, I was rather shocked. Here. Why don't we head in? Mizu suggested. I'm sure you have questions. As do I. I'm a witch. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 exclaimed. She, Ibara, Izuku, her family, and Mizu were in the kitchen, sitting at the chibudai, enjoying some sandwiches and tea. At least they were before 𝐒𝐿𝐼's mother told her that bombshell. To put it more accurately, you're half witch. But yes, Mrs. Uraraka said as she sipped some tea. But how? Try to take it slow, Charco, Mizu finished her tea. A split second later, the cup refilled itself. It was a bit much for me too, but you have the advantage of having a devil for a boyfriend. The silence that settled over the apartment was nearly complete, except for 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐫 and Ibara choking on their food. What? The three teens cried in unison. What Gigi gave you that idea? Izuku stuttered. Well, you did come here with Charco, Mizu stated. Guess I just assumed it's fine, yelped 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐫, face turning beet red. We're not really, it's totally fine that really, we're just friends, they're not Ibara was unable to form a coherent response. Mizu smiled, enjoying their reactions. Oh, so that's how it is. Deciding to change the subject, Mizu added, anyway, you are a witch, Charco. You just haven't learned how to tap into your natural magic yet. But why tell me this now? 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐫 asked, having calmed down somewhat. You never really needed to know, Mr. Uraraka replied. Your mother left her old group a couple of years before we met, and she wanted to make sure you didn't feel any different from everyone else. I'm not gonna start riding a flying broomstick, am I? No, that's more of a stylistic choice than anything really, though still a fairly popular one, Mrs. Uraraka said. Uraraka looked down, staring at the tea she hadn't touched yet. Why tell me this now, then? It's like I said, you now know about the existence of the supernatural thanks to your friends here. Mizu gestured to Ibara and Izuku. It was only a matter of time before you learned about your heritage, especially since you've made friends with the Devil King's little sister. Wait, hold on. Bucho has siblings. Izuku asked. She didn't tell you. Mizu asked. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. From what I hear, Lucifer and the other Satans are a little quirky. She probably didn't want to cause you or him any trouble. Anyway, is the reason why you came back just to tell me about my heritage? 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐫 asked. Not exactly, Mizu said. I have other reasons for coming back. Which reminds me, can you two give this to Ria's grimoire for me? She reached into her robe and pulled out a letter with 4 slashing curves arranged differently for a seal. Sure. Izuku took the letter. Can I ask why? I just want to meet with her and the other high-class devils in the city. We should probably leave then. Ibara and Izuku stood up. It was a pleasure to meet you. That night, after 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐫's parents left for home, 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐫 began making dinner, which consisted of 2 microwave cups of ramen and green tea. Man, I missed cup ramen. Mizu giddily slurped up the ramen. And green tea is so much better than that stupid yak butter tea. Yeah, 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐫 nodded as she continued to eat. So, how exactly did you become a wizard? Sorcerer, Mizu corrected. And it's a bit of a long story. Remember when you and your parents visited me at the hospital? 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐫 nodded. I remember the look you had in your eyes the most. You looked so crushed. Mizu stopped eating for a moment, her head hung low. My entire world came crashing down after what happened. But then your mother told me to head to Kathmandu and find a place called 𝐷omaga. She said that if they were willing to give me a chance they could help me walk again. So, using up what money I had, I went to Kathmandu where I met the document. Document? Yeah, Mizu finished her cup of ramen. I had to beg him to let me into 𝐷omaga. When they did, Okay, I was a little skeptical. He showed me things you'd find at any gift shop, like chakragraphs or incense, and even a book about acupuncture. I was seriously close to burning his face off, when he, kinda, pushed my soul out of my body. What? I know, it was a total shock. Then he sent my soul through some dimensions. It honestly felt like some kind of drag and alcohol-induced hallucination. I even asked if they put something in that tea they gave me. It was just yak butter with honey, blah. Anyway, I began studying magic and training under the doc, who taught me how to do things like this. She moved her fingers up and down in a circular motion, a dazzling orange energy sprouting from her fingertips and opening up in a rift, which Mizu calmly reached into, pulling out a bunch of bananas. 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐫 stared wide-eyed at the display. That's awesome. It took me about a year before I could walk again, and another to relearn how to run. Once I was taught some old-school martial arts like karate and judo. He even gave me this. She gestured to her swords, the 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, the blade of infinite winters. Why is it called that? Suddenly the sword unsheathed itself, the temperature of the room suddenly dropping as it did so. Okiko began to shiver, staring at the sword in fear. It's alive. Mizu grabbed hold of the sword's handle. Yeah, it's technically a living thing, one with a fiery temper, ironically. Mizu forcibly resheathed the blade. Down, girl. So, am I gonna get something like that? Maybe. Mizu was tapping the tip of 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's handle, having a look that made her resemble a mother scolding her child. You first need to learn basic magic, like telekinesis and portal creation, but I'm willing to let you keep one of the relics when we recover them. Okiko beamed at that. Okay, so where do we start? The next day, Izuku and Ibara headed toward the clubroom after school like normal. Usually, it was to either train or do jobs, but today was slightly different. After giving Rias the letter, she seemed to freak out a little upon seeing the seal. After reading the letter, she asked him and the others to arrive early today, saying that some friends of hers would be attending the meeting today with Mizu. What do you think that letter said? He asked her once they reached UA's campus. I'm not sure, Ibara replied. It must be serious if Bucho-san is meeting with Mizu-san. Hey, you! With the freckles. A playful voice made Izuku and Ibara turn around. Yes. He asked since he was the only one of the two with freckles. The person who called him was a girl around a year or two older than him. She wore the standard uniform for UA with black thigh-high stockings with garters and black boots. She was rather tall, about 176 centimeters. She had a very cute face with red-violet eyes and pale blue-silver hair with a cowlick sticking out at the top. She was also wearing a pair of BLD ruby earrings. Her skin was in a light cream-colored tone, and her figure was curvy and very luscious to look at. Who are you? Izuku asked, a light blush on his face. The pale blue-silver-haired girl gave a small snicker as she gave a small two-fingered salute with a wink. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 Dantarian, second-year general studies student and president of the newspaper club, at your service. Is there something you want from us? Ibara asked her. No. I just came to see you. Well, him specifically, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 replied. Me? Yeah. I was really hoping to see the person that Rias has her eyes on, she said, her eyes moving up and down his body. She's a nice girl but catching her attention isn't very easy, no. I bet, Izuku said. I mean, it's actually kinda surreal for me too. After that, I wanted to take the opportunity to sample some delicious-looking young boys, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 quickly said, liking her lips as she suddenly went into a daze. She blinked as she suddenly remembered who she was talking to. Wait, maybe I shouldn't put it like that. Ignore what I just said. Hi. Izuku nervously nodded slowly. Ibara, however, glared daggers at 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵. He. But seriously, I like you, kid. I can see why Rias is so taken by you. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 laughed. You're cute but you've got something that a lot of people would love to have. Yo, talking like you and Bucho have known each other for a long time, Izuku said. Not to sound insulting, but, yeah, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 answered, folding her arms behind her head as she turned around to pace a few steps. Rias has a totally sexy bod and she's got nice melons so not a lot of people know that I'm associated with her. She turned her head to look over her shoulder. But, at that moment, the meter of distance between Izuku and 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 vanished. Izuku only blinked before he realized that she had gotten so close to him. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 had him pressed against a tree with her arms over his shoulders and gracefully flattened herself against his chest, and was now turning her eyes at him seductively. So close. Ibara could only gape at what she was seeing. Too close. She internally screamed, jealousy raging within her. Maybe later tonight, we can both learn about each other. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 smiled, enjoying the growing red on Izuku's face. How about you come over to the newspaper club so we can dash? What do you think you're doing, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵? A stern voice asked from over their heads. What? 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 jumped comically before turning around. Standing before her was Sona, her arms folded and a look of displeasure on her face. Holy SHT, Sona. Don't sneak up on me like that. Practice what you preach, Sona retorted, hitting on younger boys again I see, and not only that but Ria's porn no less. What do you think would happen if she found you were coming on to her porn, 𝐻M? And you were about to grope him just now, right? At that, Izuku quickly placed his hands over his PP, while Ibara grabbed him by the arm and pulled him toward her in a protective manner. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 giggled as she bopped herself on the head. I just wanted to see what Ria's found so interesting about him. Wait, Shitori-senpai. You mean she's, Izuku asked, clues starting to come together already. Yes. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 here is like me and Ria's, a devil from high society. She represents the Dantalian household, Sona explained to them. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 gave a small bow. My real name is 𝐻𝐬𝐽 Dantalian. Nice to meet you in person, pawn and bishop of Ria's Grammary. Izuku and Ibara blinked, running 𝐻𝐬𝐽's family name and fake name through their heads. Dantalian. Dantalian. There's barely any difference. They sweat dropped inwardly. Anyway, I apologize for disturbing you like this, Midoriya, Shiozaki, Sona said to them ruefully, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. I'll take this perv off your hands now. Humph. Stiff as a board as always, here's Sona. You really need to learn to loosen up or everyone will just look at you like some kinda sourpuss. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 scolded childishly, raising her hands as they groped invisible air. I know, how about a nice relaxing chest massage to cool your jets? They might get bigger too. Squeezy, squeezy. Sona immediately flushed as she covered her chest. I like my chest the way it is and I get enough of that from my sister. Oh, a little skinship between sisters. That sounds so juicy. Do tell. Enough already. Sona yelled, stomping her foot with a blush as 𝐻𝐬𝐽 laughed. Ibara could only blush at the implications of what 𝐻𝐬𝐽 said, covering Izuku's ears in a vain attempt to keep him from hearing. Izuku, however, couldn't help but think. How many more students in you were really devils? Did 𝐻𝐬𝐽 have a peerage herself? Calm down, Sona. I'm just teasing. No need to drown me. Shrugged 𝐻𝐬𝐽 before turning to Izuku. And one more thing. Me, Rias, and Sona are the only high-class devils at UA. You don't have to worry about any more popping up. Wait, how did know what I was dash, 'cause I can read minds. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 roared dramatically with arms raised over her head, making Izuku shrink to the ground. Just screwing with you. It was written all over your face, she smirked, lowering her arms. Right, Izuku said, slowly getting back to his feet. If Ria's club was a front for her peerage and Sona's student council was a front for hers, then it was possible that 𝐻𝐬𝐽's club also acted as a front for her own peerage. If you're quite finished, I believe we should be leaving now. See you tonight. Midoriya, Shiozaki, Sona said, walking away. Catch you later. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 waved as she followed Sona. I don't like her, Ibara muttered. Ibara, can you let me go now? In the clubroom, Okiko and Mizu sat on one of the sofas, being served tea by Yuto. Across from them were Koneko, Izuku, and Ibara. Rias sat at the desk, Momo standing by her side. Night had fallen and they were expecting the Citri group and the newspaper club to arrive shortly. There was a rapid knock on the door, followed by a cheerful "We're here." The room's door opened up, and in stepped 𝐻𝐬𝐽, followed by a group of girls. Hey, gang. Thanks for having us. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 smiled. Glad you could come at such short notice, 𝐻𝐬𝐽, Rias smiled, standing up from her desk. The pleasure's all mine, Rias, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 greeted back. And you finally managed to increase your group's numbers a bit, she remarked, looking back and forth at the newest members of Ria's peerage. Her eyes landed on the newest male in particular and waved. Hey Midoriya, happy to see you again. Yeah. Hey, Dantarian-senpai. Izuku nodded, blushing slightly as the vivid memory of her brushing up against him came back. Ibara just glared at 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Oh, I see you already acquainted with my pawn, Rias remarked. Miss 𝐻𝐬𝐽 met with your pawn and bishop several hours before, the girl next to 𝐻𝐬𝐽 spoke. She was rather tall, about 2 meters, and had a lean build. She was wearing the standard US school uniform for girls. She had long black hair, an orange headband holding back her bangs, and her eyes were brown. She had dog tags around her neck and wore red sneakers. I would have gone with her to make sure she didn't try anything, but she dumped a bunch of paperwork onto me before I had the chance. Oh, hush you, 𝐻𝐸𝐿 retorted. Anyway, this is Tai Longshadow. She's my queen. A bit of a stuck-up, but she's also very reliable. And I think you already know another person in my group. As she said this, another stepped forward. Izuku quickly stood up in surprise, already recognizing her. Takamaki-san. Izuku blinked. It was his classmate from middle school. Hello, the glasses-wearing brunette smiled back at him. Small world, heh? Yeah, I guess so, Izuku replied. Is she the reason Dantarian-senpai knew about me? Since you already know of my pawn and bishop, it should only be fair for you to know of my queen, Ria said, gesturing at said queen, Yorozu Momo. Pleased to meet you, senpai, Momo bowed. 𝐻𝐸𝐿 analyzed her, rubbing her chin. You really know where to pick 'em, Rias. And as a bonus, your queen has a really hot bod. Hey. Momo muttered. The smirk the raven-haired king was giving her didn't help. SXL harassment is not allowed, hot-belted Hntai-senpai. Koneko frowned in her direction. Ah, as cold as ever Koneko. 𝐻𝐸𝐿 snickered, completely unfazed by the glare. You really have to learn to smile more. Ah, whatever. 𝐻𝐸𝐿 then noticed Mizu and Okiko. Who are these two? The reason I've asked for you and Sona, Rias answered. I'll explain everything once she and her peerage arrive. In the meantime, how about you introduce your peerage to my new members? Sure. She looked back over her shoulder at the rest of her peerage behind her. All right people, go introduce yourselves to your new juniors. Milia was the first to step forward. Hi. Milia Takamaki, 𝐻𝐸𝐿-sama's bishop. I'm happy to meet my new juniors today, she said quickly before bowing. The next girl stood forward after Milia did a light bow. Halo. I'm Cammy MacLeod, 𝐻𝐸𝐿's other bishop. Nice to meet ya. She spoke with a Scottish accent. Cammy had long blonde hair, green eyes, and freckles. She is rather petite in stature, and her hair is held up in a ponytail by a device that resembles both a mechanical set of rabbit ears and a hair bow. Her attire consisted of a long-sleeved hooded top in shades of green, black, and white, accented by pink details. She's also wearing a pair of black goggles. The next girl to step forward was a little taller than Momo, about 180 centimeters, though her bust size was half of that of Momo's. She had long gray hair tied in a sideways ponytail and gray eyes. She also has dark gray glasses. Hello. I'm Narukami Yuko, 𝐻𝐸𝐿-senpai's knight. A pleasure to meet you, she said politely, though Izuku and the others couldn't help but notice the lack of emotion she seemed to have. My name is Alexandra Dumas, Miss 𝐻𝐸𝐿's other knight. It's a pleasure. The next girl to step up was tall and curvy, about the same height as Yuto. She looked incredibly athletic, yet at the same time had a unique finesse to her. She had long brown hair that went past her shoulders with deep red eyes. She wasn't as endowed as most of the other girls, being slightly bigger than Kyoka. Her light bronze skin showed some Latino heritage. She also spoke with a slight French accent. Hey, I'm Jessie James, Miss 𝐻𝐸𝐿's rook. The next to introduce herself was slightly taller than Izuku. Her dark red hair was rather short, only reaching to the tips of her shoulders, and her eyes were purple. She wore the girls' UA uniform, though with a vest instead of a blazer. I'm Nishino Nene's, 𝐻𝐸𝐿-sama's other rook. The next to introduce themselves was a young girl with light brown hair in pigtails and green eyes. She wore a school uniform that consisted of a white shirt with a tan vest and a light green bow tie, a green miniskirt, and brown small ankle combat boots with wings attached to them. Hi, I'm Celica A. Mercury, Miss 𝐻𝐸𝐿's pawn of 5 pieces. A pleasure to meet you. This girl had long, auburn hair tied into a ponytail with a red ribbon, pale skin, and bright eyes that were a soft, reddish-brown color. Her chest was notably well developed, bigger than Okiko's. Ackerman Mikoto. 𝐻𝐸𝐿-sama's pawn, worth 3. The last girl in the group showed even less emotion than Koneko. She had dark hair and gray eyes and wore a light brown hoodie, brown briefs, and dark gray combat boots. So you got yourself a new rook and found someone suitable for your knight. Impressive, you've completed your set. Rias nodded, looking at Nanae and Yuko. Well, I do admit that I had a bit of trouble recruiting them, but it was well worth it in the end. I'm not as picky as you or Sona, 𝐒𝐿𝐲 said, sounding a bit smug. Quality over quantity, 𝐒𝐿𝐲, Rias retorted, you don't need to outnumber your enemies to overwhelm them. Since you're the crimson-haired princess of ruin, I'm sure that power is all you care about, 𝐒𝐿𝐲 continued, her smile turning somewhat bitter. Before Rias could reply, there was another knock at the door. It was the 𝐶itri peerage. With 3 different devil peerages crammed in one room despite it being large, it was a full house, so some of them had to stand or sit on the floor. It was a good thing that there were some extra chairs around the room just in case. Once everyone was settled, Rias spoke up. Thank you for arriving, everybody. I know this is sudden, but this meeting was done at the request of our guest. She gestured toward Mizu. This is Mizushima Akari, formerly the pro-hero Ryuto, and a representative from Komattage. Suddenly, the room grew very quiet. But all of the younger devils were simply confused, in particular, Izuku, Ibara, Momo, and Soji. Whoa! Are you serious? 𝐒𝐿𝐲 asked. Can someone explain why you're all freaking out? Soji asked. What's Komattage? We're a group of sorcerers whose mission is to maintain peace across the supernatural world, Mizu answered, standing up. We're sometimes called the MSTS of the mystic arts, which is accurate since, thanks to our power and influence, some consider us the 4th faction to the devils, angels, and fallen angels. That caused the eyes of the young devils to widen. Seriously? Soji gaped. Indeed, said Sona. I've even heard that their leader, the Sorcerer Supreme, is one of the 10 most powerful beings in the world. It was partly because of Komattage that the war between the 3 factions ended when it did. She then looked at Mizu. So what brings you here? Sona asked. A few reasons, but I'll start with the most important. About 2 months ago, several relics were stolen from our Hong Kong sanctum. I tracked the thieves here, but they covered their tracks too well, which suggests they may be supernatural in nature. I spent the last 2 months talking to everyone associated with the supernatural, even a few heroes about the theft. Then, a few nights ago, I finally got a lead. Some yokai told me that several black market deals will be happening tomorrow night, with several big names in Japan's underworld appearing. So, you need our help looking for the relics at one of these deals. Rias finished. Mizu nodded. There's going to be at least 10 different deals, each held at a different location. And the relics could be at any of them. There's no guarantee that I'll find the relics if it's just me. Which is why I'm asking for your help. The 3 kings looked at each other, each of them very worried about what might happen if they stepped in. But the fear of what might happen if they don't step in influenced their decision. Very well, Rias nodded. As this city is under my protection, I'll aid you in retrieving these relics. Sona, 𝐒𝐿𝐲, will you help? Sona nodded. We'll provide whatever aid we can. Count me and my group in. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 said. The next few minutes were spent planning. It was decided that the 3 peerages would be split into teams, each staking out a different location. When a deal was taking place, they would observe from a distance. If they see any of the relics, they'll notify the others. This is kinda scary, 𝐒𝐭𝐼 admitted. She was currently sitting next to Izuku and Ibara. Mizu offered to teach me magic, and that this would be a good first experience. I mean, sure, I helped you guys save Shiozaki-chan, but I only made a few of those stray priests float in the air. I'm not sure I can do this. I'm sure you can, Uraraka-san, said Ibara. You were really brave to help Izuku-san and the others save me. Ibara-san's right, Izuku added. We'll be there for you. Thanks, guys. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 smiled, scooting and moving closer to Izuku. It's comforting that we'll be on a team together. The 2 looked to Ibara, who was sending a subtle glare at 𝐒𝐿𝐲. Both of them looked between themselves to where her eyes were looking. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 seemed to have unknowingly grabbed Izuku's hand into hers. Blushing, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 quickly pulled her hand away. Anyway, we should get going," she stuttered. "Yeah. Let's do that," Izuku stuttered back. The next night, Izuku, Ibara, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲, and Milia waited atop the rooftop of a warehouse, looking down upon the dark alleys below. "How long do you think we'll have to wait?" 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 asked. "Hard to say. All we know is that the deal taking place here will happen after midnight," Izuku pointed out. "That was about 5 minutes ago, so we need to keep an eye out." And waited they did. Each of them took turns watching the road while the others took quick naps, changing shifts every 10 minutes. It was currently Izuku's second turn at watch, the girls playing a game of I Spy to pass the time. Eventually, Ibara walked up to him. "Izuku-san, your turn is over." "Oh, right. Thanks, Ibara-san." Getting up, Izuku walked over toward Milia and 𝐒𝐿𝐲 as Ibara took her turn to watch. "Anything yet?" Milia asked. "No, just some pigeons." Izuku sat down. "I wonder how everyone else is doing." "Hey, Izuku-in." 𝐒𝐿𝐲 spoke up. "Is there anything going on between you and Shiozaki-san?" she asked, hoping she wasn't blushing as she said it. Izuku, however, did blush a little. What? Me and Ibara. No, there's nothing going on between us." "Why?" It was 𝐒𝐿𝐲's turn to blush now, albeit lightly. "No reason," she exclaimed. Unnoticed by the two, Milia gave 𝐒𝐿𝐲 a jealous stare. A middle-aged man leaned against a wooden crate near the center of the warehouse and took a drag from his cigarette. He watched as the front entrance opened and 3 figures walked in. "I was wondering when you'd show," he said in a slimy, casual voice. "I didn't know you were bringing backup. Should I be worried?" he coyly asked. "All Might has been hanging out in the city more and more often," a woman wearing a white and black outfit said. "It's dangerous for groups like us to walk out in the streets alone." He could tell instantly that her words were hollow. "They aren't for her protection per se," he reasoned. "She can take care of herself easily. She's just being smart by having people watch her back." He flicked his cigarette into a puddle of muddy water and approached his client. "That's far enough," a young man wearing a bowler hat with a fringe sticking out from the side warned. The look in his eyes was like a snake's. He was being cautious, but ready for a fight at a moment's notice. "Don't get too close to the boss all casual-like." "Down, boy," the woman said. "Sorry about Brandon. He just hasn't had a good fight in a while." "It's no problem," he assured her. "I can talk from here." His eyes drifted from the eager younger man to the armored man. His armor resembled medieval European knight armor. It looked to be some kind of carbon fiber titanium mix with yellow glowing lines and a dark raspberry-colored cape. "And who's he?" "Who I am doesn't matter to you," the knight replied, his voice having an electronic tone, likely to disguise it. "What matters is if you have the information we need." "All right. Then let's get down to business." "That man," Mizu whispered to herself. She, Yuto, Koneko, Soji, and Alexandra were peering down from a window on the roof, making sure they were out of sight. "You know him?" Soji asked. "If I remember right, he's an underworld broker for support items," Mizu said. "I believe he's called Jiran." "You think he's here for those relics?" Alexandra asked. "I doubt it. Even if he knew what the relics were, not many would buy them," Mizu stated. "Besides, you heard what they said. This isn't the deal we're looking for. We should leave, but first," Mizu pulled out her phone and began texting someone. "What are you doing?" Yuto asked. "Just telling an old police friend about a big fish," Mizu smiled as she put the phone away. "Let's get going. Maybe Chako and her boyfriend are having better luck." "Do you mean Midoriya-senpai?" Koneko asked. Mizu nodded. "Chako definitely likes the guy." "And so does Shiozaki-senpai," Koneko pointed out. "Are you serious?" Soji gasped. "Damn it. How the hell is that guy so lucky when all I ever get is a sore butt?" "Not being a pervert probably helps," Koneko deadpanned. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 suddenly sneezed. "Are you catching a cold, Uraraka-san?" Ibara asked. "I'm fine," 𝐒𝐿𝐲 replied. I just wish this deal would happen already. The last 2 hours and 10 minutes were spent with the 4 teens taking turns keeping watch. I hope they show up soon, Ибара said. If 𝐒𝐭𝐽 notices that we're gone, she's gonna be so worried. Yeah, Izuku nodded. I just got a message from 𝐒𝐽𝐫-sama, said Milia. The deal she, Gremory-senpai, and Citra-senpai watched over didn't have any of the relics. Izuku nodded. Counting the one Kiba-san and Koneko-chan watched, that's 2. Now we just have to wait for hours, Izuku said. Okiko looked out again and saw several vehicles approaching. Guys! I think they're here. They watched in silence as several black vans and a truck approached from the ports while some dark grey commercial Hums led by a dark red Humvee approached from the city. They all stopped within feet of each other, their occupants stepping out. The drivers of the vans had old, ragged-looking clothing, while most of the Humvee occupants wore black suits and sunglasses. From the lead Humvee, 3 people strode out. The first was a young man, likely not much older than them. He was shorter than most of them but taller than Okiko. His eyes were grey and he had striking orange hair that framed his face, with a longer section that fell just past his left shoulder. He wore a black hat with a red hatband and a thin silver chain that hung over the brim. His outfit consists of a white button-up shirt under a dark red vest, a black choker in the style of a pet collar, a black ribbon bolo tie held together with a small silver buckle, an open black crop jacket with the sleeves rolled up at the elbows, black slacks, a black belt hanging off his right hip and black low-arch shoes, and black gloves. He also has a long black coat with light-colored lining and lapels with a light red undercoat, wearing it around his shoulders like a cape. The other 2 were young women. One was tall and slender with cherry red eyes and red hair tied into a traditional Japanese bun that was held by 3 long golden clips and another hair clip on the right side of her head, composed of a light pink furry hair clip and red ribbon which forms a 5-petal flower, and violet eyes. Her kimono was pink overlapped by a dark purple one with bellflower motifs, tied neatly with a maroon bow that has white borders, and a light pink mantle that goes darker in color from her elbow to her feet. She wore red eyeshadow and light pink lipstick. She's also carrying a red Japanese umbrella. The other had long, raven dark hair, violet eyes, fair skin, and a figure that could rival Ria's. She wore a black sleeveless jacket that had golden trimmings, a light grey-colored undershirt, dark-colored breaths, and shoes. Izuku, Ибара, and Okiko recognized her right away. Reiner. You know her? Milia asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah. She tried to kill me because of my sacred gear, and she tried to steal Ibara's. We would have been dead if it wasn't for Bucho. Milia's eyes narrowed. She tried that. As the teens looked over the scene from above, the kimono-wearing woman sighed as she pretended to be unaware of their presence. Reiner, go take care of those spies. Chuya, I know you're usually not the type to pass up a good fight, but can you do this? I'm going to make sure we don't get any other uninvited guests. Sure, Aine, the man called Chuya sighed. The older woman gave the fallen angel a nod as if to indicate what she intended. Understanding fully, Reiner casually walked behind a pillar alongside the waterfront and disappeared from sight while the kimono woman walked down an alley. Where'd she go? Okiko asked. I don't know, but I got a bad feeling I know why, Izuku muttered. Show them, Chuya ordered one of the suits, who was carrying a briefcase. He opened it, showing the smugglers a large amount of Japanese yen. Money's here, one smuggler, likely the leader, said to the others. One nodded and opened the back of a van, carting out several wooden crates. They opened one of the crates, revealing items like staffs, necklaces, and other trinkets that looked like they belonged in a museum. You think those are the relics Mizu-san talked about? Ибара asked. What else could they be? Okiko said. We need to tell the others, said Izuku. I'll notify 𝐒𝐽𝐫-sama and the others, Milia said, a small magic circle next to her ear. Yes, please do. The teens all froze. Slowly, they turned around, seeing Reiner, with a wicked smile, standing some feet behind them. Reiner. Izuku and Ибара both gasped. When Big Sis Kyo asked me to take care of some spies, I never expected one of them to be you, Welsh Dragon. She formed a spear of light. I've been looking forward to paying you back. And you even brought 𝐼𝐵ARA and that one girl too, and some devil friend as well. And here I thought this was gonna be a dull night. Guess we don't have any other choice. Izuku summoned his boosted gear, activating Dragon Force. Do you have a plan, Midoriya-kun? Okiko asked. Not yet, I'm afraid. Reina began to laugh. Good. Once I'll kill you, your friends and nemesis will be next. Like hell, we'll let you. Milia fired off a dark beam of magic. Reina, caught off guard, could only rain her spear in an attempt to block the attack. The attack shattered her spear, leaving her open to Izuku landing a forward punch into Reina's chest. The force of the blow sent her skidding several feet back. She started to cough from the blow and little flecks of saliva came up from the force of the blow. Sking up the hit, she glared at Izuku with an angry look. Why the hell are you trying to cop a feel for? She snapped, trying to go for head games. Who do you think you are, Dunjimi anyway? The devils and which all had different reactions. Izuku began stammering like an idiot trying to apologize. 𝐼𝐵ARA blushed a furious red. Milia looked almost jealous. And Okiko looked mortified. Hey, don't accuse Midoriya-san of being a pervert. Besides, those two ball are probably fakes, Milia retorted. OSHT. Milia's sweat dropped inwardly, having now realized what she said. I think I made a mistake. 𝐼𝐵ARA and Okiko all began to blush bright red, while Izuku could only stare at Milia in shock. Oh, you're gonna get it now, kid, Reina hissed dangerously as two swords of light appeared in her hands, her feminine pride screaming for retribution. Having just received Milia's message, Mizu created a portal. Let's get going. Mizu yelled. Before anyone could react, an explosion cracked the roof. OSHT. Soji yelped. Mizu wasn't able to react in time, the explosion forcing her through the portal as it closed. From below, the armored man jumped up and landed on the roof, Brandon next to it. Kids! Brandon blinked. And here I thought it was a pro hero. How disappointing. You're not much older than us, pal, Alexandra shot back. Oh, shut it, flat chest. Alexandra's eye twitched. That's it. She drew out a rapier. Brandon smiled and drew a gun that had a long blade attached to the underside of the barrel. Let's dance. Remember to keep focus, Brandon, the knight warned, a yellow globing shield appearing on his left arm. In his left hand was something that made the devil's skin crawl. That's a sword of light. Yuto gaped. Somewhere else in the city, three figures with a pair of bat-like wings flew through the cityscape, just high enough that they could easily be mistaken for birds. In reality, they were Rias, Sona, and Q-Delia, flying as fast as they could to where Izuku and the others were fighting. I should have finished that fallen angel off when I had the chance, Rias hissed. It's not your fault, Rias, Sona said. You showed that low-ranked fallen angel mercy at the request of your servants. There was always a risk involved. And Mizu already went ahead to help, Q-Delia added. We just need to make sure this Reina doesn't cause any more trouble for us. Rias nodded. Right. Hopefully, Aizu and the others are all right. However, as they neared the site, a phantom of some sort, looking like a gold-glowing mix between a samurai and a geisha, appeared before them. A demon phantom. Rias gasped as the phantom approached, blade ready. She was barely able to avoid the blade, a few strands of her red hair not as lucky. The phantom then went after Q-Delia and Sona, eventually forcing the three devil heirs to a rooftop. What the hell was that? Q-Delia demanded. That would have been me. The devil heirs turned and saw the phantom had landed next to a woman wearing a pink kimono. I must say, I never expected devils to appear here tonight. Who are you? Rias demanded. I'm Ozaki-Kyo, an executive of the Port Mafia, and you and your servants are interfering in our business, she said. Golden Demon. Rid me of these devils. Ozaki-Kyo, Sacred Gear, Golden Demon. A subspecies of Demon Phantom, Golden Demon is an avatar-type gear that follows the commands of Koyo. Izuku was hopping left and right, avoiding the swings of the light blades. Having already promoted himself to knight, Izuku had to stay on the defensive, as Reina used her swords of light to attack viciously. Suddenly, 𝐈𝐵 raced down and encircled Reincarnated, holding one of her arms to her sides. Reincarnated grunted as she tried to free herself. "You think these can hold me?" "No," a voice from above answered. "Just long enough for me to do this." Above her, 𝐼𝐿𝐼a was floating with her devil wings, lightning sparking out from her hands. A tower of lightning shined. The shockwave forced Izuku back. 𝐼𝐿𝐼a shielded herself as the force almost knocked her out of the air. Reincarnated, charred from the attack, some of her clothes torn and burnt, glared at the teenage devils. DMNU. She tried to move, but 𝐈𝐵's vines prevented her from doing so. Reincarnated, just stop, Izuku sighed. This has gone off long enough. Just leave. Don't you dare look down on me. Reincarnated hissed, concentrated light glowing in her hands. You can take that pity of yours and shove it right up your dash. Suddenly, ice froze over nearly every part of the roof, except for the area Izuku and the others were standing on. Reincarnated, ice encasing half of her body, could only shiver in shock. What? So you're Reincarnated? Stepping out from behind the fallen angel, Mizu walked to her side. For a fallen angel, you sure aren't that pretty. Reincarnated, despite being half frozen, gave a terse growl. Mizu-san. We don't have much time, so I'll make this quick. Mizu stood in front of the half-frozen fallen angel. I'm sure you know why I'm here, showing Reincarnated a necklace with the 𝐼𝐻𝐽 symbol. So tell me what I want to know, and dash. Before Mizu could continue, something slammed into her torso, sending her crashing into an adjacent building. Mizu Onichin. Okiko cried out. Before anyone else could go check on the sorcerer, a new voice called out. You just have a knack for finding trouble, Reincarnated. Chuya now stood where Mizu was. Mr. Chuya. Reincarnated gasped. Why are you here, sir? Well, since most of the items disappeared into portals not long before I saw that gigantic light show, I went to investigate. And what do I find? The man identified as Chuya looked at the group, his focus on Izuku. This fun little scene. He tossed his coat aside, cracking his knuckles. Wait, Chuya sir. That's dash yes, I'm aware of your grudge against the Welsh dragon. Chuya began to glow a faint red. But the port mafia's needs come first. You and the grunts get the remaining items and fall back. In a swift move, Chuya kicked the ice holding Reincarnated, destroying it while keeping her unharmed. I'll deal with them. Reincarnated nodded. Spreading her wings, she flew off toward where the deal was taking place. I don't suppose you have it in your heart to just give up. Okiko said to the port mafia executive. No, I don't, Chuya responded, his eyes betraying an eager look. I've been having a hard time trying to rein in Reincarnated's disobeying habit, so I need to let off the steam. And I intend to finish this in a single blow. Charging forward, Chuya flew with incredible speed at Izuku, who instinctively lifted his boosted gear in an attempt to block the hit. Don't let him touch you. Only to duck at the last second, delivering a kick into Chuya's gut. You call that a kick? Chuya retaliated by grabbing Izuku's arm and throwing him at the girls. Izuku's body glowed red. He felt his weight increase as he crashed into the roof, going through it and falling into the warehouse below. Izuku-san Midoriya-ken. The girls cried. Izuku-san. Are you okay? Ibara called out. I'm fine. But I can't move. My body. So heavy, he grunted. That would be my sacred gear at work, Chuya clarified with a smile on his face. Now then, who's next? Golden Demon flew towards Ria's alarmingly fast, swinging the blade as it made its charge. Barely managing to avoid the slash, Ria's decided to fire point-blank at the Port Mafia executive's avatar. Bolts of power of destruction swarmed around her. Take this! Shooting the bolts at the avatar, Ria's managed to force it back. However, its MSTR appeared behind her, blade drawn. Ria's barely had the time to react, forming a defensive barrier to protect herself as Kyo brought her katana down. Leave my friend alone. Sona's scream got the executive's attention. When she turned around, her eyes widened in shock as she was greeted by a giant serpent made entirely out of water that hit her straight on, swallowing her in its mouth. Immediately, the serpent began shaking, and a large bump formed in its stomach area, growing quickly with each passing second. Small holes formed in the water, golden lights erupting from them. Like a plastic balloon that was filled with far too much air, the serpent exploded, water scattering everywhere. As the violent sudden rain subdued, a lone figure was sitting where the serpent was, soaking wet. Her hair was now down and messy, and an annoyed expression was present on her face. Behind her stood Golden Demon sheathing its blade. Trying to drown me. Had it been anyone else it may have worked. The sound of thunder then caught Kyo's attention. In the sky, clouds began to darken, thunder roaring across the heavens as 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 smiled. Storm manipulation. Lightning, wind, and water surged through 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽's hands as she sent the elements coursing down toward Kyo. Golden Demon did its best to block the attack, but some of it still managed to reach Kyo. She grunted in pain as 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 twirled around and swept her up in a vortex before slapping her palms together, launching Kyo back the way he came, sending her tumbling along the ground. Golden Demon had wrapped itself around Kyo, who only received some torn clothes and a few bloody scratches. The older woman smirked as if she was enjoying the fight. Spreading her wings, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 and the other pure BLDS took to the air, sparks of electricity appearing in 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽's hands. Kyo's eyes widened, realizing what they were up to. Unholy thunderbolt! 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 shouted. A powerful bolt of black lightning fired from her hands. Kyo made no effort to dodge the attack, however. Instead, Golden Demon appeared before Kyo, taking the direct hit of the blast. The lightning struck the avatar, black electricity sparking all over the rooftop of the battle due to the water. Kyo had managed to jump onto the demon's back, the avatar acting as a makeshift insulator. Once 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽's attack ended, the demon vanished, and Kyo fell to the ground as the devils landed. Had enough? 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 asked. As much as I would like to continue this little ballad, I'm afraid we don't have the time. Kyo turned, and the sound of the police force's patrol cars and whistles came closer. It seems like they received a report on the fighting. Be warned, girls, you may be heiresses to influential devil clans, but neither that nor the heroes will save you if you cross the port mafia again. Kyo turned and began to walk away, rain beginning to fall. Rias and the others watched the women leave with contempt. That was harder than I expected, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 huffed. The port mafia, Sona said. I've heard about them, and it looks like they're no different from what the rumors. No, they're more than the rumors made them to be. Indeed, Rias nodded. Let's get going. Aizuku-an and the others might be in trouble. The knight leaped into the air, swinging his sword of light downward. Yuto disappeared from sight, appearing behind the knight. Creating a demon sword, Yuto charged at the knight, only for its shield to block his hit. Holy eraser! The dark blade immediately began to weaken the knight's shield. But the knight simply delivered a kick to Yuto's gut. Yuto gagged, dropping to the ground. The ability to create any sword you can imagine. Interesting, the knight noted. You forget about us, Tin Can. Soji smiled confidently, a small black gauntlet that resembled a chameleon with a deformed face manifesting on his left hand. Pointing the gauntlet at the knight, the chameleon's mouth launched a blue line. The knight didn't have enough time to react as the line wrapped around its leg and latched on tightly. And now, absorption line. At Soji's command, the line glowed. The knight's armor began beeping as the shield began to flicker, warning its wearer that the power was being drained. Strangely, the knight seemed calm. Intriguing, this is your chance, guys, get him. Looking up, the knight saw Koneko falling towards him, looking ready to deliver a hard kick. Nearby, Alexandra fought against Brandon, her rapier clashing with his gun blade. Suddenly, Brandon's gun began dismantling itself, pieces either retracting or extending to form and link together. Soon it took the form of a full-length sword, the blade's edge glowing orange. The glowing blade easily sliced through Alexandra's rapier, having melted the metal. Pretty hot, here. Brandon said to her. Brandon Black, quirk, heat wave. He can superheat anything he touches. Ooh, pretty bad, you mean? Alexandra's body glowed a light green, and 3 spectral figures appeared next to her, each resembling a French musketeer. And this is far from over. Men, Take him. Yes, the spectres all said. Alexandra Dumas, Sacred Gear, Trio's musketeer. She can summon 3 avatars to fight alongside her. Their names are Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. The knight hacked at the line connecting 𝐒𝐲 to his leg, cutting it and jumping out of the way just as 𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐽 was about to hit. 𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐽's kick caused a large part of the rooftop to crack. You're far stronger than you look. I'm impressed. Thanks, 𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐽 deadpanned. 𝐒𝐲 stood behind the knight, readying his sacred gear again, while Yuto stood to the side, 2 demonic swords in hand. 3 against 1. I suppose it's no surprise for devils to fight dirty. He knows who we are. Yuto thought to himself. He's clearly not an ordinary human. Just who is he? I'm afraid our time has come to an end. The knight turned to Brandon, who was fighting against the 3 spectres. Brandon, it's time for us to leave. Here. You can't be serious. It's just getting good. Brandon complained. Just listen, boy. Sure enough, the unmistakable sound of police sirens was approaching. Oh, man. The police are almost here. The knight then turned to 𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐽 and Yuto. Be sure to keep proper care of the Red Dragon Emperor. He may become an important player soon. Before the 2 could ask what he meant, the knight ran to Brandon, grabbed him, and jumped off the building. Hey! Get back here! Alexandra yelled, but it was too late. The 2 were gone. We should get out of here, said Yuto. We need to check on Bucho and the others, 𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐽 added. Chuya charged at them again, aiming for the girls. But when he reached them, they vanished. What the? All around him, multiple copies of the girls appeared. Chuya tries to punch the nearest one, but his fist goes right through it. Fakes. Chuya continued to attack each of the illusions, unaware that the 3 real girls were a good distance away. That should keep him busy for now. Milia kept her focus on Chuya, ensuring that he wouldn't hear or see the real them. Nice one, Takamaki-san, said Okiko. Izuku-san, are you okay? Ibara called through the hole in the roof. I'm fine, Izuku responded. I still can't move, though. I might be able to help. Okiko leaped down, using her quirk to slow her descent. Squatting next to Izuku, she placed her hand on him. Instantly he felt himself back to his original weight. Grunting, he stood back up. That actually worked. Okiko asked, more to herself than anyone else. That Chuya guy's power must be similar to yours, only he can freely alter someone's gravity, Izuku noted, stretching his wings. He increased gravity's effect on me, then you removed gravity's effect. So both of your powers cancelled the other. Are you okay, Izuku-san? Ibara asked him as she and Milia floated down before retracting their devil wings. I'll be fine. What about Chuya? Boom. The roof behind them gave way, and a very angry Chuya clad in a dark red aura descended down with the remains of the roof. Oh. Never mind. Oh. What hit me? Mizu groaned as she stood up. Whatever hit her, it had the force of a freight train. Pushing aside some debris, Mizu checked herself over. Aside from her torn clothing, what felt to be BLD running down the side of her face, a slight concussion, and what was most likely a shattered arm, she was okay. She felt the Yukinoha rubbing against her, asking if she was okay. I'll manage for now. She told it. I just hope Charco and the others are doing okay. Chuya immediately went after Milia, who barely had time to register the sudden kick against her gut. The blue-haired devil was sent flying, crashing into the others with enough force to knock them against the wall. Playtime's over, kiddies. Chuya floated into the air and charged at them. Okiko, acting on instinct, created a bubble around them that blocked Chuya's attack. Bam! 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 The Port Mafia executive just punched relentlessly against the shield Okiko had made. How long do you think this little bubble can protect you? Chuya mockingly asked. How long will it last? Ibara asked as she tended to Milia. I'm not sure. This is really the first time I'm doing something like this. The bubble then began to crack. Okay, not long. Chuya smiled when he noticed that the bubble was beginning to break. I was expecting more from the Red Dragon Emperor and his friends. Guess you don't live up to the hype. A bright ball of plasma suddenly hit 𝐬𝐽, exploding. The explosion pushed the gravity man away from the kids. You guys okay? 𝐒𝐿 𝐿. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 called out as the older woman ran into the warehouse. You kids get out of here, 𝐒𝐿 ordered. I'll deal with him. Izuku then noticed how hurt 𝐒𝐿 was and her limped arm. Wait, you're hurt. You can't take him on by yourself like that. Ice covered 𝐒𝐿's damaged arm, creating a makeshift cast. I'll be fine. Plasma gathered in her left hand. Plasma strike. A beam of plasma shot at 𝐬𝐽, which created another explosion upon reaching the executive. 𝐬𝐽, however, walked out of the fireball. Aside from being singed a little, he was mostly fine. Now that's interesting, 𝐬𝐽 smirked. I think I heard about you. You're the Kaika hero, Ryuto, right? You have a quirk that lets you control plasma. What can I say? Mess with Ryuto, and you'll get burned. Mizushima Akari aka Ryuto. Quirk, Plasma Cast. She can generate and control red-orange plasma, which she can use to create anything from small ball of explosives to shields. And that's not the only thing I can do now. She grabbed her sword, and with a swing of the blade, the entire warehouse was engulfed by a gigantic amount of ice. The kids had managed to avoid the attack, having been lucky enough to be behind 𝐒𝐿. Holy hell! 𝐒𝐿 exclaimed. 𝐒𝐿 stood there eyeing the ice she had created. Soon the ice began to glow red. It soon began to crack, imploding on itself. 𝐬𝐽 then shot out and landed several feet in front of 𝐒𝐿, the ground beneath him indenting. An attack like that would have killed almost anyone else. And your arm must have shattered after I attacked you earlier, yet you're still going, 𝐬𝐽 smiled. Guess the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj aren't all talk. And I'm impressed you withstood Yukinoha's attack. 𝐒𝐿, despite herself, smiled as well. I've never heard of a gravity-manipulating sacred gear before. What's it called? For the tainted sorrow, 𝐬𝐽 answered. Poetic. Like it. I came up with it myself, 𝐬𝐽 beamed with pride. Anyway, why don't you stop stalling? Talking isn't going to get us anywhere fast. I disagree. 𝐒𝐿 shot red beams of magic at 𝐬𝐽. The gravity manipulator was quickly ensured by the bands, which anchored themselves to the ground. The hell is this? The Port Mafia executive growled as he tried to wrestle free. A red aura practically steamed off 𝐬𝐽's body as he struggled. 𝐒𝐿 smirked, expecting little to come of it. But that smirk soon disappeared when the bands began to break. With a roar, 𝐬𝐽 quite literally broke free from the crimson bonds. 𝐒𝐿 jumped back several feet, shocked. Not many can break those chains so easily. 𝐒𝐿 began to sweat. That's not a normal sacred gear, is it? 𝐬𝐽 smirked. Yep. If I had to guess, it's probably a Longinus. Nokuhara 𝐬𝐽, sacred gear, for the tainted sorrow. The 14th Longinus that allows 𝐬𝐽 to control the gravity of anything he's touched, including his own. A Longinus. Izuku gasped, he and the girls watching from behind a still-standing wall. That can't be right, said 𝐒𝐿. There are only 13 Longinus gears in existence, and none of them allow you to control gravity. It's actually more likely than you'd expect, 𝐒𝐿 said to them. God wasn't able to perfect his system, so there are plenty of bugs. The Longinus gears can be considered part of that. Depending on what type of sacred gear it is, how it was created, and how it works, entirely new sacred gears can be born with the potential to evolve into Longinus gears. She looked at 𝐬𝐽 and asked, "Did something like that happen to you?" "Not quite, but I'm not in the mood to discuss something so personal." "We gotta do something." Izuku hissed as 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐬𝐽 continued to fight. The only reason 𝐒𝐿 was ignoring the pain from her shattered limb as long as she had was because of adrenaline. Once that ran out, she wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight. "I got an idea." 𝐒𝐿 focused, remembering what 𝐒𝐿 told her the previous night. "Okay, so where do we start?" "Well, first we need to figure out what kind of magic suits you best." A book with stars and moons on the cover appeared in 𝐒𝐿's hand. "Witches and wizards like you tend to use magic that's best suited to your personality and taste. Your mother, for example, is an expert at spatial magic, and since you share plenty of similarities with her, we'll start there. How? 𝐒𝐲 looked around the apartment, her eyes falling upon a paper cup near the TV. See that cup there? I want you to imagine a ball surrounding it. Then imagine that ball taking the cup to the center of the table here. Okay. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 eyed the cup in question. She focused, imagining a ball surrounding the cup. But after a minute of focusing, the cup stayed near the TV. I can't do it. I'm sure you can. But it looks like you weren't focusing properly. Is something wrong? 𝐒𝐲 asked. I don't know, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 huffed. I can imagine the bubble, but that's it. I'm not sure why, but lately, I haven't been able to focus on anything for some reason. Seems like you're distracted or otherwise bothered by something. 𝐒𝐲 stated. It's not that uncommon of an occurrence among mags like us. I distracted? By what? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 stuttered. Oh, I don't know, 𝐒𝐲 said, feigning ignorance and then giving 𝐒𝐿𝐵 a cunning grin, maybe something to do with a green-haired boy. I have no idea what you're talking about. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 exclaimed. Those blushing cheeks tell a different tale. I am not 𝐒𝐿𝐵 began to protest only for 𝐒𝐲 to shove a mirror in her face. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had pinker cheeks than sakura blossoms. She just growled and avoided eye contact. Talk to me, 𝐒𝐿𝐵. I can help. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 trailed off. Fine. I think I might like Midoriya-kun. You think or you know? I don't know, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said. She was trying her best to remain calm, but 𝐒𝐲 could tell she was flustered over this. The older woman then began to interrogate 𝐒𝐿𝐵. So, when Midoriya-kun is around, does your heart rate increase? I think so. Does your head feel fuzzy at all when he's around? Yeah. Have you tried to avoid being alone with him? I'm not sure. We never had much of a chance to hang out, and when we do, Shiozaki is usually with him. All right, then earlier when you came here with him and Shiozaki, did you hope it would have been just him? That Shiozaki didn't come with? Why yes, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 admitted. 𝐒𝐲 nodded. It's official. You have a crush on him. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 turned red. Oh, I see, she swallowed. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was now very nervous. She had a crush. Her head was starting to feel funny again. 𝐒𝐲, she asked as her face turned as red as an apple. Am I really in love? Much to 𝐒𝐿𝐵's shock, she saw 𝐒𝐲 shake her head and affirm the motion with a calm, no. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 tilted her head in confusion. Right now what you have is a crush, which may soon bloom into love. And love takes time for all those involved. Just because you may love him now doesn't mean Midoriya loves you back, at least not yet. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 nodded. So, what do I do? Confess. That would be the easiest option, but that can cause problems if done too early or too late. Just take it at your own pace for now. Now then, try teleporting that cup again. Right after that talk. Yep. Sighing, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 looked at the cup again and focused. She imagined the bubble around the cup, and this time a see-through, light pink bubble surrounded the cup. In an instant, the cup disappeared, reappearing on the table. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 gasped in shock before she gave a big smile. I did it. Good work, 𝐒𝐿𝐵. 𝐒𝐲 said, smiling. You're officially a witch now. Imagine the pink bubble around that guy. 𝐒𝐿𝐵's hands began to glow a light pink. A pink bubble of energy surrounded Chuya. What in dash? Chuya's body contorted and warped into a spiral with an audible whoosh before he disappeared completely. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 let out a sigh of relief. I can't believe that worked. She would have collapsed right there, but Izuku managed to catch her. You okay? He asked. Yeah, I'm fine, she huffed, laying her head against his chest, a light blush on her face. I wouldn't mind staying like this for a while. The moment didn't last, though. From the corner of his eye, Izuku saw a flash of light. Recognizing it right away, he picked up 𝐒𝐿𝐵 just in time to avoid a spear of light. Looks like you managed to actually improve, the all-too-familiar voice of Reincarnated said from above. You again. Milia exclaimed. I don't know what you did to Mr. Chuya, but I'm not letting any of you leave alive. Reincarnated held out a hand, conjuring a large spear of light from above. Die! Reincarnated threw the spear at the teens. But it didn't hit its target. Instead, Golden Demon appeared and, using its sword, sliced the spear in half. That's enough, Reincarnated. 𝐒𝐲 called out. Don't waste any more time on these pests. But, big sis 𝐒𝐲, Reincarnated pleaded. The police and heroes will be here soon, 𝐒𝐲 continued. There's no longer any reason to remain here. Reincarnated growled at her human superior. Fine, she reluctantly complied. She then looked toward Izuku and the others. This is far from over. She flew off, 𝐒𝐲 disappearing as well. We need to leave, too, said Mizu. It'll be bad if the police see us here. A little while later, all three peerages had regrouped in the ORC room. Mizu was currently being tended to by Ibara, her twilight healing restoring Mizu's arm. I should be done soon, but you should still rest for a while. Thank you. 𝐒𝐿 walked up to them. How are you doing? Other than still not having any feeling in my arm, I'm doing great, Mizu replied. How's everyone else? They're all fine, Rias answered, Sona and 𝐿𝐸𝐵 beside her. Still, Reincarnated going such a dangerous group is rather unprecedented, Sona said. It may be best to inform the Satans about this right away. I already made a report to the 4 Satans about Reincarnated's new allegiance. As did I, said Mizu. The doc will be meeting with Azazel, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, about it. Wait, who are the Satans? Izuku wondered. The 4 great Satans are the rulers of the underworld who were selected after the death of the original Satans during the Great War, Mizu explained. The current 4 were given the titles of the original 4, Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus. Ria's older brother is the current Lucifer, while Sona's older sister is the current Leviathan. The Great War dragged on for several years and forced several other factions and races to get involved, the human race being one of them. It really caused all 3 factions to take major hits, and because of that, it's one of the reasons why we're at a standstill at the moment, Rias continued. There were originally 72 high-class devil families in existence, but after the war, the number dwindled to at the moment, only half of the devil race remains and our people are quite desperate to repopulate, usually through traditional means. Izuku almost didn't catch it, but he could hear the tone of Ria's voice suddenly turn bitter. Just a little longer and it'll be good for tonight, Ibara interrupted before Izuku could question it. It still hasn't fully healed, so I'll continue tomorrow. As the members of the 3 peerage gradually left, Momo approached Izuku, Ibara, and 𝐒𝐿 as they were about to leave. I heard you guys ran into Reincarnated. Again, she said. Are you all okay? We're all fine, Izuku reassured. She didn't say anything, did she? Momo tentatively asked. No. I don't think so, 𝐒𝐿 answered. Momo breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, how come? Ibara asked. Hey, another voice interrupted before Momo could answer. It was Milia. She was standing by them with a light blush on her face and rubbing the back of her head. I wanted to ask you, can we hang out sometime Midoriya-san if you want? I mean, we're both devils so we don't have to hide anything anymore. Yeah, sure. Izuku nodded, not seeing the jealous looks from 𝐒𝐿 and Ibara, or from his senior. Hey. Rias blinked, looking over at Milia. Hey, 𝐿𝐸𝐵. What's up with your bishop? Who, Milia? 𝐿𝐸𝐵 asked, a smile on her face. She's had a crush on Midoriya for a while now. Seeing her friend flinch at her words made her raise her eyebrows. Oh. You jealous of my bishop, Rias? Of course not. Rias stated, though the light blush on her face told 𝐿𝐸𝐵 differently. Right. So, are you planning to add 𝐒𝐿 to your peerage? 𝐿𝐸𝐵 asked nonchalantly. I mean, she's both a witch and an apprentice to a sorcerer from Kamar-Taj, she'd be a real catch. I'm just disappointed that I won't have the chance. But you better hurry before Sona takes her. I'm not gonna let that happen, Rias stated. I had a feeling something was different about her compared to normal humans. Now that I know she's a witch, she can become a very versatile rook. Plotting behind backs, are we? Rias froze up. She glared at 𝐿𝐸𝐵, who was smiling, before turning around to see 𝐵𝐸 standing over them. "What's this I hear about wanting 𝐒𝐿 to become a rook?" Well, 𝐵𝐸 patted 𝐼𝐻 on the head. "It's okay. If 𝐒𝐿 wants to become your servant, that's up to her." 𝐼𝐻, though somewhat surprised, smiled and nodded. "By the way, 𝐒𝐿," 𝐵𝐸 spoke up. "Where did you send 𝐒𝐻𝐻 to?" 𝐒𝐿 blinked a couple of times, taking a moment to remember. 𝐵𝐸 had told her that teleportation spells like that work best when the caster is familiar with the destination. She thought back, trying to recall what came to her mind. The first place that she could think of was, her eyes soon grew wide, a look of horror on her face. 𝐒𝐿 gaped in shock, 𝐵𝐸 and the Gremory devils right behind her. A good part of her apartment was gone, replaced by rubble. "Diamin," said 𝐵𝐸. "That 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐾 deadpanned. What am I gonna do now?" "Well," 𝐵𝐸 slowly looked at Izuku, along with 𝐼𝐻. "Why are you looking at me?" A big part of her apartment was destroyed. Some of her things survived, but she doesn't have anywhere else to go. 𝐒𝐿, Izuku, and Ибара watched from their seats at the table as 𝐵𝐸 gave 𝐒𝐿 her explanation. She could head back to her parents' home, but that's at least a 4-hour train ride. Not that convenient for attending you. Allowing her to stay here won't be of any hindrance, will it? 𝐒𝐿, with a sympathetic look, answered, "Of course not. The poor dear. Losing her home like that." "I'm sorry for being an inconvenience," 𝐒𝐿 spoke up, hanging her head low. "It isn't, 𝐒𝐿-chan," 𝐒𝐿 said. "You're welcome to stay here as long as you like." "Yeah," Izuku added. "I hope you like it here." Ибара watched on quietly, grumbling something about rivals and being out of reach. 𝐿 then began to ask questions about 𝐒𝐿. It was quite a shock when she learned that 𝐿 had a similar quirk to her own. When the topic of why she wanted to be a hero was brought up, 𝐒𝐿 told them about her past and parents, and even the reason why she wanted to be a hero, much to her embarrassment, but thankfully, Izuku, Ибara, and 𝐿 looked to be supportive and understanding regarding her reasoning. 𝐒𝐿, "Dear, there is nothing wrong about being a hero for profit, especially if it's to support your family. My husband is the same way. And I can honestly say that what you are well on your way to becoming a wonderful hero that your parents can be proud of, 𝐒𝐿." "I know I am," 𝐵𝐸 added. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help but feel flustered at the praise, but the feeling of elation she was getting from their support had put a massive, slightly teary smile on her face. She managed to get off a soft word of thanks, before changing the subject so she wouldn't get too overwhelmed. After a long while of nothing but pleasant talk and a quick visit to Ibara's room, which 𝐒𝐿 will be sharing with Nao, and Izuku's room, which was full of All Might memorabilia to 𝐒𝐿's amusement and Izuku's embarrassment, they began to unpack 𝐒𝐿's things. It went by relatively quickly, due to the limited amount of things she actually had. The only real obstacle was the box of clothes, which Izuku had the unfortunate luck of opening, laying his eyes on a BR and panties before an embarrassed 𝐒𝐿 closed it. It took about a half-hour for Izuku to calm down after seeing it. Once they had finished unpacking, the three had sat down in the living room while 𝐵𝐸 and 𝐒𝐿 continued to chat. "Do you think you'll like it here, Uraraka-san?" Izuku asked. "I think I will." Ибара silently glared at 𝐒𝐿. "By the way, what did 𝐼𝐻 want to talk to you about?" "Oh. She asked if I was willing to join her peerage now." Both Izuku and Ибara blinked. "Really?" 𝐒𝐿 nodded. "She made a really good argument about it, including how I'll get funding for my parents." "Wait, does that mean you accepted her offer?" "I did," 𝐒𝐿 answered. "But I want to wait a little bit before the whole reincarnation happens. Wait until I'm conformable with the idea." "Why did you accept?" Izuku asked. "To be honest, to be closer to you, I guess," she admitted, her face as red as a tomato, which caused Izuku's face to turn red as well. Ибara continued to glare at 𝐒𝐿. "Anyway, where's your dad?" 𝐒𝐿 asked, hoping to change the subject. "Oh, he works overseas," Izuku answered. "I don't really see him that often. I think the last time he was home was for Christmas last year. He barely has enough time to actually come home due to his job, so it's just me and Mom here before." Ibara-san moved in. "Mom's all I needed, though. She's amazing for raising me practically on her own and was super happy for me when I finally got my power, Izuku explained, looking slightly nervous and even a little melancholic towards the end. Ibara and Okiko noticed his change in tone and couldn't help but frown. Izuku had told them and the others a while ago about how everyone, particularly Bakugo, treated him after they discovered he was quirkless. While Izuku said he was okay, it still pained the girls to know that the boy they admired went through a lot of torment in the past. Okiko, in particular, wanted to make the pain in his heart go away. To bring his smile back to his face where it belonged. Resolved, she grabbed his shoulders and made him turn to her, much to his surprise, and proceeded to pull him into a warm, loving embrace, causing him to turn red in embarrassment. Uraraka-san. What's this F for? He exclaimed as she felt his arms flailing, as if unsure of where they should go. Okiko, she said, her face just as flushed as his. If we're gonna be living together from now on, I want you to at least call me by my name, Izuku-an. Izuku audibly gulped, not expecting her to use the nickname Rias gave him. He then suddenly felt someone grab his arm. Turning, he saw Ibara had wrapped her arms around his, looking jealous for some reason. Uraraka-san, can you please let Izuku-san go now? No, the little witch soon-to-be turned devil responded, a sly smile on her face. Izuku watched in worry as what looked like sparks flew as the two girls glared at each other. In the kitchen, Mizu watched with an amused expression. Well, it looks like they'll get along just fine, she said, an amused smile on her face. Inko simply watched the spectacle with a look of awe before shaking her head with a small smile on her face. Teenagers, she sighed to herself. Midoriya and the others ran into Reina. Kyoka asked. Yes, Momo was finishing telling her what happened that night, the two in their room at the Gyro residence. She has apparently joined the Port Mafia. Momo undid her ponytail, letting her hair down. Dear men. Did she tell them about Dash? I asked Midoriya-san and the others. She never mentioned me or him, she hissed the last bit, her hands beginning to shake. Seeing this, Kyoka took hold of Momo's hands. You do realize you can't run from it forever, right? Rias and the others will learn about it eventually. It'll be better for you to tell them instead of someone like your cousin. Momo hung her head. I know, but what if they don't accept me? Midoriya-san and Shiozaki-san were both tormented by fallen angels, so what if they dash? Kyoka stopped Momo by giving her a quick peck on the lips. You don't know that, Kyoka told her. Besides, Rias and Midoriya are both pretty smart. They might have figured it out or at least know you didn't tell them everything. It would be better for you to be honest with them. Not yet, Momo answered. Not now. I'm not ready. If I try now, I don't know what I'll say or do. It could lead to something we'll regret. Kyoka nodded. I don't want to rush you, but if you're gonna talk to them, how long do you need? I don't know. I just need time. I doubt it'll be anytime soon. Well, whatever you decide to do, I know of a way to cheer you up. Momo didn't have time to register when she suddenly felt Kyoka's hands begin fathering her breasts. Ah! Momo's face erupted into a blush. She retaliated by passing Kyoka down into the bed. Kyoka! Sneak attacks aren't fair. She playfully said, leaning her face near Kyoka's. And I'm always the one to dominate you. I thought I'd mix things up a little tonight, Kyoka replied, earning a giggle from Momo. As fun as that sounds, it'll have to wait. The two shared a kiss to start a night of fun. On the top floor of the Mori Corporation's central tower, the tallest building of Yokohama was a large office. It had an appealing view of the city due to its position. There were countless books lining the shelves on the walls, a wooden desk sat at the end. There was a checkerboard marble floor and a handcrafted red carpet. But this wasn't the office of some corporation. This was the home of the boss of the infamous Port Mafia, Mori Ogai. He was sitting at the desk, wearing a white button-up, a black pinstriped suit jacket, black shoes, and black trousers. The shirt has a purple and white striped tie. Over this, he has a black trench coat and a long, almost knee-length maroon scarf he leaves hanging over his shoulders untied. He's also wearing white gloves. Next to him on the floor was a young girl, humming as she drew on the floor. She was young, having pale skin and bright blue eyes. She has long, blonde hair, styled with straight, blunt bangs across her forehead and long, thick ringlets that curled past her waist. She wore a large red bow on the right side of her head. She wears a red dress with short, puffy sleeves and a frilled, white hem at the bottom. Around the waist is a thin white band. Her collar is white and buttoned, fastened by a pink ribbon. Below, she wears black and grey stockings with red Mary Janes. Before Mori were 3 people, Chuya, Koyo, and Reiner. That concludes our report. Koyo had finished recapping what happened that night. Mori nodded. I see. Chuya, he addressed the gravity user. Take what little relics we've managed to acquire and store them in our main vault. We'll contact 𝐼𝐺 afterward and negotiate their return. Yes, sir. And Reiner, the fallen angel, visibly flinched. I must congratulate you for finally obeying orders for once, however brief it was. Thank you, sir. Reiner looked up at him. But I recommend that no, we will not eliminate the Red Dragon Emperor nor his friends, Mori quickly countered. Doing so would risk the wrath of the Devil King. If that were to happen, this organization may not survive. Reiner gritted her teeth. I understand. Good. You may leave now. Boss, Koyo spoke up. May I have a word? Very well. Reiner cast Koyo a slight glare as she stood up, following Chuya. Out of the boss's office. Once they had left, Koyo turned to the boss. Why did you bring that brat into this organization? Not only is she immature, but she's also incredibly petty. She's bound to cost the Port Mafia more than she'll earn it. It was a request from an old friend, Mori answered. He asked me to look after her. He'll eventually come retrieve her, but until then she'll have to take orders from you and Chuya. Koyo sneered. Just who exactly is this old friend? In a large room of an expansive mansion, a young girl entered a room pushing a trolley filled with sweets and a tea kettle. Her hair was tied in twin ponytails with large, drill-like curls, blue ribbons keeping them in place. The front of her hair had several bangs hanging over her forehead, with a V-shaped fringe hanging over the bridge of her nose. She wore a long, pink dress with white frills and a magenta bow in the front. She wore matching pink shoes and light pink stockings. In short, she had the appearance of a teenage princess. Riser, I've prepared lunch, she said to the other occupant in the room, an older man in a sharp suit. Oh. Thank you, Ravel, the man said. He was sitting on a chair by a wall, preoccupied with the picture in his hands. Ravel didn't seem to mind as she poured tea into a teacup. Are the preparations for the ceremony going well? Ravel asked him. Humph, he smirked, like there'll be any problems. In his hand, he held a photo of a 14-year-old Ria's Gremory in a white dress. Midoriya-san, how is your training going along? Milia asked. Classes had ended a few minutes earlier and most of their classmates had already gone home. Oh, it's going great. I've managed to increase my limit by a couple of minutes. Izuku's voice trailed off as he held his chin, eyes focused on the ground in front of him. But there's still a lot about my sacred gear I don't know about. Bucho told me that I might be able to transfer the stored-up power to someone or something else now. That has plenty of uses, but there's still so much about the boosted gear I don't know. Like whose voice I heard when fighting Chuya. Still, if I can transfer the power to someone like Ibara-san, then her twilight healing can heal wounds more easily. Maybe I should train with her today, but, no, I should hold off on that until after I can use the transfer without fail. One thing at a time after all. Bucho keeps insisting for me to not overwhelm myself whenever I train. There he goes again, Milia sighed in amusement as she watched Izuku mumble. It was now mid-December. About a month had passed since the fight with the Port Mafia, and only about 2 months were left before the UA entrance exam. She hadn't seen him or Ibara around the school as often as she used to. They were likely training whenever they could before they did their duties as Ria's servants. Speaking of, by the way, how's Uraraka-san doing? Oh, she's doing great. Bucho reincarnated her last week. She's still getting used to her new strength, though. Izuku chuckled, recalling how Okiko accidentally crushed a doorknob not long after reincarnating. It takes a little while to get used to being a devil, here. He said, recalling how he felt after Rias reincarnated him. I suppose so, but I would never know. I was born a devil. Izuku did a double take. You were always a devil. Milia rubbed her head. I guess I never told you. See, my dad's Japanese, but my mom's a devil. She was a succubus, a subrace of all female devils, which technically means so am I. Succubus. When he realized what that meant, Izuku's pupils shrank, his face suddenly becoming red. And no. No. I'm not like that. Milia exclaimed, blushing herself. Though I do understand why you would think that, it's okay. Izuku garbled out a response as he cooled down. Then something else that Milia said caught his attention. Wait. Your mother was a succubus. Milia's head began to hang low. She and my dad were killed about a year ago. Izuku gasped, flashbacks to when he met Fried coming to his mind. The two continued to walk in silence toward the school gate. Ibara and Yuta were already there, waiting for Izuku. I need to get going now, Izuku said to Milia. I'm sorry about your parents, Takamaki-san. If there's anything I can do to help, Milia smiled at him. You already did more than enough, Midoriya-san. Izuku wondered what she meant by that. I need to get going myself. See you tomorrow. Right. See you tomorrow, Takamaki-san. Milia watched as Izuku met up with Yuto and Ibara. A small amount of jealousy boiled within her when she saw how close Ibara was to Izuku as they walked, but she also felt determination. I won't lose to any of them, she mentally reassured herself, mostly referring to Okiko and Ibara. If they're going to you with Midoriya-san, then I'll do the same. Later, the Occult Research Club, otherwise known as the Gremory Group, was all gathered as usual. The school day was already over and the devils were now preparing to do their devil work. Koneko had already left and Kiba was preparing to leave. Momo was serving Ria some tea and Ibara had just come back. I'm kinda nervous, Okiko admitted. My debut as a devil. I don't even know if I can do this. I'm sure you'll do great, Okiko-san, Izuku reassured. If you want I can come with you. Okiko blushed. Sure. I'd like that. They failed to notice the slight glare Ibara gave. Okiko then asked Izuku. What was your first job like? I'd rather not talk about it. Rias then taught Okiko how to use a magic circle to transport her to where the client was. Okiko, accompanied by Izuku, stepped into the circle. They were enveloped by the light of the teleportation circle, disappearing a moment later. When the light dimmed down, they opened their eyes, revealing themselves to the environment. It looked like the courtyard of an old shrine, one with a view that overlooked the city. It looked like it had been abandoned for a while, otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have been able to enter. Yet there were boxes and crates surrounding the entrance. It looked like someone was in the middle of moving into the shrine. But who? Where are we? Okiko asked. My place. The two turned, seeing a familiar face that the familiar voice belonged to. Mizuo Nichin. Okiko ran to the older woman and hugged her. Oh. Be careful, Chako. My arm still hurts. Sorry. Okiko let go in an instant. But why are you still here? I thought you went back to Kathmandu. Good question, Mizu smiled. See, not long after the Port Mafia returned the relics, it was decided to create a new sanctum here in Japan, with me as the MSTR. So this is all yours? Izuku asked, looking over the shrine. Yep. This place was abandoned by its god several years ago. After some negotiations, Kamatage now owns this shrine, our new sanctum. Mizu then looked over the tons of boxes and crates. Course I need help setting it all up, so I figured I'd ask my devil apprentice to help. Okiko looked over the many boxes. This was going to take a few hours at least. Any chance this is part of my training? Nope. This isn't Karate Kid. Sure enough, it took at least 2.5 hours to get all the boxes and crates inside. Once that was done, their contents were to be removed and placed throughout the shrine. Overall this part wasn't as bad. Mizu had already set up several display cases, hooks, and empty bookshelves throughout the shrine. All they had to do was place the relics where they would work. Izuku brought one of the smaller boxes into a room Mizu was going to use as a study. There he noticed that something was already there. It was a coffin made of silver. Chains of various sizes were wrapped around it, some of which were bolted to the floor. On the lid was an upside-down cross. Below the cross was an inscription written in English. "The bird of Hermes is my name, eating my wings to make me tame. 𝐈𝐧𝐭𝐫, you in here?" 𝐒𝐭𝐼 asked as she entered. "I just finished with the first room. How are things?" "What is that?" "I don't know. I just found it." Izuku took a second glance at the coffin. He didn't know why, but something about this coffin seriously unnerved him. "Let's go find Mizu-san." Several hours after helping with the move-in, 𝐒𝐭𝐼 and Izuku returned to the clubroom. "We're back," 𝐒𝐭𝐼 called out. Though the only one there was Rias, sitting at her desk doing paperwork. Everyone else must still be out on jobs. "Welcome back," Rias replied. "How was your first job?" "It went pretty great." 𝐒𝐭𝐼 beamed. "It was great to see Mizu-san again. She even gave me this." 𝐒𝐭𝐼 showed her MSTR, a wooden staff. It was the same height as 𝐒𝐭𝐼 and had a red gem surrounded by wood at the tip. A witch's staff. That is certainly a rare artifact. There aren't many of those left in the world. She said that it was both my payment and a gift. Apparently, it's a 𝐼𝐽𝐽 tradition that the person who recruits a new member is responsible for their well-being, so they often hand down belongings to symbolize that. That was how she got the 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐽. "And why didn't you tell me she was the one who sent that request?" "She wanted it to be a surprise," Rias answered. "No complaints, either. I say you'll do fine as a devil, 𝐒𝐽𝐽-chan." 𝐒𝐽𝐼 blushed lightly at Ria's compliment. "It's no big deal. But I gotta ask, are all devil jobs that easy?" "They usually are," Rias smirked. "Unless you're Izuku-san. The entire time he's been with us he's only completed a handful of contracts." "Ucho. Really? Wait, really?" 𝐒𝐽𝐼 looked at Izuku. "How come?" Izuku laughed nervously. "Well, it's not like the jobs I get are hard, it's just that most of my clients are kinda weird. With impossible requests. Like Morisawa-san. He's one of Koneko-chan's clients, but he sometimes requests me to talk about manga and the like. Then there's Miltan, who wants to become a magical girl dash, that doesn't sound so bad. He's also a male bodybuilder who likes to cosplay as a magical girl." "I take it back. Then how about we come along?" Rias suggested. "I just received a request from a new client. It's a good way to end the day, don't you think?" From the looks of it, it was a room in an apartment. When Izuku looked around the room, he noticed the abundance of objects related to Sengo. There was a sword in a sheath mounted on the wall and many posters of Japanese castles. There was also a scroll that said Furin Kazan. There was even a helm of the Bushi from the Sengo era on the shelf. The room was dark, but there were lights on the lamps. "Wow, this is really cool," Izuku muttered. "Whoa!" 𝐒𝐽𝐼 let out a sudden voice and almost fell back. She was apparently spooked by the armor sitting right in front of them. It looked ominous because of how dark it was in the room. Looking around, there didn't seem to be anyone else in the room besides them. That is, until the armor moved. "Ooh-ah. Are you people devils?" The armor was talking. No, rather, a person was speaking from inside of it. And from the sound of the voice, it was a woman. "Yes, we are," Rias calmly answered. "I'm really shocked. Devils do exist. My name is Susan. Just like you can see, my hobby is to collect things related to the Sengo era. I'm sorry for dressing up like this. It's dangerous at night, so I protect myself like this by wearing this armor. I'm not sure you have much to worry about dressed like that," Izuku mentally said. Rias stepped in front of the group, taking the foremost position. She started with a nod. "My name is Rias Gremory. This here is my Doria Izuku, the devil you summoned. Me and 𝐒𝐽𝐼 are just here to see how well he does." "I see. I'm glad that the ones who came out were kind-looking devil-san. If it was a scary devil-san, I would have drawn out this katana, 𝐒𝐽𝐽, Susan said that while holding a Japanese sword in a sheath in her hand. Due to the blatant ridiculousness of the situation, Izuku's and Okiko's faces somehow ended up getting stuck with deadpan expressions. Are your clients normally like this, Izuku-an? Okiko whispered. Pretty much, Izuku whispered back. Clearing his thought, he stepped forward. So, Susan-san, what was the reason you summoned me? You called us because you wanted us to fulfill your wish, right? When Izuku asked, the armored foreign woman began to cry. Sob, sob. Please come with me to the university I am attending as an exchange student. The university at night is really scary. Upon hearing that request, Izuku and Okiko's sweat dropped. Hey! You're joking, right? Okiko asked. But. I left my notebook there. The university at night is too scary, I can't go alone. Izuku sighed, having gotten used to these odd requests. Where is the university? About a half-hour later, the three devils and armored woman returned to her apartment, notebook in hand. It was rather odd. Susan was a total scaredy cat, swinging her katana around at the slightest sign of something scary. Although, Izuku silently admitted that the university did look creepy at night. Izuku had already received his payment. It wasn't a big wish, so he didn't mind doing it for free, but she insisted she would pay a price. The payment he received was a small-scale Japanese castle. For some reason, Rias took a deep interest in it and decided that they would keep it in the clubroom. Rias had started to cast the magic equation connected to the magic circle in the clubroom, made for returning to the clubroom after confirming the job was completed. Okay. We will be going back now. Excuse me. Susan walked up to Izuku shyly. It might be a bit rude. If it isn't rude, there is one more wish I want to be fulfilled. Izuku looked to his MSTR. Is this okay? Rias nodded. I don't see why not. To tell you the truth, I'm thinking of going forward to someone who goes to the same university as me, and tell him about my feelings. Feelings? Okiko immediately realized what she meant. You're planning to confess to someone. Susan started shaking like a maiden when Okiko said that. There is a man that I like. I'm slow at these things, but I want to tell him my feelings. Rias gained a smile after hearing that and nodded. It's a wonderful wish. Okay. I will listen to your wish. You will. I'm glad. Devil-san are good people. Susan began to do a step dance after hearing Rias's answer. So what do you want us to do? Izuku asked. I'm not that great at these sorts of things, so I'm not sure I'll be of much help. If it's possible, I want to go out with him by telling my feelings. But it's my first time doing something like this. I'm not sure where to start. Susan admitted. In other words, she wanted to win a man's heart by natural means, but since she doesn't know much about it, she's asking for assistance from the devils. It would be the quickest if you confess your feelings directly. Susan shook her head violently at Rias's suggestion. It's impossible for me. I'm too embarrassed. Being the scaredy cat she is, it did seem implausible for someone like Susan to confess so directly. Especially if she was gonna end up doing it inside that armor. Then, how about you write him a letter? Okiko suggested. Rias nodded at Okiko's suggestion. Yes, I think a love letter is also good. I think it's wonderful to show your feelings in a letter as well. I understand. I will write it. Susan went into a corner of the room and started to search for something. She then took out a calligraphy set. She got a blank page for the calligraphy and put it down. She then dipped the brush in the ink, preparing to write something on the paper. But then she stopped. And her body started shaking. I don't know what to write. She sounded like she wanted to start crying again. Gently, Rias placed a hand on Susan's armored shoulder. Just write what you feel. What I feel. As Rias and Susan discussed what to write, Okiko began to think. Maybe I should take my own advice. She looked to Izuku, who was once again admiring Susan's Sengo-era collection. Something on your mind? Okiko squeaked in surprise at Rias's voice, which drew Izuku's attention. No. Nothing. Everything's fine. If you say so, Rias chuckled as she sat down next to them. How's the letter coming along? Izuku asked. It honestly sounds like an official address. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 noted, overhearing Susan as she read aloud what she wrote. It's all right, 𝐕 said. It's the feeling that matters, not the form. Not the form. For a moment, Izuku saw a somber look on 𝐕's face when she said that. She looked almost sad. Bucho. I'm done. Looking up, the devil saw that Susan was done. And she had apparently grabbed a bow and arrow, folded the letter to the arrow, and was beginning to fire. That's how she's sending the letter. After a few days, Izuku, 𝐒𝐭𝐽, and 𝐕's reunited with Susan in a random park. And Susan had gone all out. In front of them was a base, various flags with a certain symbol on it everywhere. And at the center of it, the armored musha sat on a chair. With the help of 𝐕 a few days ago, she finished writing her love letter safely and safely delivered it to the person she likes. Well, as safely as an arrow can take it without injuring anyone. What mattered was that she successfully delivered her letter. And now the man she was crushing on will be coming to the park today to give Susan a reply to her confession. Izuku, 𝐕, and 𝐒𝐭𝐽 stood on the sidelines while Susan, on the other hand, was shaking a bit in her armor. She seemed nervous, but it honestly looked creepy. A bizarre sight for any bystander's witness to it. Looks like he's here. When the group looked in the same direction as 𝐕's, there was a figure in the distance, gradually getting closer. Wearing Western armor. A knight's armor. He held a cone-shaped lance in his right hand and a shield on the left. His head is covered with a helmet that also covers his whole face so his face cannot be seen. Just like with Susan, he seemed to be another culturally fanatical person. Ah, it's amazing. It's a collaboration between a musha and a knight. 𝐕 said it with some sort of wonderment in her eyes. If one were to look carefully, an arrow could be seen piercing the helm of the knight. I hope he wasn't wearing that helmet when Susan-san sent her letter, Izuku muttered nervously. Then, finally, the knight drew closer to Susan. He came into Susan's base while making sounds of metal colliding. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a battle is about to start. The knight stood in front of Susan. Susan also stood from her place. There was an abnormal atmosphere around them. The knight then pierced the ground with his lance violently and brought something out. It was Susan's letter. This letter. I have read it, yes. Susan's body was shaking nervously. It was a wonderful arrow letter. For me to let my guard down and get shot. It was a good arrow letter. I was just thinking about shooting the bow. 𝐭𝐼-kun. If it's me, I would be glad to go out with you. Luckily for Susan, she ended up receiving the answer she was hoping for. 𝐭𝐼-kun, sob, I'm glad, sob. Susan had a tearful voice. It was difficult to tell because she was wearing a helmet, but it certainly sounded like she was crying. Susan, the Western knight, 𝐭𝐼, hugs Susan gently. They hugged each other while wearing armor, so the sound of metal colliding was present. It was an especially bizarre scene, as innocent as it really was. Let's talk about the Book of 5 Rings you wrote about in this letter. Yes. I wanted to talk about Minamoto Musashi's Knighten Ichiryu with you, 𝐭𝐼-kun. The musha and the knight then took each other's hand and walked away. Thank you very much. Susan waves her hand at the young devils. The three responded with smiles and applause. In the end, it was considered a happy ending of sorts. Is that how your jobs normally end, Izuku-san? Ibara asked. Not long after 𝐒𝐭𝐽, 𝐕, and Izuku returned to the clubroom, Izuku received a text. A picture from Susan of her and 𝐭𝐼. Wearing their armor at a restaurant. This was bound to be on the news soon. To be honest, it was a little different in the end, Izuku admitted. As the three walked home, talking about how their jobs went, a thought occurred to Izuku. When she saw the picture of Susan and 𝐭𝐼, he noticed that she looked sad, almost longing. By the way, did Bucho look sad to you? Sad? What do you mean? Ibara and 𝐒𝐽 asked. I'm not sure. During the job, she seemed off. As Izuku thought about it, a strange feeling gripped him. He didn't know why, but he didn't like seeing 𝐕 so sad. Wedding bells. Why are there wedding bells? Ever since he met 𝐕, Izuku has gotten pretty used to the strange and unusual. He had seen things that would make lesser people turn white and come out unscathed, which he could say wasn't an easy accomplishment. But for some reason he found himself standing on the steps of a church with bells chiming in the air and a large, noisy crowd standing before him. And why was he in a white tuxedo? Izuku. He looked through the crowd and found his mother dressed in a red gown, his father wearing light blue dress clothes standing behind her. "We're so proud of you. Please be sure to make us lots of grandkids." Inko beamed proudly. "Grandkids?" Izuku blinked dumbly. "Deku, you cheap bastard." Izuku nearly jumped at the all-too-familiar yelling. Looking through the crowd, he saw Bakugo with an absolutely livid look on his face being restrained by his two friends. "How the hell are you getting married before me?" Married." Izuku paled. "I'm getting married." How was he getting married now? He was only 15. Sure, the age of consent is 13, but that was something else altogether. And who was he even getting married to? That question was answered when he felt someone wrapping their arm around his. He looked up at a very impressive chest and the BLD rushed back to his face with a vengeance as he jerked his head up. There at his side was Ria's Gremory, dressed in a pure white wedding dress. The skirt was just short enough to show off her shapely legs covered in white pantyhose and matching heels. A bouquet was held in her gloved hands, a veil was lifted over her head, and her beauty was enhanced with makeup. "There's no need to look so restless, Aizu," she smiled lovingly at him, "just bask in the moment." "No way. You gotta be kidding me." Izuku screamed inwardly, "My bride is Bucho." Both Izuku and Rias walked down the steps of the church and past the crowd, side by side. All the while, many cheers and cries sounded out from the crowd. There were a lot of voices crying out, but he could make out what they were saying. He could hear girls cry out, "Ria-sama, you're so appealing, you're gorgeous, and you're too appealing." Why him? Izuku tried to play it cool, but he was sweating, very uncomfortable with being so close to a appealing girl he was married to apparently. "We've arrived." Izuku was brought out of his thoughts at the sound of Ria's voice. To his surprise and embarrassment, he found that they were standing before a huge LVHTL. He completely forgot that one of the main things couples did during a honeymoon was having sex with one another all night long. "Shall we go then?" Rias asked, smiling at him. Yeah." Izuku nodded slowly, his face still bright red. The couple checked themselves inside and went up to one of the rooms. It was a typical design. The colors were meant to STMLT passion. Red and pink were pretty common. The rug was soft just in case the guests wanted to connect on the floor. Izuku sat nervously on the bed while Rias was in the bathroom preparing herself, his thumbs twitching together like crazy. The bed was round and there was a set of controls set on a control panel that was built into the nightstand. He looked at a nearby round table and saw some bottles of wine, lit scented candles, and massage oils. He swallowed heavily, his skittish nature rising. As far as he could remember, he had never been with a girl at all. There was that one time during elementary school that he played with Rinchin, but this was completely different. Sure, he found himself attracted to Rias, much like a lot of heterosexual males, but he could never believe that she would take an interest in him before. But the times had changed and he was about to start a new life with her. And on the first night, he was about to make babies with her. "Oh, Izuku." Izuku quickly turned his head at the sound of Ria's voice. She stepped out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her shapely body. The towel didn't stay for very long as she allowed it to drop to the floor and pool around her feet. The elegant young lady was in a very smoking lingerie, a white floral lace bustier with a lace up front, boning, garter straps, underwire cups, adjustable shoulder straps, matching fingerless gloves, and G-string with matching sheer stockings. It was very welcoming, like uncharted territory. "You look, wow," was all Izuku was able to say. Rias giggled as she sauntered over to him. She pushed him down on the bed and climbed on top, straddling his waist. Sorry, I'm not really used to this yet," Izuku stuttered, his voice beginning to crack. "There's no need to apologize, my dear Izuku," Rias smiled, her eyes half-lidded as she cupped both her hands to his face. Izuku could feel his heart throbbing. He felt that it was throbbing so loud that it was practically thundering in his eardrums. "It's all right, I'll lead." Rias leaned down and puckered her lips, wanting to seal the moment with a kiss. Izuku didn't know what else to do but breathe deeply and close his eyes. His arms reacted on their own and wrapped around her waist, bringing her in closer, the lips just inches. If I didn't know better, I say you like getting aroused by assertive women, he brat. Izuku's eyes shot open as he quickly sat up. Rias had suddenly vanished and with her the bedroom. Instead, he found himself sitting in the middle of a black void. What's going on? Is this still a dream? This ain't no dream, brat. Not anymore, at least. The voice was right behind him. There are a few things we need to discuss. Izuku turned around, and paled upon seeing, surrounded by torrents of flames, a gigantic, red dragon. Don't act like this is the first time we've met. You've heard my voice before. The red dragon spoke to him. It then hit Izuku. He heard his voice before when training with Rias, and again during the fight against Chuya. You're that voice I've been hearing. That's right. I'm glad you finally reached a level where you've noticed. I've been trying to talk to you for years now. And at last, I've managed to appear before you. What do you want? I merely wanted to introduce myself to my new comrade who will be fighting alongside me against the White One. Fighting alongside you? White One? What does that mean? You'll understand soon enough. Till we meet again. Hey, wait. Izuku reached out, only to see his left arm had the boosted gear, and he opened his eyes to find himself lying in his bed. He blinked rapidly. He sat up, groggy, his head in a total daze. Okay, that was weird. He looked at his left hand, which held the boosted gear. It was a dream, right? Izuku then noticed that it was almost 5:30 in the morning. It was almost time for his morning jog. But that wasn't why he needed to get up early today. Oh, right. Today's the entrance exam. With that, Izuku put on his tracksuit and jogged. When he got back to the apartment, he found that Okiko had already made breakfast. Good morning, Izuku-an, she greeted. Good morning, Izuku said as he took off his shoes. Is Ibara-san still asleep? She went out for a jog. You must have just missed her. Okiko salted the eggs she was cooking. Once she was done, Ibara returned from her jog. As the three ate breakfast, discussing what they thought the exam would be like, Ibara was staring at Izuku. Eventually, the other two noticed. Is something wrong? Izuku asked. Hey. Ibara realized and fumbled with her fork. I'm fine, it's just. Izuku-san. Yeah. Did you always have horns? Hey. Okiko began to stare at Izuku, too. Oh, yeah. I never noticed, but there are two stubby horns on your head. What? Really? Izuku began to rub his hands through his hair, looking for the horns the girls saw. Sure enough, there were two stubby little horns on his head. What the? How long did I have these? Is it because of you being a devil? Okiko guessed. I don't think so. None of the others have horns as far as I can tell, Izuku said. Is it because of my sacred gear? I have been using Dragon Force a lot lately, so the energy may be starting to affect me physically. Still, why horns? As Izuku continued to mumble, the girls could only sigh. And he's gone, Okiko muttered. Do you think Bucho might know why he's growing horns? Ibara asked. Maybe. But for now, we should just focus on the entrance exam. This was it, the day of the U entrance exams. Izuku, Ibara, and Okiko were standing outside the building, wearing their training clothes for the practical exam. While they have been to the campus almost every day for the last few months, this felt entirely different. Today would decide if they would truly be going to U. This is it, it's do or die, Izuku said, staring at the large U entrance that just seemed so much bigger and more intimidating than it was. Ibara swallowed a lump in her throat. Izuku was right. Today, they would either succeed or fail. This is really nerve-wracking, said Okiko. Hey, guys. Sorry for the wait. The three looked behind them to see Kyoka coming up to them. You ready for this? I'd say I'm not worried, but that would be lying, Ibara said. At least we're prepared, said Izuku. Compared to Rainier and Chuya, this should be easy. The three girls all nodded. Confident that they'll pass, the four proceeded to head for the entrance, until Stupid Deku. Izuku immediately stopped. Deku. And the voice. Oh no. The four looked back to see a familiar boy with ash-blonde hair and red eyes walking forward with a frown on his face. Get out of my way before I kill you. He threatened, making Izuku flinch and the girls frown, especially Ibara. Bakugo, Ibara mentally hissed. She had never met him in person and only saw him a couple of times, but she had heard plenty about Bakugo from both Izuku and Inko and from other students at their middle school. She didn't care if he was at the top of his class, the fact remained he was a bully, plain and simple. One who belittled Izuku all his life. She ignored Izuku quickly moving out of Bakugo's way and Izuku frantically said things like, good luck. Deciding to take some action, Ibara had one of her vines slither out and tripped him. Izuku watched in horror as Ibara made Bakugo fall flat on his face with Kyoka and Okiko snickering. Bakugo quickly got up and gave the group a death glare. Who the hell did that? He screamed with his usual temper. Ibara smiled innocently. It wasn't us, Kyoka said. But if I had to guess, you must have tripped over your own ego. What did you say, earlobe? He shouted with smoke coming off his hands, making Izuku pale while Okiko continued to hold back her laughter. I think you heard me, Kyoka said as she narrowed her eyes at him and talked in a serious tone. Now, if you want to avoid making a scene and possibly getting kicked out for starting a fight, I think you better move along. Bakugo was completely livid with this girl. Who did she think she was talking to him like that? DMN extras should know their place. But ultimately, she was right. Starting a fight with her would make him either late, or even kicked out of the facility. Glaring right at her, he turned around and walked away. F you, was the last thing he said to them as he walked toward the building. Once he was out of earshot, Okiko let loose her laughter. That was great, Ibara-chan. Ibara smiled proudly. Yeah, nice one, Ibara, Kyoka said. That guy is a bigger jackass than you described, Midoriya. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐵s usually are like that, Izuku said, trembling a bit after what happened. Why do you still call him Kaken? Ibara questioned. Izuku stopped. Why did he still call him Kaken? Is it because he still admires him? Or is it because he simply wants his childhood friend back? I'm not sure. Well, it doesn't matter now, Okiko said, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. We need to head inside for the written exam. Izuku nodded. Then let's do our best. Yeah. The four of them cheered. And with that, they headed inside. So, how did you do on the test? Izuku asked as he and Ibara, as well as a crowd of other people, walked into a lecture hall. Before the written test, the students were all given a card that gave them a number and pretty much told them where to sit based on things like what school they went to. I think I did pretty well. Those tips you gave me really help with the math questions, Ibara stated. How did you do? Great, I think, Izuku said, remembering how the written exam was rather easy for him. The two managed to find where they were seated, only for Izuku to panic a bit when he saw they were sitting next to Bakugo. Thankfully the ash blonde didn't seem to pay them any mind and simply scoffed. Izuku sighed in relief as he and Ibara sat down, Ibara sitting between Izuku and Bakugo. How do you think Okiko-san and Kyoka-san did on the test? Ibara asked. I'm sure they passed, now we just need to worry about the practical, Izuku said, confident that their friends passed the first part of the entrance exams. Suddenly the two's attention, as well as everyone else's, was drawn forward as the lights to the center of the stage in the room lit up as well as a large monitor with UA's logo on it. What's up, UA candidates? A loud voice said with the lights revealing who it was. Standing on the center of the stage was a tall skinny man with long spiky blonde hair and a small mustache. He wore sunglasses and a pair of headphones with the word 𝐒𝐻 on the headband. He also had a black jacket that was studded on the collar, which was upturned, and had shoulder pads and a red studded belt with black breaths, boots, and fingerless gloves. He also seemed to have a directional speaker around his neck. Welcome to the show today. Everybody say, hey. He said enthusiastically while waving his arms around before snapping his fingers and pointing towards the audience. Only to receive silence. TCH. And here I thought Shouter was a sourpuss. The announcer said. Oh my! I thought he looked familiar. It's the voice hero President MIC. I listen to his radio show every day. Izuku beamed. Shut the hell up, Bakugo growled, making Izuku flinch and Ibara to glare at the ash blonde. Now, let me explain how this wicked practical is gonna do down. Like the application said, today you rocking boys and girls will be conducting 10-minute mock battles in suburban settings. Better tighten up those belts of yours because once I drop the MIC here you'll be sent to a specified battle center. Sound good? Once again, silence, but only because everyone was looking at their application card. I see, Bakugo said as he quickly realized something about the cards. They're splitting us up so we can't work with friends. He deduced. Izuku got over his flinching of Bakugo and looked at Ibara's card, and realized the ash blonde was right. Yeah, you're right. Mine and Ibara-san's examinee numbers are in order but we're in different battle centers. Izuku stated. His card stated that he was in Center B, while Ibara stated that she was in Edaman. Bakugo muttered. I was looking forward to crushing you. Okay, everyone. President MIC said, getting everyone's attention. Let's check out your targets. There are 3 types of foe villains in every battle center. The points you earn depend on their level of difficulty, so I hope you keep track. Your goal here, listeners, is to use your quirk to smash up as many foe baddies as possible and get the highest score you can. Just make sure you keep things heroic, ladies and gents. Any unheroic behavior is strictly prohibited. Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. Everyone turned to the question as a tall boy with glasses and blue hair shot straight up from his chair and raised his hand high. Hit me. President MIC said as a spotlight came down on the boy. On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains. Not 3. Sure enough, he was right. Pointing to his own booklet, it showed there were 4 villains listed from A to D. If this is a mistake on your part, it is shameful for the most prestigious school in Japan to make such a mistake. And you. Suddenly he turned around and pointed at Izuku, making him flinch. You have been muttering the whole time. If you are just here on some pleasure trip, then you should leave. You're distracting the rest of us. Sorry, Izuku said quietly as he lowered his head. The rest of the examinees laughed a bit at Izuku being called out, until, was that necessary? Excuse me. The boy replied, not having expected anyone to question what he had to say. Everyone turned their attention to who questioned him. He had dual-toned, messy hair, being bleach blonde at the front and black at the back end. His eyes were dark red and had cat-slit pupils. His uniform was worn rather sloppily, with the red tie worn loosely and the black blazer unzipped, showing a white polo shirt underneath. He also had small belts with golden buckles each wrapped around the sleeves of the blazer and 2 more normal-size belts around his waist. The top one was done up but not buckled while the bottom one hung loosely. Did you really need to call him out like that? He repeated herself. He's just a little excited about seeing President MIC and probably nervous about taking the exam. Hell, we all are. So did you really need to call him out over that? But he's distracting. The boy countered. Don't you find his muttering inappropriate in such a prestigious institute? Not really, he said. And I'm pretty sure no one else was bothered by it. Here's something that's distracting, though, a guy shooting up from his chair and demanding his questions be answered. But I just needed clarification on. The guy seemed flummoxed, trying to formulate a response. President MIC snickered at the bickering between the students before waving his hands around to calm things down. All right, calm down, number 7111, and to answer your question 7111, the 4th villain is more of an obstacle getting in your way. That guy is worth 0 points and there's one in every battle center. It's not that it can't be beaten, there's just no point. I recommend my listeners try to avoid it. Thank you, sir, the blue-haired boy thanked as he did a perfect 90-degree bow before sitting back down. Izuku turned his head to look at the boy who stood up for him. He seemed to notice this and looked back at him as Izuku mouthed a thank you to him. He understood and gave Izuku a small smile and a nod. Now, before I send you guys off, allow me to share our school motto with all of you. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down. A true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. So go beyond. Plus ultra. Now good luck suffering. That was encouraging, Ibara said nervously as she and Izuku sat up. It's probably just his way of hyping up everybody. Izuku guessed with a nervous chuckle. Well, I better get to my battle center, good luck, Ibara said as she held her hand out. You too, Izuku said as he shook Ibara's hand. One bus ride later, Izuku stepped out of the bus along with a small group of people. They all stood near the entrance to the faux city. Izuku's whole body was shaking, a wobbly smile on his face. Everything led up to this. After years of being told he could never be a hero, that he had no chance of getting in his dream school. It all would end here. He just couldn't fail. He would prove everyone wrong. He would be a hero. A hero who would save everyone with a smile, just like All Might. This is it. It's do or die now. Hey, Izuku-an. I didn't know you'd be here. Izuku was snapped out of his thoughts by Okiko. The brunette had just stepped out of the bus. Oh, Okiko-san. Looks like we got assigned to the same battle center. She smiled. Wanna team up, then? Sure. Once Izuku looked back at the entrance to the faux city, Okiko grew a mischievous smile. I'm gonna get ahead of you, Ibara. Ibara suddenly had a strange feeling. As if someone was trying to take Izuku away from her. Why am I suddenly so upset? Are you doing okay? Ibara turned around and saw a girl her age wearing a basic teal GI. She had orange hair in a side ponytail and had teal eyes. Yes, I'm fine. Just trying to take it all in is all, Ibara was telling the truth. This was rather nerve-wracking, to say the least. I don't blame you. This is a bit much. The ponytail girl glanced at the faux city. I'm actually worried that this is a little biased. The people who have quirks not suited against robots won't have an easy time. Milia took deep breaths as she stood near the entrance to the faux city, trying to calm her nerves. Even after the little training she did during the past few months, she was still nervous about this. She wondered if Izuku and the others were nervous about the exam as well. Truth be told, she didn't originally intend to become a hero. After her parents' deaths, she just didn't know what to do with her life. She'd probably be on the street somewhere had 𝐒𝐿delia not taken her in as per her mother's wishes. Even then, she never really spoke much with 𝐒𝐿delia or anyone else in the Dantalian peerage for that matter. Still reeling from the deaths of her parents, she barely spoke to anyone. They had to remind her to eat at times. They even had to remind her to go to school. 𝐒𝐿delia wasn't all that bad, aside from the somewhat apathetic teachers, but overall it had been nice somewhat. The only thing she really hated about the school was how no one seemed to mind Bakugo's behavior. She had the unfortunate honor of being in the same class as the explosive teen, and she was far from impressed. His attitude certainly didn't help, so she decided to avoid him as much as possible. An easy thing to do since he seemed to love tormenting the boy who sat in front of her, Izuku. She didn't really know what to think about him. Honestly, she found his muttering off-putting and annoying. It wasn't until the beginning of the first semester of her third year that she got to know more about him. She was by herself near the school gate one day, walking home when she saw a family walk by. A mother and father carrying their young daughter, laughing and smiling. When she saw that, Milia just broke down. Collapsing to her knees, Milia began to cry. As she never really got to know any of the students, they didn't bother to ask what was wrong. All except one. She wasn't sure how long she had been crying when she felt someone place a hand on her shoulder. It was Izuku with concern on his face. It honestly felt like a dream when he asked if she was okay. Even when she gave a shaky nod, he did anything he could to help, even taking her to a nearby restaurant. Milia had heard that Izuku wasn't that great when it came to girls, which became apparent once Milia had calmed down, but Izuku didn't seem at all bothered by her the entire time. He was so focused on helping her that was a completely different person from what she knew about him. Milia wasn't entirely sure when, but she figured she began to fall for Izuku either during or after he helped her through her breakdown. Gradually, she began talking to Izuku more and more often. He was flustered and nearly had heart attacks the first few times, but he quickly got over it. And the more time she spent with him, the more she felt like her old self. When he told her about his dreams, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 encouraged him to follow them, even though Izuku was quirkless. It wasn't until after Izuku got picked up by Rias that she began training. Training to go to U had not been easy, but she was determined to go to UA. Not to become a hero, but to be by Izuku's side. She was afraid of losing him to Ibara and Okiko, and maybe the other girls in Ria's peerage. And now here she was, standing beside other hopeful UA applicants. This will not be easy. But she knew she had to do this so that one day she could help Izuku like how he helped her. That didn't mean she didn't feel like running to the bathroom to puke, though. She knew that 𝐒𝐿 would be taking this test too, but the odds of her being in the same group as her were slim, so she couldn't rely on her for help. Wait a sec. Takamaki. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 nearly jumped out of her skin when someone called her name. It took a moment to recognize the voice, as she only briefly met her once. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 Kyoka smiled as she walked up to 𝐼𝐼𝐼. Wasn't expecting to see you here, she said. Why, I suppose, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 chuckled nervously. She and Kyoka had only met once before when Momo had come to Aldera to pick up Ibara and Izuku for training. Why you ready for this? Hell no. That was blunt, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 said, before nodding. But yeah. I'd be lying to say I'm not nervous about this. Kyoka chuckled. Seriously, though, why are you here? You don't strike me as the type to want to be a hero. Well, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 desperately tried to think of something, praying to the Satans she wasn't blushing. It's because of my Doria, isn't it? And her hopes were dashed. What? No, when she saw the knowing smirk Kyoka had, she gave up trying to hide her reason. Yeah, to say that Ida Tenya's experience with you was disheartening would be one way to put it. For years, he had always imagined you as the pinnacle of hero institutions. A glorious facility that, through its rigorous curriculum, had produced many great heroes, from All Might to each member of the Ida family. This almost holy institution was a mold, one that turned young students into the next generation of great heroes. And Tenya did everything in his power to prepare himself, to prove himself worthy of stepping into its halls. He spent countless hours training with his parents and brother so his quirk, engine, would be ready for the rigorous trials of this exam. Come on Tenya, you don't need to kill yourself over this. It's just an exam like any other. Just do your best and you'll pass it with no problem. While Tensai had told him those words, Tenya knew that they had a double meaning. He had to train, but not to the point of exhaustion. This exam posed no problem for Tensai, but only because he had mastered the family techniques to the point where he made even the most grueling and difficult maneuvers look easy. All Tenya had to do was push himself to the limit to pass. Then, and only then, will he be allowed to enter UA's halls. And yet everyone else is. Tenya scanned his surroundings. After the exam overview, Present MIC directed them to the lockers so they could change into the attire they brought for the practical exam. He brought the tracksuit that was specially designed for members of his family, made of frictionless material that clung tightly to the body but did not chafe. According to Tensai, that was important for hero costumes, but for the life of him, Tenya couldn't understand why. Everyone else, however, wasn't as prepared as he was. Tracksuits, sweat breathes, old t-shirts that looked far too big for those wearing them, and the occasional scarf worn to make the outfit appear more like a hero costume. Sure, there were occasional homemade masks and such, but they were few and far between. Some even had the audacity to wear their school uniforms for this. The boy who had been distracting was here as well. He was talking with another applicant, a girl with a permablush. Weren't they aware they could be distracting the other students who were trying to focus and steal their own nerves? Tenya began to open his mouth to silence them but stopped himself. I shouldn't, or else I'll distract them and others from the exam. The two seemed to know each other. Possibly from neighboring schools, perhaps. Whatever the case, they seemed to be planning to work together, which pro-heroes often did. Plus, it seemed that Tenya himself was the only one being bothered by them. He just needed to focus on the exam. That was the most important thing right now. Unknown to Tenya and the other examinees, the large doors to the battle center opened up with surprisingly little noise. After a few seconds, the loud voice of Present MIC suddenly yelled down at them from above. Go! 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 In real battles, there are no countdowns. What are you doing, listeners? You're wasting airtime. For a few seconds, everyone just stood in shock, and then almost as one, everyone rushed into the battle center. So what do we do first, Izuku-an? Okuko asked as she and Izuku silently trailed behind the other examinees. Izuku began thinking, weighing their options. From what he could tell, they had two. The first was that he could rush into the center of the battle zone. That would probably be where the most enemies were, but a majority of the other examinees were sure to rush that way. Or he could head more towards the outskirts. There would probably be fewer enemies, but far less competition. His decision was made quickly when most of the test takers rushed toward the center of the battle zone. We'll stick to the outskirts, he told Okuko. There will be too much competition if we rush into the battle zone center. Okuko nodded, filing close behind him as they made a sharp turn. Izuku summoned his sacred gear and activated Dragon Force, his draconic wings spreading. I'll take to the air and look for any robots. And remember not to use your rook strength. We don't want to draw any unwanted attention. Right. Izuku took to the air, rising several stories above the streets. From above, he saw a group of 3 one-pointers and a 2-pointer in an ally. I see some. This way. Izuku dive-bombed down toward the robots, sweeping over the 1-pointers and landing behind the 2-pointer with ease. The 2-pointer turned menacingly at Izuku. Terminate. The robot lunged at Izuku. But the devil ducked underneath its attack. Promotion, Rook. Boost. With his increased strength, Izuku easily tore off the robot's armor plating. Using it, he stabbed the robot right in its chest. The machine let out a hum before it shut down. That's two, Izuku huffed. Release. Looking back, Izuku saw Okuko as the 3 one-pointers landed around her, each breaking. I got 3. Izuku nodded, before realizing, it might not be a good idea to keep track of how many points we get. We only have 10 minutes, so keeping track might waste time. Okuko blinked, realizing he might be right. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. She then ran ahead of him. Hey, Okuko-san, wait up. We should stick together. It took a few seconds for Milia to realize that the exam had already started. When she did, she noticed that everyone else had already rushed into the faux city. Good luck, Takamaki. Kyoka called out from the crowd. Gasping, Milia quickly ran after them, running as fast as she could to keep up. She wanted to use her devil wings to get the advantage, but she knew it would be bad if she used them here. As such, she had no choice but to run on the ground like everyone else. All of the other applicants had already scattered throughout the fake city, including Kyoka, so there was little hope of Milia teaming up with the rocking girl. She'd just have to go after as many robots as she could and hope for the best. Suddenly, one of the robotic foes rushed out from an alleyway. Milia slid to a stop as the robot turned to face him with an ominous, locked-on target. It was a 1-pointer. The easiest one, and Milia was glad for that. An easy target to face to get rid of her nerves. The robot lunged at her. With grace, Milia waved her hand, and the robot was cut to pieces, each landing harmlessly around her. The reason why? Her fingers had grown into long claws. Milia Takamaki, quirk, spearfinger. She can turn the tips of her fingers into razor-sharp claws that can cut through almost anything and can extend up to 10 meters. Milia stared at the pile of scrap that was once a robot before a small smile spread across her face. That was the boost in confidence she needed. That's one, she said, her claws retracting as she continued on her way. Time was short and she couldn't waste it. Di. An explosion marked the end of the 2-pointer in front of him, but Bakugo Katsuki didn't stop to admire his handiwork. He jumped up and used the bucket of bolts as a springboard to get further away from the crowd of extras behind him. Sweat streamed from his arms thanks to the intense heat and exertion. He used it to sling more explosions at the small crowd of 6 robots heading dumbly toward them. You shitheads aren't going to get killed by anyone but me. With a swing of his arm, explosions erupted from the ground below. The robot's progress was halted, but that wasn't the only reason for him hitting the ground and not the robots. The extras behind him began to cough and wheeze, the smoke blocking their vision. Smiling that he dealt with the competition, for now, Bakugo bombarded the one-pointers with explosions, obliterating them with ease. He didn't even bother to count how many points he'd gotten by now. It didn't matter, for he knew he would take first place and get into you, leaving the extras behind. Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself through the foe city, searching for any other robots he'd send to robot hell. Target acquired. Turns out, one found him. A three-pointer had stepped out of an ally, its red eyes focused on Bakugo. He smirked as he landed in front of the robot. "You want to go, shithead? Good. I'll kill you right here and slice." Dark red energy ran up the robot for a brief moment before it suddenly split in two, the halves falling apart briefly before it exploded. Bakugo could only watch dumbfounded at what happened. Someone, somehow, stole his kill. Someone dared to take his kill. Who the hell did that? When the smoke from the explosions cleared, Bakugo saw it was the dual-toned boy from the lecture hall. The one who called out glasses about Deku's stupid muttering. He was still wearing his sloppily worn school uniform, only now he was carrying a long, red sword. "That's 27, he said, a stupidly cocky smile on his face. "Hey!" Bakugo shouted, gaining the boy's attention. "What the F do you think you're doing?" Getting points," he said. "I mean, we're all doing that, so it's kinda obvious. That was my kill. And you stole it. Hey! Take your anger out on the robots, not me. I intend to, clownfish." Clownfish bilked at the nickname. Clownfish? Really? That's the best you could come up with? You don't have anything more original. Shut up and stay the hell out of my way. Bakugo roared, propelling himself away. Clownfish watched as Bakugo blasted off, to presumably take his anger out on the poor robots. Geez. That guy has issues. And that nickname. He reminds me of the lobster. Ichu. Alright, who's talking about me? Things could have been going better for Kyoka. She dug her right ear jack into the two-pointer to her right, piercing through the metal like paper. The sound of her amplified heartbeat was transferred into the robot, rocking the automaton with vibrations. The robot's insides disagreed with the sounds bouncing around inside, quavering and smoking from the gaps in the armor. Once Kyoka removed the jack, the machine fell to the ground in a useless heap. "That's 20 points. Kyoka wiped her forehead, already sweating, and looked around. It's going to be a pain to find more. Her quirk wasn't one suited to long-range combat, and as such she and a few other examines missed out on the initial wave of robots. Thus she was forced to take out the robots designated as hidden villains, skulking in alleyways and sewers. It was easy enough to find them thanks to her advanced hearing. The problem was that she might not get to them in time to earn enough points. She was fairly confident she did well on the written exam, thanks to Momo's help, but the practical exam was more than she had bargained for. Thank God for the training she did with Momo, otherwise, she probably would be doing far worse right now. She turned back to the street to find more robots but heard the crunching of gravel from above. "Oh, you have got to be kidding." Kyoka looked up to see a three-pointer staring down at her from the edge of the roof to her right. "Well, Sion," she muttered as the robot jumped down towards her. She jumped back, shooting her jacks up. But before her jacks could reach, the robot suddenly split in half, the two pieces missing her completely. "What the hell?" She turned to see the two halves crash into each other. "Are you okay, Gyro-san?" Kyoka turned back around to see the familiar face of Takamaki Milia running up to her, her fingers currently long claws. "Yeah. Thanks for the save," Kyoka said. She then flashed a cheeky grin. "But don't you think you could have done it without kill stealing?" Milia suddenly looked flustered. I didn't mean. I was just passing by, and saw that robot about to ambush you, so, as much as Kyoka would have liked to continue to watch her squirm, for both of their sakes she needed to cut this short. "Joking. Thanks a lot, but you really should focus on passing yourself. I trained just as much for this as you did, you know." "Maybe for a little longer than me," she quietly said. Kyoka noticed the sad tone, but before she could say anything, something in the corner of her eye caught her attention. "Look out." She pushed Milia aside right as a fist that had a jet engine where the wrist should be flew by. Milia beached from shock. That rocket fist would have hit her in the head had 𝐂𝐽𝐽 not pushed her out of the way. "Thank you." "No problem," 𝐂𝐽𝐽 replied. "Now let's get moving so we can survive this insanity." "Hurry up, listeners." Present MIC screamed into the loudspeaker. "You're halfway done now. And those robots aren't endless. You need to get 'em while you still can. Pull out all the stops to get those villain points. Say hey if you'll understand." Nobody responded. "Okay. That's all. I'll let you listeners know when we're reaching the end of this concert. Give it your all." With that, Present MIC turned off the microphone and slumped in his chair. Kids today are just no fun. Just as before, no one proctoring the exam paid their co-worker any mind. Currently, all of the UA's hero staff were in a separate room, surveying each and every battle facility. They were paying close attention to each examinee. How they fight, how they react to everything, how they act. Every single detail was very important. Well, it looks like things are off to a fine start. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 took his teacup and sipped on it, managing to hold the fine china like an expert despite having no thumbs. Considering how his quirk made him more intelligent than any normal human, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 had probably figured out a workaround for that particular problem a lifetime ago. "Yes," Yagi Toshinori rubbed his chin. "You've certainly got a bunch of promising kids applying today." "That's one way to put it," Mizushima said, eyeing the monitor that was following Okiko. She couldn't help but smile at how they took down a group of 2-pointers so easily. Though some of them might need some work. The pro heroes in the room all turned toward the monitor that showed Bakugo. He had already accumulated 70 points by now and was currently demolishing a 3-pointer with his explosions. He then started yelling at some of the other examinees. "He may have an attitude, but look at him go." The ghost-themed hero Ectoplasm rubbed his chin while observing Bakugo. "He just keeps going and going, never stopping for a break and trying his damnedest to destroy any robot in his path regardless of difficulty." The rated 18+ hero Midnight chuckled at that. "Well, that's a long-winded way of saying that the boy has a lot of stamina." She gave the screen a coy smile. "These boys are certainly showing their stuff. If we WHP them into shape, they'll become amazing in Midnight. Come on, Ectoplasm, can't a girl crack a joke?" Midnight shrugged. Shaking his head, Aizawa Shota turned his attention back to Bakugo. "Mizushima is right. Bakugo is going to be a handful." He could already tell. That face certainly did not belong to a child trying to become a hero. He seemed like the type who valued and flaunted strength above all. But what really caught Aizawa's attention was how some of the students seemed to be holding back, in particular, Midoriya Izuku, Uraraka Okiko, Shiozaki Ibara, Kido Hyde, Celica Mercury, and Takamaki Milia. Each of them moved and acted like they'd been in combat before, and it was obvious to him that they were far more capable than they let on. Midoriya and Kido stuck out to him the most. While draconic transformation quirks weren't unheard of, every time Midoriya's left arm glowed, his strength seemed to increase. There were no power-type quirks that could increase your own power like that, as far as he knew. And while Kido's dark energy manipulation didn't seem that unusual, the sword he seemingly pulled out of his hand certainly was. They could all tell how deadly it was, with the way he sliced apart a 3-pointer that was harassing a couple of girls. Aizawa was sure that at least 𝐒𝐻𝐻 and all might notice this, based on how much they were paying attention to these examinees in particular. He could tell that Mizushima, however, knew at least Uraraka. It still boggled him about how much the girl recovered after what happened. It was certainly a shock when Mizushima approached Yu, asking for a teaching position. The memory of the broken young woman who couldn't even walk, let alone do hero work, was still ingrained deep within the minds of UA's older staff. While she didn't reveal much about her time in Kathmandu, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 had accepted her request to teach, likely because Mizushima's story would be a good example of the kind of dangers the students will face someday. Whatever the reason, Aizawa would have to trust the principal's decisions for now. 2 minutes left, Bossman, Present MIC announced. Then unleash the executors. 𝐒𝐻𝐻's face lit up in a worrying manner. Ibara clasped her hands together, the vines that make up her hair digging through the ground. In seconds, the 4 1-pointers and the 3 2-pointers were ensnared by her vines. Rising several feet above the ground, the vines crushed the robots with ease. 8 more points. She had lost count of how many points she accumulated, but she was positive it was around 30 by now. She could have easily gotten far more than that, but many of the examinees in her battle center were struggling against most of the robots. As such, she spent most of the time helping them deal with the robots, something that was easy for her due to her quirk. Nearby, the ponytail girl she had met earlier, Kendo Itsuka, was doing something similar, helping a girl who was pinned by a displaced car, by lifting the car with her hands that had grown to an enormous size. "You okay?" Kendo asked. The girl, who had big lips and short gray hair that covered her left eye, stumbled slightly. "Thank you for moving that vehicular transport off of myself. I lacked the vigor needed to move it." Kendo blinked. You're welcome. I think." Ibara had a decent idea of what the girl said, but before she could say anything, the ground began to shake. What the? Screams of terror could be heard nearby, with several examinees pouring into the alleys. "They call that an obstacle." A boy, shorter than the girls by almost a head and with weirdly round purple hair, shrieked as he ran by them. Soon the source of their terror became visible. "Oh, boy," Kendo gulped. Hyde acted quickly, slicing up the 3-pointer with ease. Once the machine was down, he turned to the 2 girls who were struggling against it. "You guys okay?" "Yeah," the first girl, who had pink skin and hair, black eyes, and 2 yellow horns, said. "Thanks for that." "Thanks." The other girl had shoulder-length, bob-shaped hair, sideswept to her right with some shorter strands hanging above her cerulean eyes. She spoke with a neutral expression on her face. "Not much of a talker, 𝐼𝐴?" Hyde asked. "As far as I can tell, yep." A third, bubbly girl's voice said. "Wah. Who said that?" Hyde demanded, aiming his blade at the seemingly empty space. Wait. Calm down. Let me get my clothes back on." The same voice said. Nearby, a backpack seemingly opened on its own, a BR and panties coming and floating in the air, followed by a shirt and shorts. "That's better." Hyde could hardly believe what he was seeing. A girl, a naked girl, had just put her clothes back on right in front of him. His face burned slightly at the sight. The only reason his entire head wasn't red was because, well, the girl was invisible. "Oh, like what you see, do YA?" the pink girl teased. Hyde now noticed that she was wearing a rather form-fitting sports BR and shorts, which somehow emphasized her. Hyde shook his head, stopping that train of thought as best he could. "Why the hell were you naked?" "So I could get to the robots off sways without them seeing me," the invisible girl replied. "These things have off sways." None of the girls didn't get a chance to answer him though, as they were interrupted by the sound of a building imploding nearby. "What the heck was that?" the pink-skinned girl exclaimed. As the dust and smoke cleared, they could see something step out into view. "SHT, Hyde whispered. "Okiko-sen, where'd you go?" Izuku hissed. All it took for him to lose her was for her to head down an alleyway. After that, he spent most of the exam looking for her, taking out any robots he found. After a few more twists and turns, and taking out a couple more robots, Izuku suddenly found himself in the fray of the battle. As he expected, more kill-stealings were going on with the main battle group. Not to mention that he heard people calling out their scores to each other. He looked through the crowd to see Okiko anywhere in it. "She's not here. I need to keep looking," Izuku thought to himself when it seemed like the entire world suddenly exploded around them. Everyone stopped fighting when one of the buildings suddenly imploded, collapsing in on itself. Before the smoke and dust had cleared from the collapsed building, everyone heard Present MIC yell, "Less than 2 minutes remaining. So hurry it up, listeners." But no one was moving, because the dust had cleared and revealed the 0-pointer. It was the same shape as the printout. But the 0-pointer was taller than many of the buildings. It barely fit in the street and knocked free chunks of wood and stone every time it moved. Present MIC had said that it was just an obstacle or a distraction, something to be avoided, but that is a bit much. Izuku doubted he had the power necessary to take something like it down right now, so it was fortunate that he and the other examinees weren't expecting to do so. Many of the other examinees were already running away from the 0-pointer as fast as they could, scattering in all directions. I better get out of here too. Izuku turned to run away when he saw it. Okiko was in the path of the 0-pointer. Her legs were trapped by the debris it had created. And she was at most 2 seconds away from being stepped on. Even if she had strength comparable to Koneko's now, that didn't mean she was at all used to it yet. Promotion, night. Izuku sped as fast as he could, reaching Okiko in a few seconds. He could try to lift the rock and get them both out of there, but that might take too long. So instead Izuku flew up, toward the robot's face. Within his boosted gear, energy gathered, ready to explode. Dragon Smash. Explosion. Releasing the stored energy, Izuku punched the 0-pointer with all his might. What resulted was the head coming clean off as the body started falling apart. All the other examinees could only watch in awe as they saw Izuku taking down a robot bigger than a building with a single punch. Izuku huffed with pride, gripping his arm as pain swelled within it. That attack was definitely above what he could handle at the moment. That did it. He smiled as he landed on the ground, before running over to Okiko. Are you okay? Yeah, Okiko looked to be in a daze, and Izuku now saw that a slight amount of BLD was dripping down her head. Give me a sec. With a grunt, Okiko lifted the boulder that pinned her with ease. What happened? I'm not sure, Okiko replied. When the 0-pointer showed up, I started running with everyone else, but then a rock must have hit my head before that boulder pinned me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up, listeners. When Present MIC finished his countdown, all of the remaining robots stopped moving. And that's all, folks. UA's practical exam is officially over. Please bring yourselves to the gates of your respective areas for any first aid you require and to confirm how you will be leaving. The results of the exam will be mailed to you in a week. Let me hear y'all say hey. Nobody did that. Okiko, however, lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry, she whispered. Izuku looked at her quizzically. I shouldn't have run off like that. Because of me, we might not dash, it's okay, Izuku told her. He took her arm and wrapped it around his head. Come on, let's go. We need to get your head looked at. As the examinees watched Izuku and Okiko leave, muttering to themselves about what they saw, Tenya could only watch in confusion. They're all missing the point. Don't they see what he did? Tenya thought. He sacrificed everything. Just to save that girl. He must have known how little time was left, and how much points he needed to pass, and that he was putting his life at risk. But despite those concerns, he didn't hesitate to help. Ida then clenched his fist as he remembered he had just run away without even trying to help. And how he belittled Izuku during the lecture hall. If this hadn't been an exam, then, of course, I would have done the same thing. And then it hit him. Wait, the exam, the judges, they saw that. He realized as he held his chin. If that were the case, then maybe. Over the next week, Izuku and Okiko worried themselves sick over the results. However, after the fact, Izuku was left wondering if he hadn't made a mistake. For the first few minutes of the test, they felt like they had performed pretty well. Okiko was having it the worst, blaming herself for both her and Izuku not being able to attend. Ibara and Inko had been able to provide some support for them, but both were also worried about them. The other members of the Gremory peerage did their best to help as well. After about 5 days, Momo had received news about her results, saying that she had been accepted into U, so you're officially a recommendation student now, here. Yuto asked, sipping some tea in the clubroom. Yes, Momo practically beamed with joy. Did you fight robots like us? Ibara asked. No, it was more of a series of obstacle courses, Momo answered. Me and the other recommended students raced each other. I managed to achieve first place, while a girl who could split her body reached second. There was really no combat involved. Lucky, Kyoka groaned. Those robots were a real pain. Uraraka and Midoriya nearly died because of them, didn't they? The two in question laughed nervously. I doubt the staff would have let that happen, said Rias. But I am proud of all of you. I'm sure you all passed. But what if we didn't? Okiko asked. Well, we'll just have to wait and see, now won't we? It was now March, about a week since the entrance exam. A week of waiting with some combat training with Yuto to relieve stress had passed before he, Okiko, and Ibara returned home one day to find Inko fretting over the mail. The stamp at the back of each letter was all that they needed to confirm who sent it. This is it. The three made their way to Izuku's room and closed the door. Izuku sat at his desk with only the desk lamp on as a light source. He had set his letter in front of him and was just staring at it. Ibara was sitting on the bed while Okiko stood behind him, each holding onto their respective letters. Moment of truth. Izuku took off the seal with his trembling fingers and opened the letter. He peeked inside to see a small thin disc. What the? He took it up and saw "Place this side" on a smooth flat surface written on the back. Shrugging to himself, he complied and put the disc onto his desk. After a small beep, a hologram appeared in the air above. It was All Might, dressed in a yellow suit that seemed to barely contain his physique. Behind him was a stage that flashed red, blue, and yellow. "I am here as a projection," All Might began, grinning at the camera. The three jumped back in shock, with Izuku almost falling out of the chair. The disc was a holographic projector. And just like he announced, All Might was the one on the screen. "All Might?" Okiko gasped. "Oh my gosh." Izuku's jaw hit the floor as the image of All Might laughed at his own joke. All Might is recording these. But they wouldn't do that unless All Might is going to be teaching. It took everything Izuku had not to faint. "I know I've been quiet this past week, but with great power comes a great amount of paperwork." All Might then cleared his throat and did a light bow. "I apologize. The truth is, I didn't come to this city just to fight villains. You're looking at the newest faculty member." The three let out a loud gasp. All Might was going to be a teacher at UA. He's seriously going to be working at UA? Ibara asked. Surprisingly, All Might nodded as if he actually acknowledged Ibara's question. But suddenly a hand came onto the screen. "Stop showboating, will you?" A familiar voice said before stepping into view. Who's showboating, young Mizushima?" All Might asked. "Mizu-san no Nichin." You?" Mizu matter-of-factly said. "We need to wrap this up. We have at least a dozen more to do." "Of course." All Might let out a sigh and kept going. "Right, moving on. Young Midoriya, you have passed the written exam with a score of over 90%, which is more than enough to generate you a spot at UA. For the practical, you scored 28 points. Normally, that wouldn't be enough to enter the heroics course." Izuku lowered his head dejectedly at that, tears beginning to swell in Okiko's eyes due to guilt, while Ibara looked at them with pity. The practical was based solely on combat prowess. All Might quickly added. "What?" Izuku and the girls slowly looked up to the screen. "He's right. While villain points are the basic measurement we use to judge applicants, it's not the only one." Mizu continued as a video of when Izuku saved Okiko from the zero-pointer was shown. Such conviction, such selflessness. As the bastion of Japan's future heroes, it would be foolish of us to ignore these qualities important for all heroes. All Might returned to the stand and flashed his signature grin. "As such, we have an entirely different category for such acts, rated by a panel of judges. Rescue points. And my boy, you have the highest of the lot, 60 points. Congratulations." Izuku could hardly believe what he heard. The 28 villain points he got, along with the 60 rescue points, meant that he had gotten a total of 88 points. "Now then, welcome young Midoriya, to your hero academia." All Might and Mizu moved their fists into the air. "Plus ultra." Izuku began to cry. Behind him he heard Ibara and Okiko opening their letters, finding the same holodiscs that came in Izuku's. Their messages were similar to Izuku's, giving them their scores for both the written and partial exams. Ibara had earned 82 points in the practical, while Okiko had 60, which meant the two began to cry tears of joy along with Izuku before they went over to Izuku, hugging each other. They made it. See the end of the chapter for notes. The next day went by surprisingly fast. Last night they had told Inko the good news and she pretty much cried tears of joy until she passed out. One school was done for the day. Izuku, Ibara, and Okiko made their way to the clubroom to meet the others as quickly as they could. Izuku still couldn't believe it. He was going to the school of his dreams. And with friends that he felt he had known his whole life. All thanks to Rias. Nothing could ruin how he was feeling right now. Not even a berserk kaken. Guys! Okiko exclaimed as they entered the clubroom. No one was present, however, except for Rias. Here. Guess we got here first. I'm not surprised. Izuku-san was rather hard to keep up with, said Ibara. Yeah, hee. Izuku laughed. Rias was looking off into space with some wondering expression, apparently oblivious to their presence. I hope Mizu Onichan gets here soon. She seriously needs to explain herself. Okiko huffed. Do you really think she's going to be teaching at UA? Ibara asked. We'll find out. Izuku then noticed that Rias hadn't reacted to them at all. Bucho, is something wrong? Izuku asked. Rias didn't respond, the blank expression still on her face. Bucho? Ibara asked, looking concerned. Still no answer. Bucho? Okiko waved a hand in front of Ria's face. Still nothing. Finally, Okiko took hold of Ria's shoulder and began to shake her violently. Bucho! Rias shrieked loudly as Okiko shook her, nearly falling out of her chair. She cast a hard glare at Okiko when she finished shaking her. You could have done something else, Okiko, she growled. Bucho, are you okay? Izuku asked. Yeah, I'm fine Izu, Rias answered. I was spacing out was all. Anyway, I got your texts. Congratulations on passing the exam. Thanks. Turning around, the group saw Kyoka enter the clubroom, followed by Momo, Yuto, Koneko, and Mizu. Hey! I was wondering when you'd get here, Okiko said with her cheery smile. Looks like everyone's here, Mizu noted. Nice job on passing the exam, Chako. I was secretly rooting for you. You saw what we went through? Okiko asked. Why didn't you stop that monster, then? And why didn't you tell me you were going to be teaching at UA? 1. I knew you would be okay. And 2. I wanted to surprise you. The older woman answered. What was All Might like? Izuku asked, his fanboyism taking hold. A lot like he is on TV, Mizu kept the part about All Might's skeletal state secret. And before you all ask, I only just started working at you, so I don't know who you'll be assigned to or what class you'll be placed in. What will you be teaching, Mizu-sama? Momo asked. I'll be helping with combat training, mostly hand-to-hand, Mizu smiled. So don't expect me to go easy on you. Speaking of classes, do you think we'll end up in the same homeroom? Kyoka asked. Shitori's on the student council, right? You think she can dash? She might, Rias said. But Principal Nedzu is incredibly intelligent. It'll rouse suspicion if she requests all of you end up in the same class, so don't get your hopes up. The soon-to-be hero students all frowned, not liking their chances already. I know it doesn't seem fair, Rias spoke up, getting everyone's attention. But even if we're all in different classes and departments, we're all still going to UA, the best hero school in the country. She's right, Mizu said. Besides, it's not like you'll be separated forever, just during classes. And I'll be helping train all of you to be great heroes. So let's focus on the positives for now. Now, are you gonna keep moping or are we gonna go celebrate? There's a special going on at Big Bang Burger. Everyone brightened up, even Koneko somewhat. Your treat? The white-haired devil asked. The sorcerer blanched. A few minutes of walking later and the group arrived at the Big Bang Burger that was only 2 blocks away from UA. There weren't many customers at the moment, so they made their orders and sat down. Soon their food arrived. Most of them ordered the normal menu items. Koneko, on the other hand, here you are, miss. The Cosmic Tower Burger. The waitress placed what could only be described as a tower of meat, lettuce, cheese, sauce, and buns in front of Koneko. It stood at least a meter tall and was as wide as someone's head. Everyone in the restaurant, with the notable exceptions of Rias, Yuto, and the staff, all turned to stare at the massive burger. It's massive, I'm honestly at a loss for words. Izuku could only stare at the massive challenge Koneko asked for, The waitress explained the details about the burger before leaving, saying Koneko only had 30 minutes to finish the burger. Is she going to be okay? He asked. She'll be fine, Rias replied as she took a bite of her burger. 20 minutes later, can I have dessert? Koneko asked the waitress, having just finished the cosmic tower. Is she for real? At least I saved some of my money, Mizu groaned as they left the restaurant. Those burgers were monsters, Okiko groaned, holding her stomach. I should have gotten a smaller size. Thinking about Koneko-chan eating that cosmic tower burger makes me wanna vomit, Ibara added. As everyone walked together, trying to cheer them up from eating too much, Izuku felt someone watching them. The feeling wasn't good at all, and before he could look behind to see who it was, Deku, everyone stopped immediately. Some of them recognized that voice. They turned around to see someone that made Izuku flinch. Keikaken. Izuku said in surprise at seeing the ash blonde right behind them looking at him with an expression that wasn't all too happy. How'd you do it? He said quietly, making Izuku raise a brow. Excuse me? Izuku asked as he didn't quite hear what the explosion quirk user said. I said, how the F did you get in? Bakugo suddenly roared, making Izuku take a step back and the others glare at him. Would you just lay off him? Okiko said as she stepped forward in defense of Izuku. What? Bakugo said irritably as he glared at the girl in front of him. She said to stand down, Ibara said as she stood next to Okiko. Bakugo growled and let off smoke from his hands. I don't have to deal with you TWO beaches right now. He yelled at them before glaring at the boy behind the girls. Now tell me how you cheated. What? Izuku stuttered at his former childhood friend's words. I didn't cheat. Don't play dumb with me, Deku. The ash blonde roared as he stomped his foot on the ground hard. There's no way a loser like you got first while somehow I got F5th. Now tell me how you just slap. Suddenly Bakugo was violently interrupted by Rias, who slapped him so hard he tumbled to the ground. Leave him alone. Bakugo managed to sit back up, holding his right eye and using his left to send a death glare toward the crimson-haired girl. Why you dash, that's enough. Izuku suddenly spoke up, directing everyone's attention to him. I don't care what you say, or what you think. I applied because I have people who believe in me. People who said I could be a hero. So like it or not you can't stop me. Yuto nodded at his friend's words. Izuku-kun and the others are going to Yui. They're going to become amazing heroes. You hear that? There's no stopping us now. Kyoka said with a confident smirk as she crossed her arms. Now get lost, but, Koneko deadpanned, the white-haired girl glaring at him while cracking her knuckles. Bakugo gave the group the most intense look he'd ever given anyone before as he got up. Just you all wait. I'll make all of you regret coming to UA. He growled darkly before storming off. As they watched him leave, Mizu just shook her head. That guy has some serious issues. Yeah, but he is strong, there's no denying that, Izuku said quietly. He looked at his hand, clenching it into a fist. Sensing the situation, Okiko decided to speak up. Hey, why don't we all go home? It's getting late and we need all the rest we can for when use starts up. Everyone turned to Okiko and nodded with a smile at her suggestion. Yeah, I'm pretty exhausted, too, Momo stated with everyone else nodding in agreement. Classes don't start until April, so you all have about a month until then. Said Mizu. Be sure to get plenty of rest, but don't slack off on your training. Speaking of, Chako, we have lessons tonight. I was kinda hoping you forgot, she groaned. The group laughed a little before they went in their separate directions. Though Izuku couldn't help but notice the troubled look on Ria's face. The first thing Izuku did when returning home was lay on his bed with an exhausted sigh. His mom was out buying groceries, Ibara having gone with her, and Okiko wouldn't be back until dinner. So he had the apartment to himself for a little bit. He thought back to how Rias was acting. Lately, she'd been spacing out more and more. I wonder what's bothering her. He asked no one in particular. Suddenly, the lights in his room began to dim and the air pressure slightly shifted. Here. A crimson light shined in his room, prompting him to sit up. To his surprise, It was a magic circle that bore the symbol of the 𝐒𝐬𝐽 family. The glow died out as quickly as it came, and he could see Rhea standing where it once was. Though her bangs seemed to be shielding her eyes, he noted that her expression had no emotion. "Hey, Bucho. What is it? Is something wrong?" Izuku, her bangs cleared away from her eyes, a look of desperation appearing on her face. Izuku could tell that she looked very troubled by something and knew that she was going to ask for his help, which he would instantly give no matter what. But the words she said next he was not ready for. "I want you to connect with me." Izuku blinked. And then he blinked twice. "Say what?" was the only thing Izuku could say, standing up. "I said I want you to take my virginity," Rhea's rephrased as if she were lecturing him. And just like that, she began stripping, first removing her blazer, unbuttoning her shirt, and then undoing her skirt, leaving her with nothing more than her bra and panty. Izuku felt himself swallow spit as he ogled Rhea's body, unable to look away. The lacy red bra and panty she wore complemented her very nicely, something that Izuku noted to himself. He was completely paralyzed just by her body, unable to react and know what to do. "I'm not good enough for you," she asked him, walking up to him. "What?" "No, yes I mean, but what are you doing?" Izuku stumbled through his words as his face turned as red as a tomato. "I've been doing a lot of thinking as of late, and I've decided that this is the only option there is," Rhea's answered, holding her arms under her biastis and turning away slightly as she blushed. "If there is evidence, then they can't complain about it. The only person close to me who can do it with me is you." Me?" Izuku stuttered. "Can I ask why?" "Of the boys I personally know there is Yuto, but he won't have any of it. He is too pure of a knight and his chivalry would get in the way. The same is true for the other one. That only leaves you." Before Izuku could answer her logic, she grabbed him by the shirt and forced him onto the bed. He held his head up just in time to see her climbing on top of him and straddling his waist. "What's wrong? Do you not find me attractive enough?" "It's not like that," Izuku denied, shaking his head. "It's just that when a pretty girl shows up in a boy's room unannounced and suddenly says let's have sex, it's gonna catch him off guard." True, it would startle anyone. Her body shifted, and he could feel her buttocks and thighs touching his most important part. Her head dipped slightly so that she was directly above him and her crimson hair cascaded against his cheeks. "I know this is your first time, but it's the same for me. So let's just take it slow." Looping her arms around her back, she unhooked her bra and carelessly tossed it aside. His eyes widened. Before him were Rhea's luscious breasts and plumped pink nipples. Then, she took his hand and pressed it against her right breast. Izuku could feel how soft it felt against his hand, and how the NPL began to harden against his palm. It was just so damn and good. "Can you feel it?" she asked in a charming voice. "I'm just as tense as you are. You can tell by my heartbeat, right?" "What is happening?" Izuku screamed in his head. He was seriously freaking out now. This has been the closest he has ever been with any girl. Looking up, he saw the look in his MSDR's eyes. His eyebrows furrowed. Those weren't the eyes of someone who wanted to have sex willingly. His jitters slightly left his body as he gripped Rhea's by the shoulders and slowly pushed her so he could sit. "Bucho, take a break for a minute. You aren't acting like you." Rhea's blinked, her eyes becoming more desperate. "What do you mean?" "Well, ask yourself this. Do you really want to do this?" Izuku asked. "Of course I do," she shouted, shocking him. "There's no one else I can do it with. The one I want is you right now. We may have met months ago, but there isn't any other way." "What do you mean there's no other way? Why are you in such a hurry to give up your virginity?" Izuku asked in a calm, yet startled voice. Rhea's could have responded with another plea, but that didn't come out when another crimson flash appeared in his room, alerting the teenagers on the bed. Rhea's clicked her tongue. "I was so close." Izuku turned and noticed that the red glow came from another magic circle that had the mark of Rhea's clan. Who was it? Kiba? Momo? Whoever it was, getting caught in such a situation was bad. But instead of any of his friends coming out, it was someone else completely. She was an attractive-looking woman with silver hair that flowed down to her back and red eyes. Her hair had 2 braided side bangs with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest of it was let down in the back, also ending in twin braids, and a maid's headdress on her head. She was dressed in a blue and white French maid uniform. Her lips were painted a bright red. She was also looking at Rias with a look of disapproval, and her gaze seemed to cause the temperature in the room to drop. "Milady, are you trying to break the engagement by doing something like this?" she asked curtly. "Engagement?" Rias frowned and stood up from the bed in all her naked glory. "Father and Zex won't listen to me. It's the only way to get them to notice. Even if it means giving up your purity to someone of lowly BRH." The maid continued, gesturing at 𝐒𝐿𝐿. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 scowled at the offense, forgetting at the moment that he was in bed with a ND girl. "Who I give my purity to is my decision and mine alone," Rias answered, her eyes flashing quickly, "and I won't have you speak insultingly of my servant, even if it's you, 𝐿𝐿." 𝐒𝐿𝐿 couldn't help but blush and smiled softly at how Rias quickly stood up for him. The maid, now identified as 𝐿𝐿, sighed as she picked up Rias's BR and snapped it back on her bosom. "Please remember that you are the next heiress of the House of 𝐿𝐵, so please don't show your skin to a man recklessly. It's not a good image for your reputation." She noticed that 𝐒𝐿𝐿 was still in the room and gave a polite bow. "Greetings, servant of Rias. I am 𝐿𝐿, the head maid of the House of 𝐿𝐵. My apologies for what I said before." Catching himself, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 got up from his bed and also bowed, stuttering, "Tad's fine." "𝐿𝐿," Rias began, her face showing unladylike unpleasantness, "did you come here of your own accord? Or because the household sent you? Or was it Zex?" "All 3, 𝐿𝐿 said matter-of-factly. From the way Ria's frown deepened, she didn't like the answer. "Given the fact that you're his queen, I should have known you'd pull something like this." Rias gave an exasperated sigh as she placed on the remainder of her clothing. "Sorry about this, 𝐒𝐿𝐿, she said to him. "I guess I wasn't thinking straight after all. Thank you for talking me out of it." Okay, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 nodded dumbly. "𝐒𝐿𝐿?" 𝐿𝐿 echoed, looking at him with sudden interest. "So, this boy is—" "Yes," Rias confirmed. "This is my Doria 𝐒𝐿𝐿, one of my newest additions, the one who cost me all 8 of my pawn pieces to recruit, and bearer of the boosted gear." "So he is the Red Dragon Emperor, truly curious," 𝐿𝐿 said in amazement, eyes widening slightly. "𝐿𝐿, let's go back to my room. I will listen to what you have to say over there. Momo can also attend, yes?" Rias asked. "Your newly acquired queen." 𝐿𝐿 said. "That doesn't bother me. A queen must be by their king's side at all times." "Very well." Rias turned to 𝐒𝐿𝐿 and gave him a small peck on the cheek. "That's my apology for troubling you. Meet up at the club room tomorrow and I'll explain everything." After she gave her farewell, she went up next to 𝐿𝐿. The magic circle appeared underneath them both and they vanished in a blink of light. As the lights turned back to normal, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 stood, dumbfounded, touching the cheek where she kissed him. He was so shocked that he didn't even notice when his mom or the girls came home. The following day, 𝐒𝐿𝐿, Okako, and Ibara were walking to the club school building. Kyoka had come along, saying something about Momo needing to meet with Rias last night. They had received a notice to report to the club room as soon as classes had finished. On their way over to the room, they met up with Yuto. The 5 of them entered the building, wondering what the urgent meeting was about. "I wonder if Bucho's worries have something to do with her family," Ibara wondered out loud. "She has been acting a bit strangely as of late," Yuto said, agreeing. "Perhaps now she will tell us." "Do you think Momo-sen might know?" 𝐒𝐿𝐿 asked. "Considering that she's her second-in-command now, that's a given," Yuto told him. "We won't know unless we hear what she has to say." 𝐒𝐿𝐿 nodded quietly, still pretty puzzled about what happened last night. He was still wondering what could have made Rias act so irrationally to want to try and have sex with him. Though he knew he would get his answer eventually, he still couldn't help but think. On their way to the room, they came across a very large door. For some odd reason, it had police tape with the words "Keep Out" all over it. "What's that? I don't remember seeing that door before." "Oh," Yuto frowned slightly, "that's where Bucho's first bishop currently resides." "Her first bishop?" Okako asked, turning at him. Oh yeah, I remember Bucho mentioning that she had one other bishop piece, Izuku said, recalling the conversation he had with her the night he went to save Ibara. Yes. They're one of Bucho's original servants, but for reasons I won't elucidate, Bucho was ordered to keep them here. Seeing their grim expressions, he gave a kind smile. Don't worry, they're not bad. They're actually very nice. The problem is that they have issues and prefer not to step outside. So, they just sit in that room all day and night, and are perfectly fine with it. Sounds like someone needs to grow a spine, Kyoka stated. To be fair, Yuto began before he felt a sudden chill go down his spine. Agitated, he looked forward at the hallway that led to the club room. I never felt this presence until I got here. Then that means... He ran to the club's door with Izuku, Ibara, Okiko, and Kyoka close behind. The door opened and the five were greeted with the sight of the remainder of their friends. Mizu stood near the entrance, leaning against the wall while Koneko sat on one of the couches, quietly enjoying an ice pop. Their MSTR was also present and she was sitting on the couch rather than her usual desk, her arms folded, her legs crossed, and with a grim expression. The head maid, Grafia, stood by the couch Rias was sitting on. Grafia looked just as stoic as the last time Izuku saw her, while Momo stood in an elegant stance, but she looked very nervous. Looks like everyone's here, Rias said, noticing the three of them enter the room. Milady, shall I tell them? Grafia offered. Rias shook her head. No. As I am the king of this group, I should be the one to tell them. Rias stood up and cleared her throat. Everyone, to tell you the truth. Before anything more could be said, a magic circle appeared in an unoccupied space of the room. The magic circle was not red like the Gremory magic circles Izuku had seen so frequently. Instead, it was orange and seemed to give off the cry of a bird of prey. There was even a bird-like figure in the center of the circle. Everyone turned as soon the circle appeared and Rias seemed to give out an evil hiss at the sight of it. Phoenix, Izuku heard Yuto whisper under his breath. Rather than giving out a glow, flames shot out from the circle instead. Out from the tower of flames, a man appeared within. It's been a long time since I've last visited the human world, the man spoke, walking out from the flames as if they were air. Looking at how he carried himself, he seemed like a typical playboy. He was tall and handsome and looked to be in his early 20s and had short blonde hair with dark blue eyes. Clearly, he had a lot of money since he was wearing something very expensive. He was wearing a red burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right, matching breaths, and black dress shoes. Underneath the open blazer was a white dress shirt that partially exposed his chest. Looking around the room as the flame behind him vanished, he smirked as he spotted the only redhead among them. My dear Rias, it's been so long, he said, walking over to the girl and wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Her face twisted in disgust as she shoved him off of her. Don't touch me so casually, Rias said coldly. If I had my way, I'd slap you in your smug prick face right now. Izuku, Ibara, Momo, Kyoka, and Okiko's eyes widened from how sharp her words were. The man took it to stride as he gave a nonchalant laugh. Ha ha, still harsh as always, love. Regardless, we must take a look at the wedding hall. We need to verify the reception date and greet our families. Wedding. Reception date. Izuku frowned. From the look of Ria's reaction toward the man, not to mention what she tried to do last night, everything was starting to click. He was starting to understand why she wanted to do it with him yesterday. If her purity was compromised, then she could have had some bit of freedom to herself. Seeing how carefree he was to the girl despite her obvious rejections made him really want to punch him in the face, or something like that. But someone had already beaten him to it. Who's the GGL? Various reactions swept through the clubroom. Rias had a large smirk on her face, seeing the man's stunned face. Momo, Izuku, and Yuto snickered quietly while Ibara gave a short yelp. Kyoka tried her best not to laugh out loud. Okiko blushed hard, not expecting her teacher to say that. Koneko gave a small grin as she snorted, while Grafia didn't seem to react much at all. As for the man, he glared at Mizu. How dare you? He hissed. Do you have any idea who you just mocked? I most certainly do, Phoenix. Mizu calmly stated. Please allow me to introduce to you Riza Phoenix, 𝐴 interjected, gesturing at the man. He is the third son of the House of Phoenix of the 72 Pillars, and he is also Lady Rhea's fiancé. Fiancé. A majority of the group mentally screamed. Excellent tea. Raiza smiled blissfully after taking a sip from the teacup. As expected from Rhea's new queen. I'll look forward to more soon. He was sitting on the couch with his arm around Rhea's, who looked like she would rather be anywhere but with him. The rest of the servants were also standing around them, each one looking almost pitiable. Momo said nothing but gave a polite bow, likely holding her tongue. Though she did give Kyoka a wink, which the human returned before smirking. I can only imagine what she'll serve during our wedding, Raiza added. Rhea stomped her foot, again with that. Raiza, I already told you that I will not marry you. You know that isn't for you to decide, Raiza said, his voice becoming serious. As you already know, the number of pureblood devils has drastically decreased thanks to the Great War. Our marriage is vital to continue the survival of our people, as well as flourishing our household's name. Rhea's rubbed her temples. You don't need to tell me that. I am well aware of my duties as heiress of my clan and I am willing to take a husband. So you'll dash. However, she interrupted, looking at Raiza's victorious face, the husband I want will be of my choosing. In case you have forgotten, it was our parents who arranged the marriage while I didn't want any part of it. They didn't have the right to select someone I would spend the rest of my life with without my consent. And that man isn't you, nor will it ever be. The Gremory servants, Mizu and Kyoka included, smiled at Rhea's unyielding determination. But then the temperature started to rise up and everyone quickly took notice. A flaming aura in the shape of a bird engulfed Raiza as he glared at Rhea's. Your selfish opinions matter very little. As a member of the Phoenix, I cannot lose face to rejection, he spoke, his cold voice contrasting with the heat. He reached out and took Rhea's chin into his hand, tucking her head up to his glowing orange eyes. One way or another I will take you back as my wife, even if it means burning your servants into ash. Rhea's eyes glowed in an angry red, her own demonic aura starting to take shape. If you dare touch even a single strand of hair on any of them, I'll dash halt. Rhea's and Raiza jumped back from each other, their auras suddenly disappearing as they both turned to the maid, frightened. Her demonic aura leaked out of her body, easily dwarfing theirs. The room temperature went from hot to cold as Ghreafia sent an icy cold glare at them. I did not bring you both here just to incite violence. And I will not hold back if you disobey again. Am I clear? Izuku felt his bones shaking just from looking at Ghreafia. She was a maid, yet she seemed to be stronger than both Rhea's and Raiza combined. The latter calmly placed his hands in his pockets, trying to save face. I know when not to challenge the silver-haired Queen of Annihilation. Honestly, Lucifer's peerage are all abnormal, even by devil standards. Silver-haired Queen of Annihilation. Izuku thought to himself, looking at Ghreafia. The aura alone told him that the woman meant business and she was someone not to be taken lightly. He made a mental note to never PSS her off. Ghreafia's aura disappeared and the room temperature returned to normal as she continued. Nevertheless, Xerxes and the other representatives foresaw this possibility and enacted an alternate solution, if you both are willing, that is. An alternate solution. Rhea's blinked. What you're saying is, Ghreafia nodded, yes. An unofficial rating game will take place between the Gremory peerage and the Phoenix peerage. Should Rhea's win, the engagement will be called off. But if Raiza wins, the wedding will proceed. Che, a rating game, Rhea's frowned. They really are content with controlling my life, aren't they? Raiza, on the other hand, laughed confidently, a rating game. That's perfectly fine with me. This will be a good opportunity to show you your place, that there is nothing that can come between us, dear Rhea's. Already so full of confidence, Rhea sneered. Very well, I will accept your challenge. This is my one chance to get my freedom and I'll enjoy knocking you off of your high horse. Ghreafia glanced at the heirs and nodded. Then it's decided. The rating game between the Gremory family and the Phoenix family is confirmed. I will inform Xerxes and both of your households. Raiza turned and glanced at the rest of the servants in the room. Rhea's, are these people all the servants you have at this time? Some are. What of it? Rhea's asked. Raiza exploded in laughter. Ha ha ha. Surely you don't think you can win with such a small amount, do you? From what I can see, only your queen stands a possible chance against my cute servants. With a snap of his fingers, a much larger orange circle appeared in the room. A flame pillar burst out of it and simmered to reveal 15 appealing women standing in the circle. Each one of them either wore an exotic outfit or some other clothing that fulfilled a specific FTSH. As you can see, I have a complete set, Raiza boasted smugly, gesturing to the group of women. My pawns, rooks, knights, bishops, and queen are all present. Holy crp, Izuku thought. He looked at each one of the servants one by one. Some were wearing gym shorts, maid outfits, kimonos, and other things. One of them he noticed looked very similar to Raiza thanks to the matching blue eyes and blonde hair, and from the lovely-looking purple dress, she seemed to be more like a princess than a servant. If Izuku didn't know any better, he would say that she was his younger sister. Raiza cast a smirk at Rias. Do you see this, Rias? Do you honestly think your weak servants stand a chance against mine? Rias cast a hateful glare at Raiza. If you ever again insinuate my peerage is weak, you'll do what? Raiza mocked. Bore me into retiring. You knew very well that I've never lost a rating game. Aside from your queen, all I see is a flat-chested lowly, 2 innocent little girls who couldn't hurt a fly, a pretty boy, and an unassuming pawn. None of them can compare to my servants. Do not disrespect my family, Raiza. I will not tolerate that. Rias screamed. Family. I see the Gremory compassion and kindness for their servants runs true in you. Very well then. When we are married, your boys will be put to work as slaves and your girls, well now, I can always use some variety in my sect life. Izuku's mind went blank at that last bit. The high-class devil had basically admitted that he would take not just Rias, but her female servants to his bed as well. The thought of Momo, Okako, Ibara, and Koneko forced to submit to this bestiality. It just enraged him. He never felt this angry before in his life. From the way most of the other women reacted, particularly Mizu, they too found him disgusting. Even some of Raiza's own peerage seemed unamused by his declaration. Raiza, seemingly noticing the anger in Izuku's eyes, spoke to him. I seem to have offended you somehow, pawn. Should you like, I will gladly kill you in the rating game. Enough, Raiza! Rias screamed. Touch him and you'll die. Ho ho, I've seemed to have found a weakness in you, my dear. Very well then, I shall show mercy. You can train all you want before our game, but then and there I will break your pitiful toys. Very well then, Grayfia interjected. Lady Rias, should you find it acceptable, the match will be held 10 days after tomorrow. Thank you, Grayfia, Rias spoke softly. Thank you. It is done. Details of the game shall be sent to you both. It matters not. My victory is assured. With that, Raiza raised both his arms as if already celebrating his triumph. Farewell, my dear Rias. When next we meet, we shall truly be man and wife. As for some of your servants, Raiza glared at Izuku. Well, all deaths in the game are accidents after all. Growl. Raiza suddenly blushed. Oh, dear, that growl from his stomach did not sound good. As another growl emanated from him, the entire opposing peerage disappeared via orange transport glyphs in the floor. As for Grayfia, she gave a small bow before taking her leave on her magic circle. Once they were gone, Momo and Kyoka both began to snicker. What did you do? Rias asked, an amused look on her face. It was Kyoka's idea, Momo admitted. I added some very strong laxatives to his tea. How long will it last? Rias snickered. If I had to guess, maybe a couple of days. The reactions were mixed. Rias, Ibara, and Yuto chuckled in amusement, Koneko smirked, Okako desperately covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing, Mizu began rolling on the floor laughing, and Izuku snickered. Once everyone calmed down, Rias was the first to speak as she turned her gaze on Izuku. Are you going to be okay, Izu? I'll be fine, Izuku replied. Besides, we need to get ready. Rias nodded. We have 10 days. We all need to train hard to beat Raiza. And I can help, Mizu offered. Most of the devils looked at the sorcerer in surprise. Really? Rias blinked. That guy seriously irks me. Besides, as a sorcerer of 𝐼𝐼𝐽 it's my duty to preserve peace between the supernatural factions, Mizu grinned. Maintaining good relations with the younger sister of the Devil King is part of that. And it would be a serious problem if that Riser guy was your husband. That, and I can't stand the thought of Charco being forced underneath him. I'll help in any way I can. I'll even come up with a training regiment for all of you if you want, Rias. Hee. I'll take you up on that, Rias smiled. She turned to her servants and spoke. Now then everyone, Momo and I will prepare a venue to train for the next 10 days. So all of you go home and prepare, this is a fight we cannot afford to lose. Her servants all nodded. That night, Izuku lay on his bed. His mind was still going over what happened in the clubroom earlier. The way that Riser treated Rias more as a trophy than an actual person infuriated him. He took some comfort in Momo and Kyoka's prank, but it wasn't enough to ease his thoughts. This'll be our first rating game. Rias had told him that Riser had fought a total of 9 rating games and only lost twice, and both times he lost on purpose out of respect for the households his family was close to. This would be difficult. The stakes were high, as not only was Ria's future at stake but everyone else's. If the marriage were to go through, then the bylaws state that Rias and Riser would gain authority over the peerages of the other. And Riser made it very clear what he intended to do once they married and he gained control over Ria's peerage. Izuku gritted his teeth. He and everyone else simply cannot afford to lose. Bucho saved me. Now I have to save her. With renewed resolve, Izuku got up and made his way to the bathroom. He had already informed Mom that he and the others would be out of town for the next 10 days, having told her it was last-minute training before UA. As such, she had gone out to buy them some new clothes for the trip as well as some food. Taking off his shirt, briefs, and finally boxers, Izuku opened the bathroom door. And immediately froze. There, just about ready to step into the warm, bubbly water, was a naked Ibara. Izuku-san. Izuku's mind went blank, having now realized he failed to see if anyone was already in. Kai-o! Izuku screamed in a high pitch, turning around as his head turned a deep shade of red, covering his privates. I'm so sorry. I should have checked first. Ibara stood there for a moment, before her face erupted into a bright blush, having now realized what she saw. I saw it, I'll leave now. Izuku stuttered. But before he could leave the bathroom, Ibara used one of her vines to grab Izuku's arm. Hey. I'm sorry. Tich, this is the first time I've seen a boy's, I'm sorry. Tich, there's no reason for you to apologize. I should have checked first before coming in here. I'm sorry I saw your everything. Can you let me go now? Ibara's grip seemed to tighten a little. We've been living here for about 6 months now, but this is the first time something like this happened. Izuku dared to look back at Ibara, taking care to only look at her face. I've read that ND encounters like this can help people get closer. So, do you want to have a ND encounter with me? Izuku's face paled from shock, trying to process what she just asked. Hey. Next thing he knew, Izuku had found himself sitting in the tub, his face as red as a tomato as he did everything in his power to not pass out. Behind him, Ibara was washing his back, her face red as well. This is awkward, they both thought. They stayed like that for about a minute, both unsure of what to say or do. Finally, Ibara spoke up. Izuku-san, what do you think will happen if we lose? He had a good idea but chose not to say it. I promise, we won't lose, Izuku reaffirmed. I'll protect you, Bucho, Okako-san, and everyone else. Then, before he could process it, he felt a pair of arms wrap around his back and pull him close. I'm scared about what'll happen, but I'm glad that you're here. I know that you can do it, Izuku-san. He heard Ibara's voice, his face turning hot red as steam permeated from him. Not only was Ibara hugging him tightly while they were naked, but he could feel a soft pair of pillows pressing up against his back. An interesting reaction happened. 𝐒𝐻𝐿. Izuku stood up, Ibara still wrapped around him. Wait. Ibara let go but slipped. 𝐂𝐸𝐲. She grabbed onto Izuku for support, but that only caused the boy to fall as well. The two crashed with a loud thud, with Ibara on top of Izuku. Before the two could react, however, the door flew open. "Ibara-chan, what's wrong?" Okiko asked, only for her face to glow bright red at what she saw. Ibara lying on top of Izuku, his dragon in plain view. Kia. One horribly awkward night later, outside of Musutafu was a mountain, and beyond that mountain was a private villa that was owned by the Gremory family. It oversaw a wide field that was perfect for training purposes. While either Rias or Mizu could have just teleported the ORC to the villa, the peerage and sorcerer simply hiked there as a means to increase their strength and stamina. Mizu wasn't carrying any luggage, saying she didn't need anything, while Rias, Momo, and Ibara's luggage was not very heavy. However, most of the gear was assigned to Izuku, Okiko, Yuto, and Koneko. "I know we're gonna stay here for the next 10 days, Izuku huffed, struggling slightly with his part of the luggage, but is all this luggage really necessary? Actually, the baggage you're carrying weighs around 40 kilograms each, Rias replied, looking back at him over her shoulder. Can't have you slacking off, you know. Here. That's all the weight I'm carrying. Izuku exclaimed, exasperated. Oh, sk it up, Koneko said, walking past him with her share of the luggage. Koneko's luggage appeared to be about the size of a car, and yet, despite her small size, the white-haired girl wasn't struggling at all. This isn't so bad, Okiko said as she walked past also, carrying luggage that was the same size, if a little smaller, than Koneko's. She was a rook after all. Yuto's baggage was slightly smaller than Izuku's, so he had an easier time. It helped that, while knights were normally frail, they had strong legs. He glanced at Izuku as his friend almost stumbled on the stone steps that led to the villa. Hey, Izuku-kun. Are you all right? You look like you're having some trouble. I can manage, Izuku huffed, looking pained. Just hang in there, Izuku. We're almost there, Ria said, just a few steps more. Sure enough, their destination came into view. We're here. It was a two-story complex with white and beige walls with blue floor tiles, balconies on all sides, and trimmed bushes, with white steel window frames for each window frame. There was a tunnel-like driveway on the left-hand side that led around the back where there was likely a garage. It's so appealing, Ibara gushed at the sight of the villa. Your family gave you such a big place like this just for training? Okiko asked, looking at the place in awe. They must be seriously rich. Oh, this. It really isn't that much compared to my home. You'll get to see it eventually, Ria said, almost boasting. Now everyone, your names have been posted on the doors, so once you find them get changed and unpack. We will start training once everyone is ready. Yes, everyone obeyed. After cleaning up the house to clear out the dust that piled up from the time it wasn't in use, everyone went into their respective rooms to change into their gym and tracksuit clothing. After that was taken care of, Mizu instructed them to meet outside for sparring sessions, saying it'd be a good way for her to judge where they all needed to improve. Yuto was first, standing some distance away from Mizu, each holding wooden practice swords called bokken, each magically enhanced to withstand hard impacts that would normally cause the wood to break. Don't hold back, Kiba, Mizu said. Her confidence sure wasn't lacking, as the sorcerer's grin could rival All Might's. Standing by were Rias, Momo, Ibara, Okiko, Izuku, and Koneko. Mizu-nichan sure looks confident, Okiko said. I know Yuto-san is good with a sword, but I don't think he can beat Mizu-san, said Ibara, Izuku nodding in agreement. I'm sure Yuto's got this, Rias nodded. She raised her hand up into the air. All right, are you both ready? Yuto took a stance, while Mizu simply raised her bamboo sword, ready. She swung her hand down, begin. Yuto moved in a quick dash, his speed rendering him nearly invisible. As soon as he reappeared at Mizu's face and moved the bokken at the sorcerer's neck. But Mizu raised her sword and blocked the knight's attack. Jumping back, Yuto charged again with another strike, a stab this time. Mizu parried the blade and went onto an offensive on her own, moving her sword downward. That attack came too quickly for the blonde to do a counterstrike, being forced back by several meters. Rias looked on in surprise. She was expecting 𝐵𝐻𝑢's swordsmanship to be good, but so far she hadn't even moved from her spot and was holding her own against her knight. No, it seemed as if 𝐵𝐻𝑢 was holding back, given she was only using one hand so far. Yuto seemed to smirk, enjoying the challenge coming from the fight. He decided to release his restraints just a little more, running all over the place as he zipped all around 𝐵𝐻𝑢. 𝐵𝐻𝑢 didn't even bother to keep track of Yuto's movements though, as the knight appeared at her side and swung for an attack. Quickly, 𝐵𝐻𝑢 blocked it with the 𝐵𝐿𝐾 and counterattacked, aiming her 𝐵𝐿𝐾 at Yuto's legs. The knight didn't have time to properly react, the 𝐵𝐿𝐾 knocking him off balance. He didn't have a chance to get up either as 𝐵𝐻𝑢 aimed her 𝐵𝐿𝐾 at his neck. Not bad, 𝐵𝐻𝑢 offered a hand to Yuto, who accepted it. Tenin Rishin Ryu, right? Yes, Yuto answered. I was taught that in Kenjutsu by my MSTR. Surzek's knight, 𝐵𝐻𝑢 said to herself. 𝐵𝐻𝑢 Onichin, you were amazing. Akiko gushed, you too, Yuto-kun. That was far more one-sided than what I was expecting, Ria said. You still have plenty of room to improve, 𝐵𝐻𝑢 lectured. Your speed is your greatest advantage, but it may also be your greatest weakness. You have a tendency to charge in and then fall back, a predictable strategy. And if an opponent can match or even surpass that speed, all they need is one good hit and the fight's over. 𝐵𝐻𝑢 then turned her attention to everyone else. That's true for each of you. I noticed that, as a whole, you all rely too much on overpowering your opponents. That smash Midoriya used during the exams against the zero-pointer is a good example. Yes, it's good for when you're in a bind, but what happens if you miss? What happens if your opponent is stronger? Now that you're weak and tired, they can easily finish you off. Remember the fights you had against those villains and the Port Mafia. If any of them were taking it seriously, I doubt you'd all still be here. Everyone in the Gremory peerage clenched their fists, remembering those fights well. What do you suggest? Riaz asked. For now, we focus on broadening your skills and strengths. Kiba, I'll let you borrow this. 𝐵𝐻𝑢 tossed the 𝐤𝐼K𝐼 at Yuto, who caught it with a fumble. Yuto stared at the 𝐤𝐼K𝐼, then at 𝐵𝐻𝑢, then 𝐤𝐼K𝐼 again, then back at 𝐵𝐻𝑢. You're letting me borrow a Kamartage relic? He asked in disbelief. She took quite the dislike for Riza, so she's willing to help, 𝐵𝐻𝑢 explained. Practice with her, along with any demonic swords that can cancel out flames for the rest of the day. At least then you'll have an advantage. Tomorrow you'll be doing hand-to-hand with me. Yes, Yuto bowed. The sorcerer then looked to Izuku. Midoriya, you're up. Alright. Izuku stepped forward as Yuto joined the others. Arguably, as a pawn, your training will be the hardest out of everyone. You're the most versatile of the group, as such there's a lot of room for improvement. 𝐵𝐻𝑢 tossed him the 𝐵𝐿𝐾 Yuto was using. Depending on what you promote yourself to could change the entire outcome of a fight, rating game or not. So, you ready? Izuku nodded. Yeah. Good. But first, Drake, can you hear us? Of course, I can hear you. Most of the Gremory group jumped in shock. Did Izuku's hand just talk? Akiko asked. It did. Yuto confirmed. You could have talked to me like that this whole time. Izuku asked his hand. Specifically, the glowing green gem that had appeared on it. Only recently, as I explained when we first met. Everyone met the Welsh dragon, Drake. Said 𝐵𝐻𝑢. Or at least his spirit that dwells within Midoriya's sacred gear. The Red Dragon Emperor, Riaz muttered in awe. Drake, I want you to make sure Izuku won't be able to use his boosted gear for this, 𝐵𝐻𝑢 instructed. I see what you're planning. Drake replied. Very well. W8, what are you up to? Izuku nervously asked. 𝐵𝐻𝑢 drew her 𝐵𝐿𝐾. Just want to test something. Now then, Midoriya, try to use Dragon Force. Without my boosted gear. You won't need it, 𝐵𝐻𝑢 smiled as she took a stance. By the way, this will be a trial by fire, starting now. In a split second, 𝐵𝐻𝑢 was on top of Izuku and swung for an attack. Quickly, Izuku blocked it with the 𝐵𝐾 but 𝐵𝐻𝑢's blow easily knocked him back several feet. Stumbling to regain his footing, Izuku struggled to stay on the defensive against 𝐵𝐻𝑢, who continuously swung her bokken hard and fast. Ibara, Okuko, and the others watched in worry as Mizu continued her assault against Izuku. I can't keep this up. How am I supposed to use Dragon Force without my boosted gear? Come on, think. As he continued to block and avoid Mizu's strikes, a thought occurred. Wait, when I first used Dragon Force, I didn't notice any change until the others pointed it out. Maybe I should just let it happen. Closing his eyes, Izuku relaxed as Mizu swung another attack. Suddenly, Izuku jumped into the air and stayed there as Mizu's attack missed. The ORC looked on in surprise at seeing Izuku successfully using Dragon Force without the boosted gear. Unlike before, the scales were no longer red. Instead, they were an emerald green. The stubby horns on his head had also grown, now being about 2 inches long, and were both black. Izuku hesitantly opened his eyes and looked himself over. I did it!" he exclaimed. Mizu smiled. "Like I thought." "Here." Mizu continued as Izuku landed back on the ground. "See, when we met I noticed something, so I decided to look into your family history." Mizu shook her head as if she was in disbelief. "Turns out, on your father's side, you have an interesting relative." "Interesting how?" Ibara asked. "Wait," Rias exclaimed, having realized what Mizu was saying. "Are you suggesting that?" "Yep." "What are you guys talking about?" Okuko asked. Rias nearly slapped herself. "I knew something was off when we met, but I had assumed it was his boosted gear, but this, what's going on? What are you saying?" Izuku asked. "Drake, did you know about?" "I did, Gremory." The dragon within Izuku's sacred gear answered. "I'm just disappointed that both he and all of you took this long to figure it out. I mean, the familiar MSTR gave you a big clue." The familiar MSTR. Suddenly the gears began to turn in Izuku's mind when he recalled what the familiar MSTR had said. "Wait, you mean to say, I'm part dragon?" Okuko's eyes grew wide in shock. "No way! Izukuan's a dragon." "Seriously? How didn't we notice?" Yuto asked, just as shocked as the others. Even Koneko had a look of surprise. "Easily, since his dragon heritage isn't that big," Mizu clarified. "She's right. If I had to guess, you're at least 1/16th dragon. The reason the rest of you didn't notice before is because it hadn't awakened yet. Is it true, Izuku-san? Are you really a dragon?" Ibara asked. "You mentioned that your father's quirk lets him breathe fire like a dragon, so does he know?" Probably. I don't really have much of a chance to talk to him often, let alone know about my other relatives or my family history. It's really been only me and my mom since Dad works overseas to support us, and I don't really remember what kind of quirks my grandparents had. It could also be possible that I have an ancestor that had a dragon quirk, but I can't say for sure," Izuku said in an unsure tone before cupping his chin with his hand and began mumbling about the possible quirks his family could have had, causing the others to stare at him with sweat drops on their heads. "You had to get him going, didn't you, Ibara-san?" Momo said with a soft chuckle as she watched Okuko shake Izuku's shoulder to snap him out of his mumbling spree. "He does that often?" Mizu asked, slightly creeped out by Izuku's mumbling. "From time to time," Rias answered. "But why did Izuku-kuan's dragon heritage only come to light now?" Yuto asked. "It might be because of the boosted gear," Mizu said. "Since he's mostly human, his dragon half needed a catalyst to awaken. The energy from the boosted gear acted as that catalyst. Think of it as like a belated PBY. So that's why he started growing horns." Okuko realized. "Wait, Izukuan began growing horns?" Rias asked. "I knew we forgot to tell you something," Ibara sheepishly mutters while Okuko chuckled nervously. "We'll discuss the details of Dragon Izuku later," Mizu said. "Midoriya, your real training starts tomorrow, so get some sleep tonight." Hi. The rest of the day was spent with Mizu sparring with the rest of the ORC. She gave Koneko advice on how to avoid faster opponents and offered to teach her some boxing and Muay Thai later. For Momo, Okuko, and Rias, she taught them some more effective uses of their magic, such as using simple illusions to hide and mislead opponents. As the sun began to set, it was decided to end the day there, but 𝐒𝐲 wanted some more time to train with Momo, saying it was important. "You wanted to speak with me, 𝐒𝐲-sama?" Momo asked once everyone else entered the house. "Yes. It's about your lightning quirk." Momo didn't fail to catch the emphasis at the end. What about it?" the young devil tentatively asked. "Stop hiding. I know for a fact that your lightning isn't a quirk." Momo visibly blanched. "How I worked with your father once, about a year ago," 𝐒𝐲 answered. "I know that lightning anywhere. And I'm sure he won't be happy when he finds out that stop talking about that man," Momo yelled. It was so unexpected that 𝐒𝐲 took a step back in fright. I don't want anything to do with him." "You're afraid, aren't you? Afraid that if the others find out they'll reject you?" 𝐒𝐲 asked. Momo didn't answer. "They'll find out eventually." 𝐒𝐲 placed a hand on Momo's shoulder. "I'll keep this secret until you're ready to tell." "What does this have anything to do with Raiza?" "Because you can do a lot more than simply shoot lightning," 𝐒𝐲 answered. "Since you have to be smart to successfully use your actual quirk, I'm sure the thought of using your ability to control lightning to control electromagnetism had crossed your mind once or twice." Momo nodded. "Well, along with teaching you magic, we'll be focusing on that." The first day of training came to a close, and after a hearty dinner that Riaz prepared, the peerage retreated to the villa's bathhouse. The bathhouse, of course, was separated by a large wall. The girls pampered themselves on one side of the bath, while Izuku and Yuto were washing off the grime from their bodies on the other end of the bath. Izuku leaned on the rim of the bath while Yuto was scrubbing his hair with shampoo. "Oh, wow," Izuku sighed blissfully, basking in the warm waters of the bath. "I don't even remember the last time I was in a bath like this." "A nice bath always helps you relax after a long day of training," Yuto added. Sighing deeply, he gave a friendly smile. "You know, this is actually the first time you and I have spoken casually to each other like this. Without the ladies around anyway." "Come to think of it, you're right," Izuku nodded, realization dawning on him. "We never really did have much of a chance to talk these past few months." "Yeah. But I'm still in shock about you being part dragon," Yuto simply laughed as Izuku shook his head. "I'm still in shock, too," Izuku chuckled nervously. "I'm worried about what 𝐒𝐲-sama has planned for me tomorrow." "I'm sure you can handle it," Yuto reassured. "It'll probably be easier than what Bucho has in store with me. Not only do I have to practice with the Yukinoha, but she wants me to practice while using my quirk." Izuku's attention was caught by this. "What is your quirk, Yuto-kun?" "Nothing special, really. I can alter my center of gravity, so I can walk on walls and ceilings," Yuto explained, placing his hand on the wall, soon lifting his own body before he stood on the wall, sticking to it with ease. "The downside is that it has to be a flat surface and at least part of my body needs to stay in contact." Izuku watched in fascination. "That's amazing. I can see plenty of ways that can be useful for the rating game." "I agree, it has come in handy plenty of times before." Yuto's look turned solemn. "Yuto-kun." "It's nothing," Yuto said, smiling. "Ah. It's been too long since I soaked in an onsen," 𝐒𝐲 said with a contented sigh as she stretched out in the hot, mineral-rich water. "I wish �KYOKA could have gone with us," said Momo as she rested in the water. "She would enjoy this. And not just because of the view," she silently added. "After a long day like today, I so needed this." Okiko hummed in bliss. Koneko sat on the edge of the bath, eating a candy bar she snuck in, though she occasionally looked on in jealousy at the larger busts of the other girls. "This is nice." Ibara let herself sink into the waters. "So 𝐒𝐲, what do you have planned for tomorrow?" Riaz asked. "It's a secret," 𝐒𝐲 teased. Riaz was about to protest when she saw a large scar on 𝐒𝐲's abdomen. It was long and diagonal, reaching from her waist to below her brsts. "That's a nasty scar," Riaz said. 𝐒𝐲 looked down and rubbed a hand against it. I had it for a couple of years," she said, her voice having a solemn tone to it. "I got it when my hero career ended." Riaz flinched. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. That's in the past now," 𝐒𝐲 smiled. and I'm determined to not let history repeat itself with them. The next day, the ORC gathers outside the villa, 𝐒𝐲 standing up in front. Today is where the real training begins, 𝐒𝐲 said. First off, Midoriya. Your trainer should be here soon. Trainer. Izuku couldn't ask anything else when they heard the sound of heavy flapping above them. They all looked up as a large shadow appeared in front of the sun and grew larger as the mysterious object approached them. The large object landed not far from them with a dull thud, and furled its huge wings behind his back. It stood at a towering 50 feet tall, its body mainly covered in dark purple, draconic scales except for its lower body, including its belly, inner portions of its legs, and its long tail, which was beige in color. Protruding from its triangular head was a pair of large yellow horns along with a pair of red eyes that glared down at them maliciously. His claws ended with long sharp, yellow nails, and large bat-like wings which protruded from its back. It also wore a loincloth and black pauldrons which extended down to its elbows. A dragon! Izuku screeched. Thanks for coming, Tanin. 𝐒𝐲 calmly greeted the dragon. Tanin! Rias gasped. How the hell did you get the Blaze Meteor Dragon to come here? I pulled some strings. He'll be Midoriya's teacher for a little bit. It's been a long time since I last visited the human world, Tanin said, his powerful voice echoing. But it's been even longer since we last spoke, Drake. Too true, Drake said, a little eager to speak with a fellow dragon. It's good to see you, Tanin. You know him? Izuku asked. Yes. Tanin was once a dragon king until he willingly became a devil. Even among reincarnated devils, he's well known for being an ultimate class, Rias added. A devil dragon, Okiko muttered. That's terrifying. Tanin bent down and sniffed the air around Izuku, making the boy flinch. Even though it's small, I can smell the dragon blood within him, Tanin noted. That's part of the reason you're here. 𝐒𝐲 then looked to Izuku. All right, Midoriya, you and Tanin will spend the next hour in a special training area. 𝐒𝐲 rotated her arm in a circular motion, creating a large rift big enough to fit Tanin. Once there you'll be training for about a month. Here. See, where you're going time moves about 730 times faster than here. So an hour here will be 730 hours, or about 1 month, there. Tanin then picked up Izuku by his shirt. Hey! Slow down. Wait, if time moves faster there then why aren't we all going? Rias asked. Because access is restricted, 𝐒𝐲 answered. Only about 4 people are allowed at any given time. She then turned to Tanin. You've got about a month to help train Midoriya. During that time, I want you to strengthen his body and mind through rigorous training to get a better handle on his dragon abilities. As well as this, I expect him to strengthen his sacred gear also. And be sure to give him a break every 6 days. We don't want to kill the boy. So torture him. Understood. Wait, what? Izuku screamed as Tanin stepped through the rift. Don't I get a say in dash? The rift closed. Will Izuku-san be okay? Ibara asked. He'll be fine, 𝐒𝐲 reassured. The next 20 minutes were spent with 𝐒𝐲 sparring with Koneko. Koneko lunged forward with her fist rearing for a punch, and 𝐒𝐲 went in with her leg over her leg. 𝐒𝐲 was currently teaching Koneko how to avoid certain attacks, which could make it easier for the Rook to counterattack. Rias and the others watched as 𝐒𝐲 demonstrated this by having Koneko lunge forward with her fist rearing for a punch, only for 𝐒𝐲 to sidestep, grab Koneko's arm, and toss her through the air. Just because you're a Rook doesn't mean you should take every hit thrown at you, 𝐒𝐲 told her as Koneko landed. How do you know so many martial arts? Rias asked. I had 2 really great teachers, 𝐒𝐲 answered. I used to intern with Yoroi Musha before I opened my agency, and he taught me plenty about sword fighting. When I joined Kamatage I was taught a whole bunch of martial arts like Kung Fu, Muay Thai, and the like by Jack. Jack? Yeah. He's a samurai, though no one knows his real name, so everyone just calls him Jack. How do you think Izuku is doing? Okiko asked. Boom. Yeah. Izuku bellowed as he was launched backward from the large explosion which detonated in front of him, sending him soaring through the air where he landed on the face of a large rock that knocked the wind out of him. He groaned in pain as he slowly slid down the rock and fell onto his hands and knees. "Oh," he grumbled as he wiped the soot off his face before proceeding to wipe the sweat that had developed over the course of the day where it seemed like he had been running non-stop. When he looked back on today's training and then up at the darkening sky, he quickly realized that he had been running all day. "You've managed to make some improvement today," Drake said with a slight chuckle. "You have gotten a good grasp of your dragon heritage. Now we just need to focus on your sacred gear," said Tanin. "We have nearly spent half of our time here, so maybe I should crank up the firepower." "Here." When Izuku saw Tanin preparing for another attack, he spread his wings and flew as fast as he could. "I'm sure he's fine," Mizu reassured. Izuku drank the water from the stream near his camp, the cold liquid cooling his body after a long day of training which consisted of running like hell from Tanin's attacks. Once he finished, he looked at his reflection in the water and saw the physical effects of his extensive training regime. The turquoise jersey his mother had given him was completely ruined, reduced to shredded fabric after only a few days into the training. The white shirt lying on the ground beside him wasn't much better, though somehow it was still able to cover his torso. As he looked at his bare chest, Izuku noticed that he had burned off what little fat he had, leaving his chest sturdy and muscular, and his stomach toned. Even his arms had benefited from the training in that they had become very muscular as a result. The horns he had on his head had grown now. Before they were barely noticeable, now they were at least 2 inches long. His eyes were different now, too, his pupils having noticeable slits. So this is what happens when you train with a former Dragon King. Izuku asked himself as he inspected his new body. "You should be proud, kid," Drake stated, his gem glowing on Izuku's right hand as he spoke. "Tanin is notorious for his unique style of training. You've done well to survive it." "Thanks," Izuku replied as he put his shirt back on and headed back to his camp. "I'm just glad this is the last night. It's been about a month, but it feels weird knowing that I've really only been gone for about an hour." "It certainly is strange," Drake commented. "The sorcerers of 𝐒𝐚𝐲 are full of surprises." Izuku gathered some wood and placed them in the fire he had made earlier. The warmth from the flames helped him relax. "I know this much, when we get back my body is going to ache for months," Izuku added with a groan. "Don't worry. I'm sure the Gremory will be giving you new aches to worry about," Drake said with a chuckle, causing Izuku to sweat drop. Izuku had never been happier to see anything as he was right now to see the Gremory Villa on the other side of the rift. Riding atop Tanin's back, Izuku shielded as the huge dragon landed in front of the villa, the rest of the ORC watching. He jumped off Tanin's back, sprouting his green, dragon wings to slow his descent to the ground. As he landed on the gravel covering the courtyard, Izuku looked down at his hand which held the only thing he had brought back from his time in the forest and mountains, the tattered remains of his jersey. It was totally destroyed over the course of his training camp, being little more than strips of fabric now, largely charred thanks to Tanin and his fireball attacks. "Izuku-an, you look so different now," said Okiko, she and Ibara admiring the muscle Izuku had developed. "I take it that the training with Tanin went well?" Rias asked, though she too was secretly admiring Izuku's new muscles. Izuku, though a little nervous about all the stares the girls were giving him, smiled and answered, "I somehow made it through." "Thanks for the help, Tanin," Mizu said to the dragon-turned-devil. "You're welcome, Sorceress Mizushima," Tanin replied. "I'll be taking my leave now. I look forward to the rating game." With a massive flap of his wings, Tanin took to the air, quickly rising into the sky before disappearing into a magic circle. "Now then," Rias called, "let's get back to training." 8 days into the training camp, well, longer for Izuku, and everyone was showing signs of improvement. Ibara, even though she could easily defend herself with her vines, had learned several defensive spells from Mizu. Yuto's speed managed to increase, and his proficiency with the Yukinoha had improved, despite the blade's stubborn personality. Koneko managed to become more swift and agile despite her rook attributes limiting her speed, while Okiko had better mastered her rook strength, even applying it to some of her spells. Momo had managed to become more versed in her electricity, having found many ways to manipulate the elements easily. As for 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳, even she managed to find variable and efficient ways to use her power of destruction. Everyone had improved over the week, and they were all just about ready to face off against Raiza and his battle agent. That night, after everyone else had gone to sleep, Izuku sat in the living room, checking the hero news. No mention of All Might teaching at Yui, while Ryukyu helped take down a quirk trafficking ring. He was also going over his notes, reviewing and adding to them whenever he could during the whole training camp. He was so focused on them that he failed to notice someone walk into the room. "Aizu, what are you doing?" The voice of their leader broke him out of his concentration. "Here. Oh. I'm just checking the hero news and looking over my notes is all." Izuku turned to look at 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳. As soon as he caught sight of her, he blushed and turned away. Why? She was wearing a pink see-through nightgown that gave him a vague look of what she had underneath. Not to mention that she also had on a set of red glasses over her eyes, a lit candle, and a book under her arm. If 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳 noticed his reaction, she didn't show it. She simply set the candle on the coffee table before them and plopped down on the couch next to him. "Any interesting hero stories tonight?" Blushing beet red, Izuku tried not to stutter. Ryukyu helped take down a quirk trafficking ring. That dragon sure has been busy lately." "I guess." Izuku nodded, feeling uncomfortable with how close she was to him, how he could feel her warm breath brushing against his face. Daring himself to look at her, he blinked as he saw the glasses. They actually made her look cute. "I didn't know you wore glasses." "These," 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳 said, fidgeting with her eyewear as she backed up, "they're just for show. They help me think more clearly. Goes to show just how much time I've spent here in the human world." She giggled slightly. "I still need to find more information on the Phoenix clan, so I thought I'd get some extra time to study up." "Oh," Izuku could only say. "If you don't mind me changing the subject, why are you so against marriage? I mean, I can see why you wouldn't want to marry someone like Raiza, but why marriage in general? Is it something personal?" "No, Izuku," 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳 answered, "I'm not against marriage. In fact, I would rather find someone that I myself approve of. Rather, this whole thing came about because I am a grammary." "Here." 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳 gazed out the window, looking at the moonlight from the crescent moon. Izuku blinked as his eyes widened slightly, feeling as if the light of the moon and her longing posture seemed to make her appear as an unforeseen goddess. "Back home, everyone only sees me as 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳 of grammary instead of myself. While it is flattering to have men attracted to me and I am proud to call myself a grammary, they only view me as a trophy rather than my own person. Raiza is just one of many men who view me as such. Not once did he ever listen to me or take an interest in my likes. All I heard from him was how I was going to be his, and how I am already his. And it only got worse after his brother disappeared. It was so depressing. It was part of the reason why I wanted to stay in the human world. Here, I'm free to act as myself and everyone sees me as simply 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳." She turned back to Izuku with longing sadness in her eyes. "I just want to have someone who loves me for me. Someone who can laugh and cry with me. Someone that I can call my own. That isn't too much to ask, is it?" Izuku slowly smiled and shook his head. "It's not. And I think everyone wants to fall in love with someone, right?" 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳 smiled. "You're right." 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳 then noticed a slightly burned notebook resting on the coffee table. Curiously, she picked up the notebook before Izuku could react. "Oh, what's this?" "Hero analysis for the future number 13. Izuku winced. That's dash. Wow, you wrote all this?" 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳 asked, skimming through the pages. "I knew you liked heroes, especially All Might, but this takes it to the next level." Izuku blushed at that, looking down in embarrassment as he rubbed his head. What's this? Mount Lady is Seki, is she?" 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳 said, her tone hiding none of her amusement. "Now we know you're into taller girls, here." Wait, you're misunderstanding." Izuku waved his arms sporadically. "Why, you see, at that time, Mount Lady was a brand new hero on the scene. I watched her help Kamu Woods and several other heroes take down a villain rampaging through town. She ended up dealing the final hit and made a point to flaunt her assets." He coughed, trying not to sound demeaning. It's not unusual for some heroes to use their looks to their advantage, man or woman. Mount Lady was definitely trying to get that sort of attention when making her debut. I'm only half convinced because it's you saying this. Just don't let Koneko see this, you naughty boy. Izuku let his head hang, refusing to offer her the dignity of a response. Still, I have to admit, these notes you took are quite impressive, Rias continued, causing Izuku to look back at her again. I get that you're a fanboy, but I have to ask, why take notes on so many different heroes? I know that you admire All Might the most, but you've got a whole catalogue of heroes in here. Izuku gave a nostalgic smile, reaching down and grabbing a notebook, holding it up, and flipping through the pages. Because I thought that maybe if I could figure out how so many different heroes made it, how their strengths worked and how I might be able to use them to my own advantage, I'd be able to get into UA. Izuku closed the book, gazing at the charred, crinkled cover with a gentle expression. I thought if I just worked hard enough and studied hard enough, I could make it, even without a quirk. But now that I think back, it really wasn't in the cards for me, here. Not without knowing about my boosted gear. His eyes trailed over to Rias. Then I met you, Yuto-san, Koneko-chan, and everyone else. I have the chance now, thanks to you. I'm really glad that we met. Izuku then grabbed his book bag from the coffee table and pulled out a bundle of notebooks. There's something I want to show you. He undid the strap and pulled out a notebook at the center, turning around with a sheepish expression. I was sort of hiding this because I was kind of embarrassed, and it slipped my mind after training with Tanin-sama, but I think now's as good a time as any to show you. Izuku held out the notebook in his hand, handing it to Rias to read. Devil, Angel, and Other Supernatural Analysis for the Present Number 1, Rias read aloud, slowly pulling the cover back to read through the pages. I made sure to include everyone's abilities in there and what their strengths and weaknesses are. Not to mention I made note of all the people and stray devils we've fought, like Reina and Chuya. Izuku explained with a glint in his eyes, watching as Rias looked through it in stunned silence. I even have a couple of ideas on how everyone can improve. Izuku, this is amazing, Rias mumbled, looking back up at the green-haired teen. You didn't have to do all of this. I wanted to. I'm your pawn now. And like you said, we're all family. Rias nodded with a knowing smile, we're in this together. Me, Ibara-san, Momo-san, Koneko-chan, Yuto-san, and Okiko-san. We don't want you marrying Raiza any more than you do. We'll all do our best. Rias smiled wider. Aizu, come. She reached her arms around him and pulled him into a hug, resting her head against her pillow-like chest. Bucho, what are you dash? Izuku whispered, blushing. Sure, let's stay like this for a while, Rias whispered, nuzzling her face against his hair. Izuku slowly nodded as he relaxed in his MSTR's grip, feeling a little more comfort in her arms. Hey! Izuku! Yeah. I'm glad we met, too. 10 days of training later, Izuku, in his green jinbei and grey sweatpants, sat at his desk in his room, watching a video feed of Raiza's previous rating games. Their rating game with him won't start until midnight, so Rias decided to use the last day for everyone to rest and get ready. They were all to meet up in the clubroom within 15 minutes before the game started. During that time Rias had instructed Izuku to watch these past battles to come up with a strategy. Izuku watched intently as Raiza's queen took down her opponent with ease, writing down everything he saw. No wonder she's called the Bomb Queen. She can create explosions that can take out even rooks. They are different from Kakens, though. Is it magic or because of a quirk? Either way, the only ones among us who may have a chance of beating her are me, Bucho, and Momo. Anyone else won't be able to handle multiple hits like that. As he continued to watch, Izuku noticed something about Raiza. Except for the rating games he purposely lost in, Raiza always hung back to let his servants do most of the fighting, only ever fighting himself when either the opposing king began fighting or when most of his peerage was defeated, relying on his regeneration to win him the game. It was a good strategy, one Izuku and the others would have a hard time dealing with since they were outnumbered. As far as I can tell, the biggest threats are Raiza and his queen. We can take out the rest of his servants easily, and if we can take out his queen he won't have any backup. But even then, it won't be easy. With a sigh, Izuku leaned back. But we can't afford to lose. Everyone trained so hard for this. I won't let them down. Still thinking of a strategy. Izuku looked up at Okuko's voice. Oh, Izuku flinched at what he saw. What happened to your face? He yelled out in shock as Okuko's face was indeed not looking like its usual self. My face? Oh, it's just my nerves. Must have reached my face. Okuko said, her voice not having the usual bubbly tone. Izuku nodded. Me too. They both have a good idea about what'll happen to them if they lose against Raiza. By the way, where's Ibara? Okuko asked. Right here. The two turned to see the door to the room opening, with Ibara stepping inside. Instead of her usual clothes, she was dressed in a white robe. Oh, nice robes, Ibara, said Okuko. Thank you, the vine-haired girl replied. These used to be my old church clothes. Really? Izuku asked. But why? Oh, well. Bucho said that I can pick any outfit that I'm most comfortable in, Ibara said, fiddling with her fingers shyly, so I picked this one. I know. It's ironic since I'm a devil now and can no longer serve the Lord. I think it looks good on you, Izuku said quickly. He blushed and covered his mouth as he realized what he just said. Ibara blinked, but smiled softly at his compliment. Thank you. I'm actually planning to use this as my hero costume, also. Izuku and Okuko couldn't help but smile that, despite the church abandoning her, Ibara has yet to truly abandon God's teachings. That reminds me, we need to head to City Hall to get copies of our quirk registers for the clothing allowance, said Okuko. Ah, that's right, Izuku said. Because of Raiza, I completely forgot about it. But, wait. I'm registered as quirkless. Oh, right. That could be a problem, Okuko muttered. We can worry about that later, Izuku suggested. We still have Raiza to deal with. The two girls nodded. By the way, when do you think Inko-san will be returning? Ibara asked. She didn't say, only that she'll be shopping for a bit, Izuku answered. Okuko's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, maybe we can go shopping too. Izuku and Ibara looked at her curiously. So we can get our minds off the rating game for a bit. That's not a bad idea, said Ibara. I've only ever been shopping with Inko-san before, so this should be fun. What do you think, Izuku-san? Oh, if you guys want to go then sure. Is something wrong? Ibara asked. She and Okuko were both very worried. And nothing's wrong, it's just, Izuku trailed off, bad memories beginning to come back. The last time I went shopping with a girl, I died. Both girls let out a small gasp, eyes wide in shock. They understood what he meant by that. Reiner, Ibara hissed. The three stayed silent for a moment before Okuko spoke back up. I'm sorry for bringing it up, it's okay, Izuku reassured. We can go if you want. Good. Okuko beamed a bright smile. Because I noticed that your wardrobe is rather plain. Ay. That's right, Ibara nodded. When I help Inko-san with the laundry, I notice that Izuku-san's clothes all look the same. Hold on, then it's settled. Okuko exclaimed. We'll get change and head for Wookiees right away. You're gonna have to model, though. Wait, what? Sorry, Izuku-an, but you'll thank us when this is over. Besides, I've been meaning to go shopping anyway. Okuko smiled. This'll be my way of thanking you for the excuse. As the two teenage girls left to get change, Izuku could only sit there dumbfounded by what just happened. What did I get myself into? Get used to it. This will probably happen a lot. Not long after, the three teens arrived at the shopping mall. It hadn't changed much from when Izuku last visited. This didn't ease him in the slightest, memories of Reiner killing him flashing back as he shakily stood outside the entrance. Are you going to be okay? Ibara asked, having replaced her robes with a dark blue dress with light blue accents. Yeah, Izuku nodded. He had on a plain white shirt with the words t-shirt written on it and jeans. Okuko, who had on a yellow shirt, white shorts, and black stockings, grabbed his hand. Then what are we waiting for? She asked as Ibara grabbed Izuku's other hand. The two girls then dragged him into the mall, Izuku frantically telling them to slow down a little. Despite the bad memories brought by going shopping with the girls, Izuku soon found himself enjoying it. That is until Okiko and Ibara became dead set on adding to his wardrobe. Subjected to 2 hours of being a living doll, forced to try and retry outfits until the girls were satisfied, Izuku began to truly know despair. What made matters worse is that they clearly enjoyed it, especially when they made him try on swimsuits. It wasn't long until Izuku noticed something else, something that greatly unnerved him. As Okiko and Ibara continued to let him model many of the latest fashions, enjoying it a little too much, Izuku was also subjected to the stares, gazes, and wanton looks of nearly every other girl in his vicinity. "Drake, this is freaking me out. Help me." The dragon seemed amused at his suffering. "It's both a part of who and what you are. Each of my wielders has had no difficulty in attracting potential suitors of their own preference. Additionally, you're the first of my hosts to be part dragon, and that only makes the attraction stronger. You're an apex predator. Each of these girls instinctively sees you as an ideal mate to ensure their safety and that of their offspring. You'll likely have a 𝐒𝐻M by the year's end." "You're kidding me." "I wish I was." Drake now sounded rather smug. "I always enjoy seeing how my hosts react when they learn that detail. Now, if you're done asking questions, put a shirt on. The girls are drooling." Izuku shook his head to clear his thoughts and found that Drake was right. There was a small crowd of teenage girls gathered outside the store, pressed to the glass to observe him. Blushing furiously, he ducked out of sight, pulled on the nearest shirt in his size, and went to the girls to ask if they could leave now. "Oh, it was just getting fun too," Okiko whined. "You called that fun?" Izuku asked indignantly. "It was rather enjoyable," Ibara added. Izuku shook his head in disbelief. On the way back to the apartment, the three teens stopped by Dagobah Beach to rest for a bit. The sun was slowly setting as they arrived, giving the sky an appealing orange hue. "Oh wow, this beach looks so amazing," Okiko stated in awe as she stared at the appealing beach with impressed eyes from her spot on the boardwalk. "Kyoka-san and Momo-san did an amazing job," Ibara said. Izuku, who was sitting on a bench, several boxes and bags filled with what the girls bought next to him, nodded. "Yeah. It's impossible to tell that this beach used to be a dump." Ibara and Okiko sat down next to Izuku, each taking one side, enjoying the sunset, until... "Stop right there, scumbag. You and your friends better get the hell on out of here or else." "Or else, what?" The yelling caught their attention. Looking down at the beach, they saw 3 burly men. Their walking was slurred, evidence that they were drunk. Each of them was rather large and intimidating, one having the head of an octopus, one a hyena, and one a vulture. The 3 men were harassing a girl, around the same age as them. She had teal eyes and long, ginger hair in a ponytail hanging off her left side. She wore a short blue dress with a red blazer, a wide leather belt, and dark blue shoes. Ibara's eyes widened in recognition. "Kendo-san. You know her?" Okiko asked. Ibara nodded. "She helped me during the entrance exam." "You gonna try to fight us?" The vulture, who was apparently the men's leader, said in a mocking tone. "Hate to break it to YA, but you know how strict the rules are about quirk usage in public. Or did you forget about that, my little princess? Don't call me your princess." Kendo hissed. "We better stop them." Before there was any argument, Izuku bolted up and ran toward the scene, Ibara close by with Okiko not far behind. "And there's 3 of us and only 1 of you." The vulture continued. "So what's it gonna be, my little princess? Either come quietly and have the best night of your life as we shower you with our essence. Or we take you by force and leave you in a shell of yourself as we enter inside of you. Choose wisely. How about we go for option 3? None of the above." Kendo's eyes widened as she heard a voice to her left, seeing Izuku, Ibara, and Okiko standing beside her. "Shiozaki?" Kendo asked, recognizing the vine-haired girl right away. "Who the hell are you 3? The vulture asked. "Hey, those are some cute girls, too. We can have one each now." The hyena drunkenly laughed. No kidding. I can't wait to get my tentacles on them. It took a lot of willpower on Izuku's part to not smack down the three drunk men right there, with the way they were lecherously staring at Okiko and Ibara along with Kendo. I won't let you get near them. Oh yeah. And what are you gonna do about it, kid? The vulture mocked. You and your friends want to play hero. Well, let me make one thing clear to you. In order to use your quirks in public, you need to have a hero license or have the proper authorization. Especially if you use your quirk violently. So, do you honestly think you can take all three of us down without using a quirk? Izuku merely smirked as he stared at the three hooligans in front of them. Yes, we can. It's you three pervs against the four of us, so I think we can win, Okiko added. She then pulled out her phone and began to type. We can even get a pro hero involved if you want. The three drunks visibly flinched at that. You're bluffing. Are you sure you want to take that chance? Ibara asked. You may be forgiven for your sins if you just leave. The three men glared at them, each looking livid. Finally, the vulture spoke up. Let's go. This isn't worth our time. The vulture turned to leave, to the disappointment of the other two as they followed. When they were out of earshot, Kendo spoke up. Thank you. Once Izuku got a better look at her, he noticed that she was rather attractive, which caused his shyness to take over. You okay? Those G guys didn't hurt why, did they? Izuku said, stuttering through his whole sentence. Kendo raised an eyebrow in confusion. He was acting all cool just a minute ago, but now he's a stuttering mess. Does he have trouble with girls? She smiled a little. That's kinda cute. Don't worry about Izuku-san, Ibara said. He's been doing better, but he still needs improvement. It's okay, Kendo smiled. And I'm fine. Not a single one of them laid a finger on me thanks to all of you. Izuku sighed in relief as he calmed down. That's good. It sure was lucky we happened to stop by then, said Okiko. I'm Uraraka Okiko, by the way. The stuttering guy is Midoriya Izuku. I'm Kendo Itsuka, she replied. These are your friends, Shiozaki. Kendo asked the vine girl. Some of them, Ibara answered. I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon, Kendo-san. Likewise, Kendo then looked over to Izuku. And I wasn't expecting you to be friends with a cute boy like this. Kendo blinked a few times, wondering where that thought had come from. Thanks again. I probably could have taken them down by myself, but I'm honestly not sure. Kendo shivered at the thought of what would have happened had they not appeared. It's okay. But couldn't you have used your quirk? Izuku asked. I would have if it wasn't illegal. Otherwise, I would have smacked them down before they knew and you guys wouldn't have gotten involved. Kendo giggled as she poked Izuku's chest, which happened to be as hard as a rock. What the hell? Is he made of marble or something? Just what in the world is he hiding under all of those clothes? Itsuka thought as not-so-innocent thoughts began to circulate through her mind. Before she knew it, her entire face resembled a tomato as steam blew from her ears. She comically collapsed onto the ground as her eyes turned into dizzy swirls. Hey, are you okay? Izuku asked as he, Okiko, and Ibara did their best to bring Itsuka back from her dirty and perverse fantasies. After a few minutes, Itsuka was finally able to calm down, though her cheeks still had a red tint to them. I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me. I apologize for making you worry. Stuff like that doesn't usually happen to me, Itsuka said in embarrassment as she avoided making eye contact with the green-haired boy. The dirty thoughts were still fresh in her mind and looking into his appealing green eyes would not help her situation. It's okay, said Okiko. It happens to all of us. Izuku then noticed that the sun had completely set now. It's getting really late now. Sorry Kendo-san, but we need to go. Do you think you can make it back home safely? Ibara asked. I'll be fine, Itsuka replied. I know a safe route back. If I hurry I won't run into any more trouble. It was great meeting you. Same here, Izuku replied as he picked up the bags from the shopping trip. Itsuka watched the three left, her cheeks still red as she happened to look at Izuku's rear. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. She whispered to herself, before suddenly realizing what she said. Blushing even harder, she ran home as fast as she could. Once they had returned home, 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐈𝐵ARA were quick to look over everything they bought, especially the clothes they got for Izuku, who had the sneaking suspicion they wanted him to model again. Fortunately, he was spared from that fate for the moment by the front door opening. "I'm home!" 𝐭𝐴 suddenly called, making the three teens looked in the direction of the front door curiously, seeing 𝐭𝐴 walking in, carrying a couple of bags. "Did some shopping, too?" 𝐒𝐿 asked. "And a few other things." 𝐭𝐴 reached into one of her bags. "I brought you a few things. First off, for Izuku, Toda." She pulled out an emerald green bodysuit with dark red accents. "A hero costume." Izuku asked. "Did you make this?" "Yep. I may have taken a peek at your notes once when you fell asleep, 𝐿. And I know it's not the coolest costume out there, but I made this as a gift for getting into you. And as an apology." "An apology?" the three teens all asked. "Yes. I said something awful, and I never forgiven myself since." Izuku nodded, knowing what she meant. "But you never gave up." "I'm sorry, Izuku, so from now on I'll be cheering you on." Izuku smiled, taking hold of the costume his mother had made. "Well, put it on," 𝐒𝐿 said. "Let's see it." "Oh, I know, I'm not falling for that again." Izuku exclaimed, his face red as he backed away from the girls. "Or, too bad," 𝐒𝐿 whined as 𝐈𝐵ARA sighed in disappointment. "What's this about?" 𝐭𝐴 asked. "Oh, we just made Izuku model his new clothes earlier. Guess he's afraid we'll do it again," 𝐒𝐿 answered. "Really?" 𝐭𝐴 flushed. "That's cute. I remember making Hisoshi do the same thing when his white clothes got ruined by a red ribbon once. He was rather hot in nothing but bright pink briefs." That reminds me, I have gifts for you two also." 𝐭𝐴 reached for a bag that had a somewhat large box. "These aren't as extravagant as Izuku's, but I'm sure you'll enjoy them." She handed the box to 𝐈𝐵ARA. It was a show box. Curious, 𝐈𝐵ARA opened it and found a pair of black knee-length boots. "I'm sure I got them in your size. What do you think? I figured you could use them for your costume." 𝐭𝐴, you didn't have to buy these." 𝐈𝐵ARA looked over the boots. "I really do like them." "Thank you." "You're very welcome, dear." 𝐭𝐴 then took out a smaller box and handed it to 𝐒𝐿. "And this is for you. I wasn't sure what you would want, so I spoke with your mother. She said you wouldn't mind these." Realizing it was pointless to argue, 𝐒𝐿 gratefully took the box and opened it, letting out an excited gasp when he pulled out what looked like a large collection of star-shaped stickers from the container. Stickers that she knew were more than meets the eye. "Oh my gosh. 𝐭𝐴, did you seriously get me glow-in-the-dark stickers?" 𝐒𝐿 questioned as soon as she saw them. The next few minutes were spent talking as 𝐭𝐴 prepared dinner. When she learned that Izuku and the girls had to meet up with their friends for an important meeting, she insisted on cooking something that would give them plenty of energy. Izuku wasn't sure he wanted to know what she thought they were going to do. As they waited, 𝐒𝐿 asked about what happened to Izuku's horns. She noticed that they were no longer visible when he was modeling earlier. Izuku rubbed his head. "Yeah, they started to disappear when I'm not using Dragon Force. It's okay, though. I don't want to freak out my mom too much yet." He chuckled. Once dinner was finished, 𝐭𝐴 had gone to bed, leaving Izuku, 𝐒𝐿, and 𝐈𝐵ARA awake. 𝐈𝐵ARA had just changed into her church clothes, wearing the boots 𝐭𝐴 had gotten for her. 𝐒𝐿 had taken out the witch's staff Mizu had given her. Izuku sat on the couch, going over the notes he made earlier. Only a couple of hours were left before they needed to meet up with Rias and the others. "Hey, Izuku-an," 𝐒𝐿 spoke up. "Can we sit with you?" Izuku nervously nodded, "I don't mind." The girls went over to his bed and sat next to him, each taking one side, pressing their bodies close to his. Izuku took deep breaths to stay calm but then noticed that they were trembling against him. Slowly, he placed his arms around their shoulders and pulled them close. "𝐈𝐵ARA, 𝐒𝐿, don't worry. Everything will be okay. I promise." 𝐈𝐵ARA and 𝐒𝐿 smiled in contentment, snuggling closer to him. "Can we stay like this until it's time to go?" Okiko asked. Izuku nodded with a smile, and they both took what time they had left to enjoy the warmth. This isn't so bad. When Izuku, Okiko, and Ibara arrived at the clubroom, they found that everyone had already gathered to await the start of the game, milling about to pass the time. Yuto was inspecting the Yukinoha at one corner of the room, while Koneko was slipping on combat gloves with cat paws on each hand before eating some snacks that she brought along for herself. Ria sat on one of the sofas rather than her desk, sipping on a cup of tea Momo prepared, her queen standing at her side. She looked very calm but was very tense on the inside. She had reason to, as the rating game was going to decide her future, which she detested quite a lot. Kyoka and Mizu were there as well, the former standing by Momo while the latter sat in a corner. Izuku, Okiko, and Ibara went over to the other sofa to take their seats, waiting along with their friends. After a few more moments of waiting, a magic circle appeared before the teenagers and Graphia stepped out of it. She looked around and saw that everyone was accounted for, nodding in approval. It's good that all of you have arrived. The match is about to begin. Is everyone ready? Everyone stood up and each one gave a nod. Very well. The match will be held in an artificial dimension created specifically for the game. As such, it is a disposable space so you may all fight with your fullest power. The Gremory and Phoenix households, as well as their allies and peerages, will also be watching the battle. That means Lucifer will also be watching. Keep that in mind. So Zex is watching too, Rias whispered silently. An artificial space, Izuku mumbled in thought. And Bucho's big brother is gonna be watching too. Bucho's brother is also known as the Crimson Satan, and he is the strongest of his generation, Yuto chimed in. His level of power is actually equivalent to that of the late Satans, and is one of the reasons why devils have managed to survive for so long. But since he was given the title of Lucifer, he couldn't be referred to by his Gremory name anymore. That's why Bucho is next in line to inherit the house instead of him. Izuku couldn't help but feel a little intimidated. He knew that Rias came from a prestigious family, but hearing such stories about her super powerful big brother was rather intimidating. Not only that, but there were 3 more of his comrades who had feats just as great as him. Considering his MSTR, they were likely nice people. But still, he made a mental note to stay on their good side. It's time now. All of you, please step into the circle. The group all turned to the maid as she gestured to the magic circle. Good luck guys, Mizu said. We'll be cheering for you, Kyoka added. Kick Rise's butt. The Gremory group nodded and, with resolves of steel, they walked into the magic circle. Once they were all within, the light of the magic circle glowed brightly before they all vanished in the crimson glow. 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐼. Die! Bakugo shouted as he scrubbed his teeth with his 5th toothbrush this week. He had barely gotten any sleep last night. His stomach kept cramping, causing him to keep running to the bathroom feeling as if he were going to hurl, only for nothing to come out. He woke up in a puddle of his own sweat every few hours and had to take one of his 40-ounce water bottles to his room to quench a thirst that wouldn't go away. All because one thought kept going through his head. 5th place, even now, it seemed unreal. Bakugo had never gotten anything less than 1st place in his life. It just wasn't something that happened to him. After all, wasn't he the strongest and smartest out of all the extras in that shithole of a school? Wasn't he supposed to be better than everyone? Then why? Why the F did I end up in 5th place behind some nobodies and F in Deku? It shouldn't be possible. Deku was supposed to be in last place no matter what. Hadn't he put his all into that stupid exam? Hadn't he pushed himself harder than ever? That should have easily launched him into 1st place. But no, Deku got 1st because of some bullshit. Katsuki scrubbed his teeth harder than ever. That shithead had to have cheated. Maybe he could have dealt with some nobody beating him. It was the UA entrance exam, after all. A school for the best of the best. But Deku was able to beat him. His quirkless. Goddammit. He must have done it so he could humiliate me. That has to be it. Katsuki! His mom shouted from her room. He stopped for a moment to listen. Shut the F up. I'm trying to sleep and your shouting is killing me. Growling, Bakugo took out the brush and spat the toothpaste from his mouth. blood from his gums ran into the drain with the white foam. As he rinsed his mouth and toothbrush, he glared at his reflection with bloodshot eyes. He threw his now-wrecked toothbrush into the trash and splashed water on his face. After drying his face, he gave himself an approving nod and walked out the door. "Enjoy your lucky break, Deku, because soon enough, I'm going to leave you in the dust," he thought, unaware that someone else might beat him to it. When the light cleared from Izuku's vision, he looked around in confusion. They were still in the clubroom. "Here. Isn't this the same room?" he asked in confusion. "Take a look outside," Yuto told him. Izuku blinked but went to the window anyway. He took a good look outside and was gobsmacked. The sky wasn't the black-colored night anymore. Instead, it was covered with a green aurora field. He looked further out the window and saw that it wasn't just the OR Club building that was in the new dimension, but the entire school ground as well. "This is the battlefield they made for us?" Izuku asked. Feedback suddenly sounded in the area as the school speakers went online. "Hello everyone. I am 𝐒𝐬𝐫, a maid from the House of 𝐒𝐬𝐵, and today I will be the arbiter of the rating game between the House of 𝐒𝐬𝐵 and the House of Phoenix. In the name of my MSTR, Sir Zex Lucifer, I will be keeping my eye on this match. By using both Lord 𝐒𝐬𝐵 and Lord Phoenix's opinion, we created this battlefield, which is a replica of the school, 𝐒𝐽, which 𝐒𝐽𝐻 attends in the human world. So 𝐒𝐽𝐻's deliberately giving us the home field advantage," 𝐒𝐽𝐻 said in an unamused tone, clenching her fist. "He's seriously underestimating us. That's fine, all the more reason to bring him down." The location where both teams were transported to their base of operations. 𝐒𝐽𝐻's base will be the Occult Research Club's clubroom located at the club buildings. �RISE's base will be the Student Council's room located in the main building. For the pawns to use promotion, please head to the enemy's base to do so. You are permitted to set enchantments before the fighting begins. The game will begin in 30 minutes and will be signaled by the school bell. The time limit is dawn in the human world. Best of luck to both parties. With the time closing in on them, the group took to the center of the room to discuss their strategy. 𝐒𝐽𝐻 was the first to speak up. "We have 30 minutes, so let's make this quick." 𝐒𝐽𝐻 explained that �RISE's strategies in rating games were always simple, being tied to his ability to regenerate. Assuming that he doesn't know about Izuku being the Red Dragon Emperor, or being part dragon, then he's unlikely to change his MO. She then gestured for Izuku to detail what he thought would be best against �RISE. Stuttering for a moment, Izuku explained that the best strategy he could think of was to take out �RISE's servants before taking on the king himself. If they were to attack him directly, they'd be out in the open, making it easy for the enemy to finish them off. But if they waited, �RISE's pawns could enter their base first, giving them the chance to promote themselves to queens. As such, the best option was to go after the pawns first, followed by the queen, rooks, bishops, and then the knights, not necessarily in that order though. With them gone, �RISE won't have any backup. "Then I can use Mizusama's advice, along with the Yukinoha," Yuto spoke up. Izuku nodded. For defense, he suggested that Yuto set up traps within the surrounding woods, while Momo and Okiko set up defensive barriers and illusion charms around the club building. But there was also the matter of Gym Gamma nearby. Though it was still quite a ways away, it was still the closest building to them. As such, it could give �ＲISE's servants an easy route to the clubroom. As such, Izuku, Okiko, and Koneko were assigned to clear that route. �RISE herself would stay behind at the base as the commander to give support depending on how the game went, and Ibara would be by her side as emergency first aid. Once they took out all of �RISE's servants, they were to regroup and then go after �RISE himself. Momo checked the time and saw that they had about 10 minutes left before the rating game began. "Let's get started on those traps and barriers." "Hi." Okiko and Yuto nodded. Before they left, Momo handed each of them a small comlink device to communicate with each other. Once everyone had been given one, the queen, rook, and knight left the room, leaving �RISE, Koneko, Ibara, and Izuku in relative silence. The gentle bishop was sitting across from Izuku, hands in her lap as she continued nervously fidgeting in anticipation of the fight. "You okay, Ibara-san?" Izuku asked. "I'll be fine. Try to relax," Koneko deadpanned. �ＲISE then placed a hand on the bishop's shoulder. We're all nervous, Ibara. But we need to focus, okay? Ibara nodded. Oh, I just remembered. I brought these. She reached into her robe and pulled out a cross and a bottle. You still have that? Riaz exclaimed, the skin of every devil in the room crawling. And is that holy water? Ibara fidgeted her fingers nervously. I never bothered to get rid of them, and I figured they could be of use sometime. As much as Riaz wanted to scold Ibara for keeping a cross and holy water, she decided against it. You're not hurt, are you? I'm a little numb, but I'll be fine. Riaz sighed, before staring at the church items on the table. She hated to admit it, but these definitely will be useful. I'll hold on to them, Izuku offered. Riaz looked at Izuku like he'd grown 2 extra heads. You can't be serious. I should be fine. Green scales appeared on Izuku's right arm as he picked up the cross and holy water. My scales should protect me for a little while. As much as she wished he'd reconsidered, Riaz knew by now to trust Izuku's judgment. I sure hope you know what you're doing. But to make extra sure, Riaz went over to the sofa and sat down, softly patting on the seat beside her. Sit over here. Izuku's cheeks turned rosy red, slowly gulping, sure. He went over to the president and sat down next to her, uncomfortably fidgeting. Ibara watched quietly with wide eyes and red cheeks. Riaz pointed at her thighs, lay your head on my lap. Izuku gasped, his eyes widening as he flinched. This isn't a time to act embarrassed, Riaz chided him. Just trust me. Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself down before slowly laying his head on Riaz's lap, while Ibara stared at the scene with a pout, not being able to hide her jealousy. Now Izuku-kun, I'll cast a little spell on you. Izuku's face began to glow red. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. I'm just going to unlock a seal is all. She then placed a hand on his forehead. Thump. Izuku gasped at the sudden change in his body. Then, an incredible amount of power flooded into his body. It wasn't like the kind that he had gotten from the boosted gear, as it was a power of its own. What he was feeling now was something that came from within him, and it felt familiar and comfortable. When you became a devil, I told you it took all 8 of my pawn's pieces, she told him. But what I didn't tell you was how much power you'd receive. What do you mean? Izuku asked. If I had unleashed everything all at once, your body wouldn't have been able to take it. So I cast a spell to keep your powers at bay. Because of the spell, your abilities come to you in small, manageable stages. What I just did now was unseal another portion of your powers. This is only the beginning of what you're capable of, Izuku. That training we did was meant to have you cope with the power of boosted gear and the 8 pawns. You'll be fully able to use promotion to its full power. Though there are areas you still lack in. She then started patting his head. Ibara turned her body sideways with her hands together to pray. There I was, being jealous when all along Riaz was just trying to help him, she said. Dear God, please forgive me for being so stupid and letting awful jealousy get the best of me. And then the headache came. Oh. Koneko silently stared at the bishop with a deadpan face, quietly enjoying a candy bar. They waited for several more minutes before. Ryaing. Go time, Riaz said as she stood up. Riza is likely to have already sent out his servants, so we need to move. Izuku, Koneko, go help Okiko. She should be at Gym Gamma. Some of Riza's servants are likely already there. Koneko and Izuku nodded. Right, Izuku said. Though oddly, he was smiling. Good, now get going, Riaz smiled back. We have a game to win. Show them what you can do. Hi. They quickly ran outside. Meanwhile, 3 of Razor's pawns were traversing themselves through a very thick fog, trying to find their way to the club building. The first of the young women, Shuria, had long, pale blue hair, amber eyes with purple highlights around them, and tan skin. She was wearing a bikini made up of a metallic underwire brassiere and a silk loincloth that exposed her sides, a silver-colored tiara, and neck rings with a ruby and blue gem respectively. Other accessories include ruby orb earrings, a snake-themed bracelet on her upper arm, and a transparent pink veil across both her arms. The other 2, Marion and Burant, were dressed as French maids. Marion had shoulder-length light brown hair and dark brown eyes. Her French-made uniform was a buttoned, sleeveless one with a white lace design, along with a standard-made headpiece, cuffs, and a white half-apron to go with the set. She also wore light gray tights. Ɓuriant, on the other hand, had shoulder-length brown hair and had a maid's uniform that was also sleeveless but exposed her cleavage with a white lace design on the edges, a maid headpiece, half-apron, and forearm-length fingerless gloves. DMN, Ɓuriant said. This fog is so thick I can't see anything. Then a red magic circle appeared a few meters from them, standing tall. With a quick flash, it launched glowing projectiles as long as spears at them. The three pawns saw the danger and quickly jumped out of the way, letting the projectiles impale trees and the ground. A trap, 𝐒ⁱ said in amusement as she flew through the air. Did they really think that something like that would work? Looks like the Gremory group are dumber than I thought, Bennett mocked as she and Marion were in the air together. A cute trick from a rating game version, Marion said as she landed, failing to notice the near-invisible wire directly under her foot. 𝐒ⁱ did, though. Marion, wait. Too late. The wire broke the second some of Marion's weight was on it. Up above, a dozen swords rained down upon them. The three pawns avoided them as best they could, though their clothes weren't as lucky. Once all 12 swords were embedded in the ground, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, until the swords began to glow. Now WH-boom KA boom boom. The swords exploded. The three pawns were hit directly with the force, sending them flying, crashing into the trees around them. When the smoke cleared, each pawn was down on the ground, but not yet out. All 𝐒ⁱ could do was look up, where she saw 𝐒𝐫 walking down the trunk of a tree. The katana he was carrying had a white mist surrounding it, while frost grew from where he stepped. I have to give Izuku and Momo credit, he chuckled. That trap worked perfectly. I never would have thought I could make my demonic swords explode like that. Izuku and Koneko had caught up to Okako, the three making their way towards Gym Gamma. They had just heard of Grayfia's announcement, so they sped up their track to the gym. When they finally reached it, they entered through the back door as quietly as they could in the hopes of catching Rise's servants off guard if they got there first. Once they entered, though, they found that the gym was both huge but also empty. No place to hide. And Rise's servants had beaten them to it. 4 of them stood not far from the front entrance. So nice to meet you, servants of Gremory. One of them challenged. Izuku remembered them from the first time he saw them as well as the footage Rias had given him. The apparent leader of the small group was a well-endowed girl who appeared to be of Chinese descent, with shoulder-length black hair and blue-green eyes. Her hair has 2 Chinese-style buns on both sides of her head, while the front features bangs that form a slight V-shape across her forehead. Her outfit consisted of a navy blue 𝐒𝐿 with gold accents, with a sash around her stomach, black arm guards on her forearms, and black, low-heeled shoes. The 𝐒𝐿 was open at the chest area, giving a view of her breast and cleavage, as well as a split down the left side to show off her long, left leg. Watching them approach, the Chinese woman spoke again. So some of Rias's servants did come here after all. I am Xiulan, Rise's rook. She introduced herself boldly. There were 2 twins behind Xiulan, both of them looking like they belonged in middle school. Both of them had turquoise hair with yellow ribbons tied to one side of their hair opposite to one another, likely to tell them apart. They were dressed in gym uniforms, white t-shirts with blue accents, black leggings, and blue sneakers over knee-high socks, no different to how most female gym uniforms were like. They also wore orange wristbands on their right wrists. They were also holding red and blue gym bags. Isle and Nell. Rise's pawns. Both twins introduced cutely. The last girl had blue hair and light brown eyes. Her hair was styled with 4 short ponytails, 2 of them pointing up and the other 2 pointing down. The front of her hair had split bangs going across her forehead, with side bangs framing her face. Her outfit consisted of a white hari with a red obi, worn under a red happy coat. She had bandages on her forearms and shins and black guards over her hands. She wore a pair of zori under her feet. Gripped in her hands was a wooden staff. I'm Myra. Rise's pawn, she greeted. Izuku, Okako, and Koneko glanced at each other. The enemy introduced themselves, so it was a courtesy for them to do the same. Tuju Koneko, Rias Gremrisama's Rook. I'm Uraraka Okako, Rias-sama's other rook. And Midoriya Izuku, Rias-san's pawn. Xiaolan gave a gruff nod as she pounded her fists together. Now that introductions are out of the way, we can get down to business. She swayed to a kung fu stance, gesturing her fingers in a come here taunt. Koneko stepped forward and put up her fists in a boxing stance. I'll take the rook. I can handle Myra. Okako gripped her staff. Guess that leaves me with the twins. Izuku looked at the two pawns as they pulled out something from the bags. 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐺. 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 Izuku's eyes widened. The little girls were packing chainsaws. Goody. We get to split you up. Nell exclaimed, or was it I'll? The twins were wearing disturbing grins as their chainsaws revved up. Both weapons engulfed in flames as they charged at him. Chainsaws. They never used chainsaws in the matches I saw. Slice him up. Slice him up. Slice him up. The two chanted happily. When they approached him, the first one swung her chainsaw at his head while the second twin went for his legs. Izuku jumped into the air to avoid the attack, which worked a little too well. One hit the wall, the chain of her chainsaw breaking the instant it hit the hard concert. The other tripped, tossing her chainsaw in the air, its grip bonking her on the head before landing on the floor, its chain breaking also. Izuku sweat dropped. Oh, maybe that's why. Myra sweat dropped also, forgetting about her opponent, who was desperately trying not to laugh. When will those two learn? She groaned. That happens often. Okako asked between giggles. Myra didn't answer though. Instead, she charged at Okako, swinging her staff, which was lit up in flames, down on her. Meanwhile, Koneko and Xiaolan were busy with their fight. Ha! The Chinese devil's hands and feet were lit with flames, and she swung them at Koneko, but the shorter girl blocked and parried the blows as they came. She could feel the searing heat waving at her face, with some of the flames managing to rip bits and parts of her uniform. Koneko continued to hold her ground as she planted her feet firmly into the floor and rammed her shoulder into Xiaolan. Xiaolan grunted and recoiled from the hit, struggling to get her senses back, but Koneko pressed on and threw a fist into her stomach. The Chinese cried out as she was sent flying, but quickly flipped in the air and landed back. On her feet, dashing back at Koneko to retaliate. Koneko quickly backflipped away from the opponent, avoiding the punches and kicks aimed at her. Trying to run away. The Phoenix Rook taunted. You wish, Koneko said, sinking her fingers into the wooden floor. Without even uttering a word, she threw a chunk of concrete at her. Xiaolan gave a small huff before rushing in and smashing the block with her fist. From the smoke, she charged at Koneko with her fist raised, who was also ready with her fist clenched. Both rooks ended up nailing the other's jaws. The force of the hits echoed in the air as the fists buried into the other's face. They both stepped back from one another, NSNG their faces. That hurt a bit, Xiaolan admitted, spitting out a loose tooth. Same, Koneko nodded, rubbing her sore face. Not bad. Bonk. The two rooks turned to see Izuku bashing together the twins' heads. The two fell to the ground before disappearing. Two of Rise's pawns have retired. I'll. Nell. Myra shouted. The Phoenix pawn turned to Okako with a glare before rushing toward her, spinning her staff around her before swinging her weapon in quick strikes while also throwing several kicks in. However, Okako grabbed Miria's leg as she threw a kick. Then, using the pawn's momentum against her, she tossed her through the air and into a wall, leaving spider cracks behind her. She was only able to let out a cough before she slowly collapsed to the ground, down and certainly out. One of Rise's pawns has retired. Xiaolan gave out a growl. Her teammates had already been taken out in such a short time. DMN dash. 3 of Rise's pawns have retired. Greyfear announced. Xiaolan's eyes widened in shock at the announcement. Izuku, Okako, and Koneko had more pleasant surprised looks in comparison. Alright, good news. Okako grinned. Looks like one of our traps worked. Izuku guessed. Koneko didn't say anything but smiled softly at the fact that they were in the lead. The three then noticed that 𝐒𝐿𝐴N was staring at one of the windows. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 quickly took the opportunity to attack by leaping forward to deliver a dropkick on the enemy rook. 𝐒𝐿𝐴N quickly regained focus as she gasped and rolled away from the kick, quickly taking another stance. My, look who's getting there but whooped, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 mocked, putting up a guard. Don't think so highly of yourself, 𝐒𝐿𝐴N frowned. We're just getting started. Suddenly 2 arms wrapped her from behind. What the dash? Maybe, 𝐒𝐿𝐴N looked behind her and saw 𝐒𝐭𝐾𝐲. But we already started. Let go of me. 𝐒𝐿𝐴N exclaimed. Sure. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 let go, but not before using her quirk on 𝐒𝐿𝐴N. Eyes widening, the phoenix rook began floating in the air. Now, 𝐭𝐚𝐲-chan. 𝐒𝐿𝐴N looked ahead and saw 𝐭𝐚𝐲 having jumped up high into the air before she came crashing down at full force. Smash! The floor was utterly destroyed by the impact, dust filling the air and growing in size. 𝐒𝐭𝐾𝐲 and 𝐒𝐿𝐴N shielded themselves as air blew around them. The smoke quickly vanished, and 𝐭𝐚𝐲 could be seen in the center of a large crater, getting up as 𝐒𝐿𝐴N vanished into a glimmer of light after that. One of 𝐼𝐴's rooks has retired. Nice job, 𝐭𝐚𝐲-chan. 𝐒𝐿𝐴N grinned, running up to his teammate. He quickly stopped and blanched. The reason why was that both 𝐭𝐚𝐲 and 𝐒𝐭𝐾𝐲 didn't quite come out untouched. 𝐭𝐚𝐲's outfit was partially torn and burnt from being on the receiving end of the attacks. 𝐒𝐿𝐴's shirt and breaths were ripped in various places, exposing her BR, which was burned slightly, exposing a NPL. They turned to face him and noticed his embarrassed face before looking down at their damaged outfits. Kai-oh! 𝐒𝐿𝐴 screamed as she and 𝐭𝐚𝐲 covered themselves. Keep looking and I'll claw your eyes out, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 threatened with a glare. Alright. Sorry, 𝐒𝐿𝐴N apologized, turning away. As 𝐒𝐿𝐴 magically repaired their clothes, 𝐒𝐿𝐴N took the moment to look out the window. The same one 𝐒𝐿𝐴N briefly glanced out. I wonder what she was looking at. He got his answer when he saw someone with slamming wings. He recognized her right away and knew what she was planning to do. Guys! Look out! He screamed, running towards them. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 turned around suddenly, shocked at the seriousness of his tone. As their teammate ran towards them, spreading his wings, a blinding light appeared from out the window. K-A-boom! Yuto stopped in his tracks and looked up in shock. From his position, he saw a thick layer of smoke rising into the sky and flames dancing around. From all the times he visited the real Yu, he realized where the explosion had happened. He also knew who was there when it happened. Guys! Yuto, calm down, Ria's voice spoke in his comlink. Greyfear didn't announce that any of them were defeated, so they may be still in play. Still, just to be sure, I'm going to send Momo to check. Rise's queen is likely the one responsible. Only she has that kind of magic to cause such an explosion. Right? Understood, Yuto nodded. Right, now you have your own job to do. Be careful, Ria's ordered. Yes, Yuto obeyed. He ran off in a full sprint, praying that his friends were safe. Amid the burning and ravaged building that was once the gymnasium, 𝐒𝐿𝐴N hugged both 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and 𝐭𝐚𝐲 tightly, his wings wrapped around them. All three were dusty and bruised from the blast. You two okay? 𝐒𝐿𝐴N asked. Yeah, I'm fine, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 nodded. What about you, 𝐭𝐚𝐲-chan? I'm okay, thanks for the save, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 said, a slight smile on her face. Looking up, she suddenly frowned. We have company. 𝐒𝐿𝐴N and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 followed her gaze and narrowed their eyes. Up above them, levitating with flaming wings, was a busty figure holding a staff, slowly descending before them. Is that? That's right, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 confirmed. Rise's queen, 𝐒𝐿𝐴N. 𝐒𝐿𝐴N gave a condescending smirk. I'm surprised you three managed to survive my signature attack. I figured that it would be easier to finish you all off after our comrades sacrificed themselves to tire you out. The enemy is most vulnerable during a celebration after all, she said. Her smirk widened at the sight of them. And I apologize. I didn't intend to interrupt your skinship moment. The three Gremory devils blinked at her words, slowly looking at one another before releasing just how close 𝐒𝐿𝐴N was holding them. Instinctively, 𝐒𝐿𝐴N leaped backwards just as 𝐭𝐚𝐲 threw a punch, her cheeks puffing angrily while 𝐭𝐼𝐲's entire face turned red. However, 𝐈𝐴 continued, her smirk turning into a frown. I also wasn't expecting for you to be a dragon, boy. She brandished her staff around and pointed it at Izuku. Although I'm not very fond of the name, it is because of my magic that I am known as the Bomb Queen. Yet you managed to survive a directed hit while shielding your comrades. I'd like to see how long you can last against me. He frowned as he looked up at 𝐈𝐴 before turning to his friends. Koneko-chan, Okako-san, go and help Yuto-kun. Koneko looked at him, aghast, realizing what he was planning. Are you stupid? She's a queen. You won't last a minute. I'll be fine. Izuku reassured them, a small smile on his face. Compared to Tanin-sama or Kaken, her blasts are just firecrackers. You dare mock me? The opposing queen hissed. And you honestly expect me to believe you've faced against the Blaze Meteor Dragon himself? Izuku turned to 𝐈𝐴 with a determined glare. Koneko and Okako grimaced but reluctantly nodded. They ejected their wings and flew off into the air. 𝐈𝐴 idly ignored them. You allowed your comrades to escape so that you would stay and fight me, 𝐈𝐴 said, ping her head. Very admirable. Foolish, but admirable. Do you honestly believe you can beat me? The Phoenix Queen asked him. Izuku said nothing, instead clenching his fist. Promotion, Queen. He leaped up into the air, readying a punch, but Rise's queen blocked it with a barrier. Nice try, she mocked before creating another explosion. The blast sent Izuku back, but he quickly recovered in the air. Damn it! He hissed when Momo's voice spoke through the comlink. Izuku-san, close your eyes. Hey! Izuku did so, but he wanted to ask why when 𝐈𝐴 spoke up. Sorry, little boy, but you can't beat me alone. 𝐈𝐴 mocked. He's not alone. Several objects suddenly fell around 𝐈𝐴, making her stagger back, but a closer look revealed them to be Russian Matryoshka dolls in Momo's likeness. How cute, she laughed, knocking the doll aside. It opened up, revealing a flashbang inside. Bang! Oh! The Phoenix Queen screamed, the incredibly bright hurting her eyes. Izuku, even with his eyes closed, could still see just how bright the flashbang was. Once the light died down, Izuku opened his eyes and landed on the ground. 𝐈𝐴 was also on the ground, crying in agony about her eyes. Izuku-san, are you okay? Izuku looked up to see Momo gliding toward him. She landed on the ground and quickly jogged up to him. What happened? Where's Koneko-chan and Okako-san? She asked, looking up and down at his ragged clothes. They're okay, Izuku answered. We got blindsided by Rise's queen. I told them to go on help Yuto. Ugh! You little beach! 𝐈𝐴 screeched, sending a volley of explosions at them. Look out! Izuku quickly held Momo close and turned her away from the blasts. Boom! 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 Izuku screamed as he shielded Momo from the fireballs. Behind them, 𝐈𝐴 rubbed her eyes, clearly still disoriented by the flashbang. Izuku-san, are you okay? Momo frantically asked. I'm fine, Izuku groaned as he stood up. He blushed upon seeing the state Momo was in. While she was still fine, her clothes were torn and burned from all the heat and fire. He quickly shook it off, though. 𝐈𝐴 was rubbing her eyes, clearly still disoriented by the flashbang. This is our chance. Momo realized. Lightning surged around her as black sand suddenly picked up from the ground and swirled in the air, circling over both her and 𝐈𝐴. When Phoenix Queen's eyesight finally returned, she looked up in shock at what she saw. What is this? 𝐈𝐴 muttered, unsure of what to make of what she was seeing. It's iron sand I made before I arrived. 𝐈𝐴 glared at Momo and saw that, indeed, iron sand was coming from her body. By using my power of lightning, I can manipulate electromagnetism, the Gremory Queen said, raising her hand over her head, meaning I can control any susceptible metal, like this. At Momo's command, the iron sand stretched down onto 𝐈𝐴 and sharpened into spikes. 𝐈𝐴 put up her staff and summoned a shield before her. The spikes stabbed and jabbed at the shield, breaking it apart until it shattered. The spikes continued the relentless barrage as the enemy queen was forced to retreat by gliding backwards, but some of them managed to shred onto her clothing. She screamed and shrieked as a support beam from the 𝐒𝐻𝐽 slammed into her from behind. Izuku flinched at what he saw. That looked painful. I'm sure glad Momo is on our side, he thought as he looked at said girl, and noticed the slight blush she had. Are you okay? Oh, yes. I'm fine. She lied. CRP. I got turned on again. Am I a pervert? Okay, I admit, I may have underestimated you too. Their attention was drawn back to Yubaluna, who had just moved aside the support beam. She dug her hand in between her large BRSTS and pulled out a small bottle. The appearance of the bottle confused Momo. What is that? Izuku, however, recognized it as something Rias told him about. Phoenix tears. Yubaluna opened the vial and poured its contents on her arm. In an instant, Yubaluna's wounds healed. Momo and Izuku could only stare in shock. Are you kidding me? Those were impressive tricks, Gremory Queen, but I won't fall for them again, Yubaluna boasted. I'm glad I brought this along. She toyed with the empty vial of Phoenix tears in her fingers before tossing it aside. Now, shall we continue? Izuku gritted his teeth. If she has the other vial, then beating her won't be easy. Since her explosions don't do much damage to me, she'll target Momo-san. She'll target me, which will force Izuku-san to defend me. If that keeps up, even if we do beat her, we'll be too weak to continue. Momo mentally continued what Izuku thought. Our best bet is to take her out in one shot, but how do we do that? Izuku silently asked, trying to come up with a strategy. His thoughts were interrupted, though, when Momo spoke up. Izuku-san, said boy looked toward her. He saw the determined look in her eyes. I have an idea, but I need you to distract her for a bit. Think you can do that? Izuku nodded. Leave it to me. Izuku took to the air again, energy channeling into his boosted gear. Dragon shot. Yubaluna lazily raised her staff and conjured a shield. Pointless, she said as the dragon shot harmlessly bounced off the shield, only for her eyes to widen in surprise to see Izuku dive-bombing her. Izuku bypassed the shield easily before delivering a swift punch to Yubaluna's gut. He then kicked the Phoenix Queen, sending her a few feet backward before landing on her back. Groaning and umming in pain, Yubaluna gritted her teeth with one eye closed, glaring at Izuku as he just stood where he was. He was blocking her view of Momo, who seemed to be doing something. Try all you want, but little tricks like that won't work on me, Yubaluna boasted as she stood up. She prepared another explosion, one big enough that she was sure it would take both of them out, when... Izuku-san, now! Izuku jumped to the side. Yubaluna's attention was so focused on him that she forgot about Momo, who had created a large cannon next to her. What? That was all the Phoenix Queen could say before the cannon fired. Boom! In an instant, something wrapped itself around Yubaluna. She fell to the ground, immobilized by a bola fired by the cannon. Though caught off guard, Yubaluna smirked. You think this little thing can hold? Yubaluna didn't finish, though, when she saw that, in Momo's hand, a ball of lightning had formed. Izuku, realizing what she had planned, landed next to her and placed his boosted gear on her arm. Transfer. Zowen. The attack came so quickly that Yubaluna was unable to react at all. Even if she did have time, the attack was so large and powerful that it would have been impossible to avoid. All she could do was scream as the boosted lightning bolt destroyed her surroundings. The blast was so bright Momo and Izuku had to shield their eyes. Once the light faded, all that was left was a badly burned Yubaluna in the center of burnt concrete with hot glass surrounding her before she disappeared in a white light. Rise's queen has retired. Izuku and Momo collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. We took her out, Izuku heaved. Yeah, we did, Momo sighed. I think I'm gonna rest here for a bit. Are you sure? Izuku asked her. Should I take you to Ibara? She can dash, I can manage for a little bit. Momo interrupted him, pulling out a chocolate granola bar from her pocket. If I need to, I'll go to Ibara-san by myself. You still have strength. Go help the others. Izuku reluctantly nodded. I'll be back with the others. I promise, spreading his wings, flew up into the air. Momo smiled as she watched Izuku fly off. Good luck, Izuku. Izuku flew just above the canopy at full speed, the trees blurring past him. Though he was concerned for Momo, he knew they had to focus on the other enemy servants. I hope Momo-san will be okay. Eventually, he spotted Koneko, Okiko, and Yuto hiding behind some bushes. Several meters away he saw 7 of Rise's servants making their way through the forest. Quietly, Izuku landed behind his friends, making sure not to be seen. He didn't give away their position, or his. You guys okay? He asked in a whisper. The 3 were nearly startled by Izuku's voice. I managed to get 3 of Rise's pawns into one of our traps. The explosive swords made it too easy. Of course, this only made the rest of the enemy servants cautious of their surroundings. Yuto told him, also in a whisper. What about you? Okiko asked. What happened to the fight with Rise's queen? Momo-san finished her off but is resting now, Izuku answered. Once we're done here we should go check up on her. They don't look like they'll be falling for our traps, though, Koneko said, looking on in concern. We might have to confront them ourselves if things don't go as planned. So, what's the plan, Izuku? Yuto asked. Before Izuku could answer, however, a voice suddenly called out to them. We know you're out there, servants of Rhea's Gremory. I, Carmine, Knight of Razor Phoenix, challenge you, Knight of Gremory, to a duel. Yuto's eyes narrowed as he stood up, grabbing the hilt of the Yukinoha. What are you doing? Okiko hissed. Yuto gave them a calm smile. A knight just challenged me to a duel. As a fellow knight, I must respond. And with that, Yuto stepped out into the open to accept the challenge. Izuku and Okiko continued to stare at Yuto while Koneko stared at him with the same half-lidded, impassive face that she always had. Eventually, she closed her eyes and sighed. Guess we better follow him. Nodding, the 3 followed Yuto out of their hiding spot. Out in the clearing, 7 girls were opposing them, including the knight who challenged Yuto. I am Kiba Yuto, Knight of Rhea's Gremory-sama, Yuto announced as he pulled out the Yukinoha. I humbly accept your challenge to a duel. Since Yuto introduced himself, the other Gremory devils felt that they had to do the same. I'm Midoriya Izuku, Rhea-san's pawn. Tuju Koneko, Rhea's Gremory's rook. And I am Uraraka Okiko, Rhea's Gremory's other rook. Well met. The Phoenix Knight, Carmine, nodded. I am pleased that I will be able to have an honorable duel with a fellow knight. The female knight was wearing a headband that goes across her light brown hair and forehead, green eyes, and quite an endowed body. Strangely though, her outfit consists of a full set of silver armor with black accents that appears to be a cross between a European knight and a Japanese samurai, with a chest plate, gauntlets, greaves, hip plates, and shoulder guards. She was equipped with a broadsword and a dagger, both of which were held with brown belts slung across her hip, with the sword slung on her left hip and the dagger located behind her hips. Good grief, there she goes again, acting so high and mighty. I know she's a knight, but her interest in swords is starting to become an obsession. Izuku quickly turned around toward the direction of the voice. He saw it was the princess-like girl who resembled Riza. Let's make this quick. Isabella, take the pawn. Lee, Enai, you'll handle the white rook. Ceres, Mihai, you have the other rook. Yes, milady, the women stepped forward. Ceres, Knight of Riza Phoenix, said a tall young woman with long black hair that had a blue tint in it with brown eyes. Her hair looked like it had 5 thin ponytails spiraling out around her head, which were held up by a golden hair accessory on top of her head. Her outfit consisted of a white top with black accents that was modeled after a Chinese cheongsam, red shorts, and armored, knee-high boots with matching gauntlets. In the center of her top was a diamond-shaped hold that gave everyone a clear view of her BRSTS and cleavage. She was carrying a giant two-handed Zweihander. I am Mihai, Bishop of Razor Phoenix. The girl had long black hair, blue eyes, and an angelic face. She was dressed in a black and blue kimono that went all the way to the ground, a red sash around her waist, and white tabi socks on her feet. Her shoes were traditional slippers. We are Ni and Lee Razor Phoenix Armor's pawns. The two catgirls spoke in unison. The catgirl on the right had pinkish hair, and the one on the left had light bluish hair. They both wore boxing gloves that were the same color as their hair and rather provocative schoolgirl outfits. Their cat ears stuck out of their hairs and their tails were swaying from side to side behind them. Their uniforms had bright yellow ribbons on their chests, the lower half of their shirts were trimmed up high, exposing the bottom half of their BRSTS, short skirts that barely showed the edges of their butts, and shoes that matched their hair color. More twins! 𝐒𝐭𝐼 exclaimed as 𝐭𝐞𝐼 took battle-ready stances, 𝐭𝐞𝐼 pounding her fists together. Think we can take 'em, senpai? 𝐭𝐞𝐼 asked as she cracked her fingers. 𝐒𝐭𝐼 nodded. Yep. Looks like that leaves you with me. Izuku turned at the voice. She was a girl with short, light brown hair featuring 3 red highlights and gray eyes. The most notable feature was a plain white mask covering the right side of her face. Her outfit included a black jacket and matching jeans. The jacket had wide shoulders and a broad collar, adorned with 3 leather straps on each arm. It was also slightly open, revealing her ample BRSTS and cleavage, and cut off at her midriff. Her jeans had a section on her right breath leg that was cut off to display part of her thighs and rear end, and also had 3 leather straps on her calves, just below the ankles, along with 2 extra straps on her right breath leg to secure it in place. She completed the look with black fighting gloves and boots. She smirked. I am Isabella, Rook of Riser Phoenix. In my MSDR's name, I will defeat you. The girl had a manic look in her only visible eye, half mask obscuring her other. Izuku scowled. I'm Midoriya Izuku, Ria-san's pawn. I'm sorry, but for both her sake and ours, I'm afraid I can't let you win. You sound confident. The Rook grinned at him, completely devoid of malice. This should be interesting. Izuku couldn't help but get excited himself. He raised his hands in a classic boxing stance to perfectly match his opponent's style, something her smile indicated she appreciated. She charged and started throwing punches at him, but Izuku was able to dodge them. Boost! Izuku blocked one of Isabella's attacks, his doubled queen strength matching the Rook's. Smiling, the masked Rook spun on her heel, delivering a 1-2 to his ribs before rolling to the side as he brought a hand hammering down to impact upon her location. She struck again. He grunted at the impact before bringing his forearm to slam into her shoulder. At this, she winced and took 2 steps back, favoring her bruised appendage. Din, you're good. I'm curious, where did you train? She asked. Izuku rubbed the area where Isabella hit him. He wasn't sure, but it felt like he had a cracked rib. I've had 2 great teachers. Well, then I hope you give me a private lesson sometime after this. She gave him a stuck wink. Izuku paled a bit as his face went red. Well, see. Isabella blinked in genuine confusion. That's not the reaction I was expecting. Rias opened the door to the main building, allowing her and Ibara to enter before letting it close behind her. There wasn't a sign of anyone in the building. It seemed deserted. Are you sure this is a good idea, Bucho? Ibara asked. Shouldn't we tell the others? Rias gritted her teeth. She knew she should have done so, but her pride had clouded her judgment. Riser had directly challenged her, so she felt obliged to accept. I know it's a risk, but after what nearly happened to Izuku, Koneko, 𝐒𝐭𝐼, and Momo, it may be our best chance to end this here and now. As they approached the student council room, a voice called out. I've been expecting you. The owner of the voice soon stepped out of the student council room. Chuckling menacingly, Riser said, Hello, my beloved Rias. Ravel was gnawing on the nail of her thumb hard as she watched her unit fight the enemy pawn, rooks, and knight. She had been very anxious ever since the announcement that Yubaluna had been defeated, likely at the hands of the opposing queen. The large blast of light earlier certainly wasn't hard to miss. This was not good. Yubaluna was the strongest on their team, and with her gone, they didn't have a good chance to win unless Rias decided to forfeit. Not to mention that the Gremory Peerage had yet to lose any of their members and was still fighting hard and strong. It was starting to look as if their unblemished winning streak was about to be broken, all thanks to her brothers. Ego. Dragon shot. Izuku landed a punch in Isabella's gut, a ball of green energy in the booster Gi's hand. The masked rook was sent flying back, being carried by the ball of energy, slamming into a tree. Isabella gave a painful groan as she stood back up. However, she soon started to laugh. That was great. She looked at Izuku, a smile on her face. I have to ask, are those dragon wings a quirk or are you really a dragon? Well, I'm actually part dragon, Izuku said. I see now. My MSTR made a mistake then. And maybe I did as well, she sighed, nodding downwards. I acknowledge your victory. I retire. The girl before him shone like the others before disappearing, but unlike them, there was a smile on her face. Rise's remaining rook and his 2 remaining pawns have retired. What? Ravel exclaimed. She was so focused on Isabella's fight that she failed to see Koneko defeating Ni and Lee with ease. Clash. When the Yukinoha and 𝐭𝐻𝐼𝐺's flaming broadsword clashed, the 𝐼𝐺 blade held strong, to 𝐭𝐻𝐼𝐺's shock and interest. That is an incredibly well-made sword, she stated while getting ready to charge at him. Where'd you get it? I'm borrowing it from a friend, Yuto answered. A cold aura began to surround the Yukinoha. And she's ready to end this. Clash. The swords once again locked when Yuto blocked 𝐭𝐻𝐼𝐺's attack. Suddenly, the flaming blade froze and turned to ice, the flames included, before it shattered, falling apart like glass. What? 𝐭𝐻𝐼𝐺 exclaimed before noticing ice creeping up her arm. She wasn't able to do anything about it as she was soon complexly encased in ice. She soon disappeared. One of Rise's knights has retired. As for Akiko, she found herself in a tight deadlock against Ceres, who was trying to push her down with her sword. I don't plan on failing Rise, said the knight. Same, Akiko retorted. I don't plan on disappointing Bucho either, and you're not gonna stop me. Ceres grinned as she used her sword to create strong winds to push her back. Akiko, however, stood her ground as she kept her stance. Reflect. A pink barrier appeared in front of Akiko right as Ceres swung at her. The barrier managed to block the attack, but it cracked from the strain. I gotta take her down now. Akiko aimed her staff at Ceres and focused all of her magic into it. Waterza! A torrent of water shot out of Akiko's staff, hitting Ceres with incredible force. Mihai, who was giving support to Ceres from behind, but hit by the blast as well. The attack sent the knight and the bishop flying back before they vanished. Rise's remaining knight and one of his bishops have retired. Ravel stood there flabbergasted that all of her brother's servants were taken down so easily. It was obvious that she severely underestimated the opposing team. Ravel paled as she realized that she was the only one left to deal with as the Red Dragon Emperor turned to face her. It was an awkward few seconds before Ravel said anything. Well, I suppose it makes sense that Isabella, Ceres, and Mihai couldn't beat you. You're quite the wild card, she said, stepping back slightly as she prepared to retreat. Thank you. Izuku blinked, unsure of what to say or do. Anyway, my name is Midoriya Izuku, Ria-san's pawn. What's your name? Ravel blushed and turned her head with her arms folded on her chest, closing her eyes. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐺. I already know who you are, thank you very much. Either way, since you've already introduced yourself, it should be only polite that I do the same. She pulled on her skirt as she performed a curtsy. My name is Ravel Phoenix, Bishop of Rise Phoenix and the youngest daughter of the Phoenix household, one of the 72 pillars in the underworld. Izuku blinked in surprise. You're a phoenix, too. Guess that explained why they looked so much alike. Ravel nodded. Yes. My MSTR is also my big brother, you see. But the only reason I joined his peerage is because he said that he wants to fulfill his ultimate 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐺 dream. Something about needing a little sister type to make it happen. Izuku stared blankly at her for a moment, now understanding why all of his servants wore such odd clothing. Your brother has issues. You don't know the half of it. Ravel sighed. She bit her lip nervously as she looked at him. You're not going to fight me. To be perfectly honest, you don't look like you want to fight us, Izuku told her. Especially after you saw what we can do. Ravel continued to look at the pawn, trying to stare him down as much as she could. Eventually, she sighed. You're right. You're too strong for me. She turned back and looked over at the school building, several yards away. But as strong as you are, I doubt that even you can beat my brother, Red Dragon. Boom. A large explosion was heard from the main school building. Smoke billowed and rose into the air. What was that? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 exclaimed, she and the others looking over toward the source. Momo's voice suddenly spoke through the comlink. Bucho. Ibara-san. Come in. What's going on? Momo-san. Ibara's voice came from the comlink. Bucho was challenged by Raiza, and now both of them are fighting. Please, we need help now. Oh no. Static cut off Ibara's voice as another explosion was heard. Ibara-san. Ibara. Izuku called into the comlink. The only thing that prevented him from pain was the lack of Grayfia confirming Ibara's defeat. Sorry to say this, but this is what my brother planned from the beginning. Everyone turned to Ravel as she spoke. I have to admit, you people are scary. But in the end, you're only as strong as your king. If she goes, then you go with her. Izuku grinned his teeth. She was right. Raiza must have goaded Rias into fighting him somehow, and she fell for it. If Rias was defeated, then they would instantly lose and be put under Raiza's authority. There was no way in heaven or hell he was letting that happen. I'm going on ahead. Izuku was about to take off when Yuto stopped him. Izuku, hold on. Izuku turned to Yuto, just in time to catch his flame delete. Take this. Help Bucho. We'll go. Get Momo-san and catch up as soon as we can. Izuku looked to Yuto, then to Koneko, then to 𝐒𝐭𝐴 before nodding. He then glanced at Ravel, who was still standing there with her arms crossed. It looked like she had no intention to interfere. Sighing, he turned back to his friends. All right. Wish me luck. And then, he turned back to get to the school building. It's too dangerous to go alone. Take this. Izuku turned around and quickly caught something thrown at his face. Opening his hand, he saw the familiar vial of phoenix tears. Ravel-chan. He blinked, looking at the girl. Didn't get the wrong idea, Ravel huffed shyly, turning her head. My brother is the immortal phoenix after all. If he beat you in the state you're in now, it wouldn't be fair. Izuku smiled before placing the bottle in his pocket. Thank you. Izuku took to the air and flew as fast as he could to where the explosion had come from. Wait, why isn't he taking the vial? Ravel asked. He wants to give it to Bucho, that's why fried chicken, Koneko answered as she and the others followed Izuku. It took a second for Ravel to process what the white-haired devil said. Did she just call me a chicken? Boom. Up on the main building rooftop, Rias shot several volleys of her destructive power. Her opponent countered everything she threw at him with fireballs of his own or simply allowed her attacks to hit him so that his limbs would regenerate from the disintegration. It wasn't entirely one-sided though, as Ibara was several feet away. Her vines tunneling underneath them, they would burst from the ground to block Raiza's attacks. Raiza grew increasingly angry every time Ibara blocked him with her vines. Will you stop it? He snapped. Rias smirked. I've never seen you so angry before, Raiza. Planning to give up. Raiza responded with a smirk of his own. Not at all, my beloved. And don't worry, I look forward to defeating you and your servants, one in particular. Don't get ahead of yourself. Rias told him in defiance. You'll have to go through me first before you lay a finger on any of them. She then shot a beam of her destructive powers at him and cut Raiza's right arm off. The blonde man chuckled at her attempts, seemingly unaffected by the attack. Resign, Rias, he told her, as flames came out of his severed arm to reform a new one. I'm calling check. I know every move you're going to make because I know you better than you think, my love. F off, Raiza. Rias shouted with a glare as she stepped forward. You know nothing if you think I'm going to give up that easily. I'll never give up. As a king, I'm ready for war. You leave me no choice then. Raising his arm, a large magic circle of the Phoenix family appeared over Raiza's hand. Roar! A large stream of fire rushed towards Rias and Ibara, the largest one yet. The redhead put up another shield, but she was starting to struggle to hold her own against the end attacks of the Phoenix. Then, right as the shield was about to fail, 𝐼𝐵 leaped to Rias and pushed her aside, taking the full force of the flames. 𝐵, Rias cried. As the flames receded, a badly burned 𝐵, all of her clothes torched and black, fell to the ground. She soon disappeared. Ria's bishop has retired. Humph, that bishop was so annoying, Raiza said, a smug look on his face. I look forward to putting her in her proper place soon. Rias screamed in rage and frustration, sending large blasts of her destructive force at his midsection, vaporizing him from the chest down. He stayed that way momentarily before flames gathered around him and formed everything that was destroyed good as new. That arrogant smirk set her off so much. This is checkmate, my dear Rias. Raiza boasted arrogantly, without your bishop, you won't be able to recover. There is still one way you can end this. All you have to do is take my hand and swear your love to me. You won't need to suffer any more pain and humiliation that way. Rias gritted her teeth as she tried to struggle from her knees. Using so much of her power drained far faster than she expected. Her clothing was charred and burned from Raiza's flames and sweat was pouring down her face. However, she forced whatever strength she had to stand back up definitely. Surely you jest, Raiza, Rias said between her breaths, grinning proudly. I've said it once, and I will say it again. The man I want to marry is not you. Raiza's face twitched and twisted into a scowl. Flaming wings appeared behind his back as the aura of the phoenix rose up behind him. Is that so? My apologies then, but I'll put an end to your stubbornness here and now with the purifying flame of the almighty phoenix. He raised his hands above his head as a large fireball grew out. With a roar, he shot it at Rias with full force. Unable to move from where she stood, Rias closed her eyes as the heat came closer. But the flames never reached her. Opening her eyes, she found herself staring at the back of someone, with red dragon wings and a teal jumpsuit. There were two black, curved horns, each over 2 inches long, coming from the sides of his fluffy green hair. On his left arm was a red gauntlet with a green gem. His right arm was pointing forward toward the flames, a red and black sword absorbing the fire and heat, embers flowing all around him. Rias blinked slowly. Izuku, she muttered in disbelief. The boy turned to meet her with a kind smile. Surprisingly, his pupils had turned into cat-like slits. Sorry, I'm late, Bucho. But it's okay. I'm here now. Izuku had arrived to save Ria's Gremory. Rias stared in silence, taking in the sight before her. Right now, he seemed completely different. In some way, it reminded her of All Might's debut video. Bucho. Hey Bucho. Rias shook her head as her mind snapped back. What? Are you okay? Can you move? He asked her. Oh, Rias held her head as she collapsed on her legs. It seems I've used a bit too much of my magic. I can barely move at all. Sorry, Aizu. I got careless. Izuku smiled. It's okay. The others will be here soon. He pulled out the vial from his pocket. Before giving it to her. Here. You need this. Rias stared at the vial before her. Is that Phoenix tears? How did? I'll explain later. Izuku placed the vial in Ria's hand. Just take it and hang back, he then glared at Raiza. I'll deal with him. Rias, though reluctant, knew Izuku was right. They had come dangerously close to losing had he not arrived. She popped open the vial and gulped it down. Instantly, her wounds began to heal. Raiza looked bewildered that the pawn managed to stop his fire so easily, but he regained his composure as he folded his arms. I must admit, I'm impressed that you managed to blow away my flame like that. Though I feel I should really give the compliment to Ria's knight, Raiza said. He looked at Izuku the same way one would look at a fly or a worm, no threat at all. He then turned to Rias. You and your servants all managed to defeat my cute servants, Rias. Even Yubaluna, and no one has ever defeated her before. To reward you for your efforts, I will patiently wait for you to use the tears and let the remainder of your servants arrive here. He then glared at Izuku. After I burn your pawn to ashes. Izuku, flame delete in hand, readied himself. Go ahead and try. Boost. Gladly. With that, 𝐼𝐳 lazily waved a hand and set loose another wave of orange flames. Trusting 𝐼𝐳 to defend herself, 𝐒𝐿 charged ahead. The flames did sting, but he could manage. As 𝐒𝐿 rushed towards him, 𝐼𝐳 only spread his arms in victory. Come on, trash. Nothing you do can hurt me. Slice. BLD flew in the air. 𝐼𝐳 watched in wide-eyed shock. 𝐒𝐿 had diagonally slashed 𝐼𝐳 from his right hip up to his left shoulder. Gah! 𝐼𝐳 cried out in pain as he stubbed backwards a bit. He held his bleeding wound, gritting his teeth in both anger and pain. You filthy lowlife, 𝐼𝐳 glowed with a snarl, still feeling the pain of the slash. What did you do to me? Nothing, 𝐒𝐿 answered. It's just that this sword was made to cancel out flames, including the ones you use to regenerate. He then rushed 𝐼𝐳. 𝐒𝐿, no. 𝐼𝐳 begged. 𝐒𝐿 didn't get far when 𝐼𝐳 suddenly appeared before him and grabbed him by the neck, instantly cutting off any air circulation. You insult me, a noble of the House of Phoenix, boy. He demanded spitefully. I've had enough of you. Swinging his arm out, he threw 𝐒𝐿 over the edge of the top of the roof. However, 𝐒𝐿 grabbed his arm when he let go so that he could bring him down with him, shocking 𝐼𝐳, and making him also fall over. But before he and 𝐒𝐿 could hit the side of the roof, 𝐼𝐳 opened his flaming wings and stopped himself from falling. He then moved outwards and away from the roof, hovering towards an open court. 𝐒𝐿 tried his best to keep a grip on his right arm but could feel his hand slipping. With a growl, 𝐼𝐳 was able to get him to let go when he blasted him with a fireball. 𝐒� screamed in agony, as the attack also sent him speeding toward the ground. The result was a fiery explosion. Stop it! 𝐼𝐳 begged 𝐼𝐳, tears streaming down her face, but to no response. She wasn't worried for the boy anymore. She was scared for him. 𝐼𝐳 grabbed 𝐒� by the neck and lifted him off the ground. The sudden choking hold made him drop the flame delete. I praise you for doing this well for a pawn, he said with his arrogant smirk, but he didn't seem to be joking. His eyes carried a more serious look in them. His clothes and body looked worn, and his wings were smaller than before. But it's time to end this little contest. 𝐼𝐳's face changed to where his pupils were dilated, giving him a look that almost bordered on insanity. I'm going to enjoy crushing the life out of you, and I will make it hurt. 𝐼𝐳, stop it. 𝐼𝐳 begged. The Phoenix looked to 𝐼𝐳. Right, the reason you're being so stubborn is because of him, isn't it? He asked, getting his answer from how she didn't respond. If you truly care for him, then there is a way to save him. Just surrender, my dear 𝐼𝐳. 𝐼𝐳 was left shocked, unable to properly respond. Well, my beloved, 𝐼𝐳 asked, a slightly amused expression. What's it going to be? My Hero Academia OST. You say run before she could answer, 𝐒𝐿, with gritted teeth, yelled out. Don't listen to him, 𝐼𝐳. He struggled to speak with his windpipe being tightly crushed, though he continued to glare at 𝐼𝐳. Ha! Do you have a death wish, pawn? Face it, it's over. Not yet. I'm not giving up. 𝐒� dug into his pocket and pulled out an object. 𝐼𝐳 wasn't able to see what it was, but 𝐼𝐳 did. It was the bottle of holy water. I won't stop until I save 𝐼𝐳 from you. Transfer. As 𝐒� brought his arm back, the boosted gear glowed green, and the water in the bottle glowed bright gold. Smash. Swinging his arm in an outwards arch, 𝐒�'s hand smacked into the right side of 𝐼𝐳's head, smashing the bottle of holy water all over his head and face. The impact caused it to shatter, and the water to disperse everywhere. You got 𝐼𝐳 screamed out in agony. His grip on 𝐒�'s neck was released, to give himself some distance, as the blond man grabbed his face with both his hands. He howled under the painful effects of the holy water, as parts of his face had major burns and had steam coming off it. 𝐼𝐳's eyes widened in shock. The holy water is severely depleting his stamina and mental strength. Even the Marquis can't regenerate his mortal mind from something like this. She realized that 𝐒� let 𝐼𝐳 grab him, so he could get the chance to use the holy water. Tears began to swell in her eyes again. Only this time they were tears of joy. 𝐒�, you little suicidal genius. The steam stopped, leaving Raiza's body in a weakened and worn-out state. He breathed painfully as he glared at Izuku. "Don't you understand what you're doing?" he ranted out. It was amazing he even had the strength to still stand. "Rias and I belong together. Our union has been decided. It's tradition. Why would you get in the way of our union?" he roared, throwing another fireball at Izuku. Izuku wrapped his wings around himself, which protected him against the flames as it blew harmlessly around him. After the assault from the powered-up holy water, it was clear that Raiza was losing. "I don't give a damn about your so-called traditions and customs," Izuku growled, unfolding his wings. "What matters is that you just don't make her happy. That's why I'm in the way. Why aren't you getting it?" Raiza shouted as he charged forward, feeling no other option but to fight Izuku fist to fist. He threw his fists at the boy, who stepped to the side, trapped Raiza's arm, and threw him into the ground, using the Phoenix's momentum against him. Raiza staggered up, glaring hatefully at the pawn. "This engagement is essential for the survival of our kind. It is for our future. Why is a selfish brat you like interfering with this? Answer me." "Because you don't deserve her," Izuku shouted back. "All you'll care about is treating her like some trophy, and it makes her miserable. You don't know the first thing about love." Izuku took hold of Ibara's old cross, wrapping it around his boosted gear. "I'm only going to say this once, Raiza." Izuku glared, readying another punch as green energy surrounded his body. "Never make Rias cry again." Dragon Smash. Izuku charged at Raiza at full speed, his fist colliding with the scarred face of Raiza as hard as it could. The force sent Raiza flying back, smashing against a wall that shattered upon impact. Izuku breathed as he stared at where Raiza hit. He didn't see any movement, but he wanted to be ready just in case. Fortunately, he got his answer when Grayfia spoke. "Raiza Phoenix, the king, has retired. Victory of this rating game goes to Rias Gremory." Breathing heavily, Izuku dropped the cross before he screamed with all his might. "Ay!" Izuku's head then began to get dizzy, his legs going limp. Boing! He didn't land on the ground, though. Instead, his head fell between two soft pillows, the owner of which was wrapping her arms around him. "Oh, Izuku! My adorable little Izuku! You saved my life, thank you so much," she whispered in his ear, tears of joy welling down her face. Izuku, of course, was blushing in embarrassment from the fact that Rias was deliberately pressing his head against her bosom. But he just smiled as he returned the hug as best he could, hearing his teammates cheering behind them as they came closer. Not far away in the air with her own set of flaming wings, Ravel Phoenix stared in shock. "No way," she whispered to herself. Her brother actually lost. She frowned though, remembering that Raiza did technically bring it upon himself with the way he was acting. It was bound to happen sooner or later, she just didn't expect it to be like this. She then turned to look at the boy who defeated him, Izuku. She hated to admit it, but she was impressed with his strategy. She was expecting Rias to have been their strategist, not her pawn. Ravel then recalled that Rias was studying at 𝐒𝐻𝐼, Japan's most revered hero school. Does that mean the Welsh dragon is going to be a hero someday? Unbidden, bedtime stories and fairy tales of her childhood came to the forefront of her thoughts, and she blushed when she superimposed the boy, Izuku, cute freckles, and all into those stories. Ravel shook her head, trying to discourage herself from any fanciful thoughts. She had to go check on her brother. After that, she needed to speak with her mother. A few minutes later, the ORC had returned to their real clubroom. Rias was sitting next to Izuku on the sofa, being sure to be as close to him as she could. Kyoka and Mizu were waiting for them, congratulating them on their victory. "That sure was a risky gambit, Izuku. Nice job," Yuto smiled, shaking his head humorously. "To be honest, I'm just surprised it worked," Izuku admitted, looking up at Yuto. "Whatever the case may be, our rating game was the highest viewed one since the first," Rias said with a wide smile. "We've already gotten feedback from various members of the royal families amazed by our performance. Some of you even got nicknames. Momo here is being called the Princess of Thunder." "Really?" Momo flushed, while Kyoka smiled. "I think it suits you," Kyoka said. You got a new nickname too. Izuku turned to Koneko. In an odd sight, the normally stoic girl was actually smiling at him. It was cute. Red Hero Dragon. It works for you. Good job, she said, giving him a thumbs up. Red Hero. Izuku chuckled sheepishly. Izuku-san. Izuku turned over to Ibara, who was perfectly fine. She was smiling, but her eyes were downcast. You were amazing out there. Hey, it was a team effort, Ibara, Okiko smiled. We all had a hand in beating Raiza and his team. Heck, it was because of you that we won. Bucho would have lost against Raiza if you weren't there. Okiko-san's right. We're all proud of you, Ibara-san. Izuku nodded, causing Ibara to smile back, the shine in her eyes returning. Also, I need to apologize. Ibara blinked as she looked at him. I promised that I would protect you, that I would keep you safe. But then Raiza took you out like that. He bowed his head. I'm so sorry. Ibara smiled and shook her head. It's all right. There's nothing to apologize for. All that matters now is that we made it home together. Right. Izuku stood up and looked at her in surprise. He gave a smiling nod, right? The door to the clubroom opened up, and two separate groups walked inside. It was the Citri Peerage, followed by the newspaper club. Sona, Cudelia. What a pleasant surprise, Ria smiled. What brings you here? We just came to congratulate you on your first rating game victory, Sona said, smiling back. You all pulled off quite a show, especially with your pawn, Midoriya. Izuku stumbled as he felt a hand slap against his back. Looking behind him, he saw Cudelia grinning cheekily at him. I'll say. You fried his goose real good, Aizu. Thanks, Izuku smiled awkwardly. He could still feel the sting of her hand. Midoriya-san. Izuku looked up to see Milia smiling at him while blushing. You were amazing. Yeah. You should see what they are saying about you in the Undernet forums. Soji added. Undernet? Izuku asked. The underworld's internet, Rias clarified. The underworld has internet. Earth has progressed far, Sona replied. The humans have their internet, so why shouldn't we? We have Lord Beelzebub to thank for that. He's very interested in things humans are creating nowadays. Anyway, let's hurry up and party to celebrate Ria's first rating game. Cudelia suggested. A party? Sona blinked, ping her head. Why not? She pulled out several cases from out of nowhere and flashed them out. And I brought movies. Got musicals, anime, comedy, romance, horror, action, all the good stuff. Sounds good. A new voice suddenly said. It's been a long time since I saw a movie that was made in the human world. Cudelia comically dropped her discs in shock at the sound of the adult male voice. Everyone turned at the sound of the voice. Standing in the open space of the room under a dimming magic circle was a handsome man in his early 20s with short shoulder-length crimson hair and cyan eyes, making him strongly resemble Rias. He was dressed in an elaborate silver and grey robe with large and elaborate pauldrons that stretched out like a set of 8 wings. Standing at his side was Grafia, who stood by impassive as ever. Zex. Rias gasped. What are you doing here? She stuttered, a look of embarrassment appearing on her face. Hey, Riatan, the man, Ria's brother, winked. The other devils in the vicinity quickly remembered themselves and got down on one knee and bowed their heads in respect, Mizu doing the same. Only Izuku, Okiko, Momo, Ibara, and Kyoka looked around in confusion before releasing that they had to do the same, quickly doing as such. Rise all of you. I'm not here as the Devil King tonight, the man smiled kindly, raising his hand. Everyone stood up at his words. This is Bucho's brother. Izuku thought to himself, looking at the man as his face paled slightly. He's Lucifer, the Devil King. This is the Devil King. Ibara thought to herself as she stared at the man. He's not at all what I was expecting, Kyoka thought. Isn't it the duty of the big brother to support his younger sister? Ria's brother smiled humorously. Oh, how cold you've become, Riatan. Okiko began to shake, trying to surpass her laughter. He calls Bucho such a cute nickname. But you can't just, gah. Rias groaned as she held her head. I've never seen Bucho act like this before. Momo thought in amazement. So, this is the Red Dragon Emperor I've heard so much about. Ria's brother smiled at Izuku, who visibly flinched. 𝐻𝐻. My name's Midoriya Izuku, sir. He stuttered. Please, there's no reason to be scared. Ria's brother extended a hand in friendship. Nice to meet you. My name is 𝐶𝑍𝑥 Lucifer, formerly known as 𝐶𝑍𝑥 Gremory, one of the 4 Satans of the underworld and Ria's older brother. Alright. Pleasure to meet you. Izuku shook 𝐶𝑍𝑥's hand. He's a lot friendlier than I was expecting. The pleasure is all mine, 𝐶𝑍𝑥 said, retracting his hand. Marquis and Lady Phoenix were very unpleased with the results of the rating game. But due to the arrangement of the wager, they had no other choice but to call off the engagement, 𝐺𝐬𝐽 said. You're a free woman now, milady. Give my sincerest apologies to them, Rias nodded, giving a relaxed sigh. I know they meant well, but their third eldest son just wasn't the man I was looking for. There's no reason to apologize. In fact, Marquis Phoenix wanted to thank you, Welsh Dragon, 𝐶𝑍𝑥 said. He said that Raiza needed a good loss, 𝐶𝑍𝑥 continued. He had a bad habit of overestimating the abilities of our family, so I'm sure he learned quite the lesson from the rating game. If he has learned that the Phoenix is not absolute, that would be enough. Those were the Marquis' words. Izuku nodded. So is Raiza okay? As much as Izuku didn't like the guy, he'd feel bad if Raiza was crippled because of him. I assure you, Raiza is fine, 𝐶𝑍𝑥 reassured. It'll take more than enhanced holy water to take down a phoenix. Izuku sighed in relief, glad that Raiza would be okay. He still considered him a prick, though. Very good. Now then, 𝐺𝐬𝐽 bowed before turning to 𝐶𝑍𝑥. Milord, it's time for us to depart. But 𝐺𝐬𝐽, can't we stay at least for a little bit? 𝐶𝑍𝑥 practically whined, a feat unbecoming of a devil king. The maid frowned as she reached up and pitched his cheek, pulling it hard. Oh, that hurts. Now, milord, 𝐺𝐬𝐽 demanded. And 𝐶𝑍𝑥 had no other choice but to comply as the magic circle glowed again and teleported both 𝐶𝑍𝑥 and 𝐺𝐬𝐽 away. What the hell just happened? Kyoka asked. And thus, the 3 peerages celebrated that night. Turns out one of the movies Cordelia had brought along was alien. Kyoka, who apparently doesn't like anything scary, occasionally had to shut her eyes and grab onto someone's arm, the most often one being Momo, though she did grab Izuku's once. Needless to say, a lot of stuttering and glares resulted from that. Still, it was a very good time and everyone enjoyed themselves. It was a great night to be a devil. Eventually, everyone had to return home for the evening. Izuku volunteered to stay behind to clean up. It seemed like a lot to do at first, but the work went by quicker than he expected. Putting the last of the junk in the garbage bag, he sighed as he tied the bag up. Once he finished, Izuku made his way to the door. Just as he walked to the clubroom door, the door opened and a figure with familiar crimson hair stepped in. Aizu, the figure asked, blinking. Bucho. You're still here. Izuku greeted. Ria stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Thought you could use some help cleaning up, but it looks like you already took care of that. Yeah, it wasn't that much, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. The room suddenly fell into silence. The sole occupants fidgeted awkwardly, their faces blushing as they looked away from each other shyly. Both were unsure of what they wanted to say next. And then, they spoke up. Aizu, Bucho. Both blinked in surprise, both caught off guard from how they called each other's names all of a sudden. They blushed brighter, looking down at the floor in embarrassment. Why you first? Izuku stuttered. Rias looked at Izuku as she took a breath. I just wanted to thank you again. Izuku ped his head at her words. She gazed out the window as she continued talking. My engagement to Raiza has been a burden to me for a long time. I thought that my parents would never let me have free reign over my life, that I'd never be able to live the way I wanted. Then she turned to gaze at Izuku, an appealing smile and joyful tears on her face, and then I met you. It's thanks to you that I'm no longer betrothed to Raiza. I can live by myself from now on because of you. Thank you. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up at her gratitude and her appearance under the moonlight. I'm glad I could help, he replied. Ria smiled at her bashfulness before her expression slightly downed. She walked over to him and rested her hands against both sides of his head, pulling his face close to hers. Bibucho. Izuku blinked, eyes widening. Aizu, Ria's interrupted again, her voice in a hushed whisper. I'm free, but only for now. With me being the daughter of the Duke, there's still the possibility that there will be another talk of engagement and more to come. When that time comes, will you fight by my side again? Of course, I will, Izuku nodded, still blushing. Truly. I'm your pawn, right? Izuku told her. Even if I wasn't and was still a normal human, I'll just come and save you no matter what dash. His words were cut off by Ria's pressing her lips against his. The feeling of Ria's lips on his made Izuku's eyes widen and his whole head burned red. As she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her body against him, Izuku slowly relaxed and closed his eyes as he wrapped his arms around her waist. Finally, she broke away from him. A saliva trail bridged the small gap between their mouths and flushes on their faces. Bucho, he managed to mutter, out of breath. Ria's giggled, the sly fox-like side of her showing. That was your first kiss, wasn't it? Izuku was only able to nod. It was mine too. Japanese girls treasure their first kisses, don't they? Why? Izuku said, his brain still registering. Ria's liked her lips, a saucy look appearing in her eyes. One more time, but with feeling. Izuku only had a moment to blink before Ria's kissed him again, this time with intense passion as she pushed him against the wall. Ria's tongue pried into his mouth, lapping the wet innards of his mouth, wrestling his tongue to submit to her. He could feel her tongue brushing up onto his. He could feel how soft and moist it was, how sweet it tasted. His mind shut down as he gave himself up to her, responding to her wiles. The world disappeared around him and so there was only the hot French kiss. The feeling in his muscles grew weak as he slid down on the wall, Ria's quickly taking the opportunity to straddle his waist. They eventually pulled apart, their lips only centimeters apart. Their eyes opened halfway, Ria's glowed in a dim red with black slits, while Izuku's eyes glowed in a soft green with red slits. They rested their foreheads together as they smiled, enjoying each other's company and warmth before continuing. Brat, you doing okay? Izuku. Drake had grown concerned for his partner once he returned home. Izuku was sitting alone in his bed, his knees held up to his chest as his mind was still something of a blur. It was only a short time after he had returned home that he realized he had his first kiss with a girl and Izuku didn't seem to be handling it well. I kissed a girl. I kissed her senpai. I mean I really like her too, wasn't mentally prepared for it. What should I say? Is it too early to tell her I lolo like her too? Is that going to make things weird? I have to say something. Drake's sweat dropped at his partner's mumbling. It appears that an error has occurred with Midoriya Izuku. EXE. This is going to be a thing for a while, isn't it? He groaned. Izuku didn't hear the dragon. All he could think about was that he had kissed his MSTR. It felt like they were kissing for at least an hour and Ria's was leading him along all the way. She even found a spot at the crock on his neck that made him completely mush in her arms. Without releasing it, he rubbed his fingers on the side of his neck, softly rubbing against a small red spot where she marked him. Maybe it was conditioning between MSTR and servant or something else altogether, he didn't know. But the kiss wasn't the only thing on his mind. First Ibara, then Okiko, and now Ria's. Ever since he became a devil, girls had been falling for him one after the other. He had noticed that Ibara seemed slightly protective, and Okiko would occasionally blush when near him, but Ria's kissing him like that confirmed it. This was just too much. Sure, he always found them attractive, but he never really thought much about getting into a relationship. Even before he began training to get into you, lying in his bed, his mind went a million miles per hour, trying to come up with a solution. Sure, being in a relationship wasn't uncommon among heroes, but not many actively pursue any or make it public knowledge. In fact, the only heroes he knew of that were in relationships was Endeavor. Though it was likely lots of heroes were keeping their relationships out of the public eye. Hurry up and get some sleep, brat. You'll need it. Having finally heard Drake, Izuku took his advice and closed his eyes. His last thoughts before sleep took him being filled with both excitement and fear of his love life. The next day, a large number of boxes were outside the Midoriya apartment. The reason why made itself clear as Ria's talk to 𝐭. And that about sums it up. I will now be living here from today onwards, Ria said, bowing towards 𝐭 from her seat. I'll be in your care from now on. 𝐭 simply sat there, trying her best to process this. Of course, 𝐭 replied, albeit with an awkward smile. The pleasure is all mine, Rias-chan. It's just first Ibara, then Okiko, now you. This is a little too much for me. Not that I don't mind the company, but is there any particular reason for you moving in? Rias took a small sip of her tea and smiled. I just want to be closer to my kohai. Is that so bad? She leaned into Izuku, who began to blush while Ibara and Okiko glared at Rias. You've become very fond of my son, Rias-chan, 𝐭 commented, looking at both Izuku and Rias. I suppose I have, Rias answered happily. The truth is that he helped me out of a jam recently and I can't tell you how grateful I am for that. Once they finished talking, the 4 teens began to bring in Ria's belongings. All 20 boxes worth. How are we gonna fit all this in the apartment? Okiko asked. We'll find a way, said Rias. Ibara puffed her cheeks as she carried a couple of boxes in. At this rate, polygamy may be the only option, she muttered. But that goes against the teachings of the Lord. But if this continues, then, Ibara-san, what are you talking about? Izuku asked. Ibara immediately blushed. How much did you hear, she asked. Only about it being against the teachings of the Lord part, he answered. Then it's nothing, she huffed, turning away. That's right, Hisoshi. One girl after the other. 𝐭 spoke through her phone as she watched the 4 teens bring in Ria's belongings. I honestly don't know what to do, Izuku, Rias called. Once we finish, how about we have a shower together? I'll wash your back. Here. Izuku blinked, quickly turning to her. Once 𝐭 heard this, she began to pale. Aizen just offered to wash Izuku's back. Ibara fumed as she quickly went to hug Izuku's arm. Hey. I don't want to be left out. I'm washing his back too. Here. Izuku exclaimed again, turning to Ibara. I'm not letting either of you wash his back without me. Okiko exclaimed as she wrapped her arms around Izuku from behind. Here. 𝐭's already paling face began to become pure white. Think of a solution, quick, she yelled into the phone. The other girls all offered to wash Izuku's back. Oh ho ho ho, is that right? Rias laughed humorously, hugging Izuku's free arm and being extra sure to squeeze it between her BRSs. Ibara-chan, Okiko-chan, is this a declaration of war? Challenge accepted then. Whoever wins gets to sleep with Izuku-an. Here. Izuku shouted for the 4th time, looking back and forth at Ibara, Okiko, and Rias. 𝐭, with a mortified look, yelled into the phone. Sec education. Our son needs sec education. She promptly fainted.